An inland voyage. PG-7. Antwerp to Boom. We made a great stir in Antwerp docks. A stevedore and a lot of dock porters took up the two canoes and ran with them for the slip. A crowd of children followed cheering. The cigarette went off in a splash and a bubble of small breaking water. Next moment the Arethusa was after her. A steamer was coming down. Men on the paddle box shouted hoarse warnings. The stevedore and his porters were bawling from the quay. But in a stroke or two, the canoes were away out in the middle of the Scheldt, and all steamers and stevedores and other longshore vanities were left behind. The sun shone brightly. The tide was macking for jolly miles an hour. The wind blew steadily, with occasional squalls. For my part, I had never been in a canoe under sail in my life, and my first experiment out in the middle of this big river was not made without some trepidation. What would happen when the wind first caught my little canvas? I suppose it was almost as trying a venture into the regions of the unknown as to publish a first book or to marry. But my doubts were not of long duration, and in 5 minutes you will not be surprised to learn that I had tied my sheet. I own I was a little struck by this circumstance myself. Of course, in company with the rest of my fellow men, I had always tied the sheet in a sailing boat, but PG-8 in so little and crank a concern as a canoe, and with these charging squalls, I was not prepared to find myself follow the same principle, and it inspired me. With some contemptuous views of our regard for life. It is certainly easier to smoke with the sheet fastened, but I had never before weighed a comfortable pipe of tobacco against an obvious risk, and gravely elected for the comfortable pipe. It is a commonplace that we cannot answer for ourselves before we have been tried. But it is not so common a reflection, and surely more consoling, that we usually find ourselves a great deal braver and better than we thought. I believe this is everyone's experience, but an apprehension that they may belie themselves in the future prevents mankind from trumpeting this cheerful sentiment abroad. I wish sincerely, for it would have saved me much trouble, there had been someone to put me in a good heart about life when I was younger, to tell me how dangers are most portentous on a distant sight, and how the good in a man's spirit will not suffer itself to be overlaid, and rarely or never deserts him in the hour of need. But we are all for tootling on the sentimental flute in literature, and not a man among us will go to the head of the march to sound the heady drums. It was agreeable upon the river. A barge or two went past laden with hay. Reeds and willows bordered the stream, and cattle and gray venerable horses came and hung their mild heads over the embankment. Here and there was a pleasant village among trees, with a noisy shipping yard, here and there a villa in a lawn. The wind served us well up the Scheldt and thereafter up the Rupel, and we were running pretty free when we began to sight the brickyards of Boom, lying for a long way on the right bank of the river. The left bank was still green and pastoral, with alleys of trees along the embankment, and here and there a flight of steps to serve a ferry, where perhaps there sat a woman with her elbows on her knees, or an old gentleman with a staff and silver spectacles. PG-9, but Boom and its brickyards grew smokier and shabbier with every minute, until a great church with a clock and a wooden bridge over the river indicated the central quarters of the town. Boom is not a nice place, and is only remarkable for one thing, that the majority of the inhabitants have a private opinion that they can speak English, which is not justified by fact. This gave a kind of haziness to our intercourse. As for the Hotel de la Navigation, I think it is the worst feature of the place. It boasts of a sanded parlor, with a bar at one end, looking on the street, and another sanded parlor, darker and colder, with an empty birdcage and a tricolor subscription box by way of sole adornment, where we made shift to dine in the company of 3 uncommunicative engineer apprentices and a silent bagman. The food, as usual in Belgium, was of a nondescript occasional character. Indeed, I have never been able to detect anything in the nature of a meal among this pleasing people. They seemed to peck and trifle with viands all day long in an amateur spirit, tentatively French, truly German, and somehow falling between the two. The empty birdcage, swept and garnished, and with no trace of the old piping favorite, save where 2 wires had been pushed apart to hold its lump of sugar, carried with it a sort of graveyard cheer. The engineer apprentices would have nothing to say to us, nor indeed to the bagman, but talked low and sparingly to one another, or raked us in the gaslight with a gleam of spectacles. For though handsome lads, they were all in the Scots phrase barnacled. There was an English maid in the hotel, who had been long enough out of England to pick up all sorts of funny foreign idioms, and all sorts of curious foreign ways, which need not here be specified. She spoke to us very fluently in her jargon, asked us information as to the manners of the present day in England, and obligingly corrected us PG-10 when we attempted to answer. But as we were dealing with a woman, perhaps our information was not so much thrown away as it appeared. The sex likes to pick up knowledge and yet preserve its superiority. It is good policy and almost necessary in the circumstances. If a man finds a woman admire him, were it only for his acquaintance with geography, he will begin at once to build upon the admiration. It is only by unintermittent snubbing that the pretty ones can keep us in our place. Men, as Miss Howe or Miss Harlowe would have said, are such encroachers. For my part, I am body and soul with the women, and after a well-married couple, there is nothing so beautiful in the world as the myth of the divine huntress. It is no use for a man to take to the woods. We know him. St. Anthony tried the same thing long ago, and had a pitiful time of it by all accounts. But there is this about some women, which overtops the best gymnosophist among men, that they suffice to themselves, and can walk in a high and cold zone without the countenance of any trousered being. I declare, although the reverse of a professed ascetic, I am more obliged to women for this ideal than I should be to the majority of them, or indeed to any but one, for a spontaneous kiss. There is nothing so encouraging as the spectacle of self-sufficiency. And when I think of the slim and lovely maidens, running the woods all night to the note of Diana's horn, moving among the old oaks as fancifully as they, things of the forest and the starlight, not touched by the commotion of man's hot and turbid life, although there are plenty other ideals that I should prefer, I find my heart beat at the thought of this one. Teased to fail in life, but to fail with what a grace. That is not lost which is not regretted. And where her slips out the maleware would be much of the glory of inspiring love, if there were no contempt to overcome. On the Willowbrook Canal. PG 11. Next morning, when we set forth on the Willowbrook Canal, the rain began heavy and chill. The water of the canal stood at about the drinking temperature of tea, and under this cold aspersion the surface was covered with steam. The exhilaration of departure, and the easy motion of the boats under each stroke of the paddles, supported us through this misfortune while it lasted. And when the cloud passed, and the sun came out again, our spirits went up above the range of stay-at-home humors. A good breeze rustled and shivered in the rows of trees that bordered the canal. The leaves flickered in and out of the light in tumultuous masses. It seemed sailing whether to eye and ear, but down between the banks, the wind reached us only in faint and desultory puffs. There was hardly enough to steer by. Progress was intermittent and unsatisfactory. A jocular person of marine antecedents hailed us from the towpath with a "C'est vite, mais c'est long." The canal was busy enough. Every now and then we met or overtook a long string of boats with great green tillers, high sterns with a window on either side of the rudder, and perhaps a jug or a flower pot in one of the windows, a dinghy following behind, a woman busied about the day's dinner, and a handful of children. These barges were all tied one behind the other with tow ropes to the number of 25 or 30, and the line was headed and kept in motion by a steamer of strange construction. It had neither paddle wheel nor screw, but by some gear not rightly comprehensible to the unmechanical mind, it fetched up over its bow a small bright PG-12 chain which lay along the bottom of the canal, and paying it out again over the stern, dragged itself forward, link by link, with its whole retinue of loaded scows. Until one had found out the key to the enigma, there was something solemn and uncomfortable in the progress of one of these trains, as it moved gently along the water with nothing to mark its advance but an eddy alongside, dying away into the wake. Of all the creatures of commercial enterprise, a canal barge is by far the most delightful to consider. It may spread its sails, and then you see it sailing high above the treetops and the windmill, sailing on the aqueduct, sailing through the green cornlands, the most picturesque of things amphibious. Or the horse plods along at a foot pace, as if there were no such thing as business in the world, and the man dreaming at the tiller sees the same spire on the horizon all day long. It is a mystery how things ever get to their destination at this rate, and to see the barges waiting their turn at a lock affords a fine lesson of how easily the world may be taken. There should be many contented spirits on board, for such a life is both to travel and to stay at home. The chimney smokes for dinner as you go along. The banks of the canal slowly unroll their scenery to contemplative eyes. The barge floats by great forests and through great cities with their public buildings and their lamps at night. And for the barge in his floating home, traveling abed, it is merely as if he were listening to another man's story, or turning the leaves of a picture book in which he had no concern. He may take his afternoon walk in some foreign country on the banks of the canal, and then come home to dinner at his own fireside. There is not enough exercise in such a life for any high measure of health, but a high measure of health is only necessary for unhealthy people. The slug of a fellow, who is never ill nor well, has a quiet time of it in life and dies all the easier. PG 13. I am sure I would rather be a barge than occupy any position under heaven that required attendance at an office. There are few callings, I should say, where a man gives up less of his liberty in return for regular meals. The barge is on shipboard, is master in his own ship, can land whenever he will, can never be kept beating off a leash or a whole frosty night when the sheets are as hard as iron. And, so far as I can make out, time stands as nearly still with him as is compatible with the return of bedtime or the dinner hour. It is not easy to see why a barge should ever die. Halfway between Willowbrook and Villevorde, in a beautiful reach of canal like a Squire's Avenue, we went ashore to lunch. There were 2 eggs, a junk of bread, and a bottle of wine on board the Arethusa, and 2 eggs and an Etna cooking apparatus on board the Cigarette. The master of the latter boat smashed one of the eggs in the course of disembarkation, but observing pleasantly that it might still be cooked à la papier, he dropped it into the Etna, in its covering of Flemish newspaper. We landed in a blink of fine weather, but we had not been 2 minutes ashore before the wind freshened into half a gale, and the rain began to patter on our shoulders. We sat as close about the Etna as we could. The spirits burned with great ostentation, the grass caught flame every minute or two, and had to be trodden out, and before long there were several burnt fingers of the party. But the solid quantity of cookery accomplished was out of proportion with so much display, and when we desisted, after 2 applications of the fire, the sound egg was little more than lukewarm, and as for a la papier, it was a cold and sordid fricassee of printer's ink and broken eggshell. We made shift to roast the other 2 by putting them close to the burning spirits, and that with better success. And then we uncorked the bottle of wine and sat down in a ditch with our canoe aprons over our knees. It rained smartly. Discomfort, PG 14, when it is honestly uncomfortable and makes no nauseous pretensions to the contrary, is a vastly humorous business, and people well steeped and stupefied in the open air are in a good vein for laughter. From this point of view, even egg a la papier offered by way of food may pass muster as a sort of accessory to the fun. But this manner of jest, although it may be taken in good part, does not invite repetition, and from that time forward, the Etna voyaged like a gentleman in the locker of the Cigarette. It is almost unnecessary to mention that when lunch was over and we got aboard again and made sail, the wind promptly died away. The rest of the journey to Villevorde, we still spread our canvas to the unfavoring air, and with now and then a puff and now and then a spell of paddling, drifted along from lock to lock between the orderly trees. It was a fine, green, fat landscape, or rather a mere green water lane, going on from village to village. Things had a settled look, as in places long lived in. Crofted children spat upon us from the bridges as we went below, with a true conservative feeling. But even more conservative were the fishermen, intent upon their floats, who let us go by without one glance. They perched upon sterlings and buttresses and along the slope of the embankment, gently occupied. They were indifferent, like pieces of dead nature. They did not move any more than if they had been fishing in an old Dutch print. The leaves fluttered, the water lapped, but they continued in one stay like so many churches established by law. You might have trepanned every one of their innocent heads, and found no more than so much coiled fishing line below their skulls. I do not care for your stalwart fellows in india-rubber stockings, breasting up mountain torrents with a salmon rod, but I do dearly love the class of man who plies his unfruitful art, for ever and a day, by still and depopulated waters. At the last lock, just beyond Villevorde, there was PG 15, a lock mistress who spoke French comprehensibly, and told us we were still a couple of leagues from Brussels. At the same place the rain began again. It fell in straight, parallel lines, and the surface of the canal was thrown up into an infinity of little crystal fountains. There were no beds to be had in the neighborhood. Nothing for it but to lay the sails aside and address ourselves to steady paddling in the rain. Beautiful country houses, with clocks and long lines of shuttered windows, and fine old trees standing in groves and avenues, gave a rich and somber aspect in the rain and the deepening dusk to the shores of the canal. I seem to have seen something of the same effect in engravings. opulent landscapes, deserted and overhung with the passage of storm. And throughout, we had the escort of a hooded cart, which trotted shabbily along the towpath and kept at an almost uniform distance in our wake. The Royal Sport Nautique. PG-16. The rain took off near Leakin, but the sun was already down, the air was chill, and we had scarcely a dry stitch between the pair of us. Nay, now we found ourselves near the end of the Alie Verte, and on the very threshold of Brussels, we were confronted by a serious difficulty. The shores were closely lined by canal boats waiting their turn at the lock. Nowhere was there any convenient landing place, nowhere so much as a stable-yard to leave the canoes in for the night. We scrambled ashore and entered an estaminet where some sorry fellows were drinking with the landlord. The landlord was pretty round with us. He knew of no coach-house or stable-yard, nothing of the sort, and seeing we had come with no mind to drink, he did not conceal his impatience to be rid of us. One of the sorry fellows came to the rescue. Somewhere in the corner of the basin there was a slip, he informed us, and something else besides, not very clearly defined by him, but hopefully construed by his hearers. Sure enough, there was the slip in the corner of the basin, and at the top of it 2 nice-looking lads in boating clothes. The Arethusa addressed himself to these. One of them said there would be no difficulty about a night's lodging for our boats, and the other, taking a cigarette from his lips, inquired if they were made by Cyril and Son. The name was quite an introduction. Half a dozen other young men came out of a boathouse bearing the superscription Royal Sport Nautique and joined in the talk. They were all very polite, voluble, and enthusiastic, and their discourse was interlarded with English boating PG-17 terms and the names of English boat builders and English clubs. I do not know, to my shame, any spot in my native land where I should have been so warmly received by the same number of people. We were English boating men, and the Belgian boating men fell upon our necks. I wonder if French Huguenots were as cordially greeted by English Protestants when they came across the Channel out of great tribulation. But after all, what religion knits people so closely as a common sport? The canoes were carried into the boathouse. They were washed down for us by the club servants, the sails were hung out to dry, and everything made as snug and tidy as a picture. And in the meanwhile, we were led upstairs by our newfound brethren, for so more than one of them stated the relationship, and made free of their lavatory. This one lent us soap, that one a towel, a third and fourth helped us to undo our bags. And all the time such questions, such assurances of respect and sympathy, I declare I never knew what glory was before. Yes, yes, the Royal Sport Nautique is the oldest club in Belgium. We number 200. Wethys is not a substantive speech, but an abstract of many speeches, the impression left upon my mind after a great deal of talk. And very youthful, pleasant, natural, and patriotic it seems to me to be we have gained all races, except those where we were cheated by the French. You must leave all your wet things to be dried. Oh, in Treffriers, in any boathouse in England we should find the same. I cordially hope they might. En Angleterre, vous employez des sliding seats en est pas. We are all employed in commerce during the day, but in the evening, vaesvis nous sommes sérieux. These were the words. They were all employed over PG-18, the frivolous mercantile concerns of Belgium during the day, but in the evening they found some hours for the serious concerns of life. I may have a wrong idea of wisdom, but I think that was a very wise remark. People connected with literature and philosophy are busy all their days in getting rid of second-hand notions and false standards. It is their profession, in the sweat of their brows, by dogged thinking, to recover their old fresh view of life, and distinguish what they really and originally like, from what they have only learned to tolerate perforce. And these royal nautical sportsmen had the distinction still quite legible in their hearts. They had still those clean perceptions of what is nice and nasty, what is interesting and what is dull, which envious old gentlemen refer to as illusions. The nightmare illusion of middle age, the bear's hug of custom gradually squeezing the life out of a man's soul, had not yet begun for these happy-starred young Belgians. They still knew that the interest they took in their business was a trifling affair compared to their spontaneous, long-suffering affection for nautical sports. To know what you prefer, instead of humbly saying amen to what the world tells you ought to prefer, is to have kept your soul alive. Such a man may be generous. He may be honest in something more than the commercial sense. He may love his friends with an elective, personal sympathy, and not accept them as an adjunct of the station to which he has been called. He may be a man, in short, acting on his own instincts, keeping in his own shape that God made him in, and not a mere crank in the social engine house, welded on principles that he does not understand, and for purposes that he does not care for. For will anyone dare to tell me that business is more entertaining than fooling among boats? He must have never seen a boat, or never seen an office, who says so. And for certain the one is a great deal better for the health. There should be nothing so much a man's business as his PG-19 amusements. Nothing but money grubbing can be put forward to the contrary. No one but Mammon, the least erected spirit that fell from heaven, durst risk a word in answer. It is but a lying cant that would represent the merchant and the banker as people disinterestedly toiling for mankind, and then most useful when they are most absorbed in their transactions. For the man is more important than his services. And when my royal nautical sportsman shall have so far fallen from his hopeful youth that he cannot pluck up an enthusiasm over anything but his ledger, I venture to doubt whether he will be near so nice a fellow, and whether he would welcome, with so good a grace, a couple of drenched Englishmen paddling into Brussels in the dusk. When we had changed our wet clothes and drunk a glass of pale ale to the club's prosperity, one of their number escorted us to an hotel. He would not join us at our dinner, but he had no objection to a glass of wine. Enthusiasm is very wearing, and I begin to understand why prophets were unpopular in Judea, where they were best known. For 3 stricken hours did this excellent young man sit beside us to dilate on boats and boat races, and before he left, he was kind enough to order our bedroom candles. We endeavored now and again to change the subject, but the diversion did not last a moment. The Royal Nautical Sportsman bridled, shied, answered the question, and then breasted once more into the swelling tide of his subject. I call it his subject, but I think it was he who was subjected. The Arethusa, who holds all racing as a creature of the devil, found himself in a pitiful dilemma. He durst not own his ignorance, for the honor of old England, and spoke away about English clubs and English oarsmen, whose fame had never before come to his ears. Several times, and once above all, on the question of PG-20 slitting seats, he was within an ace of exposure. As for the cigarette, who has rode races in the heat of his blood, but now disowns these slips of his wanton youth, his case was still more desperate. For the Royal Nautical proposed that he should take an oar in one of their 8s on the morrow, to compare the English with the Belgian stroke. I could see my friend perspiring in his chair whenever that particular topic came up. And there was yet another proposal which had the same effect on both of us. It appeared that the champion canoeist of Europe, as well as most other champions, was a royal nautical sportsman. And if we would only wait until the Sunday, this infernal paddler would be so condescending as to accompany us on our next stage. Neither of us had the least desire to drive the coursers of the sun against Apollo. When the young man was gone, we countermanded our candles and ordered some brandy and water. The great billows had gone over our head. The Royal Nautical Sportsmen were as nice young fellows as a man would wish to see, but they were a trifle too young and a thought too nautical for us. We began to see that we were old and cynical. We liked ease and the agreeable rambling of the human mind about this and the other subject. We did not want to disgrace our native land by messing an 8 or toiling pitifully in the wake of the champion canoeist. In short, we had recourse to flight. It seemed ungrateful, but we tried to make that good on a card loaded with sincere compliments. And indeed it was no time for scruples. We seemed to feel the hot breath of the champion on our necks. Et Maubuge. PG-21. Partly from the terror we had of our good friends the Royal Nauticals, partly from the fact that there were no fewer than 55 locks between Brussels and Charleroi, we concluded that we should travel by train across the frontier, boats and all. 55 locks in a day's journey was pretty well tantamount to trudging the whole distance on foot, with the canoes upon our shoulders, an object of astonishment to the trees on the canal side, and of honest derision to all right-thinking children. To pass the frontier even in a train is a difficult matter for the Arethusa. He is somehow or other a marked man for the official eye. Wherever he journeys, there are the officers gathered together. Treaties are solemnly signed. Foreign ministers, ambassadors, and consuls sit throned in state from China to Peru, and the Union Jack flutters on all the winds of heaven. Under these safeguards, portly clergymen, schoolmistresses, gentlemen in grey tweed suits, and all the ruck and rabble of British touristry pour unhindered, Murray in hand, over the railways of the continent, and yet the slim person of the Arethusa is taken in the meshes, while these great fish go on their way rejoicing. If he travels without a passport, He is cast, without any figure about the matter, into noisome dungeons. If his papers are in order, he is suffered to go his way indeed, but not until he has been humiliated by a general incredulity. He is a born British subject, yet he has never succeeded in persuading a single official of his nationality. He flatters himself he is indifferent honest, yet he is rarely taken for anything better than a spy, and PG-22, there is no absurd and disreputable means of livelihood, but has been attributed to him in some heat of official or popular distrust. For the life of me, I cannot understand it. I too have been knolled to church and sat at good men's feasts, but I bear no mark of it. I am as strange as a Jack Indian to their official spectacles. I might come from any part of the globe, it seems, except from where I do. My ancestors have labored in vain, and the glorious Constitution cannot protect me in my walks abroad. It is a great thing, believe me, to present a good normal type of the nation you belong to. Nobody else was asked for his papers on the way to Maubeuge, but I was, and although I clung to my rights, I had to choose at last between accepting the humiliation and being left behind by the train. I was sorry to give way, but I wanted to get to Maubeuge. Maubeuge is a fortified town with a very good inn, the Grand Surf. It seemed to be inhabited principally by soldiers and bagmen. At least, these were all that we saw, except the hotel servants. We had to stay there some time, for the canoes were in no hurry to follow us, and at last stuck hopelessly in the custom house until we went back to liberate them. There was nothing to do, nothing to see. We had good meals, which was a great matter, but that was all. The cigarette was nearly taken up upon a charge of drawing the fortifications, a feat of which he was hopelessly incapable. And besides, as I suppose each belligerent nation has a plan of the other's fortified places already, these precautions are of the nature of shutting the stable door after the steed is away. But I have no doubt they help to keep up a good spirit at home. It is a great thing if you can persuade people that they are somehow or other partakers in a mystery. It makes them feel bigger. Even the Freemasons, who have been shown up to satiety, preserve a kind of pride, and not a grocer among them, PG-23 however honest, harmless, and empty-headed he may feel himself to be at bottom, but comes home from one of their cenacula with a portentous significance for himself. It is an odd thing how happily two people, if there are two, can live in a place where they have no acquaintance. I think the spectacle of a whole life in which you have no part paralysis personal desire. You are content to become a mere spectator. The baker stands in his door, the colonel with his 3 medals goes by to the cafe at night, the troops drum and trumpet and man the ramparts as bold as so many lions. It would task language to say how placidly you behold all this. In a place where you have taken some root, you are provoked out of your indifference. You have a hand in the game, your friends are fighting with the army. But in a strange town, not small enough to grow too soon familiar, nor so large as to have laid itself out for travelers, you stand so far apart from the business that you positively forget it would be possible to go nearer. You have so little human interest around you that you do not remember yourself to be a man. Perhaps, in a very short time, you would be one no longer. Gymnosophists go into a wood, with all nature seething around them, with romance on every side. It would be much more to the purpose if they took up their abode in a dull country town, where they should see just so much of humanity as to keep them from desiring more, and only the stale externals of man's life. These externals are as dead to us as so many formalities, and speak a dead language in our eyes and ears. They have no more meaning than an oath or a salutation. We are so much accustomed to see married couples going to church of a Sunday that we have clean forgotten what they represent, and novelists are driven to rehabilitate adultery, no less, when they wish to show us what a beautiful thing it is for a man and a woman to live for each other. PG-24. One person in Maubeuge, however, showed me something more than his outside. That was the driver of the hotel omnibus, a mean enough looking little man as well as I can remember, but with a spark of something human in his soul. He had heard of our little journey and came to me at once in envious sympathy. How he longed to travel, he told me. How he longed to be somewhere else and see the round world before he went into the grave. Here I am, said he. I drive to the station. Well. And then I drive back again to the hotel. And so on every day and all the week round. My God, is that life? I could not say I thought it was for him. He pressed me to tell him where I had been and where I hoped to go, and as he listened, I declare the fellow sighed. Might not this have been a brave African traveler, or gone to the Indies after Drake? But it is an evil age for the gypsily inclined among men. He who can sit squarest on a three-legged stool, he it is who has the wealth and glory. I wonder if my friend is still driving the omnibus for the Grand Surf? Not very likely, I believe, for I think he was on the eve of mutiny when we passed through, and perhaps our passage determined him for good. Better 1,000 times that he should be a tramp, and mend pots and pans by the wayside, and sleep under trees, and see the dawn and the sunset every day above a new horizon. I think I hear you say that it is a respectable position to drive an omnibus. Very well. What right has he, who likes it not, to keep those who would like it dearly out of this respectable position? Suppose a dish were not to my taste, and you told me that it was a favorite amongst the rest of the company, what should I conclude from that? Not to finish the dish against my stomach, I suppose. Respectability is a very good thing in its way, but it does not rise superior to all considerations. I would not for a moment venture to hint that it was a matter of taste, PG 25, but I think I will go as far as this, that if a position is admittedly unkind, uncomfortable, unnecessary, and superfluously useless, although it were as respectable as the Church of England, the sooner a man is out of it, the better for himself and all concerned. On the Sambre canalized, PG 26. To Quartz, about 3 in the afternoon, the whole establishment of the Grand Surf accompanied us to the water's edge. The man of the omnibus was there with haggard eyes. Poor cagebird. Do I not remember the time when I myself haunted the station, to watch train after train carry its complement of freemen into the night, and read the names of distant places on the timebills with indescribable longings? We were not clear of the fortifications before the rain began. The wind was contrary, and blew in furious gusts, nor were the aspects of nature any more clement than the doings of the sky. For we passed through a stretch of blighted country, sparsely covered with brush, but handsomely enough diversified with factory chimneys. We landed in a soiled meadow among some pollards, and there smoked a pipe in a flaw of fair weather. But the wind blew so hard, we could get little else to smoke. There were no natural objects in the neighborhood, but some sordid workshops. A group of children headed by a tall girl stood and watched us from a little distance all the time we stayed. I heartily wonder what they thought of us. At Hotmont, the lock was almost impassable, the landing place being steep and high, and the launch at a long distance. Near a dozen grimy workmen lent us a hand. They refused any reward, and, what is much better, refused it handsomely, without conveying any sense of insult. It is a way we have in our country, PG 27 side, said they, and a very becoming way it is. In Scotland, where also you will get services for nothing, the good people reject your money as if you had been trying to corrupt a voter. When people take the trouble to do dignified acts, it is worthwhile to take a little more, and allow the dignity to be common to all concerned. But in our brave Saxon countries, where we plod 70 years and 10 in the mud, and the wind keeps singing in our ears from birth to burial, we do our good and bad with a high hand, and almost offensively, and make even our alms a witness-bearing and an act of war against the wrong. After Hotmont, the sun came forth again and the wind went down, and a little paddling took us beyond the ironworks and through a delectable land. The river wound among low hills, so that sometimes the sun was at our backs, and sometimes it stood right ahead, and the river before us was one sheet of intolerable glory. On either hand, meadows and orchards bordered, with a margin of sedge and water flowers, upon the river. The hedges were of great height, woven about the trunks of hedgerow elms, and the fields, as they were often very small, looked like a series of bowers along the stream. There was never any prospect. Sometimes a hilltop with its trees would look over the nearest hedgerow, just to make a middle distance for the sky, but that was all. The heaven was bare of clouds. The atmosphere, after the rain, was of enchanting purity. The river doubled among the hillocks, a shining strip of mirror glass, and the dip of the paddles set the flowers shaking along the brink. In the meadows wandered black and white cattle fantastically marked. One beast, with a white head and the rest of the body glossy black, came to the edge to drink, and stood gravely twitching his ears at me as I went by, like some sort of preposterous clergyman in a play. A moment after I heard a loud plunge, and turning PG 28 my head, saw the clergyman struggling to shore. The bank had given way under his feet. Besides the cattle, we saw no living things except a few birds and a great many fishermen. These sat along the edges of the meadows, sometimes with one rod, sometimes with as many as half a score. They seemed stupefied with contentment, and when we induced them to exchange a few words with us about the weather, their voices sounded quiet and far away. There was a strange diversity of opinion among them as to the kind of fish for which they set their lures, although they were all agreed in this, that the river was abundantly supplied. Where it was plain that no two of them had ever caught the same kind of fish, We could not help suspecting that perhaps not any one of them had ever caught a fish at all. I hope, since the afternoon was so lovely, that they were one and all rewarded, and that a silver booty went home in every basket for the pot. Some of my friends would cry shame on me for this, but I prefer a man, were he only an angler, to the bravest pair of gills in all God's waters. I do not affect fishes unless when cooked in sauce, whereas an angler is an important piece of river scenery, and hence deserves some recognition among canoeists. He can always tell you where you are after a mild fashion, and his quiet presence serves to accentuate the solitude and stillness, and remind you of the glittering citizens below your boat. The Samber turned so industriously to and fro among his little hills that it was past 6 before we drew near the lock at Quartz. There were some children on the towpath, with whom the cigarette fell into a chaffing talk as they ran along beside us. It was in vain that I warned him. In vain I told him in English that boys were the most dangerous creatures, and if once you began with them, it was safe to end in a shower of stones. For my own part, whenever anything was addressed to me, I smiled gently and shook my head, as though I were an inoffensive PG-29 person inadequately acquainted with French. For indeed I have had such experience at home, that I would sooner meet many wild animals than a troop of healthy urchins. But I was doing injustice to these peaceable young Hainaulters. When the cigarette went off to make inquiries, I got out upon the bank to smoke a pipe and superintend the boats, and became at once the center of much amiable curiosity. The children had been joined by this time by a young woman and a mild lad who had lost an arm, and this gave me more security. When I let slip my first word or so in French, a little girl nodded her head with a comical grown-up air. "Ah, you see," she said, "he understands well enough now. He was just making believe." And the little group laughed together very good-naturedly. They were much impressed when they heard we came from England, and the little girl proffered the information that England was an island and a far way from here beyond Loin D100. "Aye, you may say that. A far way from here," said the lad with one arm. I was as nearly homesick as ever I was in my life. They seemed to make it such an incalculable distance to the place where I first saw the day. They admired the canoes very much, and I observed one piece of delicacy in these children, which is worthy of record. They had been deafening us for the last 100 yards with petitions for a sail. Aye, and they deafened us to the same tune next morning when we came to start. But then, when the canoes were lying empty, there was no word of any such petition. Delicacy, or perhaps a bit of fear for the water in so crank a vessel? I hate cynicism a great deal worse than I do the devil, unless perhaps the two were the same thing. And yet tea's a good tonic, the cold tub and bath toll of the sentiments, and positively necessary to life in cases of advanced sensibility. PG 30. From the boats they turned to my costume. They could not make enough of my red sash, and my knife filled them with awe. "They make them like that in England," said the boy with one arm. I was glad he did not know how badly we make them in England nowadays. "They are for people who go away to sea," he added, "and to defend one's life against great fish." I felt I was becoming a more and more romantic figure to the little group at every word, and so I suppose I was. Even my pipe, although it was an ordinary French clay, pretty well trousered as they call it, would have a rarity in their eyes, as a thing coming from so far away. And if my feathers were not very fine in themselves, they were all from overseas. One thing in my outfit, however, tickled them out of all politeness, and that was the bemired condition of my canvas shoes. I suppose they were sure the mud at any rate was a home product. The little girl who was the genius of the party displayed her own sabots in competition, and I wish you could have seen how gracefully and merrily she did it. The young woman's milk can, a great amphora of hammered brass, stood some way off upon the sward. I was glad of an opportunity to divert public attention from myself and return some of the compliments I had received. So I admired it cordially both for form and color, telling them, and very truly, that it was as beautiful as gold. They were not surprised. The things were plainly the boast of the countryside, and the children expatiated on the costliness of these amphorae, which sell sometimes as high as 30 francs apiece, told me how they were carried on donkeys, one on either side of the saddle, a brave caparison in themselves, and how they were to be seen all over the district, and at the larger farms in great number and of great size. Poncer Samber, PG 31. We are peddlers. The cigarette returned with good news. There were beds to be had some 10 minutes' walk from where we were, at a place called Pont. We stowed the canoes in a granary and asked among the children for a guide. The circle at once widened round us, and our offers of reward were received in dispiriting silence. We were plainly a pair of bluebeards to the children. They might speak to us in public places, and where they had the advantage of numbers. But it was another thing to venture off alone with two uncouth and legendary characters, who had dropped from the clouds upon their hamlet this quiet afternoon, sashed and benived, and with a flavor of great voyages. The owner of the granary came to our assistance, singled out one little fellow, and threatened him with corporalities, or I suspect we should have had to find the way for ourselves. As it was, he was more frightened at the granary man than the strangers, having perhaps had some experience of the former. But I fancy his little heart must have been going at a fine rate, for he kept trotting at a respectful distance in front and looking back at us with scared eyes. Not otherwise may the children of the young world have guided Jove or one of his Olympian compeers on an adventure. A miry lane led us up from Quartz with its church and bickering windmill. The hinds were trudging homewards from the fields. A brisk little woman passed us by. She was seated across a donkey between a pair of glitter PG-32ing milk cans, and, as she went, she kicked jauntily with her heels upon the donkey's side and scattered shrill remarks among the wayfarers. It was notable that none of the tired men took the trouble to reply. Our conductor soon led us out of the lane and across country. The sun had gone down, but the west in front of us was one lake of level gold. The path wandered a while in the open, and then passed under a trellis like a bower indefinitely prolonged. On either hand were shadowy orchards. Cottages lay low among the leaves and sent their smoke to heaven. Every here and there, in an opening, appeared the great gold face of the west. I never saw the cigarette in such an idyllic frame of mind. He waxed positively lyrical in praise of country scenes. I was little less exhilarated myself. The mild air of the evening, the shadows, the rich lights, and the silence made a symphonious accompaniment about our walk, and we both determined to avoid towns for the future and sleep in hamlets. At last the path went between two houses and turned the party out into a wide, muddy highroad, bordered, as far as the eye could reach on either hand, by an unsightly village. The houses stood well back, leaving a ribbon of waste land on either side of the road, where there were stacks of firewood, carts, barrows, rubbish heaps, and a little doubtful grass. Away on the left, a gaunt tower stood in the middle of the street. What it had been in past ages I know not, probably a hold in time of war, but nowadays it bore an illegible dial plate in its upper parts, and near the bottom an iron letterbox. The inn to which we had been recommended at Quartz was full, or else the landlady did not like our looks. I ought to say that with our long, damp India rubber bags, we presented rather a doubtful type of civilization, like rag and bone men, the cigarette imagined. These gentlemen are peddlers? C.S. Messieurs sont des marchands, asked the landlady. And then, without wait PG-33ing for an answer, which I suppose she thought superfluous in so plain a case, recommended us to a butcher who lived hard by the tower, and took in travelers to lodge. Thither went we, but the butcher was flitting, and all his beds were taken down, or else he did not like our look. As a parting shot, we had these gentlemen our peddlers. It began to grow dark in earnest. We could no longer distinguish the faces of the people who passed us by with an inarticulate good evening, and the householders of Pont seemed very economical with their oil, for we saw not a single window lighted in all that long village. I believe it is the longest village in the world, but I dare say in our predicament every pace counted 3 times over. We were much cast down when we came to the last auberge, and looking in at the dark door, asked timidly if we could sleep there for the night. A female voice assented in no very friendly tones. We clapped the bags down and found our way to chairs. The place was in total darkness, save a red glow in the chinks and ventilators of the stove. But now the landlady lit a lamp to see her new guests. I suppose the darkness was what saved us another expulsion, for I cannot say she looked gratified at our appearance. We were in a large bare apartment, adorned with 2 allegorical prints of music and painting, and a copy of the law against public drunkenness. On one side there was a bit of a bar, with some half a dozen bottles. 2 laborers sat waiting supper, in attitudes of extreme weariness. A plain-looking lass bustled about with a sleepy child of 2, and the landlady began to derange the pots upon the stove and set some beefsteak to grill. "These gentlemen are peddlers?" she asked sharply, and that was all the conversation forthcoming. We began to think we might be peddlers after all. I never knew a population with so narrow a range of conjecture as the innkeepers of Pont-sur-Sambre. But manners and PG-34 bearing have not a wider currency than banknotes. You have only to get far enough out of your beat, and all your accomplished airs will go for nothing. These Hainaulters could see no difference between us and the average peddler. Indeed, we had some grounds for reflection while the steak was getting ready, to see how perfectly they accepted us at their own valuation, and how our best politeness and best efforts at entertainment seemed to fit quite suitably with the character of packmen. At least it seemed a good account of the profession in France, that even before such judges we could not beat them at our own weapons. At last we were called to table. The two hinds and one of them looked sadly worn and white in the face, as though sick with overwork and underfeeding, supped off a single plate of some sort of breadberry, some potatoes in their jackets, a small cup of coffee sweetened with sugar candy, and one tumbler of swipes. The landlady, her son, and the lass aforesaid took the same. Our meal was quite a banquet by comparison. We had some beefsteak, not so tender as it might have been, some of the potatoes, some cheese, an extra glass of the swipes, and white sugar in our coffee. You see what it is to be a gentleman, I beg your pardon, what it is to be a peddler. It had not before occurred to me that a peddler was a great man in a laborer's alehouse, but now that I had to enact the part for an evening, I found that so it was. He has in his hedge quarters somewhat the same preeminency as the man who takes a private parlor in a hotel. The more you look into it, the more infinite are the class distinctions among men, and possibly, by a happy dispensation, there is no one at all at the bottom of the scale, no one but can find some superiority over somebody else to keep up his pride withal. We were displeased enough with our fare, particularly the cigarette, for I tried to make believe that I was amused with the adventure, tough beefsteak and all. According to the Lucretian maxim, our steak should have PG-35 been flavored by the look of the other people's breadberry. But we did not find it so in practice. You may have a head knowledge that other people live more poorly than yourself, but it is not agreeable, I was going to say. It is against the etiquette of the Universito sit at the same table and pick your own superior diet from among their crusts. I had not seen such a thing done since the greedy boy at school with his birthday cake. It was odious enough to witness, I could remember, and I had never thought to play the part myself. But there again you see what it is to be a peddler. There is no doubt that the poorer classes in our country are much more charitably disposed than their superiors in wealth, and I fancy it must arise a great deal from the comparative indistinction of the easy and the not so easy in these ranks. A workman or a peddler cannot shutter himself off from his less comfortable neighbors. If he treats himself to a luxury, he must do it in the face of a dozen who cannot. And what should more directly lead to charitable thoughts? Thus the poor man, camping out in life, sees it as it is, and knows that every mouthful he puts in his belly has been wrenched out of the fingers of the hungry. But at a certain stage of prosperity, as in a balloon ascent, the fortunate person passes through a zone of clouds, and sublunary matters are thenceforward hidden from his view. He sees nothing but the heavenly bodies, all in admirable order, and positively as good as new. He finds himself surrounded in the most touching manner by the attentions of Providence, and compares himself involuntarily with the lilies and the skylarks. He does not precisely sing, of course, but then he looks so unassuming in his open landau. If all the world dined at one table, this philosophy would meet with some rude knocks. Pont-sur-Sambre, PG-36. The traveling merchant. Like the lackeys in Moliere's farce, when the true noblemen broke in on their high life below stairs, we were destined to be confronted with a real peddler. To make the lesson still more poignant for fallen gentlemen like us, he was a peddler of infinitely more consideration than the sort of scurvy fellows we were taken for, like a lion among mice, or a ship of war bearing down upon two cockboats. Indeed, he did not deserve the name of peddler at all. He was a traveling merchant. I suppose it was about 8:30 when this worthy, Monsieur Hector Gilliard of Maubeuge, turned up at the alehouse door in a tilt cart drawn by a donkey, and cried cheerily on the inhabitants. He was a lean, nervous flibberty-gibbet of a man, with something the look of an actor, and something the look of a horse jockey. He had evidently prospered without any of the favors of education, for he adhered with stern simplicity to the masculine gender, and in the course of the evening passed off some fancy futures in a very florid style of architecture. With him came his wife, a comely young woman with her hair tied in a yellow kerchief, and their son, a little fellow of 4, in a blouse and military capey. It was notable that the child was many degrees better dressed than either of the parents. We were informed he was already at a boarding school, but the holidays having just commenced, he was off to spend them with his parents on a cruise. An enchanting holiday occupation, was it not? To travel all day with father and mother in the Tilt PG-37 cart full of countless treasures, the green country rattling by on either side, and the children in all the villages contemplating him with envy and wonder? It is better fun, during the holidays, to be the son of a traveling merchant than son, and heir to the greatest cot spinner in creation. And as for being a reigning prince indeed, I never saw one if it was not Master Gilliard. While 1000, Hector and the son of the house were putting up the donkey, and getting all the valuables under lock and key, the landlady warmed up the remains of our beefsteak and fried the cold potatoes in slices, and Madame Gilliard set herself to waken the boy, who had come far that day, and was peevish and dazzled by the light. He was no sooner awake than he began to prepare himself for supper by eating galette, unripe pears, and cold potatoes with, so far as I could judge, positive benefit to his appetite. The landlady, fired with motherly emulation, awoke her own little girl, and the two children were confronted. Master Gilliard looked at her for a moment, very much as a dog looks at his own reflection in a mirror before he turns away. He was at that time absorbed in the galette. His mother seemed crestfallen that he should display so little inclination towards the other sex, and expressed her disappointment with some candor and a very proper reference to the influence of years. Sure enough, a time will come when he will pay more attention to the girls and think a great deal less of his mother. Let us hope she will like it as well as she seemed to fancy. But it is odd enough. The very women who profess most contempt for mankind as a sex seem to find even its ugliest particulars rather lively and high-minded in their own sons. The little girl looked longer and with more interest, probably because she was in her own house, while he was a traveler and accustomed to strange sights. And besides, there was no galette in the case with her. PG-38. All the time of supper, there was nothing spoken of but my young lord. The two parents were both absurdly fond of their child. Monsieur kept insisting on his sagacity, how he knew all the children at school by name, and when this utterly failed on trial, how he was cautious and exact to a strange degree, and if asked anything, he would sit and think, and if he did not know it, my faith, he would not tell you at all ma foi, il nie. Vous le dira pas, which is certainly a very high degree of caution. At intervals, 1000. Hector would appeal to his wife, with his mouth full of beefsteak, as to the little fellow's age at such or such a time when he had said or done something memorable, and I noticed that Madame usually pooh-poohed these inquiries. She herself was not boastful in her vein, but she never had her fill of caressing the child, and she seemed to take a gentle pleasure in recalling all that was fortunate in his little existence. No schoolboy could have talked more of the holidays which were just beginning, and less of the black schooltime which must inevitably follow after. She showed, with a pride perhaps partly mercantile in origin, his pockets preposterously swollen with tops and whistles and string. When she called at a house in the way of business, it appeared he kept her company, and whenever a sale was made, received a sou out of the profit. Indeed, they spoiled him vastly, these two good people. But they had an eye to his manners for all that, and reproved him for some little faults in breeding, which occurred from time to time during supper. On the whole, I was not much hurt at being taken for a peddler. I might think that I ate with greater delicacy, or that my mistakes in French belonged to a different order, but it was plain that these distinctions would be thrown away upon the landlady and the two laborers. In all essential things, we and the Gilliards cut very much the same figure in the alehouse kitchen. 1000. Hector was more at home, indeed, and took a higher tone with the PG-39 world, but that was explicable on the ground of his driving a donkey cart, while we poor bodies tramped afoot. I dare say the rest of the company thought us dying with envy, though in no ill sense, to be as far up in the profession as the new arrival. And of one thing I am sure, that everyone thawed and became more humanized and conversable as soon as these innocent people appeared upon the scene. I would not very readily trust the traveling merchant with any extravagant sum of money, but I am sure his heart was in the right place. In this mixed world, if you can find one or two sensible places in a man above all, if you should find a whole family living together on such pleasant terms, you may surely be satisfied, and take the rest for granted. Or, what is a great deal better, boldly make up your mind that you can do perfectly well without the rest, and that 10,000 bad traits cannot make a single good one any the less good. It was getting late. 1000. Hector lit a stable lantern and went off to his cart for some arrangements, and my young gentleman proceeded to divest himself of the better part of his raiment and play gymnastics on his mother's lap, and thence on to the floor with accompaniment of laughter. "Are you going to sleep alone?" asked the servant lass. "There's little fear of that," says Master Gilliard. "You sleep alone at school," objected his mother. "Come, come, you must be a man." But he protested that school was a different matter from the holidays, that there were dormitories at school, and silenced the discussion with kisses, his mother smiling, no one better pleased than she. There certainly was, as he phrased it, very little fear that he should sleep alone, for there was but one bed for the trio. We, on our part, had firmly protested against one man's accommodation for two, and we had a double PG-40 bedded pen in the loft of the house, furnished, beside the beds, with exactly 3 hat pegs and 1 table. There was not so much as a glass of water, but the window would open, by good fortune. Some time before I fell asleep, the loft was full of the sound of mighty snoring. The Gilliards, and the laborers, and the people of the inn, all at it, I suppose, with one consent. The young moon outside shone very clearly over Pont sur Sambre, and down upon the alehouse where all we pedlars were abed. On the Sambre canalized. PG 41. To Landrecies. In the morning, when we came downstairs, the landlady pointed out to us 2 pails of water behind the street door. "Voilà de l'eau pour vous de barbouiller," says she. And so there we made a shift to wash ourselves, while Madame Gilliard brushed the family boots on the outer doorstep, and 1,000. Hector, whistling cheerily, arranged some small goods for the day's campaign in a portable chest of drawers, which formed a part of his baggage. Meanwhile the child was letting off Waterloo crackers all over the floor. I wonder, by the by, what they call Waterloo crackers in France, perhaps Austerlitz crackers. There is a great deal in the point of view. Do you remember the Frenchman who, traveling by way of Southampton, was put down in Waterloo Station and had to drive across Waterloo Bridge? He had a mind to go home again, it seems. Pont itself is on the river, but whereas it is 10 minutes' walk from Quartz by dry land, it is 6 weary kilometers by water. We left our bags at the inn and walked to our canoes through the wet orchards unencumbered. Some of the children were there to see us off, but we were no longer the mysterious beings of the night before. A departure is much less romantic than an unexplained arrival in the golden evening. Although we might be greatly taken at a ghost's first appearance, we should behold him vanish with comparative equanimity. The good folk of the inn at Pont, when we called their PG-42 for the bags, were overcome with marveling. At sight of these 2 dainty little boats with a fluttering Union Jack on each, and all the varnish shining from the sponge, they began to perceive that they had entertained angels unawares. The landlady stood upon the bridge, probably lamenting she had charged so little. The son ran to and fro, and called out the neighbors to enjoy the sight, and we paddled away from quite a crowd of rapt observers. These gentlemen peddlers, indeed, now you see their quality too late. The whole day was showery, with occasional drenching plumps. We were soaked to the skin, then partially dried in the sun, then soaked once more. But there were some calm intervals, and one notably when we were skirting the forest of Mormel, a sinister name to the ear, but a place most gratifying to sight and smell. It looked solemn along the riverside, drooping its boughs into the water, and piling them up aloft into a wall of leaves. What is a forest but a city of nature's own, full of hardy and innocuous living things, where there is nothing dead and nothing made with the hands, but the citizens themselves are the houses and public monuments? There is nothing so much alive, and yet so quiet, as a woodland, and a pair of people, swinging past in canoes, feel very small and bustling by comparison. And surely of all smells in the world, the smell of many trees is the sweetest and most fortifying. The sea has a rude, pistoling sort of odor that takes you in the nostrils like snuff, and carries with it a fine sentiment of open water and tall ships. But the smell of a forest, which comes nearest to this in tonic quality, surpasses it by many degrees in the quality of softness. Again, the smell of the sea has little variety, but the smell of a forest is infinitely changeful. It varies with the hour of the day, not in strength merely, but in character. And the different sorts of trees, as you go from one zone of the wood to another, seem to live among. Different kinds of Atmo PG-43 sphere. Usually the resin of the fir predominates, but some woods are more coquettish in their habits, and the breath of the forest of Mormel, as it came aboard upon us that showery afternoon, was perfumed with nothing less delicate than sweetbriar. I wish our way had always lain among woods. Trees are the most civil society. An old oak that has been growing where he stands since before the Reformation, taller than many spires, more stately than the greater part of mountains, and yet a living thing, liable to sicknesses and death, like you and me. Is not that in itself a speaking lesson in history? But acres on acres full of such patriarchs contiguously rooted, their green tops billowing in the wind, their stalwart younglings pushing up about their knees. A whole forest, healthy and beautiful, giving color to the light, giving perfume to the air. What is this but the most imposing piece in nature's repertory? Heine wished to lie like Merlin under the oaks of Broceliande. I should not be satisfied with one tree, but if the wood grew together like a banyan grove, I would be buried under the taproot of the whole. My parts should circulate from oak to oak, and my consciousness should be diffused abroad in all the forest, and give a common heart to that assembly of green spires, so that it also might rejoice in its own loveliness and dignity. I think I feel 1,000 squirrels leaping from bough to bough in my vast mausoleum, and the birds and the winds merrily coursing over its uneven, leafy surface. Alas, the forest of Mormal is only a little bit of a wood, and it was but for a little way that we skirted by its boundaries. And the rest of the time the rain kept coming in squirts and the wind in squalls, until one's heart grew weary of such fitful, scolding weather. It was odd how the showers began when we had to carry the boats over a loch, and must expose our legs. They always 999. This is a sort of thing that readily begets a personal feeling against nature. There seems no reason why the shower PG-44 should not come 5 minutes before or 5 minutes after, unless you suppose an intention to affront you. The cigarette had a mackintosh which put him more or less above these contrarieties, but I had to bear the brunt uncovered. I began to remember that nature was a woman. My companion, in a rosier temper, listened with great satisfaction to my jeremiads, and ironically concurred. He instanced, as a cognate matter, the action of the tides, which, said he, was altogether designed for the confusion of canoeists, except in so far as it was calculated to minister to a barren vanity on the part of the moon. At the last lock, some little way out of Landrecies, I refused to go any farther, and sat in a drift of rain by the side of the bank to have a reviving pipe. A vivacious old man, whom I take to have been the devil, drew near and questioned me about our journey. In the fullness of my heart, I laid bare our plans before him. He said it was the silliest enterprise that ever he heard of. Why did I not know, he asked me, that it was nothing but locks, locks, locks the whole way? Not to mention that, at this season of the year, we should find the ice quite dry. Get into a train, my little young man, said he, and go you away home to your parents. I was so astounded at the man's malice that I could only stare at him in silence. A tree would never have spoken to me like this. At last I got out with some words. We had come from Antwerp already, I told him, which was a good long way, and we should do the rest in spite of him. Yes, I said, if there were no other reason, I would do it now, just because he had dared to say we could not. The pleasant old gentleman looked at me sneeringly, made an allusion to my canoe, and marched off, waggling his head. I was still inwardly fuming, when up came a pair of young fellows, who imagined I was the cigarette servant, on a comparison, I suppose, of my bare jersey with the other's mackintosh, and asked me many questions about PG-40, 5 my place, and my master's character. I said he was a good enough fellow, but had this absurd voyage on the head. Oh no, no, said one, you must not say that. It is not absurd, it is very courageous of him. I believe these were a couple of angels sent to give me heart again. It was truly fortifying to reproduce all the old man's insinuations, as if they were original to me in my character of a malcontent footman, and have them brushed away like so many flies by these admirable young men. When I recounted this affair to the cigarette, they must have a curious idea of how English servants behave, says he, dryly, for you treated me like a brute beast at the lock. I was a good deal mortified, but my temper had suffered, it is a fact. At Landrecies, PG-46. At Landrecies the rain still fell and the wind still blew, but we found a double-bedded room with plenty of furniture, real water jugs with real water in them, and dinner. A real dinner, not innocent of real wine. After having been a peddler for one night, and a butt for the elements during the whole of the next day, these comfortable circumstances fell on my heart like sunshine. There was an English fruiterer at dinner, traveling with a Belgian fruiterer. In the evening at the cafe, we watched our compatriot drop a good deal of money at corks, and I do not know why, but this pleased us. It turned out we were to see more of Landrecies than we expected, for the weather next day was simply bedlamite. It is not the place one would have chosen for a day's rest, for it consists almost entirely of fortifications. Within the ramparts, a few blocks of houses, a long row of barracks, and a church figure, with what countenance they may, as the town. There seems to be no trade, and a shopkeeper from whom I bought a sixpenny flint and steel was so much affected that he filled my pockets with spare flints into the bargain. The only public buildings that had any interest for us were the hotel and the cafe, but we visited the church. There lies Marshal Clark. But as neither of us had ever heard of that military hero, we bore the associations of the spot with fortitude. In all garrison towns, guard calls and reveilles and such like make a fine romantic interlude in civic business. Bugles and drums and fifes are of themselves most excellent things in nature, and when they carry the mind to PG 47 marching armies and the picturesque vicissitudes of war, they stir up something proud in the heart. But in a shadow of a town like Landrecies, with little else moving, these points of war made a proportionate commotion. Indeed, they were the only things to remember. It was just the place to hear the round going by at night in the darkness, with the solid tramp of men marching and the startling reverberations of the drum. It reminded you that even this place was a point in the great warfaring system of Europe, and might on some future day be ringed about with cannon smoke and thunder, and make itself a name among strong towns. The drum, at any rate, from its martial voice and notable physiological effectne, even from its cumbrous and comical shape, stands alone among the instruments of noise. And if it be true, as I have heard it said, that drums are covered with ass's skin, what a picturesque irony is there in that? As if this long-suffering animal's hide had not been sufficiently belabored during life, now by Lyonese costermongers, now by presumptuous Hebrew prophets, it must be stripped from his poor hinder quarters after death, stretched on a drum, and beaten night after night round the streets of every garrison town in Europe, and up the heights of Alma and Spicherin, and wherever death has his red flag a-flying, and sounds his own potent tuck upon the cannons, there also must the drummer boy, hurrying with white face over fallen comrades, batter and bemaul this slip of skin from the loins of peaceable donkeys. Generally, a man is never more uselessly employed than when he is at this trick of bastinadoing ass's hide. We know what effect it has in life, and how your dull ass will not mend his pace with beating. But in this state of mummy and melancholy survival of itself, when the hollow skin reverberates to the drummer's wrist, and each doobadub goes direct to a man's heart, and puts madness there, and that disposition of the pulses which we, in our PG 48 big way of talking nickname heroism, is there not something in the nature of a revenge? Upon the donkey's persecutors? Of old he might say, you drubbed me up hill and down dale, and I must endure. But now that I am dead, those dull thwacks that were scarcely audible in country lanes have become stirring music in front of the brigade, and for every blow that you lay on my old greatcoat you will see a comrade stumble and fall. Not long after the drums had passed the cafe, the cigarette and the Arethusa began to grow sleepy, and set out for the hotel, which was only a door or two away. But although we had been somewhat indifferent to Landrecies, Landrecies had not been indifferent to us. All day, we learned, people had been running out between the squalls to visit our two boats. Hundreds of persons, so said report, although it fitted ill with our idea of the town. Hundreds of persons had inspected them where they lay in a coal shed. We were becoming lions in Landrecies, who had been only peddlers the night before in Pont. And now, when we left the cafe, we were pursued and overtaken at the hotel door by no less a person than the Juge de Paix, a functionary, as far as I can make out, of the character of a Scots sheriff substitute. He gave us his card and invited us to sup with him on the spot, very neatly, very gracefully, as Frenchmen can do these things. It was for the credit of Landrecies, said he, and although we knew very well how little credit we could do the place, we must have been churlish fellows to refuse an invitation so politely introduced. The house of the judge was close by. It was a well-appointed bachelor's establishment, with a curious collection of old brass warming pans upon the walls. Some of these were most elaborately carved. It seemed a picturesque idea for a collector. You could not help thinking how many nightcaps had wagged over these warming pans in past generations, what jests may have been made and kisses taken, while they were in service, and how PG 49 often they had been uselessly paraded in the bed of death. If they could only speak, at what absurd, indecorous, and tragical scenes had they not been present. The wine was excellent. When we made the judge our compliments upon a bottle, I do not give it you as my worst, said he. I wonder when Englishmen will learn these hospitable graces. They are worth learning, they set off life and make ordinary moments ornamental. There were two other Landrishenses present. One was the collector of something or other, I forget what. The other, we were told, was the principal notary of the place. So it happened that we all five more or less followed the law. At this rate, the talk was pretty certain to become technical. The cigarette expounded the poor laws very magisterially. And a little later I found myself laying down the Scots law of illegitimacy, of which I am glad to say I know nothing. The collector and the notary, who were both married men, accused the judge, who was a bachelor, of having started the subject. He deprecated the charge with a conscious, pleased air, just like all the men I have ever seen, be they French or English. How strange that we should all, in our unguarded moments, rather like to be thought a bit of a rogue with the women. As the evening went on, the wine grew more to my taste. The spirits proved better than the wine. The company was genial. This was the highest watermark of popular favor on the whole cruise. After all, being in a judge's house, was there not something semi-official in the tribute? And so, remembering what a great country France is, we did full justice to our entertainment. Landrecies had been a long while asleep before we returned to the hotel, and the sentries on the ramparts were already looking for daybreak. PG 50. Sambre and Oise Canal. Canal boats. Next day we made a late start in the rain. The judge politely escorted us to the end of the lock under an umbrella. We had now brought ourselves to a pitch of humility in the matter of weather not often attained except in the Scottish Highlands. A rag of blue sky or a glimpse of sunshine set our hearts singing, and when the rain was not heavy, we counted the day almost fair. Long lines of barges lay one after another along the canal, many of them looking mighty spruce and shipshape in their jerkin of archangel tar, picked out with white and green. Some carried gay iron railings, and quite a parterre of flower pots. Children played on the decks, as heedless of the rain as if they had been brought up on Loch Carron's side. Men fished over the gunwale, some of them under umbrellas. Women did their washing, and every barge boasted its mongrel cur by way of watchdog. Each one barked furiously at the canoes, running alongside until he had got to the end of his own ship, and so passing on the word to the dog aboard the next. We must have seen something like 100 of these embarkations in the course of that day's paddle, ranged one after another like the houses in a street, and from not one of them were we disappointed of this accompaniment. It was like visiting a menagerie, the cigarette remarked. These little cities by the canal side had a very odd effect upon the mind. They seemed, with their flower PG 51 pots and smoking chimneys, their washings and dinners, a rooted piece of nature in the scene. And yet if only the canal below were to open, one junk after another would hoist sail or harness horses and swim away into all parts of France, and the impromptu hamlet would separate, house by house, to the four winds. The children who played together today by the Sambre and Oise Canal, each at his own father's threshold, when and where might they next meet? For some time past the subject of barges had occupied a great deal of our talk, and we had projected an old age on the canals of Europe. It was to be the most leisurely of progresses, now on a swift river at the tail of a steamboat, now waiting horses for days together on some inconsiderable junction. We should be seen pottering on deck in all the dignity of years, our white beards falling into our laps. We were ever to be busied among paint pots, so that there should be no white fresher, and no green more emerald than ours, in all the navy of the canals. There should be books in the cabin, and tobacco jars, and some old Burgundy as red as a November sunset, and as odorous as a violet in April. There should be a flageolet, whence the cigarette, with cunning touch, should draw melting music under the stars, or perhaps, laying that aside, upraise his voice somewhat thinner than of yore, and with here and there a quaver, or call it a natural grace notine rich and solemn psalmody. All this, simmering in my mind, set me wishing to go aboard one of these ideal houses of lounging. I had plenty to choose from, as I coasted one after another, and the dogs bayed at me for a vagrant. At last I saw a nice old man and his wife looking at me with some interest, so I gave them good day and pulled up alongside. I began with a remark upon their dog, which had somewhat the look of a pointer. Thence I slid into a compliment on Madame's flowers, and thence into a word in praise of their way of life. PG 52. If you ventured on such an experiment in England, you would get a slap in the face at once. The life would be shown to be a vile one, not without a side shot at your better fortune. Now, What I like so much in France is the clear, unflinching recognition by everybody of his own luck. They all know on which side their bread is buttered, and take a pleasure in showing it to others, which is surely the better part of religion. And they scorn to make a poor mouth over their poverty, which I take to be the better part of manliness. I have heard a woman, in quite a better position at home, with a good bit of money in hand, refer to her own child with a horrid whine as a poor man's child. I would not say such a thing to the Duke of Westminster, and the French are full of this spirit of independence. Perhaps it is the result of republican institutions, as they call them. Much more likely it is because there are so few people really poor that the whiners are not enough to keep each other in countenance. The people on the barge were delighted to hear that I admired their state. They understood perfectly well, they told me, how Monsieur envied them. Without doubt Monsieur was rich, and in that case he might make a canal boat as pretty as a villagely comet un chateau, and with that they invited me on board their own water villa. They apologized for their cabin. They had not been rich enough to make it as it ought to be. The fire should have been here, at this side, explained the husband. Then one might have a reading table in the middle book's end comprehensively all. It would be quite coquetishka serrate tautafate coquette. And he looked about him as though the improvements were already made. It was plainly not the first time that he had thus beautified his cabin in imagination, and when next he makes a hit, I should expect to see the reading table in the middle. Madame had 3 birds in a cage. They were no PG-53 great thing, she explained. Fine birds were so dear. They had sought to get a Hollandaise last winter in Rouen, thought I, and is this whole mansion, with its dogs and birds and smoking chimneys, so far a traveler as that, and as homely an object among the cliffs and orchards of the Seine as on the green plains of Sambre, they had sought to get a Hollandaise last winter in Rouen, but these cost 15 francs a piece a picture at 15 francs. Poor untout petty oiseau for quite a little bird, added the husband. As I continued to admire, the apologetics died away, and the good people began to brag of their barge, and their happy condition in life, as if they had been Emperor and Empress of the Indies. It was, in the Scots phrase, a good hearing, and put me in good humor with the world. If people knew what an inspiriting thing it is to hear a man boasting, so long as he boasts of what he really has, I believe they would do it more freely and with a better grace. They began to ask about our voyage. You should have seen how they sympathized. They seemed half ready to give up their barge and follow us. But these Canaletti are only gypsies semi-domesticated. The semi-domestication came out in rather a pretty form. Suddenly Madame's brow darkened. Sependent, she began, and then stopped, and then began again by asking me if I were single. Yes, said one, and your friend who went by just now. He also was unmarried. Oh, then all was well. She could not have wives left alone at home, but since there were no wives in the question, we were doing the best we could. To see about one in the world, said the husband, ill ni a queckather is nothing else worthwhile. A man, look you, who sticks in his own village like a bear, he PG-54 went on, very well, he sees nothing. And then death is the end of all, and he has seen nothing. Madame reminded her husband of an Englishman who had come up this canal in a steamer. Perhaps Mr. Moans in the Itine, I suggested. That's it, assented the husband. He had his wife and family with him and servants. He came ashore at all the locks and asked the name of the villages, whether from boatmen or lockkeepers, and then he wrote them down. Oh, he wrote enormously. I suppose it was a wager. A wager was a common enough explanation for our own exploits, but it seemed an original reason for taking notes. The Oise in flood. PG 55. Before 9 next morning, the 2 canoes were installed on a light country cart at a true, and we were soon following them along the side of a pleasant valley full of hop gardens and poplars. Agreeable villages lay here and there on the slope of the hill, notably Tupigny, with the hopples hanging their garlands in the very street, and the houses clustered with grapes. There was a faint enthusiasm on our passage. Weavers put their heads to the windows. Children cried out in ecstasy at sight of the 2 boatis barquettes, and bloused pedestrians, who were acquainted with our charioteer, jested with him on the nature of his freight. We had a shower or two, but light and flying. The air was clean and sweet among all these green fields and green things growing. There was not a touch of autumn in the weather. And when, at Vadencourt, we launched from a little lawn opposite a mill, the sun broke forth and set all the leaves shining in the valley of the Oise. The river was swollen with the long rains. From Vadencourt all the way to Origny, it ran with ever-quickening speed, taking fresh heart at each mile and racing as though it already smelt the sea. The water was yellow and turbulent, swung with an angry eddy among half-submerged willows, and made an angry clatter along stony shores. The course kept turning and turning in a narrow and well-timbered valley. Now the river would approach the side, and run gliding along the chalky base of the hill, and show us a few open colza-fields among the trees. Now it would skirt the garden walls of houses, where we might catch a glimpse through a doorway, and PG-56 see a priest pacing in the checkered sunlight. Again, the foliage closed so thickly in front that there seemed to be no issue. Only a thicket of willows, overtopped by elms and poplars, under which the river ran flush and fleet, and where a kingfisher flew past like a piece of the blue sky. On these different manifestations, the sun poured its clear and catholic looks. The shadows lay as solid on the swift surface of the stream as on the stable meadows. The light sparkled golden in the dancing poplar leaves and brought the hills in communion with our eyes. And all the while the river never stopped running or took breath, and the reeds along the whole valley stood shivering from top to toe. There should be some myth, but if there is, I know it not founded on the shivering of the reeds. There are not many things in nature more striking to man's eye. It is such an eloquent pantomime of terror, and to see such a number of terrified creatures taking sanctuary in every nook along the shore is enough to infect a silly human with alarm. Perhaps they are only ackled, and no wonder, standing waist-deep in the stream. Or perhaps they have never got accustomed to the speed and fury of the river's flux, or the miracle of its continuous body. Pan once played upon their forefathers, and so, by the hands of his river, he still plays upon these later generations down all the valley of the Oise, and plays the same air, both sweet and shrill, to tell us of the beauty and the terror of the world. The canoe was like a leaf in the current. It took it up and shook it, and carried it masterfully away, like a centaur carrying off a nymph. To keep some command on our direction required hard and diligent plying of the paddle. The river was in such a hurry for the sea, every drop of water ran in a panic, like as many people in a frightened crowd. But what crowd was ever so numerous, or so single-minded? All the objects of sight went by at a dance measure. The eyesight raced with the racing PG-57 river. The exigencies of every moment kept the pegs screwed so tight that our being quivered like a well-tuned instrument, and the blood shook off its lethargy, and trotted through all the highways and byways of the veins and arteries, and in and out of the heart, as if circulation were but a holiday journey, and not the daily moil of 60 years and 10. The reeds might nod their heads in warning, and with tremulous gestures tell how the river was as cruel as it was strong and cold, and how death lurked in the eddy underneath the willows. But the reeds had to stand where they were, and those who stand still are always timid advisers. As for us, we could have shouted aloud. If this lively and beautiful river were, indeed, a thing of death's contrivance, the old ashen rogue had famously outwitted himself with us. I was living 3 to the minute. I was scoring points against him every stroke of my paddle, every turn of the stream. I have rarely had better profit of my life. For I think we may look upon our little private war with death somewhat in this light. If a man knows he will sooner or later be robbed upon a journey, he will have a bottle of the best in every inn, and look upon all his extravagances as so much gained upon the thieves. And, above all, where instead of simply spending, he makes a profitable investment for some of his money, when it will be out of risk of loss. So every bit of brisk living, and above all when it is healthful, is just so much gained upon the wholesale filcher, death. We shall have the less in our pockets, the more in our stomach, when he cries stand and deliver. A swift stream is a favorite artifice of his, and one that brings him in a comfortable thing per annum. But when he and I come to settle our accounts, I shall whistle in his face for these hours upon the upper Oise. Towards afternoon, we got fairly drunken with the sunshine and the exhilaration of the pace. We could no longer contain ourselves and our content. The canoes PG-58 were too small for us. We must be out and stretch ourselves on shore. And so in a green meadow we bestowed our limbs on the grass, and smoked deifying tobacco, and proclaimed the world excellent. It was the last good hour of the day, and I dwell upon it with extreme complacency. On one side of the valley, high up on the chalky summit of the hill, a ploughman with his team appeared and disappeared at regular intervals. At each revelation he stood still for a few seconds against the sky, for all the world as the cigarette declared like a toy Burns who should have just ploughed up the mountain daisy. He was the only living thing within view, unless we are to count the river. On the other side of the valley, a group of red roofs and a belfry showed among the foliage. Then some inspired bell ringer made the afternoon musical on a chime of bells. There was something very sweet and taking in the air he played, and we thought we had never heard bells speak so intelligibly or sing so melodiously as these. It must have been to some such measure that the spinners and the young maids sang Come Away, Death in the Shakespearean Illyria. There is so often a threatening note, something blatant and metallic, in the voice of bells that I believe we have fully more pain than pleasure from hearing them. But these, as they sounded abroad, now high, now low, now with a plaintive cadence that caught the ear like the burthen of a popular song, were always moderate and tunable, and seemed to fall in with the spirit of still, rustic places, like the noise of a waterfall or the babble of a rookery in spring. I could have asked the bell ringer for his blessing, good, sedate old man, who swung the rope so gently to the time of his meditations. I could have blessed the priest or the heritors, or whoever may be concerned with such affairs in France, who had left these sweet old bells to gladden the afternoon, and not held meetings and made collections, and had their PG 59 names repeatedly printed in the local paper, to rig up a peal of brand new, brazen, Birmingham hearted substitutes, who should bombard their sides to the provocation of a brand new bell ringer, and fill the echoes of the valley with terror and riot. At last the bells ceased, and with their note the sun withdrew. The piece was at an end, shadow and silence possessed the valley of the Oise. We took to the paddle with glad hearts, like people who have sat out a noble performance and returned to work. The river was more dangerous here. It ran swifter, the eddies were more sudden and violent. All the way down we had had our fill of difficulties. Sometimes it was a weir which could be shot, sometimes one so shallow and full of stakes that we must withdraw the boats from the water and carry them round. But the chief sort of obstacle was a consequence of the late high winds. Every 200 or 300 yards a tree had fallen across the river, and usually involved more than another in its fall. Often there was free water at the end, and we could steer round the leafy promontory and hear the water sucking and bubbling among the twigs. Often, again, when the tree reached from bank to bank, there was room by lying close to shoot through underneath, canoe and all. Sometimes it was necessary to get out upon the trunk itself and pull the boats across. And sometimes, when the stream was too impetuous for this, there was nothing for it but to land and carry over. This made a fine series of accidents in the day's career, and kept us aware of ourselves. Shortly after our re-embarkation, while I was leading by a long way, and still full of a noble, exulting spirit in honor of the sun, the swift pace, and the church bells, the river made one of its leonine pounces round a corner, and I was aware of another fallen tree within a stone cast. I had my backboard down in a trice, and aimed for a place where the trunk seemed high enough above PG 60 the water, and the branches not too thick to let me slip below. When a man has just vowed eternal brotherhood with the universe, he is not in a temper to take great determinations coolly. And this, which might have been a very important determination for me, had not been taken under a happy star. The tree caught me about the chest, and while I was yet struggling to make less of myself and get through, the river took the matter out of my hands and bereaved me of my boat. The Arethusa swung round broadside on, leaned over, ejected so much of me as still remained on board, and thus disencumbered, whipped under the tree, righted, and went merrily away downstream. I do not know how long it was before I scrambled on to the tree to which I was left clinging, but it was longer than I cared about. My thoughts were of a grave and almost somber character, but I still clung to my paddle. The stream ran away with my heels as fast as I could pull up my shoulders, and I seemed, by the weight, to have all the water of the Oise in my trousers pockets. You can never know, till you try it, what a dead pull a river makes against a man. Death himself had me by the heels, for this was his last ambuscado, and he must now join personally in the fray, and still I held to my paddle. At last I dragged myself onto my stomach on the trunk and lay there a breathless sop with a mingled sense of humor and injustice. A poor figure I must have presented to Burns upon the hilltop with his team. But there was the paddle in my hand. On my tomb, if ever I have one, I mean to get these words inscribed. He clung to his paddle. The cigarette had gone past a while before. For, as I might have observed, if I had been a little less pleased with the universe at the moment, there was a clear way round the treetop at the farther side. Had offered his services to haul me out, but as I was then already on my elbows, I had declined and sent him downstream after PG 61, the truant Arethusa. The stream was too rapid for a man to mount with one canoe, let alone two, upon his hands. So I crawled along the trunk to shore and proceeded down the meadows by the riverside. I was so cold that my heart was sore. I had now an idea of my own why the reeds so bitterly shivered. I could have given any of them a lesson. The cigarette remarked facetiously that he thought I was taking exercise as I drew near, until he made out for certain that I was only twittering with cold. I had a rub down with a towel and donned a dry suit from the India-rubber bag. But I was not my own man again for the rest of the voyage. I had a queasy sense that I wore my last dry clothes upon my body. The struggle had tired me, and perhaps whether I knew it or not, I was a little dashed in spirit. The devouring element in the universe had leaped out against me, in this green valley quickened by a running stream. The bells were all very pretty in their way, but I had heard some of the hollow notes of Pan's music. Would the wicked river drag me down by the heels, indeed, and look so beautiful all the time? Nature's good humor was only sky deep after all. There was still a long way to go by the winding course of the stream, and darkness had fallen, and a late bell was ringing in Origny Saint Benoit when we arrived. Origny Saint Benoit, page 62. Sabide. The next day was Sunday, and the church bells had little rest. Indeed, I do not think I remember anywhere else so great a choice of services as were here offered to the devout. And while the bells made merry in the sunshine, all the world with his dog was out shooting among the beets and colza. In the morning, a hawker and his wife went down the street at a foot pace, singing to a very slow, lamentable music, O France, mes amours. It brought everybody to the door, and when our landlady called in the man to buy the words, he had not a copy of them left. She was not the first nor the second who had been taken with the song. There is something very pathetic in the love of the French people, since the war, for dismal patriotic music-making. I have watched a forester from Alsace while someone was singing Les Malheurs de la France at a baptismal party in the neighborhood of Fontainebleau. He arose from the table and took his son aside, close by where I was standing. Listen, listen, he said, bearing on the boy's shoulder, and remember this, my son. A little after he went out into the garden suddenly, and I could hear him sobbing in the darkness. The humiliation of their arms and the loss of Alsace and Lorraine made a sore pull on the endurance of this sensitive people. And their hearts are still hot, not so much against Germany as against the Empire. In what other country will you find a patriotic ditty bring all the world into the street? But affliction heightens love, and PG 63, we shall never know we are Englishmen until we have lost India. Independent America is still the cross of my existence. I cannot think of Farmer George without abhorrence, and I never feel more warmly to my own land than when I see the stars and stripes and remember what our empire might have been. The hawker's little book, which I purchased, was a curious mixture. Side by side with the flippant, rowdy nonsense of the Paris musicales, there were many pastoral pieces, not without a touch of poetry, I thought, and instinct with the brave independence of the poorer class in France. There you might read how the woodcutter gloried in his axe, and the gardener scorned to be ashamed of his spade. It was not very well written, this poetry of labor, but the pluck of the sentiment redeemed what was weak or wordy in the expression. The martial and the patriotic pieces, on the other hand, were tearful, womanish productions one and all. The poet had passed under the Caudine Forks. He sang for an army visiting the tomb of its old renown, with arms reversed, and sang not of victory, but of death. There was a number in the hawker's collection called Conscripts Francais, which may rank among the most dissuasive war lyrics on record. It would not be possible to fight at all in such a spirit. The bravest conscript would turn pale if such a ditty were struck up beside him on the morning of battle, and whole regiments would pile their arms to its tune. If Fletcher of Saltoun is in the right about the influence of national songs, you would say France was come to a poor pass. But the thing will work its own cure, and a sound-hearted and courageous people weary at length of sniveling over their disasters. Already Paul Déroulède has written some manly military verses. There is not much of the trumpet note in them, perhaps, to stir a man's heart in his bosom. They lack the lyrical elation and move slowly. But they are written in a grave, honorable, stoical spirit, which should carry soldiers far in a PG 64 good cause. One feels as if one would like to trust Déroulède with something. It will be happy if he can so far inoculate his fellow countrymen that they may be trusted with their own future. And in the meantime, here is an antidote to French conscripts and much other doleful versification. We had left the boats overnight in the custody of one whom we shall call Carnival. I did not properly catch his name, and perhaps that was not unfortunate for him, as I am not in a position to hand him down with honor to posterity. To this person's premises we strolled in the course of the day, and found quite a little deputation inspecting the canoes. There was a stout gentleman with a knowledge of the river, which he seemed eager to impart. There was a very elegant young gentleman in a black coat, with a smattering of English, who led the talk at once to the Oxford and Cambridge boat race. And then there were three handsome girls from 15 to 20, and an old gentleman in a blouse, with no teeth to speak of, and a strong country accent. Quite the pick of Origny, I should suppose. The cigarette had some mysteries to perform with his rigging in the coach house, so I was left to do the parade single-handed. I found myself very much of a hero, whether I would or not. The girls were full of little shudderings over the dangers of our journey, and I thought it would be ungallant not to take my cue from the ladies. My mishap of yesterday, told in an offhand way, produced a deep sensation. It was Othello over again, with no less than three Desdemonas and a sprinkling of sympathetic senators in the background. Never were the canoes more flattered, or flattered more adroitly. "It is like a violin," cried one of the girls in an ecstasy. "I thank you for the word, mademoiselle," said one. "All the more since there are people who call out to me that it is like a coffin." PG 65. "Oh, aye, but it is really like a violin. It is finished like a violin," she went on. "And polished like a violin," added a senator. "One has only to stretch the chords," concluded another, and then Tum Tum Tidum imitated the result with spirit. Was not this a graceful little ovation? Where this people finds the secret of its pretty speeches, I cannot imagine, unless the secret should be no other than a sincere desire to please. But then no disgrace is attached in France to saying a thing neatly, whereas in England to talk like a book is to give in one's resignation to society. The old gentleman in the blouse stole into the coach house, and somewhat irrelevantly informed the cigarette that he was the father of the three girls and four more. Quite an exploit for a Frenchman. "You are very fortunate," answered the cigarette politely. And the old gentleman, having apparently gained his point, stole away again. We all got very friendly together. The girls proposed to start with us on the morrow, if you please. And, jesting apart, everyone was anxious to know the hour of our departure. Now, when you are going to crawl into your canoe from a bad launch, a crowd, however friendly, is undesirable, and so we told them not before 12, and mentally determined to be off by 10 at latest. Towards evening, we went abroad again to post some letters. It was cool and pleasant. The long village was quite empty, except for one or two urchins who followed us as they might have followed a menagerie. The hills and the treetops looked in from all sides through the clear air, and the bells were chiming for yet another service. Suddenly, we sighted the three girls standing, with a fourth sister, in front of a shop on the wide selvage of the roadway. We had been very merry with them a little PG 66 while ago, to be sure. But what was the etiquette of Origny? Had it been a country road, of course we should have spoken to them. But here, under the eyes of all the gossips, ought we to do even as much as Beau? I consulted the cigarette. "Look," said he. I looked. There were the four girls on the same spot, but now four backs were turned to us, very upright and conscious. Corporal modesty had given the word of command, and the well-disciplined picket had gone right about face like a single person. They maintained this formation all the while we were in sight, but we heard them tittering among themselves, and the girl whom we had not met laughed with open mouth, and even looked over her shoulder at the enemy. I wonder, was it altogether modesty after all, or in part a sort of country provocation? As we were returning to the inn, we beheld something floating in the ample field of golden evening sky, above the chalk cliffs and the trees that grow along their summit. It was too high up, too large and too steady for a kite, and as it was dark, it could not be a star. For although a star were as black as ink and as rugged as a walnut, so amply does the sun bathe heaven with radiance, that it would sparkle like a point of light for us. Village was dotted with people with their heads in air, and the children were in a bustle all along the street and far up the straight road that climbs the hill, where we could still see them running in loose knots. It was a balloon, we learned, which had left St. Quentin at 5:30 that evening. Mighty composedly the majority of the grown people took it, but we were English, and were soon running up the hill with the best. Being travelers ourselves in a small way, we would fain have seen these other travelers alight. The spectacle was over by the time we gained the top of the hill. All the gold had withered out of the sky, PG 67, and the balloon had disappeared. Whither, I asked myself, caught up into the seventh heaven, or come safely to land somewhere in that blue uneven distance, into which the roadway dipped and melted before our eyes? Probably the aeronauts were already warming themselves at a farm chimney, for they say it is cold in these unhomely regions of the air. The night fell swiftly. Roadside trees and disappointed sightseers, returning though the meadows, stood out in black against a margin of low red sunset. It was cheerfuler to face the other way, and so down the hill we went with a full moon, the color of a melon, swinging high above the wooded valley, and the white cliffs behind us faintly reddened by the fire of the chalk kilns. The lamps were lighted, and the salads were being made in Origny Saint Benoit by the river. Origny Saint Benoit, PG 68. The company at table. Although we came late for dinner, the company at table treated us to sparkling wine. That is how we are in France, said one. Those who sit down with us are our friends, and the rest applauded. They were three altogether, and an odd trio to pass the Sunday with. Two of them were guests like ourselves, both men of the north. One ruddy and of a full habit of body, with copious black hair and beard, the intrepid hunter of France, who thought nothing so small, not even a lark or a minnow, but he might vindicate his prowess by its capture. For such a great, healthy man, his hair flourishing like Samson's, his arteries running buckets of red blood to boast of these infinitesimal exploits, produced a feeling of disproportion in the world, as when a steam hammer is set to cracking nuts. The other was a quiet, subdued person, blonde and lymphatic and sad, with something the look of a Dane, tristes tites de Danois, as Gaston Leifnester used to say. I must not let that name go by without a word for the best of all good fellows, now gone down into the dust. We shall never again see Gaston in his forest costume, was Gaston with all the world, in affection, not in disrespect nor hear him wake the echoes of Fontainebleau with the woodland horn. Never again shall his kind smile put peace among all races of artistic men, and make the Englishman at home in France. Never more shall the sheep, who were not more innocent at heart than he, PG 69, sit all unconsciously for his industrious pencil. He died too early, at the very moment when he was beginning to put forth fresh sprouts, and blossom into something worthy of himself, and yet none who knew him will think he lived in vain. I never knew a man so little, for whom yet I had so much affection, and I find it a good test of others, how much they had learned to understand and value him. His was indeed a good influence in life while he was still among us. He had a fresh laugh, it did you good to see him, and however sad he may have been at heart, he always bore a bold and cheerful countenance, and took fortune's worst as it were the showers of spring. But now his mother sits alone by the side of Fontainebleau woods, where he gathered mushrooms in his hardy and penurious youth. Many of his pictures found their way across the channel, besides those which were stolen, when a dastardly Yankee left him alone in London with 2 English pence, and perhaps twice as many words of English. If anyone who reads these lines should have a scene of sheep, in the manner of Jacques, with this fine creature's signature, let him tell himself that one of the kindest and bravest of men has lent a hand to decorate his lodging. There may be better pictures in the National Gallery, but not a painter among the generations had a better heart. Precious in the sight of the Lord of humanity, the Psalms tell us is the death of his saints. It had need to be precious, for it is very costly when by the stroke a mother is left desolate, and the peacemaker and peacelooker of a whole society is laid in the ground with Caesar and the 12 apostles. There is something lacking among the oaks of Fontainebleau, and when the dessert comes in at Barbizon, people look to the door for a figure that is gone. The third of our companions at Origny was no less a person than the landlady's husband. Not properly the landlord, since he worked himself in a factory during the PG 70 day and came to his own house at evening as a guest. A man worn to skin and bone by perpetual excitement, with baldish head, sharp features, and swift, shining eyes. On Saturday, describing some paltry adventure at a duck hunt, he broke a plate into a score of fragments. Whenever he made a remark, he would look all round the table with his chin raised, and a spark of green light in either eye, seeking approval. His wife appeared now and again in the doorway of the room, where she was superintending dinner, with a Henry, you forget yourself, or a Henry, you can surely talk without making such a noise. Indeed, that was what the honest fellow could not do. On the most trifling matter his eyes kindled, his fist visited the table, and his voice rolled abroad in changeful thunder. I never saw such a petard of a man. I think the devil was in him. He had 2 favorite expressions: it is logical, or illogical, as the case might be, and this other, thrown out with a certain bravado, as a man might unfurl a banner at the beginning of many a long and sonorous story. I am a proletarian, you see. Indeed, we saw it very well. God forbid that ever I should find him handling a gun in Paris streets. That will not be a good moment for the general public. I thought his two phrases very much represented the good and evil of his class, and to some extent of his country. It is a strong thing to say what one is, and not be ashamed of it, even although it be in doubtful taste to repeat the statement too often in one evening. I should not admire it in a duke, of course, but as times go, the trait is honorable in a workman. On the other hand, it is not at all a strong thing to put one's reliance upon logic, and our own logic particularly, for it is generally wrong. We never know where we are to end if once we begin following words or doctors. There is an upright stock in a man's own heart that is trustier than any syllogism, and the eyes and the sympathies and appetites know a thing or two that have never yet been stated in Contro PG 71 versi. Reasons are as plentiful as blackberries, and like fisticuffs, they serve impartially with all sides. Doctrines do not stand or fall by their proofs, and are only logical insofar as they are cleverly put. An able controversialist, no more than an able general, demonstrates the justice of his cause. But France is all gone wandering after one or two big words. It will take some time before they can be satisfied that they are no more than words, however big, and when once that is done, they will perhaps find logic less diverting. The conversation opened with details of the day's shooting. When all the sportsmen of a village shoot over the village territory pro indiviso, it is plain that many questions of etiquette and priority must arise. Here now, cried the landlord, brandishing a plate, here is a field of beetroot. Well, here am I then. I advance, do I not? A by N, sacristy, and the statement, waxing louder, rolls off into a reverberation of oaths, the speaker glaring about for sympathy, and everybody nodding his head to him in the name of peace. The ruddy Northman told some tales of his own prowess in keeping order, notably one of a marquis. Marquis, I said, if you take another step I fire upon you. You have committed a dirtiness, Marquis. Whereupon, it appeared, the Marquis touched his cap and withdrew. The landlord applauded noisily. It was well done, he said. He did all that he could. He admitted he was wrong, and then oath upon oath. He was no Marquis lover either, but he had a sense of justice in him, this proletarian host of ours. From the matter of hunting, the talk veered into a general comparison of Paris and the country. The proletarian beat the table like a drum in praise of Paris. What is Paris? Paris is the cream of France. There are no Parisians. It is you and I and everybody who are Parisians. A man has 80 chances percent to get on PG 72 in the world in Paris. And he drew a vivid sketch of the workman in a den no bigger than a dog hutch, making articles that were to go all over the world. Eh bien, quoi, c'est magnifique, ca, cried he. The sad Northman interfered in praise of a peasant's life. He thought Paris bad for men and women. Centralization, said he. But the landlord was at his throat in a moment. It was all logical, he showed him, and all magnificent. What a spectacle, what a glance for an eye, and the dishes reeled upon the table under a cannonade of blows. Seeking to make peace, I threw in a word in praise of the liberty of opinion in France. I could hardly have shot more amiss. There was an instant silence and a great wagging of significant heads. They did not fancy the subject, it was plain, but they gave me to understand that the sad Northman was a martyr on account of his views. Ask him a bit, said they, just ask him. Yes, sir, said he, in his quiet way, answering me, although I had not spoken. I am afraid there is less liberty of opinion in France than you may imagine. And with that he dropped his eyes and seemed to consider the subject at an end. Our curiosity was mightily excited at this. How, or why, or when was this lymphatic bagman martyred? We concluded at once it was on some religious question, and brushed up our memories of the Inquisition, which were principally drawn from Poe's horrid story, and the sermon in Tristram Shandy, I believe. On the morrow we had an opportunity of going further into the question, for when we rose very early to avoid a sympathizing deputation at our departure, we found the hero up before us. He was breaking his fast on white wine and raw onions, in order to keep up the character of martyr, I conclude. We had a long conversation, and made out what we wanted in spite of his reserve. But here was a truly curious circumstance. It seems possible PG 73 for two Scotsmen and a Frenchman to discuss during a long half-hour, and each nationality have a different idea in view throughout. It was not till the very end that we discovered his heresy had been political, or that he suspected our mistake. The terms and spirit in which he spoke of his political beliefs were, in our eyes, suited to religious beliefs, and vice versa. Nothing could be more characteristic of the two countries. Politics are the religion of France. As Nanty Ewart would have said, a DD bad religion. While we, at home, keep most of our bitterness for little differences about a hymn book or a Hebrew word which perhaps neither of the parties can translate. And perhaps the misconception is typical of many others that may never be cleared up, not only between people of different race, but between those of different sex. As for our friend's martyrdom, he was a communist, or perhaps only a communard, which is a very different thing, and had lost one or more situations in consequence. I think he had also been rejected in marriage, but perhaps he had a sentimental way of considering business which deceived me. He was a mild, gentle creature, anyway, and I hope he has got a better situation, and married a more suitable wife since then. Down the Oise. PG 74. Tamoy. Carnival notoriously cheated us at first. Finding us easy in our ways, he regretted having let us oil so cheaply, and taking me aside, told me a cock and bull story with the moral of another 5 francs for the narrator. The thing was palpably absurd, but I paid up, and at once dropped all friendliness of manner, and kept him in his place as an inferior with freezing British dignity. He saw in a moment that he had gone too far, and killed a willing horse. His face fell. I am sure he would have refunded if he could only have thought of a decent pretext. He wished me to drink with him, but I would none of his drinks. He grew pathetically tender in his professions, but I walked beside him in silence or answered him in stately courtesies, and when we got to the landing place, passed the word in English slang to the cigarette. In spite of the false scent we had thrown out the day before, there must have been 50 people about the bridge. We were as pleasant as we could be with all but Carnival. We said goodbye, shaking hands with the old gentleman who knew the river and the young gentleman who had a smattering of English, but never a word for Carnival. Poor Carnival, here was a humiliation. He who had been so much identified with the canoes, who had given orders in our name, who had shown off the boats and even the boatmen like a private exhibition of his own, to be now so publicly shamed by the lions of his caravan. I never saw anybody look more crestfallen than he. He hung in the background, coming timidly forward ever PG 75 and again, as he thought he saw some symptom of a relenting humor, and falling hurriedly back when he encountered a cold stare. Let us hope it will be a lesson to him. I would not have mentioned Carnival's peccadillo had not the thing been so uncommon in France. This, for instance, was the only case of dishonesty or even sharp practice in our whole voyage. We talk very much about our honesty in England. It is a good rule to be on your guard wherever you hear great professions about a very little piece of virtue. If the English could only hear how they are spoken of abroad, they might confine themselves for a while to remedying the fact, and perhaps even when that was done, give us fewer of their airs. The young ladies, the Graces of Origny, were not present at our start, but when we got round to the second bridge, behold, it was black with sightseers. We were loudly cheered, and for a good way below young lads and lasses ran along the bank, still cheering. What with current and paddling, we were flashing along like swallows. It was no joke to keep up with us upon the woody shore. But the girls picked up their skirts as if they were sure they had good ankles, and followed until their breath was out. The last to weary were the 3 Graces and a couple of companions, and just as they too had had enough, the foremost of the 3 leaped upon a tree stump and kissed her hand to the canoeists. Not Diana herself, although this was more of a Venus after all, could have done a graceful thing more gracefully. "Come back again," she cried, and all the others echoed her, and the hills about Origny repeated the words, "Come back." But the river had us round an angle in a twinkling, and we were alone with the green trees and running water. Come back, there is no coming back, young ladies, on the impetuous stream of life. The merchant bows unto the seaman's star. The ploughman from the sun his season takes. PG 76. And we must all set our pocket watches by the clock of fate. There is a headlong, forthright tide that bears away man with his fancies like a straw and runs fast in time and space. It is full of curves like this, your winding river of the Oise, and lingers and returns in pleasant pastorals, and yet, rightly thought upon, never returns at all. For though it should revisit the same acre of meadow in the same hour, it will have made an ample sweep between wells. Many little streams will have fallen in, many exhalations risen towards the sun, and even although it were the same acre, it will no more be the same river of Oise. And thus, O Graces of Origny, although the wandering fortune of my life should carry me back again to where you await death's whistle by the river, that will not be the old I who walks the street. and those wives and mothers say, will those be you? There was never any mistake about the Oise, as a matter of fact. In these upper reaches it was still in a prodigious hurry for the sea. It ran so fast and merrily, through all the windings of its channel, that I strained my thumb, fighting with the rapids, and had to paddle all the rest of the way with one hand turned up. Sometimes it had to serve mills, and being still a little river, ran very dry and shallow in the meanwhile. We had to put our legs out of the boat and shove ourselves off the sand of the bottom with our feet. And still it went on its way singing among the poplars, and making a green valley in the world. After a good woman, and a good book, and tobacco, there is nothing so agreeable on earth as a river. I forgave it its attempt on my life, which was after all one part owing to the unruly winds of heaven that had blown down the tree, one part to my own mismanagement, and only a third part to the river itself, and that not out of malice, but from its great preoccupation over its business of getting to the sea. A difficult business, too, for the detours it had to make are not to be counted. The geographers seem to have given up the attempt. For PG 77, I found no map represent the infinite contortion of its course. A fact will say more than any of them. After we had been some hours, 3 if I mistake not, flitting by the trees at this smooth, breakneck gallop, when we came upon a hamlet and asked where we were, we had got no farther than 4 kilometers, say 2 miles and a half from Origny. If it were not for the honor of the thing in the Scots saying, we might almost as well have been standing still. We lunched on a meadow inside a parallelogram of poplars. The leaves danced and prattled in the wind all round about us. The river hurried on meanwhile and seemed to chide at our delay. Little we cared. The river knew where it was going, not so we, the less our hurry, where we found good quarters and a pleasant theatre for a pipe. At that hour stockbrokers were shouting in Paris bourse for 2 or 3%. But we minded them as little as the sliding stream, and sacrificed a hecatomb of minutes to the gods of tobacco and digestion. Hurry is the resource of the faithless. Where a man can trust his own heart and those of his friends, tomorrow is as good as today. And if he die in the meanwhile, why then, there he dies, and the question is solved. We had to take to the canal in the course of the afternoon, because, where it crossed the river, there was, not a bridge but a siphon. If it had not been for an excited fellow on the bank, we should have paddled right into the siphon, and thenceforward not paddled any more. We met a man, a gentleman on the towpath, who was much interested in our cruise, and I was witness to a strange seizure of lying suffered by the cigarette, who, because his knife came from Norway, narrated all sorts of adventures in that country, where he has never been. He was quite feverish at the end, and pleaded demoniacal possession. Moy was a pleasant little village, gathered round a chateau in a moat. The air was PG 78 perfumed with hemp from neighboring fields. At the Golden Sheep we found excellent entertainment. German shells from the siege of La Fere, Nuremberg figures, goldfish in a bowl, and all manner of knickknacks embellished the public room. The landlady was a stout, plain, short-sighted, motherly body, with something not far short of a genius for cookery. She had a guess of her excellence herself. After every dish was sent in, she would come and look on at the dinner for a while, with puckered, blinking eyes. C'est bon, and est pas, she would say, and when she had received a proper answer, she disappeared into the kitchen. That common French dish, partridge and cabbages, became a new thing in my eyes at the Golden Sheep, and many subsequent dinners have bitterly disappointed me in consequence. Sweet was our rest in the Golden Sheep at Moy. La Fear of Cursed Memory. PG 79. We lingered in Moy a good part of the day, for we were fond of being philosophical, and scorned long journeys and early starts on principle. The place, moreover, invited to repose. People in elaborate shooting costumes sallied from the chateau with guns and game bags, and this was a pleasure in itself, to remain behind while these elegant pleasure-seekers took the first of the morning. In this way, all the world may be an aristocrat, and play the duke among marquises, and the reigning monarch among dukes, if he will only outvie them in tranquility. An imperturbable demeanor comes from perfect patience. Quiet minds cannot be perplexed or frightened, but go on in fortune or misfortune at their own private pace, like a clock during a thunderstorm. We made a very short day of it to La Fere, but the dusk was falling, and a small rain had begun before we stowed the boats. La Fere is a fortified town in a plain, and has 2 belts of rampart. Between the first and the second extends a region of waste land and cultivated patches. Here and there along the wayside were posters forbidding trespass in the name of military engineering. At last, a second gateway admitted us to the town itself. Lighted windows looked gladsome, whiffs of comfortable cookery came abroad upon the air. The town was full of the military reserve, out for the French autumn maneuvers, and the reservists walked speedily and wore their formidable greatcoats. It was a fine night to be within doors over dinner, and hear the rain upon the windows. The cigarette and I could not sufficiently congratulate PG-80 each other on the prospect, for we had been told there was a capital in at Lafiere. Such a dinner as we were going to eat, such beds as we were to sleep in, and all the while the rain raining on houseless folk over all the poplared countryside. It made our mouths water. The inn bore the name of some woodland animal, stag or hart or hind, I forget which, but I shall never forget how spacious and how eminently habitable it looked as we drew near. The carriage entry was lighted up, not by intention, but from the mere superfluity of fire and candle in the house. A rattle of many dishes came to our ears. We sighted a great field of tablecloth. The kitchen glowed like a forge and smelt like a garden of things to eat. Into this, the inmost shrine and physiological heart of a hostelry, with all its furnaces in action, and all its dressers charged with viands, you are now to suppose us making our triumphal entry, a pair of damp rag-and-bone men, each with a limp india-rubber bag upon his arm. I do not believe I have a sound view of that kitchen. I saw it through a sort of glory, but it seemed to me crowded with the snowy caps of cookmen, who all turned round from their saucepans and looked at us with surprise. There was no doubt about the landlady, however. There she was, heading her army, a flushed, angry woman full of affairs. Her I asked politely to politely, thinks the cigarette if we could have beds. She surveying us coldly from head to foot. You will find beds in the suburbs, she remarked. We are too busy for the like of you. If we could make an entrance, change our clothes, and order a bottle of wine, I felt sure we could put things right. So said I. If we cannot sleep, we may at least dine, and was for depositing my bag. What a terrible convulsion of nature was that which followed in the landlady's face? She made a run at us and stamped her foot. PG 81. Out with you out of the door, she screeched. Sortes, sortes, sortes par la porte. I do not know how it happened, but next moment we were out in the rain and darkness, and I was cursing before the carriage entry like a disappointed mendicant. Where were the boating men of Belgium? Where the judge and his good wines? And where the graces of Origny? Black, black was the night after the firelit kitchen, but what was that to the blackness in our heart? This was not the first time that I have been refused a lodging. Often and often have I planned what I should do if such a misadventure happened to me again, and nothing is easier to plan. But to put in execution, with the heart boiling at the indignity? Try it only once, and tell me what you 999. It is all very fine to talk about tramps and morality. 6 hours of police surveillance such as I have had, or one brutal rejection from an indoor, change your views upon the subject like a course of lectures. As long as you keep in the upper regions, with all the world bowing to you as you go, social arrangements have a very handsome air, but once get under the wheels, and you wish society were at the devil. I will give most respectable men a fortnight of such a life, and then I will offer them tuppence for what remains of their morality. For my part, when I was turned out of the stag, or the hind, or whatever it was, I would have set the temple of Diana on fire if it had been handy. There was no crime complete enough to express my disapproval of human institutions. As for the cigarette, I never knew a man so altered. We have been taken for peddlers again, said he. Good God, what it must be to be a peddler in reality. He particularized a complaint for every joint in the landlady's body. Timon was a philanthropist alongside of him. And then, when he was at the top of his maledictory bent, he would suddenly break away and begin whimperingly to commiserate the poor. I hope to God, PG 82, he said, and I trust the prayer was answered, that I shall never be uncivil to a peddler. Was this the imperturbable cigarette? This was he. Oh, change beyond report, thought, or belief. Meantime the heaven wept upon our heads, and the windows grew brighter as the night increased in darkness. We trudged in and out of Lafiere streets. We saw shops and private houses where people were copiously dining. We saw stables where carters' nags had plenty of fodder and clean straw. We saw no end of reservists who were very sorry for themselves this wet night, I doubt not, and yearned for their country homes. But had they not each man his place in Lafiere barracks? And we, what had we? There seemed to be no other inn in the whole town. People gave us directions, which we followed as best we could, generally with the effect of bringing us out again upon the scene of our disgrace. We were very sad people indeed by the time we had gone all over Lafiere, and the cigarette had already made up his mind to lie under a poplar and sup off a loaf of bread. But right at the other end, the house next the town gate was full of light and bustle. Bazin, aubergiste, loge apide was the sign. A la croix de Malte, there were we received. The room was full of noisy reservists drinking and smoking, and we were very glad indeed when the drums and bugles began to go about the streets, and one and all had to snatch shakos and be off for the barracks. Bazin was a tall man, running to fat, soft-spoken, with a delicate, gentle face. We asked him to share our wine, but he excused himself, having pledged reservists all day long. This was a very different type of the workman innkeeper from the bawling, disputatious fellow at Origny. He also loved Paris, where he had worked as a decorative painter in his youth. There were such opportunities for self-instruction there, he said. And if anyone has read Zola's description of the workman's marriage party, visiting the Louvre, they would do PG 83 well to have heard Bazin by way of antidote. He had delighted in the museums in his youth. One sees their little miracles of work, he said. That is what makes a good workman. It kindles a spark. We asked him how he managed in La Fere. I am married, he said, and I have my pretty children. But frankly, it is no life at all. From morning to night I pledge a pack of good enough fellows who know nothing. It fared as the night went on, and the moon came out of the clouds. We sat in front of the door, talking softly with Bazin. At the guardhouse opposite, the guard was being forever turned out, as trains of field artillery kept clanking in out of the night, or patrols of horsemen trotted by in their cloaks. Madame Bazin came out after a while. She was tired with her day's work, I suppose, and she nestled up to her husband and laid her head upon his breast. He had his arm about her and kept gently patting her on the shoulder. I think Bazin was right, and he was really married. Of how few people can the same be said. Little did the Bazins know how much they served us. We were charged for candles, for food and drink, and for the beds we slept in. But there was nothing in the bill for the husband's pleasant talk, nor for the pretty spectacle of their married life. And there was yet another item uncharged. For these people's politeness really set us up again in our own esteem. We had a thirst for consideration. The sense of insult was still hot in our spirits, and civil usage seemed to restore us to our position in the world. How little we pay our way in life. Although we have our purses continually in our hand, the better part of service goes still unrewarded. But I like to fancy that a grateful spirit gives as good as it gets. Perhaps the Bazins knew how much I liked them. Perhaps they also were healed of some slights by the thanks that I gave them in my manner. Down the Oise. PG 84. Through the Golden Valley. Below La Fere, the river runs through a piece of open pastoral country, green, opulent, loved by breeders, called the Golden Valley. In wide sweeps and with a swift and equable gallop, the ceaseless stream of water visits and makes green the fields. Kine and horses and little humorous donkeys browse together in the meadows and come down in troops to the riverside to drink. They make a strange feature in the landscape, above all when they are startled, and you see them galloping to and fro with their incongruous forms and faces. It gives a feeling as of great, unfenced pampas and the herds of wandering nations. There were hills in the distance upon either hand, and on one side the river sometimes bordered on the wooded spurs of Coucy and St. Gobain. The artillery were practicing at La Fere, and soon the cannon of heaven joined in that loud play. Two continents of cloud met and exchanged salvos overhead, while all round the horizon we could see sunshine and clear air upon the hills. What with the guns and the thunder, the herds were all frightened in the Golden Valley. We could see them tossing their heads and running to and fro in timorous indecision. And when they had made up their minds, and the donkey followed the horse, and the cow was after the donkey, we could hear their hooves thundering abroad over the meadows. It had a martial sound, like cavalry charges. And altogether, as far as the ears are concerned, we had a very rousing battle piece performed for our amusement. PG 85. At last the guns and the thunder dropped off. The sun shone on the wet meadows. The air was scented with the breath of rejoicing trees and grass, and the river kept unweariedly carrying us on at its best pace. There was a manufacturing district about Chauny, and after that the banks grew so high that they hid the adjacent country, and we could see nothing but clay sides, and one willow after another. Only, here and there, we passed by a village or a ferry, and some wondering child upon the bank would stare after us until we turned the corner. I dare say we continued to paddle in that child's dreams for many a night after. Sun and shower alternated like day and night, making the hours longer by their variety. When the showers were heavy, I could feel each drop striking through my jersey to my warm skin, and the accumulation of small shocks put me nearly beside myself. I decided I should buy a Macintosh at Noyon. It is nothing to get wet, but the misery of these individual pricks of cold all over my body at the same instant of time made me flail the water with my paddle like a madman. The cigarette was greatly amused by these ebullitions. It gave him something else to look at besides clay banks and willows. All the time, the river stole away like a thief in straight places, or swung round corners with an eddy. The willows nodded, and were undermined all day long. The clay banks tumbled in. The Oise, which had been so many centuries making the Golden Valley, seemed to have changed its fancy, and to be bent upon undoing its performance. What a number of things a river does, by simply following gravity in the innocence of its heart. Noyon Cathedral. PG 86. Noyon stands about a mile from the river, in a little plain surrounded by wooded hills, and entirely covers an eminence with its tile roofs, surmounted by a long, straight-backed cathedral with two stiff towers. As we got into the town, the tile roofs seemed to tumble uphill one upon another in the oddest disorder. But for all their scrambling, they did not attain above the knees of the cathedral, which stood, upright and solemn, over all. As the streets drew near to this presiding genius, through the marketplace under the Hotel de Ville, they grew emptier and more composed. Blank walls and shuttered windows were turned to the great edifice, and grass grew on the white causeway. Put off thy shoes from off thy feet, for the place whereon thou standest is holy ground. The Hotel du Nord, nevertheless, lights its secular tapers within a stonecast of the church, and we had the superb East End before our eyes all morning from the window of our bedroom. I have seldom looked on the east end of a church with more complete sympathy. As it flanges out in three wide terraces and settles down broadly on the earth, it looks like the poop of some great old battleship. Hollow-backed buttresses carry vases, which figure for the stern lanterns. There is a roll in the ground, and the towers just appear above the pitch of the roof, as though the good ship were bowing lazily over an Atlantic swell. At any moment it might be 100 feet away from you, climbing the next billow. At any moment a window might open, and some old admiral thrust forth a cocked hat and proceed to take an observation. The old admirals PG-87 sail the sea no longer. The old ships of battle are all broken up, and live only in pictures. But this, that was a church before ever they were thought upon, is still a church, and makes as brave an appearance by the Oise. The cathedral and the river are probably the two oldest things for miles around, and certainly they have both a grand old age. The sacristan took us to the top of one of the towers, and showed us the 5 bells hanging in their loft. From above, the town was a tessellated pavement of roofs and gardens. The old line of rampart was plainly traceable, and the sacristan pointed out to us, far across the plain, in a bit of gleaming sky between 2 clouds, the towers of Chateau Caussy. I find I never weary of great churches. It is my favorite kind of mountain scenery. Mankind was never so happily inspired as when it made a cathedral, a thing as single and specious as a statue to the first glance, and yet, on examination, as lively and interesting as a forest in detail. The height of spires cannot be taken by trigonometry. They measure absurdly short, but how tall they are to the admiring eye. And where we have so many elegant proportions, growing one out of the other, and all together into one, it seems as if proportion transcended itself, and became something different and more imposing. I could never fathom how a man dares to lift up his voice to preach in a cathedral. What is he to say that will not be an anticlimax? For though I have heard a considerable variety of sermons, I never yet heard one that was so expressive as a cathedral. He's the best preacher itself, and preaches day and night, not only telling you of man's art and aspirations in the past, but convicting your own soul of ardent sympathies. Or rather, like all good preachers, it sets you preaching to yourself, and every man is his own doctor of divinity in the last resort. As I sat outside of the hotel in the course of the afternoon, the sweet groaning thunder of the organ floated out PG 88 of the church like a summons. I was not averse, liking the theater so well, to sit out an act or two of the play, but I could never rightly make out the nature of the service I beheld. 4 or 5 priests and as many choristers were singing Miserere before the high altar when I went in. There was no congregation but a few old women on chairs and old men kneeling on the pavement. After a while, a long train of young girls, walking 2 and 2, each with a lighted taper in her hand, and all dressed in black with a white veil, came from behind the altar and began to descend the nave, the 4 first carrying a virgin and child upon a table. The priests and choristers arose from their knees and followed after, singing Ave Mary as they went. In this order they made the circuit of the cathedral, passing twice before me where I leaned against a pillar. The priest who seemed of most consequence was a strange, down-looking old man. He kept mumbling prayers with his lips, but as he looked upon me darkling, it did not seem as if prayer were uppermost in his heart. Two others who bore the burthen of the chant were stout, brutal, military-looking men of 40, with bold, overfed eyes. They sang with some lustiness and trolled forth Ave Mary like a garrison catch. The little girls were timid and grave. As they footed slowly up the aisle, each one took a moment's glance at the Englishman, and the big nun who played Marshal fairly stared him out of countenance. As for the choristers, from first to last they misbehaved as only boys can misbehave, and cruelly marred the performance with their antics. I understood a great deal of the spirit of what went on. Indeed, it would be difficult not to understand the miserere, which I take to be the composition of an atheist. If it ever be a good thing to take such despondency to heart, the miserere is the right music, and a cathedral a fit scene. So far I am at one with the Catholics. An odd name for them, after all. But why, in God's name, PG 89 these holiday choristers? Why these priests who steal wandering looks about the congregation while they feign to be at prayer? Why this fat nun, who rudely arranges her procession and shakes delinquent virgins by the elbow? Why this spitting and snuffing and forgetting of keys, and the 1,001 little misadventures that disturb a frame of mind, laboriously edified with chants and organings? In any playhouse, reverend fathers may see what can be done with a little art, and how, to move high sentiments, it is necessary to drill the supernumeraries and have every stool in its proper place. One other circumstance distressed me. I could bear a miserere myself, having had a good deal of open-air exercise of late, but I wished the old people somewhere else. It was neither the right sort of music, nor the right sort of divinity for men and women who have come through most accidents by this time, and probably have an opinion of their own upon the tragic element in life. A person up in years can generally do his own miserere for himself, although I notice that such an one often prefers Jubilate Dio for his ordinary singing. On the whole, the most religious exercise for the aged is probably to recall their own experience. So many friends dead, so many hopes disappointed, so many slips and stumbles, and withal so many bright days and smiling providences. There is surely the matter of a very eloquent sermon in all this. On the whole, I was greatly solemnized. In the little pictorial map of our whole inland voyage, which my fancy still preserves and sometimes unrolls for the amusement of odd moments, Noyon Cathedral figures on a most preposterous scale and must be nearly as large as a department. I can still see the faces of the priests as if they were at my elbow, and hear Ave Maria or a pro nobis sounding through the church. All Noyon is blotted out for me by these superior memories, and I do not care to say more about the place. It was but a stack of brown PG 90 roofs at the best, where I believe people live very reputably in a quiet way. But the shadow of the church falls upon it when the sun is low, and the 5 bells are heard in all quarters, telling that the organ has begun. If ever I join the Church of Rome, I shall stipulate to be Bishop of Noyon on the Oise. Down the Oise. PG 91. To Campigny. The most patient people grow weary at last with being continually wetted with rain, except of course in the Scottish Highlands, where there are not enough fine intervals to point the difference. That was like to be our case the day we left Noyon. I remember nothing of the voyage. It was nothing but clay banks and willows and rain, incessant, pitiless, beating rain, until we stopped to lunch at a little inn at Pimpres, where the canal ran very near the river. We were so sadly drenched that the landlady lit a few sticks in the chimney for our comfort. There we sat in a steam of vapor, lamenting our concerns. The husband donned a game bag and strode out to shoot. The wife sat in a far corner watching us. I think we were worth looking at. We grumbled over the misfortune of La Fere. We forecast other La Fers in the future. Although things went better with the cigarette for spokesman, he had more aplomb altogether than I, and a dull, positive way of approaching a landlady that carried off the indie-rubber bags. Talking of La Fere put us talking of the reservists. Reservery, said he, seems a pretty mean way to spend one's autumn holiday. About as mean, returned I dejectedly, as canoeing. These gentlemen travel for their pleasure? Asked the landlady with unconscious irony. It was too much, the scales fell from our eyes. Another wet day, it was determined, and we put the boats into the train, PG 92. The weather took the hint, that was our last wedding. The afternoon fared up. Grand clouds still voyaged in the sky, but now singly, and with a depth of blue around their path, and a sunset in the daintiest rose and gold, inaugurated a thick night of stars and a month of unbroken weather. At the same time, the river began to give us a better outlook into the country. The banks were not so high, the willows disappeared from along the margin, and pleasant hills stood all along its course and marked their profile on the sky. In a little while the canal, coming to its last lock, began to discharge its waterhouses on the Oise, so that we had no lack of company to fear. Here were all our old friends. The Dio Gracious of Condi and the four sons of Iman journeyed cheerily downstream along with us. We exchanged waterside pleasantries with the steersman perched among the lumber, or the driver horse with bawling to his horses, and the children came and looked over the side as we paddled by. We had never known all this while how much we missed them, but it gave us a fillip to see the smoke from their chimneys. A little below this junction we made another meeting of yet more account, for there we were joined by the Aisne, already a far-traveled river and fresh out of Champagne. Here ended the adolescence of the Oise. This was his marriage day. Thenceforward he had a stately, brimming march, conscious of his own dignity and sundry dams. He became a tranquil feature in the scene. The trees and towns saw themselves in him, as in a mirror. He carried the canoes lightly on his broad breast. There was no need to work hard against an eddy. But idleness became the order of the day, and mere straightforward dipping of the paddle, now on this side, now on that, without intelligence or effort. Truly we were coming into halcyon weather upon all accounts, and were floated towards the sea like gentlemen. We made Campigny as the sun was going down, a PG-93 fine profile of a town above the river. Over the bridge, a regiment was parading to the drum. People loitered on the quay, some fishing, some looking idly at the stream, and as the two boats shot in along the water, we could see them pointing them out and speaking one to another. We landed at a floating lavatory, where the washerwomen were still beating the clothes. At Campigny, PG-94, we put up at a big, bustling hotel in Campigny, where nobody observed our presence. Reservery and general militarismus, as the Germans call it, were rampant. A camp of conical white tents without the town looked like a leaf out of a picture Bible. Sword belts decorated the walls of the cafes, and the streets kept sounding all day long with military music. It was not possible to be an Englishman and avoid a feeling of elation, for the men who followed the drums were small and walked shabbily. Each man inclined at his own angle and jolted to his own convenience as he went. There was nothing of the superb gait with which a regiment of tall Highlanders moves behind its music, solemn and inevitable, like a natural phenomenon. Who that has seen it can forget the drummager pacing in front, the drummers' tiger skins, the pipers' swinging plaids, the strange elastic rhythm of the whole regiment footing it in time and the bang of the drum, when the brasses cease, and the shrill pipes take up the martial story in their place. A girl, at school in France, began to describe one of our regiments on parade to her French schoolmates, and as she went on, she told me, the recollection grew so vivid, she became so proud to be the countrywoman of such soldiers, and so sorry to be in another country, that her voice failed her and she burst into tears. I have never forgotten that girl, and I think she very nearly deserves a statue. To call her a young lady, with all its niminy associations, would be to offer her an insult. She may rest assured of one thing. Although she never should PG-95 marry a heroic general, never see any great or immediate result of her life, she will not have lived in vain for her native land. But though French soldiers show to ill advantage on parade, on the march they are gay, alert, and willing like a troop of fox hunters. I remember once seeing a company pass through the forest of Fontainebleau, on the Chailly Road, between the Bas Bro and the Rieni Blanche. One fellow walked a little before the rest and sang a loud, audacious marching song. The rest bestirred their feet and even swung their muskets in time. A young officer on horseback had hard ado to keep his countenance at the words. You never saw anything so cheerful and spontaneous as their gait. Schoolboys do not look more eagerly at hare and hounds, and you would have thought it impossible to tire such willing marchers. My great delight in Campigny was the town hall. I doted upon the town hall. It is a monument of Gothic insecurity, all turreted and gargoyled and slashed, and bedizened with half a score of architectural fancies. Some of the niches are gilt and painted, and in a great square panel in the center, in black relief on a gilt ground, Louis XII rides upon a pacing horse with hand on hip and head thrown back. There is royal arrogance in every line of him. The stirruped foot projects insolently from the frame, the eye is hard and proud, the very horse seems to be treading with gratification over prostrate serfs, and to have the breath of the trumpet in his nostrils. So rides forever on the front of the town hall the good King Louis XII, the father of his people. Over the king's head, in the tall center turret, appears the dial of a clock, and high above that, three little mechanical figures, each one with a hammer in his hand, whose business it is to chime out the hours and halves and quarters for the burgesses of Campigny. The center figure has a gilt breastplate, the two others wear gilt PG-96 truncos, and they all three have elegant, flapping hats like cavaliers. As the quarter approaches, they turn their heads and look knowingly one to the other, and then, cling go the three hammers on three little bells below. The hour follows, deep and sonorous, from the interior of the tower, and the gilded gentlemen rest from their labors with contentment. I had a great deal of healthy pleasure from their maneuvers, and took good care to miss as few performances as possible. And I found that even the cigarette, while he pretended to despise my enthusiasm, was more or less a devotee himself. There is something highly absurd in the exposition of such toys to the outrages of winter on a housetop. They would be more in keeping in a glass case before a Nuremberg clock. Above all, at night, when the children are abed, and even grown people are snoring under quilts, does it not seem impertinent to leave these gingerbread figures winking and tinkling to the stars and the rolling moon? The gargoyles may fitly enough twist their ape-like heads. Fitly enough may the potentate bestride his charger, like a centurion in an old German print of the Via Dolorosa. But the toys should be put away in a box among some cotton, until the sun rises, and the children are abroad again to be amused. In Campigny post office, a great packet of letters awaited us, and the authorities were, for this occasion only, so polite as to hand them over upon application. In some ways, our journey may be said to end with this letter bag at Campigny. The spell was broken. We had partly come home from that moment. No one should have any correspondence on a journey. It is bad enough to have to write, but the receipt of letters is the death of all holiday feeling. Out of my country and myself I go. I wish to take a dive among new conditions for a while, as into another element. I have nothing to do with my friend's PG-97 or my affections for the time. When I came away, I left my heart at home in a desk, or sent it forward with my portmanteau to await me at my destination. After my journey is over, I shall not fail to read your admirable letters with the attention they deserve. But I have paid all this money, look you, and paddled all these strokes, for no other purpose than to be abroad, and yet you keep me at home with your perpetual communications. You tug the string, and I feel that I am a tethered bird. You pursue me all over Europe with the little vexations that I came away to avoid. There is no discharge in the war of life, I am well aware, but shall there not be so much as a week's furlough? We were up by 6 the day we were to leave. They had taken so little note of us that I hardly thought they would have condescended on a bill. But they did, with some smart particulars too, and we paid in a civilized manner to an uninterested clerk, and went out of that hotel, with the indie-rubber bags, unremarked. No one cared to know about us. It is not possible to rise before a village, but Campigny was so grown a town that it took its ease in the morning, and we were up and away while it was still in dressing gown and slippers. The streets were left to people washing doorsteps. Nobody was in full dress but the cavaliers upon the town hall. They were all washed with dew, spruce in their gilding, and full of intelligence and a sense of professional responsibility. Cling went they on the bells for the 6:30 as we went by. I took it kindly of them to make me this parting compliment. They never were in better form, not even at noon upon a Sunday. There was no one to see us off but the early washerwomen nearly and late who were already beating the linen in their floating lavatory on the river. They were very merry and matutinal in their ways, plunged their arms boldly in, and seemed not to feel the shock. It would be dispiriting to me, this early beginning and first PG-98 cold dabble of a most dispiriting day's work. But I believe they would have been as unwilling to change days with us as we could be to change with them. They crowded to the door to watch us paddle away into the thin sunny mists upon the river, and shouted heartily alter us till we were through the bridge. Changed times. PG-99. There is a sense in which those mists never rose from off our journey, and from that time forth they lie very densely in my notebook. As long as the Oise was a small rural river, it took us near by people's doors, and we could hold a conversation with natives in the riparian fields. But now that it had grown so wide, the life along shore passed us by at a distance. It was the same difference as between a great public highway and a country bypath that wanders in and out of cottage gardens. We now lay in towns where nobody troubled us with questions. We had floated into civilized life where people pass without salutation. In sparsely inhabited places, we make all we can of each encounter. But when it comes to a city, we keep to ourselves and never speak unless we have trodden on a man's toes. In these waters, we were no longer strange birds, and nobody supposed we had traveled farther than from the last town. I remember when we came into El Isle Adam, for instance, how we met dozens of pleasure rowboats outing it for the afternoon, and there was nothing to distinguish the true voyager from the amateur, except, perhaps, the filthy condition of my sail. The company in one boat actually thought they recognized me for a neighbor. Was there ever anything more wounding? All the romance had come down to that. Now, on the upper Oise, where nothing sailed as a general thing but fish, a pair of canoeists could not be thus vulgarly explained away. We were strange and picturesque intruders, and out of people's wonder sprang a sort of light and passing intimacy all along our route. There is nothing but tit for tat in this PG 100 world, though sometimes it be a little difficult to trace. For the scores are older than we ourselves, and there has never yet been a settling day since things were. You get entertainment pretty much in proportion as you give. As long as we were a sort of odd wanderers, to be stared at and followed like a quack doctor or a caravan, we had no want of amusement in return. But as soon as we sank into commonplace ourselves, all whom we met were similarly disenchanted. And here is one reason of a dozen why the world is dull to dull persons. In our earlier adventures, there was generally something to do, and that quickened us. Even the showers of rain had a revivifying effect and shook up the brain from torpor. But now, when the river no longer ran in a proper sense, only glided seaward with an even, outright but imperceptible speed, and when the sky smiled upon us day after day without variety, we began to slip into that golden doze of the mind which follows upon much exercise in the open air. I have stupefied myself in this way more than once. Indeed, I dearly love the feeling, but I never had it to the same degree as when paddling down the Oise. It was the apotheosis of stupidity. We ceased reading entirely. Sometimes when I found a new paper, I took a particular pleasure in reading a single number of the current novel, but I never could bear more than 3 installments, and even the second was a disappointment. As soon as the tale became in any way perspicuous, it lost all merit in my eyes. Only a single scene, or, as is the way with these feuilletons, half a scene without antecedent or consequence, like a piece of a dream, had the knack of fixing my interest. The less I saw of the novel, the better I liked it, a pregnant reflection. But for the most part, as I said, we neither of us read anything in the world, and employed the very little while we were awake between bed and dinner in poring upon maps. I have always been fond of maps, and can voyage in an atlas with the greatest PG 101 enjoyment. The names of places are singularly inviting, the contour of coasts and rivers is enthralling to the eye, and to hit, in a map, upon some place you have heard of before makes history a new possession. But we thumbed our charts on these evenings with the blankest unconcern. We cared not a fraction for this place or that. We stared at the sheet as children listened to their rattle, and read the names of towns or villages to forget them again at once. We had no romance in the matter. There was nobody so fanciful. If you had taken the maps away while we were studying them most intently, it is a fair bet whether we might not have continued to study the table with the same delight. About one thing we were mightily taken up, and that was eating. I think I made a god of my belly. I remember dwelling in imagination upon this or that dish till my mouth watered, and long before we got in for the night my appetite was a claimant, instant annoyance. Sometimes we paddled alongside for a while, and whetted each other with gastronomical fancies as we went. Cake and sherry, a homely refection, but not within reach upon the Oise, trotted through my head for many a mile. And once, as we were approaching Verbery, the cigarette brought my heart into my mouth by the suggestion of oyster patties and sauterne. I suppose none of us recognize the great part that is played in life by eating and drinking. The appetite is so imperious that we can stomach the least interesting viands and pass off a dinner hour thankfully enough on bread and water, just as there are men who must read something, if it were only Bradshaw's Guide. But there is a romance about the matter after all. Probably the table has more devotees than love, and I am sure that food is much more generally entertaining than scenery. Do you give in, as Walt Whitman would say, that you are any the less immortal for that? The true materialism is to be ashamed of what we are. To detect the flavor of PG 102 Ian olive is no less a piece of human perfection than to find beauty in the colors of the sunset. Canoeing was easy work. To dip the paddle at the proper inclination, now right, now left, to keep the head downstream, to empty the little pool that gathered in the lap of the apron, to screw up the eyes against the glittering sparkles of sun upon the water, or now and again to pass below the whistling torope of the Dio Gracias of Condi. Or the Four Sons of Imundar was not much art in that. Certain silly muscles managed it between sleep and waking, and meanwhile the brain had a whole holiday and went to sleep. We took in, at a glance, the larger features of the scene, and beheld, with half an eye, bloused fishers and dabbling washerwomen on the bank. Now and again we might be half wakened by some church spire, by a leaping fish, or by a trail of river grass that clung about the paddle and had to be plucked off and thrown away. But these luminous intervals were only partially luminous. A little more of us was called into action, but never the whole. The Central Bureau of Nerves, what in some moods we call ourselves, enjoyed its holiday without disturbance, like a government office. The great wheels of intelligence turned idly in the head, like flywheels, grinding no grist. I have gone on for half an hour at a time, counting my strokes and forgetting the hundreds. I flatter myself the beasts that perish could not underbid that, as a low form of consciousness. And what a pleasure it was! What a hearty, tolerant temper did it bring about! There is nothing captious about a man who has attained to this, the one possible apotheosis in life, the apotheosis of stupidity, and he begins to feel dignified and longevous like a tree. There was one odd piece of practical metaphysics which accompanied what I may call the depth, if I must not call it the intensity, of my abstraction. What philosophers call me and not me, ego and non-ego, preoccupied me PG 103 whether I would or no. There was less me and more not me than I was accustomed to expect. I looked on upon somebody else who managed the paddling. I was aware of somebody else's feet against the stretcher. My own body seemed to have no more intimate relation to me than the canoe, or the river banks. Nor this alone, something inside my mind, a part of my brain, a province of my proper being, had thrown off allegiance and set up for itself, or perhaps for the somebody else who did the paddling. I had dwindled into quite a little thing in a corner of myself. I was isolated in my own skull. Thoughts presented themselves unbidden. They were not my thoughts, they were plainly someone else's, and I considered them like a part of the landscape. I take it, in short, that I was about as near nirvana as would be convenient in practical life. And if this be so, I make the Buddhists my sincere compliments. 'Tis an agreeable state, not very consistent with mental brilliancy, not exactly profitable in a money point of view, but very calm, golden, and incurious, and one that sets a man superior to alarms. It may be best figured by supposing yourself to get dead drunk, and yet keep sober to enjoy it. I have a notion that open-air laborers must spend a large portion of their days in this ecstatic stupor, which explains their high composure and endurance. A pity to go to the expense of laudanum, when here is a better paradise for nothing. This frame of mind was the great exploit of our voyage, take it all in all. It was the farthest piece of travel accomplished. Indeed, it lies so far from beaten paths of language that I despair of getting the reader into sympathy with the smiling, complacent idiocy of my condition. When ideas came and went like motes in a sunbeam, when trees and church spires along the bank surged up, from time to time into my notice, like solid objects through a rolling cloudland, when the rhythmical swish of boat and paddle in the water became a cradle song to lull my PG 104 thoughts asleep, when a piece of mud on the deck was sometimes an intolerable eyesore, and sometimes quite a companion for me, and the object of pleased consideration, and all the time, with the river running and the shores changing upon either hand, I kept counting my strokes and forgetting the hundreds, the happiest animal in France. Down the Oise. PG 105. Church Interiors. We made our first stage below Campigny to Pont St. Maxence. I was abroad a little after 6 the next morning. The air was biting and smelt of frost. In an open place, a score of women wrangled together over the day's market, and the noise of their negotiation sounded thin and querulous like that of sparrows on a winter's morning. The rare passengers blew into their hands and shuffled in their wooden shoes to set the blood agog. The streets were full of icy shadow, although the chimneys were smoking overhead in golden sunshine. If you wake early enough at this season of the year, you may get up in December to break your fast in June. I found my way to the church, for there is always something to see about a church, whether living worshippers or dead men's tombs. You find there the deadliest earnest and the hollowest deceit, and even where it is not a piece of history, it will be certain to leak out some contemporary gossip. It was scarcely so cold in the church as it was without, but it looked colder. The white nave was positively arctic to the eye, and the tawdriness of a continental altar looked more forlorn than usual in the solitude and the bleak air. Two priests sat in the chancel, reading and waiting penitence, and out in the nave, one very old woman was engaged in her devotions. It was a wonder how she was able to pass her beads when healthy young people were breathing in their palms and slapping their chest. But though this concerned me, I was yet more dispirited by the nature of her exercises. She PG 106 went from chair to chair, from altar to altar, circumnavigating the church. To each shrine she dedicated an equal number of beads and an equal length of time. Like a prudent capitalist with a somewhat cynical view of the commercial prospect, she desired to place her supplications in a great variety of heavenly securities. She would risk nothing on the credit of any single intercessor. Out of the whole company of saints and angels, not one but was to suppose himself her champion-elect against the great assize. I could only think of it as a dull, transparent jugglery, based upon unconscious unbelief. She was as dead an old woman as ever I saw, no more than bone and parchment, curiously put together. Her eyes, with which she interrogated mine, were vacant of sense. It depends on what you call seeing, whether you might not call her blind. Perhaps she had known love, perhaps borne children, suckled them and given them pet names. But now that was all gone by, and had left her neither happier nor wiser, and the best she could do with her mornings was to come up here into the cold church and juggle for a slice of heaven. It was not without a gulp that I escaped into the streets and the keen morning air. Morning? Why, how tired of it she would be before night. And if she did not sleep, how then? It is fortunate that not many of us are brought up publicly to justify our lives at the bar of 70 years and 10. Fortunate that such a number are knocked opportunely on the head in what they call the flower of their years, and go away to suffer for their follies in private somewhere else. Otherwise, between sick children and discontented old folk, we might be put out of all conceit of life. I had need of all my cerebral hygiene during that day's paddle. The old devotee stuck in my throat sorely. But I was soon in the seventh heaven of stupidity, and knew nothing but that somebody was paddling a canoe, while I was counting his strokes and forgetting the hundreds. I used sometimes to be afraid I should remember the PG 10700s, which would have made a toil of a pleasure. But the terror was chimerical, they went out of my mind by enchantment, and I knew no more than the man in the moon about my only occupation. At Crail, where we stopped to lunch, we left the canoes in another floating lavatory, which, as it was high noon, was packed with washerwomen, red-handed and loud-voiced, and they and their broad jokes are about all I remember of the place. I could look up my history books, if you were very anxious, and tell you a date or two, for it figured rather largely in the English wars. But I prefer to mention a girls' boarding school, which had an interest for us because it was a girls' boarding school, and because we imagined we had rather an interest for it. At least there were the girls about the garden, and here were we on the river, and there was more than one handkerchief waved as we went by. It caused quite a stir in my heart, and yet how we should have wearied and despised each other, these girls and I, if we had been introduced at a croquet party. But this is a fashion I love, to kiss the hand or wave a handkerchief to people I shall never see again, to play with possibility, and knock in a peg for fancy to hang upon. It gives the traveler a jog, reminds him that he is not a traveler everywhere, and that his journey is no more than a siesta by the way on the real march of life. The church at Crail was a nondescript place in the inside, splashed with gaudy lights from the windows, and picked out with medallions of the dolorous way. But there was one oddity, in the way of an ex voto, which pleased me hugely: a faithful model of a canal boat, swung from the vault, with a written aspiration that God should conduct the St. Nicholas of Crail to a good haven. The thing was neatly executed, and would have made the delight of a party of boys on the waterside. But what tickled me was the gravity of the peril to be conjured. You might hang up the model of a seagoing PG 108 ship, and welcome. One that is to plow a furrow round the world, and visit the tropic or the frosty poles, runs dangers that are well worth a candle and a mass. But the St. Nicholas of Crail, which was to be tugged for some 10 years by patient draft horses, in a weedy canal, with the poplars chattering overhead, and the skipper whistling at the tiller, which was to do all its errands in green inland places, and never get out of sight of A village belfry in all its cruising. Why, you would have thought if anything could be done without the intervention of Providence, it would be that. But perhaps the skipper was a humorist, or perhaps a prophet, reminding people of the seriousness of life by this preposterous token. At Crail, as at Noyon, Saint Joseph seemed a favorite saint on the score of punctuality. Day and hour can be specified, and grateful people do not fail to specify them on a votive tablet, when prayers have been punctually and neatly answered. Whenever time is a consideration, Saint Joseph is the proper intermediary. I took a sort of pleasure in observing the vogue he had in France, for the good man plays a very small part in my religion at home. Yet I could not help fearing that, where the saint is so much commended for exactitude, he will be expected to be very grateful for his tablet. This is foolishness to us Protestants, and not of great importance anyway. Whether people's gratitude for the good gifts that come to them be wisely conceived or dutifully expressed is a secondary matter after all, so long as they feel gratitude. The true ignorance is when a man does not know that he has received a good gift, or begins to imagine that he has got it for himself. The self-made man is the funniest windbag after all. There is a marked difference between decreeing light in chaos and lighting the gas in a metropolitan back parlor with a box of pat matches. And do what we will, there is always something made to our hand, if it were only our fingers. PG 109. But there was something worse than foolishness placarded in Crail Church. The Association of the Living Rosary, of which I had never previously heard, is responsible for that. This association was founded, according to the printed advertisement, by a brief of Pope Gregory XVI, on the 17th of January, 1832. According to a colored bas-relief, it seems to have been founded, sometime or other, by the Virgin giving one rosary to Saint Dominic, and the infant Savior giving another to Saint Catherine of Siena. Pope Gregory is not so imposing, but he is nearer hand. I could not distinctly make out whether the association was entirely devotional or had an eye to good works. At least it is highly organized. The names of 14 matrons and misses were filled in for each week of the month as associates, with one other, generally a married woman, at the top for zellatress, the leader of the band. Indulgences, plenary and partial, follow on the performance of the duties of the association. The partial indulgences are attached to the recitation of the rosary. On the recitation of the required dizaine, a partial indulgence promptly follows. When people serve the kingdom of heaven with a passbook in their hands, I should always be afraid lest they should carry the same commercial spirit into their dealings with their fellow men, which would make a sad and sordid business of this life. There is one more article, however, of happier import. All these indulgences, it appeared, are applicable to souls in purgatory. For God's sake, ye ladies of Crail, apply them all to the souls in purgatory without delay. Burns would take no hire for his last songs, preferring to serve his country out of unmixed love. Suppose you were to imitate the excisemen, mesdames, and even if the souls in purgatory were not greatly bettered, some souls in Crail upon the Oise would find themselves none the worse either here or hereafter. I cannot help wondering, as I transcribe these notes, PG 110, whether a Protestant born and bred is in a fit state to understand these signs, and do them what justice they deserve, and I cannot help answering that he is not. They cannot look so merely ugly and mean to the faithful as they do to me. I see that as clearly as a proposition in Euclid, for these believers are neither weak nor wicked. They can put up their tablet commending Saint Joseph for his dispatch, as if he were still a village carpenter. They can recite the required dizaine, and metaphorically pocket the indulgence, as if they had done a job for heaven. And then they can go out and look down unabashed upon this wonderful river flowing by, and up without confusion at the pinpoint stars, which are themselves great worlds full of flowing rivers greater than the Oise. I see it as plainly, I say, as a proposition in Euclid, that my Protestant mind has missed the point, and that there goes with these deformities some higher and more religious spirit than I dream. I wonder if other people would make the same allowances for me. Like the ladies of Crail, having recited my rosary of toleration, I look for my indulgence on the spot. Pressy and the Marionettes. PG 111. We made Pressy about sundown. The plain is rich with tufts of poplar. In a wide, luminous curve, the Oise lay under the hillside. A faint mist began to rise and confound the different distances together. There was not a sound audible but that of the sheep bells in some meadows by the river, and the creaking of a cart down the long road that descends the hill. The villas in their gardens, the shops along the street, all seemed to have been deserted the day before, and I felt inclined to walk discreetly as one feels in a silent forest. All of a sudden we came round a corner, and there, in a little green round the church, was a bevy of girls in Parisian costumes playing croquet. Their laughter and the hollow sound of ball and mallet made a cheery stir in the neighborhood, and the look of these slim figures, all corseted and ribboned, produced an answerable disturbance in our hearts. We were within sniff of Paris, it seemed. And here were females of our own species playing croquet, just as if Pressy had been a place in real life, instead of a stage in the fairyland of travel. For, to be frank, the peasant woman is scarcely to be counted as a woman at all, and after having passed by such a succession of people in petticoats digging and hoeing and making dinner, this company of coquettes under arms made quite a surprising feature in the landscape, and convinced us at once of being fallible males. The inn at Pressy is the worst inn in France. Not even in Scotland have I found worse fare. It was kept by a brother and sister, neither of whom was out of their teens. The sister, so to speak, prepared a meal for us, and the brother, who had been tippling, came in and brought PG 112 with him, a tipsy butcher, to entertain us as we ate. He found pieces of lukewarm pork among the salad, and pieces of unknown yielding substance in the ragout. The butcher entertained us with pictures of Parisian life, with which he professed himself well acquainted, the brother sitting the while on the edge of the billiard table, toppling precariously, and sucking the stump of a cigar. In the midst of these diversions, bang went a drum past the house, and a hoarse voice began issuing a proclamation. It was a man with marionettes announcing a performance for that evening. He had set up his caravan and lighted his candles on another part of the girls' Croquet Green, under one of those open sheds which are so common in France to shelter markets. And he and his wife, by the time we strolled up there, were trying to keep order with the audience. It was the most absurd contention. The show people had set out a certain number of benches, and all who sat upon them were to pay a couple of sous for the accommodation. They were always quite full of bumper houses long as nothing was going forward, but let the showman appear with an eye to a collection, and at the first rattle of her tambourine, the audience slipped off the seats, and stood round on the outside with their hands in their pockets. It certainly would have tried an angel's temper. The showman roared from the proscenium. He had been all over France, and nowhere, not even on the borders of Germany, had he met with such misconduct. Such thieves and rogues and rascals, as he called them. And every now and again the wife issued on another round, and added her shrill quota to the tirade. I remarked here, as elsewhere, how far more copious is the female mind in the material of insult. The audience laughed in high good humor over the man's declamations, but they bridled and cried aloud under the woman's pungent sallies. She picked out the sore points. She PG 113 had the honor of the village at her mercy. Voices answered her angrily out of the crowd, and received a smarting retort for their trouble. A couple of old ladies beside me, who had duly paid for their seats, waxed very red and indignant, and discoursed to each other audibly about the impudence of these mountebanks. But as soon as the showwoman caught a whisper of this, she was down upon them with a swoop. If mesdames could persuade their neighbors to act with common honesty, the mountebanks, she assured them, would be polite enough. Mesdames had probably had their bowl of soup, and perhaps a glass of wine that evening. The mountebanks also had a taste for soup, and did not choose to have their little earnings stolen from them before their eyes. Once, things came as far as a brief personal encounter between the showman and some lads, in which the former went down as readily as one of his own marionettes to a peal of jeering laughter. I was a good deal astonished at this scene, because I am pretty well acquainted with the ways of French strollers, more or less artistic, and have always found them singularly pleasing. Any stroller must be dear to the right-thinking heart, if it were only as a living protest against offices and the mercantile spirit, and as something to remind us that life is not by necessity the kind of thing we generally make it. Even a German band, if you see it leaving town in the early morning for a campaign in country places, among trees and meadows, has a romantic flavor for the imagination. There is nobody under 30 so dead but his heart will stir a little at sight of a gypsy's camp. We are not caught spinners aller, at least not all through. There is some life in humanity yet, and youth will now and again find a brave word to say in dispraise of riches, and throw up a situation to go strolling with a knapsack. An Englishman has always special facilities for intercourse with French gymnasts, for England is the natural PG 114 home of gymnasts. This or that fellow in his tights and spangles is sure to know a word or two of English, to have drunk English FNAF, and perhaps performed in an English music hall. He is a countryman of mine by profession. He leaps, like the Belgian boating men, to the notion that I must be an athlete myself. But the gymnast is not my favorite. He has little or no tincture of the artist in his composition. His soul is small and pedestrian, for the most part, since his profession makes no call upon it and does not accustom him to high ideas. But if a man is only so much of an actor that he can stumble through a farce, he is made free of a new order of thoughts. He has something else to think about beside the money box. He has a pride of his own, and, what is of far more importance, he has an aim before him that he can never quite attain. He has gone upon a pilgrimage that will last him his life long, because there is no end to it short of perfection. He will better upon himself a little day by day, or even if he has given up the attempt, he will always remember that once upon a time he had conceived this high ideal, that once upon a time he had fallen in love with a star. 'Tis better to have loved and lost. Although the moon should have nothing to say to Endymion, although he should settle down with Audrey and feed pigs, do you not think he would move with a better grace and cherish higher thoughts to the end? The lout he meets at church never had a fancy above Audrey's snood, but there is a reminiscence in Endymion's heart that, like a spice, keeps it fresh and haughty. To be even one of the outskirters of art leaves a fine stamp on a man's countenance. I remember once dining with a party in the inn at Chateau Landon. Most of them were unmistakable bagmen, others well-to-do peasantry, but there was one young fellow in a blouse, whose face stood out from among the rest surprisingly. It looked more finished, more of the spirit looked out PG 115 through it. It had a living, expressive air, and you could see that his eyes took things in. My companion and I wondered greatly who and what he could be. It was fair time in Chateau Landon, and when we went along to the booths we had our question answered, for there was our friend busily fiddling for the peasants to caper to. He was a wandering violinist. A troop of strollers once came to the inn where I was staying, in the department of Seine-et-Marne. There was a father and mother, two daughters, brazen, blousy husses, who sang and acted, without an idea of how to set about either, and a dark young man, like a tutor, a recalcitrant housepainter, who sang and acted not amiss. The mother was the genius of the party, so far as genius can be spoken of with regard to such a pack of incompetent humbugs, and her husband could not find words to express his admiration for her comic countryman. "You should see my old woman," said he, and nodded his beery countenance. One night they performed in the stable-yard, with flaring lamps, a wretched exhibition, coldly looked upon by a village audience. Next night, as soon as the lamps were lighted, there came a plump of rain, and they had to sweep away their baggage as fast as possible, and make off to the barn where they harbored, cold, wet, and supperless. In the morning, a dear friend of mine, who has as warm a heart for strollers as I have myself, made a little collection, and sent it by my hands to comfort them for their disappointment. I gave it to the father. He thanked me cordially, and we drank a cup together in the kitchen, talking of roads and audiences and hard times. When I was going, up got my old stroller and off with his hat. "I am afraid," said he, "that monsieur will think me altogether a beggar, but I have another demand to make upon him." I began to hate him on the spot. "We play again tonight," he went on. "Of course, I shall refuse to accept any more money from Monsieur PG 116 and his friends, who have been already so liberal. But our program of tonight is something truly creditable, and I cling to the idea that Monsieur will honor us with his presence." And then, with a shrug and a smile, "Monsieur understands vanity of an artist. Save the mark, the vanity of an artist. That is the kind of thing that reconciles me to life. A ragged, tippling, incompetent old rogue, with the manners of a gentleman and the vanity of an artist to keep up his self-respect. But the man after my own heart is 1,000. De Vauversin. It is nearly 2 years since I saw him first, and indeed I hope I may see him often again. Here is his first program, as I found it on the breakfastable, and have kept it ever since as a relic of bright days. Mesdames et Messieurs, Mademoiselle Ferrario et 1,000. De Vauversin orant Elhinur de chanter ce soir, les morceaux suivants. Mademoiselle Ferrario chantera mignon, oiseau ledgers France des Francais, dormant le château bleu, où vous les vis aller. 1,000. De Vauversin Madame Fountain et 1,000. Robin et les plongeurs a cheval le mari mécontent taste, gamin mon voicin el original hero comme ka comme on est trompe. They made a stage at one end of the Sallymanger, and what a sight it was to see 1,000. De Vauversin, with a cigarette in his mouth, twanging a guitar, and following Mademoiselle Ferrario's eyes with the obedient, kindly look of a dog. The entertainment wound up with a tombola, or auction of lottery tickets, an admirable amusement with all the excitement of gambling and no hope of gain to make you ashamed of your eagerness. For there all is loss. You make haste to be out of pocket. It is a competition who shall lose most money for the benefit of 1,000. De Vauversin and Mademoiselle Ferrario, PG 117. 1,000. De Vauversin is a small man, with a great head of black hair, a vivacious and engaging air, and a smile that would be delightful if he had better teeth. He was once an actor in the Chatelet, but he contracted a nervous affection from the heat and glare of the footlights, which unfitted him for the stage. At this crisis, Mademoiselle Ferrario, otherwise Mademoiselle Rita of the Alcazar, agreed to share his wandering fortunes. "I could never forget the generosity of that lady," said he. "He wears trousers so tight that it has long been a problem to all who knew him how he manages to get in and out of them. He sketches a little in watercolors, he writes verses. He is the most patient of fishermen, and spent long days at the bottom of the Ingarden fruitlessly dabbling a line in the clear river. You should hear him recounting his experiences over a bottle of wine. Such a pleasant vein of talk as he has, with a ready smile at his own mishaps, and every now and then a sudden gravity, like a man who should hear the surf roar while he was telling the perils of the deep, for it was no longer ago than last night, perhaps, that the receipts only amounted to 1.50 francs, to cover 3 francs of railway fare and 2 of board and lodging. The mayor, a man worth 1 million of money, sat in the front seat, repeatedly applauding Emil Ferrario, and yet gave no more than 3 sous the whole evening. Local authorities look with such an evil eye upon the strolling artist. Alas, I know it well, who have been myself taken for one, and pitilessly incarcerated on the strength of the misapprehension. Once 1,000. De Vauversin visited a commissary of police for permission to sing. The commissary, who was smoking at his ease, politely doffed his hat upon the singer's entrance. "Mr. Commissary," he began, "I am an artist." And on went the commissary's hat again. "No courtesy for the companions of Apollo. They are as degraded as that," said 1,000. De Vauversin, with a sweep of his cigarette, PG 118. But what pleased me most was one outbreak of his, when we had been talking all the evening of the rubs, indignities, and pinchings of his wandering life. Someone said, it would be better to have 1 million of money down, and Emil Ferrario admitted that she would prefer that mightily. "Eh bien, moi non, not I," cried de Vauversin, striking the table with his hand. "If anyone is a failure in the world, is it not I? I had an art, in which I have done things well as some better perhaps than others, and now it is closed against me. I must go about the country gathering coppers and singing nonsense. Do you think I regret my life? Do you think I would rather be a fat burgess like a calf? Not I. I have had moments when I have been applauded on the boards. I think nothing of that, but I have known in my own mind sometimes, when I had not a clap from the whole house, that I had found a true intonation, or an exact and speaking gesture. And then, messieurs, I have known what pleasure was, what it was to do a thing well, what it was to be an artist. And to know what art is to have an interest forever, such as no burgess can find in his petty concerns. Tenez, messieurs, je vis vous le dire, is like a religion. Such, making some allowance for the tricks of memory and the inaccuracies of translation, was the profession of faith of 1,000. De Vauversin. I have given him his own name, lest any other wanderer should come across him, with his guitar and cigarette, and Mademoiselle Ferrario. For should not all the world delight to honor this unfortunate and loyal follower of the Muses? May Apollo send him rhymes hitherto undreamed of. May the river be no longer scanty of her silver fishes to his lure. May the cold not pinch him on long winter rides, nor the village jack-in-office affront him with unseemly manners. And may he never miss Mademoiselle Ferrario from his side, to follow with his dutiful eyes and accompany on the guitar? PG 119. The marionettes made a very dismal entertainment. They performed a piece called Pyramus and Thisbe in 5 mortal acts, and all written in Alexandrines fully as long as the performers. One marionette was the king, another the wicked counselor, a third, credited with exceptional beauty, represented Thisbe, and then there were guards and obdurate fathers and walking gentlemen. Nothing particular took place during the 2 or 3 acts that I sat out, but you will be pleased to learn that the unities were properly respected, and the whole piece, with one exception, moved in harmony with classical rules. That exception was the comic countryman, a lean marionette in wooden shoes, who spoke in prose and in a broad patois much appreciated by the audience. He took unconstitutional liberties with the person of his sovereign, kicked his fellow marionettes in the mouth with his wooden shoes, and whenever none of the versifying suitors were about, made love to Thisbe on his own account in comic prose. This fellow's evolutions, and the little prologue, in which the showman made a humorous eulogium of his troupe, praising their indifference to applause and hisses, and their single devotion to their art, were the only circumstances in the whole affair that you could fancy would so much as raise a smile. But the villagers of Pressy seemed delighted. Indeed, so long as a thing is an exhibition, and you pay to see it, it is nearly certain to amuse. If we were charged so much a head for sunsets, or if God sent round a drum before the hawthorns came in flower, what a work should we not make about their beauty? But these things, like good companions, stupid people early cease to observe, and the abstract bagman titups past in his spring gig, and is positively not aware of the flowers along the lane, or the scenery of the weather overhead. Back to the world. PG 120. Of the next 2 days' sail little remains in my mind, and nothing whatever in my notebook. The river streamed on steadily through pleasant riverside landscapes. Washerwomen in blue dresses, fishers in blue blouses, diversified the green banks, and the relation of the two colors was like that of the flower and the leaf in the forget-me-not. A symphony in forget-me-not. I think Theophile Gaudier might thus have characterized that 2 days' panorama. The sky was blue and cloudless, and the sliding surface of the river held up, in smooth places, a mirror to the heaven and the shores. The washerwomen hailed us laughingly, and the noise of trees and water made an accompaniment to our dozing thoughts as we fleeted down the stream. The great volume, the indefatigable purpose of the river, held the mind in chain. It seemed now so sure of its end, so strong and easy in its gait, like a grown man full of determination. The surf was roaring for it on the sands of Havre. For my own part, slipping along this moving thoroughfare in my fiddle case of a canoe, I also was beginning to grow awry for my ocean. To the civilized man there must come, sooner or later, a desire for civilization. I was weary of dipping the paddle. I was weary of living on the skirts of life. I wished to be in the thick of it once more. I wished to get to work. I wished to meet people who understood my own speech, and could meet with me on equal terms, as a man and no longer as a curiosity. And so a letter at Pontoise decided us, and we drew up our keels for the last time out of that river voice that PG 121 had faithfully piloted them, through rain and sunshine, for so long. For so many miles had this fleet and footless beast of burthen charioted our fortunes, that we turned our back upon it with a sense of separation. We had made a long detour out of the world, but now we were back in the familiar places, where life itself makes all the running, and we are carried to meet adventure without a stroke of the paddle. Now we were to return, like the voyager in the play, and see what rearrangements fortune had perfected the while in our surroundings, what surprises stood ready-made for us at home, and whither and how far the world had voyaged in our absence. You may paddle all day long, but it is when you come back at nightfall and look in at the familiar room that you find love or death awaiting you beside the stove, and the most beautiful adventures are not those we go to seek. Epilogue. PG 122. The country where they journeyed, that green, breezy valley of the Lowing, is one very attractive to cheerful and solitary people. The weather was superb. All night it thundered and lightened, and the rain fell in sheets. By day the heavens were cloudless, the sun fervent, the air vigorous and pure. They walked separate, the cigarette plodding behind with some philosophy, the lean Arethusa posting on ahead. Thus each enjoyed his own reflections by the way. Each had perhaps time to tire of them before he met his comrade at the designated inn, and the pleasures of society and solitude combined to fill the day. The Arethusa carried in his knapsack the works of Charles of Orleans, and employed some of the hours of travel in the concoction of English roundels. In this path he must thus have preceded Mr. Lang, Mr. Dobson, Mr. Henley, and all contemporary roundeliers, but for good reasons he will be the last to publish the result. The cigarette walked burthened with a volume of Michelet, and both these books, it will be seen, played a part in the subsequent adventure. The Arethusa was unwisely dressed. He is no precision in attire, but by all accounts he was never so ill-inspired as on that tramp, having set forth, indeed, upon a moment's notice, from the most unfashionable spot in Europe, Barbizon. On his head he wore a smoking cap of Indian work, the gold lace pitifully frayed and tarnished. A flannel shirt of an agreeable dark hue, which the satirical called black, a light tweed coat made by a good English tailor, ready-made cheap linen trousers and leathern gaiters completed his array. In person, he PG 123 is exceptionally lean, and his face is not, like those of happier mortals, a certificate. For years he could not pass a frontier or visit a bank without suspicion. The police everywhere but in his native city looked askance upon him, and although I am sure it will not be credited, he is actually denied admittance to the Casino of Monte Carlo. If you will imagine him dressed as above, stooping under his knapsack, walking nearly 5 miles an hour with the folds of the ready-made trousers fluttering about his spindle shanks, and still looking eagerly round him, as if in terror of pursuit, the figure, when realized, is far from reassuring. When Villain journeyed perhaps by the same pleasant valley to his exile at Roussillon, I wonder if he had not something of the same appearance. Something of the same preoccupation he had beyond a doubt, for he too must have tinkered verses as he walked, with more success than his successor. And if he had anything like the same inspiring weather, the same nights of uproar, men in armor rolling and resounding down the stairs of heaven, the rain hissing on the village streets, the wild bullseye of the storm flashing all night long into the bare inchamber, the same sweet return of day, the same unfathomable blue of noon, the same high-colored, halcyon evescent above all, if he had anything like as good a comrade, anything like as keen a relish for what he saw, and what he ate, and the rivers that he bathed in, and the rubbish that he wrote, I would exchange estates today with the poor exile, and count myself a gainer. But there was another point of similarity between the two journeys, for which the Arethusa was to pay dear. Both were gone upon in days of incomplete security. It was not long after the Franco-Prussian War. Swiftly as men forget, that countryside was still alive with tales of Uhlans and outlying sentries, and hairbreadth escapes from the ignominious cord, and pleasant momentary friendships between invader and invaded. A year, at the most PG 124 2 years, later you might have tramped all that country over and not heard one anecdote. And a year or two later, you would if you were a rather a-looking young man in nondescript, or Rahave gone your rounds in greater safety. For along with more interesting matter, the Prussian spy would have somewhat faded from men's imaginations. For all that, our voyager had got beyond Chateau Renard before he was conscious of arousing wonder. On the road between that place and Châtillon-sur-Loing, however, he encountered a rural postman. They fell together in talk and spoke of a variety of subjects. But through one and all, the postman was still visibly preoccupied, and his eyes were faithful to the Arethusa's knapsack. At last, with mysterious roguishness, he inquired what it contained, and on being answered, shook his head with kindly incredulity. Non, said he, non, vous avez des portraits. And then with a languishing appeal, voyons, show me the portraits. It was some little time before the Arethusa, with a shout of laughter, recognized his drift. By portraits he meant indecent photographs, and in the Arethusa, an austere and rising author, he thought to have identified a pornographic colporteur. When countryfolk in France have made up their minds as to a person's calling, argument is fruitless. Along all the rest of the way, the postman piped and fluted meltingly to get a sight of the collection. Now he would upbraid, now he would reason voyons, I will tell nobody. Then he tried corruption and insisted on paying for a glass of wine, and at last, when their ways separated, non, said he, si en est pas bien de votre part. Oh non, si en est pas bien. And shaking his head with quite a sentimental sense of injury, he departed unrefreshed. On certain little difficulties encountered by the Arethusa at Châtillon-sur-Loing, I have not space to dwell. Another chatelain, of grislier memory, looms too near at hand. But the next day, in a certain hamlet called La PG 125 Jussier, he stopped to drink a glass of syrup in a very poor, bare drinking shop. The hostess, a comely woman, suckling a child, examined the traveler with kindly and pitying eyes. You are not of this department? She asked. The Arethusa told her he was English. Ah, she said, surprised, we have no English. We have many Italians, however, and they do very well. They do not complain of the people of hereabouts. An Englishman may do very well also, it will be something new. Here was a dark saying, over which the Arethusa pondered as he drank his grenadine, but when he rose and asked what was to pay, the light came upon him in a flash. Oh, poor vous, replied the landlady, a halfpenny? Poor vous? By heaven, she took him for a beggar. He paid his halfpenny, feeling that it were ungracious to correct her. But when he was forth again upon the road, he became vexed in spirit. The conscience is no gentleman, he is a rabbinical fellow, and his conscience told him he had stolen the syrup. That night the travelers slept in Jean. The next day they passed the river and set forth severally, as their custom was on a short stage through the green plain upon the Berry side, to Châtillon-sur-Loire. It was the first day of the shooting, and the air rang with the report of firearms and the admiring cries of sportsmen. Overhead the birds were in consternation, wheeling in clouds, settling and re-rising. And yet, with all this bustle on either hand, the road itself lay solitary. The Arethusa smoked a pipe beside a milestone, and I remember he laid down very exactly all he was to do at Chatelaine, how he was to enjoy a cold plunge to change his shirt, and to await the cigarette's arrival, in sublime inaction, by the margin of the Loire. Fired by these ideas, he pushed them more rapidly forward, and came, early in the afternoon, and in a breathing heat, to the entringen of that ill-fated town. Childe Roland to the dark tower came. PG 126. A polite gendarme threw his shadow on the path. Monsieur est voyageur, he asked. And the Arethusa, strong in his innocence, forgetful of his vile attire, replied I had almost said with gaiety, so it would appear. His papers are in order, said the gendarme, and when the Arethusa, with a slight change of voice, admitted he had none, he was informed politely enough that he must appear before the commissary. The commissary sat at a table in his bedroom, stripped to the shirt and trousers but still copiously perspiring, and when he turned upon the prisoner a large, meaningless countenance, that was like Bardolph's all whelks and bubuckles, the dullest might have been prepared for grief. Here was a stupid man, sleepy with the heat and fretful at the interruption, whom neither appeal nor argument could reach. The commissary, you have no papers. The Arethusa, not here. The commissary, why? The Arethusa, I have left them behind in my valise. The commissary, you know, however, that it is forbidden to circulate without papers. The Arethusa, pardon me, I am convinced of the contrary. I am here on my rights as an English subject by international treaty. The commissary with scorn, you call yourself an Englishman. The Arethusa, I do. The commissary, humph, what is your trade? The Arethusa, I am a Scottish advocate. The commissary with singular annoyance, a Scottish advocate, do you then pretend to support yourself by that in this department? The Arethusa modestly disclaimed the pretension. The commissary had scored a point, PG 127. The commissary, why then do you travel? The Arethusa, I travel for pleasure. The commissary pointing to the knapsack and with sublime incredulity, avec cas, veillez-vous je sois un homme intelligent. With that, look here, I am a person of intelligence. The culprit remaining silent under this home thrust, the commissary relished his triumph for a while, and then demanded like the postman, but with what different expectations, to see the contents of the knapsack. And here the Arethusa, not yet sufficiently awake to his position, fell into a grave mistake. There was little or no furniture in the room except the commissary's chair and table, and to facilitate matters, the Arethusa with all the innocence on earth lent the knapsack on a corner of the bed. The commissary fairly bounded from his seat, his face and neck flushed past purple, almost into blue, and he screamed to lay the desecrating object on the floor. The knapsack proved to contain a change of shirts, of shoes, of socks, and of linen trousers, a small dressing case, a piece of soap in one of the shoes, 2 volumes of the collection Janet lettered Poesies de Charles d'Orleans, a map, and a version book containing divers notes in prose and the remarkable English roundels of the voyager, still to this day unpublished. The commissary of Chatelaine is the only living man who has clapped an eye on these artistic trifles. He turned the assortment over with a contumelious finger. It was plain from his daintiness that he regarded the Arethusa and all his belongings as the very temple of infection. Still, there was nothing suspicious about the map, nothing really criminal except the roundels. As for Charles of Orleans, to the ignorant mind of the prisoner, he seemed as good as a certificate, and it was supposed the farce was nearly over. The inquisitor resumed his seat. The commissary, after a pause, bien, je vais PG 128 vous dire ce que vous eats. Vous eats element el vous venez chanter à la foire. Well then, I will tell you what you are. You are a German and have come to sing at the fair. The Arethusa, would you like to hear me sing? I believe I could convince you of the contrary. The commissary, pas de plaisanterie, monsieur. The Arethusa, well, sir, oblige me at least by looking at this book. Here, I open it with my eyes shut. Read one of these songs, read this one, and tell me, you who are a man of intelligence, if it would be possible to sing it at a fair. The commissary critically, mais oui, très bien. The Arethusa, comment, monsieur, what, but do you not observe it is antique? It is difficult to understand, even for you and me, but for the audience at a fair, it would be meaningless. The commissary taking a pen, en fin, il faut en finir. What is your name? The Arethusa speaking with the swallowing vivacity of the English. Robert Louis Stevenson. The commissary aghast, he quoi? The Arethusa perceiving and improving his advantage. Robert Louis Stevenson. The commissary after several conflicts with his pen. Eh bien, il faut s'y passer du nom. Qu'ni est secret pas. Well, we must do without the name, it is unspellable. The above is a rough summary of this momentous conversation, in which I have been chiefly careful to preserve the plums of the commissary. But the remainder of the scene, perhaps because of his rising anger, has left but little definite in the memory of the Arethusa. The commissary was not, I think, a practiced literary man. No sooner, at least, had he taken pen in hand and embarked on the composition of the prose-verbal, than he became distinctly more uncivil, and began to show a predilection for that simplest of all forms of repartee. You lie. Several times the Arethusa let it pass, and then suddenly PG 129 flared up, refused to accept more insults or to answer further questions, defied the commissary to do his worst, and promised him, if he did, that he should bitterly repent it. Perhaps if he had worn this proud front from the first, instead of beginning with a sense of entertainment and then going on to argue, the thing might have turned otherwise, for even at this 11th hour the commissary was visibly staggered. But it was too late, he had been challenged, the prosverbal was begun, and he again squared his elbows over his writing, and the Arethusa was led forth a prisoner. A step or two down the hot road stood the gendarmerie. Thither was our unfortunate conducted, and there he was bidden to empty forth the contents of his pockets. A handkerchief, a pen, a pencil, a pipe and tobacco, matches, and some 10 francs of change, that was all. Not a file, not a cipher, not a scrap of writing whether to identify or to condemn. The very gendarme was appalled before such destitution. I regret, he said, that I arrested you, for I see that you are no voyou. And he promised him every indulgence. The Arethusa, thus encouraged, asked for his pipe. That he was told was impossible, but if he chewed, he might have some tobacco. He did not chew, however, and asked instead to have his handkerchief. Non, said the gendarme, nous avons eu des histoires de gens qui s'y sont pendus. No, we have had histories of people who hanged themselves. What? Cried the Arethusa. And is it for that you refuse me my handkerchief? But see how much more easily I could hang myself in my trousers. The man was struck by the novelty of the idea, but he stuck to his colors, and only continued to repeat vague offers of service. At least, said the Arethusa, be sure that you arrest my comrade. He will follow me ere long on the same road, and you can tell him by the sack upon his shoulders. PG 130. This promised, the prisoner was led round into the back court of the building. A cellar door was opened, he was motioned down the stair, and bolts grated and chains clanged behind his descending person. The philosophically, and still more the imaginative mind, is apt to suppose itself prepared for any mortal accident. Prison, among other ills, was one that had been often faced by the undaunted Arethusa. Even as he went down the stairs, he was telling himself that here was a famous occasion for a roundel, and that like the committed linnets of the tuneful cavalier, he too would make his prison musical. I will tell the truth at once. The roundel was never written, or it should be printed in this place, to raise a smile. Two reasons interfered, the first moral, the second physical. It is one of the curiosities of human nature, that although all men are liars, they can none of them bear to be told so of themselves. To get and take the lie with equanimity is a stretch beyond the Stoic, and the Arethusa, who had been surfeited upon that insult, was blazing inwardly with a white heat of smothered wrath. But the physical had also its part. The cellar in which he was confined was some feet underground, and it was only lighted by an unglazed, narrow aperture high up in the wall and smothered in the leaves of a green vine. The walls were of naked masonry, the floor of bare earth. By way of furniture there was an earthenware basin, a water jug, and a wooden bedstead with a blue-gray cloak for bedding. To be taken from the hot air of a summer's afternoon, the reverberation of the road, and the stir of rapid exercise, and plunged into the gloom and damp of this receptacle for vagabonds, struck an instant chill upon the Arethusa's blood. Now see in how small a matter a hardship may consist. The floor was exceedingly uneven underfoot, with the very spade marks, I suppose, of the laborers who dug the foundations of the barrack. And what with the poor twilight and the irregular surface, PG 131 walking was impossible. The caged author resisted for a good while, but the chill of the place struck deeper and deeper. And at length, with such reluctance as you may fancy, he was driven to climb upon the bed and wrap himself in the public covering. There then he lay upon the verge of shivering, plunged in semi-darkness, wound in a garment whose touch he dreaded like the plague, and in a spirit far removed from resignation telling the roll of the insults he had just received. These are not circumstances favorable to the muse. Meantime to look at the upper surface, where the sun was still shining, and the guns of sportsmen were still noisy through the tufted plain, the cigarette was drawing near at his more philosophically pace. In those days of liberty and health, he was the constant partner of the Arethusa, and had ample opportunity to share in that gentleman's disfavor with the police. Many a bitter bowl had he partaken of with that disastrous comrade. He was himself a man born to float easily through life, his face and manner artfully recommending him to all. There was but one suspicious circumstance he could not carry off, and that was his companion. He will not readily forget the commissary in what is ironically called the free town of Frankfort-on-Main, nor the Franco-Belgian frontier, nor the inn at La Fere. Last, but not least, he is pretty certain to remember Chatillon-sur-Loire. At the town entry, the gendarme culled him like a wayside flower, and a moment later 2 persons in a high state of surprise were confronted in the commissary's office. For if the cigarette was surprised to be arrested, the commissary was no less taken aback by the appearance and appointments of his captive. Here was a man about whom there could be no mistake, a man of an unquestionable and unassailable manner, in apple pie order, dressed not with neatness merely but elegance, ready with his passport at a word, and well supplied with money. A man the commissary would have doffed his hat to on chance PG 132 upon the highway, and this beau cavalier unblushingly claimed the Arethusa for his comrade. The conclusion of the interview was foregone. Of its humors I remember only one. Baronet, demanded the magistrate, glancing up from the passport. Alors, monsieur, vous êtes le fils d'un baron? And when the cigarette his one mistake throughout the interview denied the soft impeachment, alors from the commissary, si n'est pas voir passeport. But these were ineffectual thunders. He never dreamed of laying hands upon the cigarette. Presently he fell into a mood of unrestrained admiration, gloating over the contents of the knapsack, commending our friend's tailor. Ah, what an honored guest was the commissary entertaining! What suitable clothes he wore for the warm weather! What beautiful maps, what an attractive work of history he carried in his knapsack! You are to understand there was now but one point of difference between them. What was to be done with the Arethusa? The cigarette demanding his release, the commissary still claiming him as the dungeon's own. Now it chanced that the cigarette had passed some years of his life in Egypt, where he had made acquaintance with 2 very bad things, cholera morbus and pashas, and in the eye of the commissary, as he fingered the volume of Michelet, it seemed to our traveler there was something Turkish. I pass over this lightly. It is highly possible there was some misunderstanding, highly possible that the commissary charmed with his visitor supposed the attraction to be mutual, and took for an act of growing friendship what the cigarette himself regarded as a bribe. And at any rate, was there ever a bribe more singular than an odd volume of Michelet's history? The work was promised him for the morrow, before our departure, and presently after, either because he had his price, or to show that he was not the man to be behind in friendly offices, bien, he said, je suppose quil faut lasher vater camarade. And he tore up that feast of humor, the unfinished prose-verbal. PG 133 if he had only torn up instead the Arethusa's roundels. There are many works burnt at Alexandria, there are many treasured in the British Museum, that I could better spare than the prose-verbal of Chatillon. Poor bebuckled commissary. I begin to be sorry that he never had his Michelet, perceiving in him fine human traits, a broad-based stupidity, a gusto in his magisterial functions, a taste for letters, a ready admiration for the admirable. And if he did not admire the Arethusa, he was not alone in that. To the imprisoned one, shivering under the public covering, there came suddenly a noise of bolts and chains. He sprang to his feet, ready to welcome a companion in calamity, and instead of that the door was flung wide, the friendly gendarme appeared above in the strong daylight, and with a magnificent gesture, being probably a student of the drama Vous êtes libre, he said, "None too soon for the Arethusa." I doubt if he had been half an hour imprisoned, but by the watch in a man's brain, which was the only watch he carried he should have been 8 times longer. And he passed forth with ecstasy up the cellar stairs into the healing warmth of the afternoon sun, and the breath of the earth came as sweet as a cow's into his nostril. And he heard again, and could have laughed for pleasure the concord of delicate noises that we call the hum of life. And here it might be thought that my history ended, but not so. This was an act drop and not the curtain. Upon what followed in front of the barrack, since there was a lady in the case, I scrupled to expatiate. The wife of the Merchel de Sloges was a handsome woman, and yet the Arethusa was not sorry to be gone from her society. Something of her image, cool as a peach on that hot afternoon, still lingers in his memory, yet more of her conversation. "You have there a very fine parlor," said the poor gentleman. "Ah," said Madame la Merchel des Sloges, "you are very well acquainted with such parlors. And you should have seen with what a hard and scornful PG 134I she measured the vagabond before her. I do not think he ever hated the commissary, but before that interview was at an end, he hated Madame la Merchel. His passion, as I am led to understand by one who was present, stood confessed in a burning eye, a pale cheek, and a trembling utterance. Madame, meanwhile tasting the joys of the matador, goading him with barbed words and staring him coldly down. It was certainly good to be away from this lady, and better still to sit down to an excellent dinner in the inn. Here, too, the despised travelers scraped acquaintance with their next neighbor, a gentleman of these parts, returned from the day's sport, who had the good taste to find pleasure in their society. The dinner at an end, the gentleman proposed the acquaintance should be ripened in the café. The café was crowded with sportsmen conclamantly explaining to each other and the world the smallness of their bags. About the center of the room, the cigarette and the Arethusa sat with their new acquaintance. A trio very well pleased, for the travelers after their late experience were greedy of consideration, and their sportsmen rejoiced in a pair of patient listeners. Suddenly the glass door flew open with a crash. The Merchel de Sloges appeared in the interval, gorgeously belted and befrogged, entered with salutation, strode up the room with a clang of spurs and weapons, and disappeared through a door at the far end. Close at his heels followed the Arethusa's gendarme of the afternoon, imitating, with a nice shade of difference, the imperial bearing of his chief. Only, as he passed, he struck lightly with his open hand on the shoulder of his late captive, and with that ringing, dramatic utterance of which he had the secret suaves, said he. The arrest of the members, the oath of the tennis court, the signing of the Declaration of Independence, Mark Antony's oration, all the brave scenes of history, I conceive as having been not unlike that evening in the PG 135 Café at Chatelain. Terror breathed upon the assembly. A moment later, when the Arethusa had followed his recaptors into the farther part of the house, the cigarette found himself alone with his coffee in a ring of empty chairs and tables, all the lusty sportsmen huddled into corners, all their clamorous voices hushed in whispering, all their eyes shooting at him furtively as at a leper. And the Arethusa? Well, he had a long, sometimes a trying, interview in the back kitchen. The Merchel de Sloges, who was a very handsome man, and I believe both intelligent and honest, had no clear opinion on the case. He thought the commissary had done wrong, but he did not wish to get his subordinates into trouble, and he proposed this, that, and the other, to all of which the Arethusa, with a growing sense of his position, demurred. In short, suggested the Arethusa, you want to wash your hands of further responsibility. Well then, let me go to Paris. The Merchel de Sloges looked at his watch. You may leave, said he, by the 10 o'clock train for Paris. And at noon the next day, the travelers were telling their misadventure in the dining room at Sirens. PG 137. Travels with a donkey. In the Cevennes. My dear Sidney Colvin. PG 140. The journey which this little book is to describe was very agreeable and fortunate for me. After an uncouth beginning, I had the best of luck to the end. But we are all travelers in what John Bunyan calls the wilderness of this world, all, too, travelers with a donkey, and the best that we find in our travels is an honest friend. He is a fortunate voyager who finds many. We travel indeed to find them. They are the end and the reward of life. They keep us worthy of ourselves, and when we are alone, we are only nearer to the absent. Every book is, in an intimate sense, a circular letter to the friends of him who writes it. They alone take his meaning. they find private messages, assurances of love, and expressions of gratitude dropped for them in every corner. The public is but a generous patron who defrays the postage. Yet, though the letter is directed to all, we have an old and kindly custom of addressing it on the outside to one. Of what shall a man be proud if he is not proud of his friends? And so, my dear Sidney Colvin, it is with pride that I sign myself. Affectionately yours, R50S. Vele, PG 141. Many are the mighty things, and naught is more mighty than man he. Masters by his devices the tenant of the fields, Sophocles, who hath loosed the bands of the wild ass. Job travels with a donkey, PG 143. The donkey, the pack, and the pack saddle. In a little place called Le Monastir, in a pleasant highland valley 15 miles from La Paix, I spent about a month of fine days. Monastir is notable for the making of lace, for drunkenness, for freedom of language, and for unparalleled political dissension. There are adherents of each of the four French parties: Legitimists, Orleanists, Imperialists, and Republicans in this little mountain town, and they all hate, loathe, decry, and calumniate each other. Except for business purposes or to give each other the lie in a tavern brawl, they have laid aside even the civility of speech. 'Tis a mere mount in Poland. In the midst of this Babylon, I found myself a rallying point. Everyone was anxious to be kind and helpful to the stranger. This was not merely from the natural hospitality of mountain people, nor even from the surprise with which I was regarded as a man living of his own free will in Le Monastir, when he might just as well have lived anywhere else in this big world. It arose a good deal from my projected excursion southward through the Cevennes. A traveler of my sort was a thing hitherto unheard of in that district. I was looked upon with contempt, like a man who should project a journey to the moon, but yet with a respectful interest, like one setting forth for the inclement pole. All were ready to help in my preparations. A crowd of sympathizers supported me at the critical moment of a bargain. Not a step was taken, but was PG 144 heralded by glasses round and celebrated by a dinner or a breakfast. It was already hard upon October before I was ready to set forth, and at the high altitudes over which my road lay, there was no Indian summer to be looked for. I was determined, if not to camp out, at least to have the means of camping out in my possession, for there is nothing more harassing to an easy mind than the necessity of reaching shelter by dusk, and the hospitality of a village inn is not always to be reckoned sure by those who trudge on foot. A tent, above all, for a solitary traveler, is troublesome to pitch and troublesome to strike again, and even on the march it forms a conspicuous feature in your baggage. A sleeping sack, on the other hand, is always ready. You have only to get into it. It serves a double purpose: a bed by night, a portmanteau by day, and it does not advertise your intention of camping out to every curious passerby. This is a huge point. If a camp is not secret, it is but a troubled resting place. You become a public character. The convivial rustic visits your bedside after an early supper, and you must sleep with one eye open and be up before the day. I decided on a sleeping sack, and after repeated visits to Lapai and a deal of high living for myself and my advisors, a sleeping sack was designed, constructed, and triumphantly brought home. This child of my invention was nearly 6 feet square, exclusive of two triangular flaps to serve as a pillow by night and as the top and bottom of the sack by day. I call it the sack, but it was never a sack by more than courtesy, only a sort of long roll or sausage, green waterproof cart-cloth without and blue sheep's fur within. It was commodious as a valise, warm and dry for a bed. There was luxurious turning room for one, and at a pinch the thing might serve for two. I could bury myself in it up to the neck. For my head I trusted to a fur cap, with a hood to fold down over my ears, and a band to pass under PG 145 my nose like a respirator. And in case of heavy rain I proposed to make myself a little tent, or tentlet, with my waterproof coat, 3 stones, and a bent branch. It will readily be conceived that I could not carry this huge package on my own, merely human, shoulders. It remained to choose a beast of burden. Now, a horse is a fine lady among animals, flighty, timid, delicate in eating, of tender health. He is too valuable and too restive to be left alone, so that you are chained to your brute as to a fellow galley slave. A dangerous road puts him out of his wits. In short, he's an uncertain and exacting ally, and adds 30-fold to the troubles of the voyager. What I required was something cheap and small and hearty, and of a stolid and peaceful temper, and all these requisites pointed to a donkey. There dwelt an old man in Monastir, of rather unsound intellect according to some, much followed by street boys and known to fame as Father Adam. Father Adam had a cart, and to draw the cart a diminutive sheath, not much bigger than a dog, the color of a mouse, with a kindly eye and a determined underjaw. There was something neat and high-bred, a Quakerish elegance, about the rogue that hit my fancy on the spot. Our first interview was in Monastir Marketplace. To prove her good temper, one child after another was set upon her back to ride, and one after another went head over heels into the air, until a want of confidence began to reign in youthful bosoms, and the experiment was discontinued from a dearth of subjects. I was already backed by a deputation of my friends, but as if this were not enough, all the buyers and sellers came round and helped me in the bargain, and the ass and I and Father Adam were the center of a hubbub for near half an hour. At length she passed into my service for the consideration of 65 francs and a glass of brandy. The sack had already cost 80 francs and 2 glasses of beer, so that Modestin, as I instantly baptized her, was upon all accounts the PG 146 cheaper article. Indeed, that was as it should be, for she was only an appurtenance of my mattress or self-acting bedstead on 4 casters. I had a last interview with Father Adam in a billiard room at the witching hour of dawn, when I administered the brandy. He professed himself greatly touched by the separation, and declared he had often bought white bread for the donkey when he had been content with black bread for himself. But this, according to the best authorities, must have been a flight of fancy. He had a name in the village for brutally misusing the ass, yet it is certain that he shed a tear, and the tear made a clean mark down one cheek. By the advice of a fallacious local saddler, a leather pad was made for me with rings to fasten on my bundle, and I thoughtfully completed my kit and arranged my toilette. By way of armory and utensils, I took a revolver, a little spirit lamp and pan, a lantern and some halfpenny candles, a jackknife and a large leather flask. The main cargo consisted of 2 entire changes of warm clothing besides my traveling wear of country velveteen, pilot coat, and knitted Spencersome books, and my railway rug, which, being also in the form of a bag, made me a double castle for cold nights. The permanent larder was represented by cakes of chocolate and tins of Bologna sausage. All this, except what I carried about my person, was easily stowed into the sheepskin bag, and by good fortune I threw in my empty knapsack, rather for convenience of carriage than from any thought that I should want it on my journey. For more immediate needs, I took a leg of cold mutton, a bottle of Beaujolais, an empty bottle to carry milk, an egg beater, and a considerable quantity of black bread and white, like Father Adam, for myself and donkey. Only in my scheme of things the destinations were reversed. Monastrians of all shades of thought and politics had agreed in threatening me with many ludicrous misadventures, and with sudden death in many surprising PG 147 forms. Cold, wolves, robbers, above all the nocturnal practical joker, were daily and eloquently forced on my attention. Yet in these vaticinations, the true, patent danger was left out. Like Christian, it was from my pack I suffered by the way. Before telling my own mishaps, let me in 2 words relate the lesson of my experience. If the pack is well strapped at the ends and hung at full length not doubled, for your life across the pack saddle, the traveler is safe. The saddle will certainly not fit, such is the imperfection of our transitory life. It will assuredly topple and tend to overset, but there are stones on every roadside, and a man soon learns the art of correcting any tendency to overbalance with a well-adjusted stone. On the day of my departure, I was up a little after 5. By 6, we began to load the donkey, and 10 minutes after my hopes were in the dust. The pad would not stay on Modestin's back for half a moment. I returned it to its maker, with whom I had so contumelious a passage that the street outside was crowded from wall to wall with gossips looking on and listening. The pad changed hands with much vivacity. Perhaps it would be more descriptive to say that we threw it at each other's heads, and, at any rate, we were very warm and unfriendly, and spoke with a deal of freedom. I had a common donkey paxidolabard, as they call it, fitted upon Modestin, and once more loaded her with my effects. The doubled sack, my pilot coat, for it was warm, and I was to walk in my waistcoat, a great bar of black bread, and an open basket containing the white bread, the mutton, and the bottles, were all corded together in a very elaborate system of knots, and I looked on the result with fatuous content. In such a monstrous deck cargo, all poised above the donkey's shoulders, with nothing below to balance, on a brand new pack saddle that had not yet been worn to fit the animal, and fastened with brand new girths that PG 148 might be expected to stretch and slacken by the way, even a very careless traveler should have seen disaster brewing. That elaborate system of knots, again, was the work of too many sympathizers to be very artfully designed. It is true they tightened the cords with a will. As many as three at a time would have a foot against Modestin's quarters and be hauling with clenched teeth. But I learned afterwards that one thoughtful person, without any exercise of force, can make a more solid job than half a dozen heated and enthusiastic grooms. I was then but a novice. Even after the misadventure of the pad, nothing could disturb my security, and I went forth from the stable door as an ox goeth to the slaughter. The Green Donkey Driver. PG 149. The bell of Monastir was just striking 9 as I got quit of these preliminary troubles and descended the hill through the common. As long as I was within sight of the windows, a secret shame and the fear of some laughable defeat withheld me from tampering with Modestin. She tripped along upon her 4 small hoofs with a sober daintiness of gait. From time to time, she shook her ears or her tail, and she looked so small under the bundle that my mind misgave me. We got across the ford without difficulty, there was no doubt about the matter. She was docility itself, once on the other bank, where the road begins to mount through pine woods, I took in my right hand the unhallowed staff, and with a quaking spirit applied it to the donkey. Modestin brisked up her pace for perhaps 3 steps, and then relapsed into her former minuet. Another application had the same effect, and so with the third. I am worthy the name of an Englishman, and it goes against my conscience to lay my hand rudely on a female. I desisted and looked her all over from head to foot. The poor brute's knees were trembling and her breathing was distressed. It was plain that she could go no faster on a hill. God forbid, thought I, that I should brutalize this innocent creature. Let her go at her own pace, and let me patiently follow. What that pace was there is no word mean enough to describe. It was something as much slower than a walk as a walk is slower than a run. It kept me hanging on each foot for an incredible length of time. In 5 minutes it exhausted the spirit and set up a fever in all the muscles of the leg. And yet I had to keep close at hand and PG 150 measure my advance exactly upon hers. For if I dropped a few yards into the rear, or went on a few yards ahead, Modestin came instantly to a halt and began to browse. The thought that this was to last from here to Allay nearly broke my heart. Of all conceivable journeys, this promised to be the most tedious. I tried to tell myself it was a lovely day. I tried to charm my foreboding spirit with tobacco. But I had a vision ever present to me of the long, long roads, up hill and down dale, and a pair of figures ever infinitesimally moving, foot by foot, a yard to the minute, and like things enchanted in a nightmare, approaching no nearer to the goal. In the meantime, there came up behind us a tall peasant, perhaps 40 years of age, of an ironical, snuffy countenance, and arrayed in the green tailcoat of the country. He overtook us hand over hand, and stopped to consider our pitiful advance. "Your donkey," says he, "is very old." I told him I believed not. Then he supposed we had come far. I told him we had but newly left Monastir. "Et vous marchez comme ça," cried he, and throwing back his head he laughed long and heartily. I watched him, half prepared to feel offended, until he had satisfied his mirth. And then, "You must have no pity on these animals," said he, and, plucking a switch out of a thicket, he began to lace Modestin about the sternworks, uttering a cry. The rogue pricked up her ears and broke into a good round pace, which she kept up without flagging, and without exhibiting the least symptom of distress, as long as the peasant kept beside us. Her former panting and shaking had been, I regret to say, a piece of comedy. My deus ex machina, before he left me, supplied some excellent, if inhumane, advice, presented me with the switch which he declared she would feel more tenderly than my cane, and finally taught me the true cry or PG 151 Masonic word of donkey drivers proot. All the time he regarded me with a comical, incredulous air, which was embarrassing to confront, and smiled over my donkey driving, as I might have smiled over his orthography or his green tailcoat. But it was not my turn for the moment. I was proud of my new lore and thought I had learned the art to perfection. And certainly Modestin did wonders for the rest of the forenoon, and I had a breathing space to look about me. It was Sabbath, the mountain fields were all vacant in the sunshine, and as we came down through St. Martin de Frugers, the church was crowded to the door, there were people kneeling without upon the steps, and the sound of the priests chanting came forth out of the dim interior. It gave me a home feeling on the spot, for I am a countryman of the Sabbath, so to speak, and all Sabbath observances, like a Scottish accent, strike in me mixed feelings, grateful and the reverse. It is only a traveler, hurrying by like a person from another planet, who can rightly enjoy the peace and beauty of the great ascetic feast. The sight of the resting country does his spirit good. There is something better than music in the wide, unusual silence, and it disposes him to amiable thoughts, like the sound of a little river or the warmth of sunlight. In this pleasant humor, I came down the hill to where Gaudet stands in a green end of a valley, with Chateau Beaufort opposite upon a rocky steep, and the stream, as clear as crystal, lying in a deep pool between them. Above and below, you may hear it wimpling over the stones, an amiable stripling of a river, which it seems absurd to call the Loire. On all sides, Gaudet is shut in by mountains. Rocky footpaths, practicable at best for donkeys, join it to the outer world of France. And the men and women drink and swear in their green corner, or look up at the snow-clad peaks in winter from the threshold of their homes. In an isolation, you would think PG 152 like that of Homer's Cyclops. But it is not so. The postman reaches Gaudet with the letter bag. The aspiring youth of Gaudet are within a day's walk of the railway at Lapai. And here in the inn you may find an engraved portrait of the host's nephew, Regis Senac, professor of fencing and champion of the two Americas, a distinction gained by him, along with the sum of $500, at Tammany Hall, New York, on the 10th April 1876. I hurried over my midday meal and was early forth again. But alas, as we climbed the interminable hill upon the other side, Prout seemed to have lost its virtue. I prooted like a lion, I prooted mellifluously like a sucking dove, but Modestin would be neither softened nor intimidated. She held doggedly to her pace, nothing but a blow would move her, and that only for a second. I must follow at her heels, incessantly belaboring. A moment's pause in this ignoble toil, and she relapsed into her own private gait. I think I never heard of anyone in as mean a situation. I must reach the lake of Bouchet, where I meant to camp, before sundown, and to have even a hope of this, I must instantly maltreat this uncomplaining animal. The sound of my own blows sickened me. Once, when I looked at her, she had a faint resemblance to a lady of my acquaintance who formerly loaded me with kindness, and this increased my horror of my cruelty. To make matters worse, we encountered another donkey, ranging at will upon the roadside, and this other donkey chanced to be a gentleman. He and Modestin met nickering for joy, and I had to separate the pair and beat down their young romance with a renewed and feverish bastinado. If the other donkey had had the heart of a male under his hide, he would have fallen upon me tooth and hoof, and this was a kind of consolation, was plainly unworthy of Modestin's affection. But the incident saddened me, as did everything that spoke of my donkey's sex. PG 153. It was blazing hot up the valley, windless, with vehement sun upon my shoulders, and I had to labor so consistently with my stick that the sweat ran into my eyes. Every 5 minutes, too, the pack, the basket, and the pilot coat would take an ugly slew to one side or the other, and I had to stop Modestin, just when I had got her to a tolerable pace of about 2 miles an hour, to tug, push, shoulder, and readjust the load. And at last, in the village of Ussel, saddle and all, the whole hypothec, turned round and grovelled in the dust below the donkey's belly. She, none better pleased, incontinently drew up and seemed to smile, and a party of one man, 2 women, and 2 children came up, and standing round me in a half-circle, encouraged her by their example. I had the devil's own trouble to get the thing righted, and the instant I had done so, without hesitation, it toppled and fell down upon the other side. Judge if I was hot, and yet not a hand was offered to assist me. The man, indeed, told me I ought to have a package of a different shape. I suggested, if he knew nothing better to the point in my predicament, he might hold his tongue, and the good-natured dog agreed with me smilingly. It was the most despicable fix. I must plainly content myself with the pack for Modestin, and take the following items for my own share of the portage: a cane, a quart flask, a pilot jacket heavily weighted in the pockets, 2 pounds of black bread, and an open basket full of meats and bottles. I believe I may say I am not devoid of greatness of soul, for I did not recoil from this infamous burden. I disposed it, heaven knows how, so as to be mildly portable, and then proceeded to steer Modestin through the village. She tried, as was indeed her invariable habit, to enter every house and every courtyard in the whole length, and encumbered as I was, without a hand to help myself, no words can render an idea of my difficulties. A priest, PG 154 with 6 or 7 others, was examining a church in process of repair, and he and his acolytes laughed loudly as they saw my plight. I remembered having laughed myself when I had seen good men struggling with adversity in the person of a jackass, and the recollection filled me with penitence. That was in my old light days, before this trouble came upon me. God knows at least that I shall never laugh again, thought one. But oh, what a cruel thing is a farce to those engaged in it. A little out of the village, Modestin, filled with the demon, set her heart upon a by-road and positively refused to leave it. I dropped all my bundles and, I am ashamed to say, struck the poor sinner twice across the face. It was pitiful to see her lift her head with shut eyes, as if waiting for another blow. I came very near crying, but I did a wiser thing than that, and sat squarely down by the roadside to consider my situation under the cheerful influence of tobacco and a nip of brandy. Modestin, in the meanwhile, munched some black bread with a contrite hypocritical air. It was plain that I must make a sacrifice to the gods of shipwreck. I threw away the empty bottle destined to carry milk. I threw away my own white bread, and, disdaining to act by general average, kept the black bread for Modestin. Lastly, I threw away the cold leg of mutton and the egg whisk, although this last was dear to my heart. Thus I found room for everything in the basket, and even stowed the boating coat on the top. By means of an end of cord, I slung it under one arm, and although the cord cut my shoulder, and the jacket hung almost to the ground, it was with a heart greatly lightened that I set forth again. I had now an arm free to thrash Modestin, and cruelly I chastised her. If I were to reach the lakeside before dark, she must bestir her little shanks to some tune. Already the sun had gone down into a windy-looking mist, and although there were still a few streaks PG 155 of gold far off to the east on the hills and the black fir woods, all was cold and gray about our onward path. An infinity of little country byroads led hither and thither among the fields. It was the most pointless labyrinth. I could see my destination overhead, or rather the peak that dominates it, but choose as I pleased, the roads always ended by turning away from it, and sneaking back towards the valley, or northward along the margin of the hills. The failing light, the waning color, the naked, unhomely, stony country through which I was traveling, threw me into some despondency. I promise you, the stick was not idle. I think every decent step that Modestin took must have cost me at least 2 emphatic blows. There was not another sound in the neighborhood but that of my unwearying bastinado. Suddenly, in the midst of my toils, the load once more bit the dust, and, as by enchantment, all the cords were simultaneously loosened, and the road scattered with my dear possessions. The packing was to begin again from the beginning, and as I had to invent a new and better system, I do not doubt but I lost half an hour. It began to be dusk in earnest as I reached a wilderness of turf and stones. It had the air of being a road which should lead everywhere at the same time, and I was falling into something not unlike despair when I saw two figures stalking towards me over the stones. They walked one behind the other like tramps, but their pace was remarkable. The son led the way, a tall, ill-made, somber, Scottish-looking man. The mother followed, all in her Sunday's best, with an elegantly embroidered ribbon to her cap, and a new felt hat atop, and proffering, as she strode along with kilted petticoats, a string of obscene and blasphemous oaths. I hailed the son and asked him my direction. He pointed loosely west and northwest, muttered an inaudible comment, and without slackening his pace for an instant, PG 156 stalked on, as he was going, right athwart my path. The mother followed without so much as raising her head. I shouted and shouted after them, but they continued to scale the hillside, and turned a deaf ear to my outcries. At last, leaving Modestin by herself, I was constrained to run after them, hailing the while. They stopped as I drew near, the mother still cursing, and I could see she was a handsome, motherly, respectable-looking woman. The son once more answered me roughly and inaudibly, and was for setting out again. But this time I simply collared the mother, who was nearest me, and, apologizing for my violence, declared that I could not let them go until they had put me on my road. They were neither of them offended, rather mollified than otherwise, told me I had only to follow them, and then the mother asked me what I wanted by the lake at such an hour. I replied, in the Scottish manner, by inquiring if she had far to go herself. She told me with another oath that she had an hour and a half's road before her. And then, without salutation, the pair strode forward again up the hillside in the gathering dusk. I returned for Modestin, pushed her briskly forward, and after a sharp ascent of 20 minutes, reached the edge of a plateau. The view, looking back on my day's journey, was both wild and sad. Mount Mezenc and the peaks beyond St. Julian stood out in trenchant gloom against a cold glitter in the east, and the intervening field of hills had fallen together into one broad wash of shadow, except here and there the outline of a wooded sugar loaf in black, here and there a white, irregular patch to represent a cultivated farm, and here and there a blot where the Loire, the Gazelle, or the Lausanne wandered in a gorge. Soon we were on a highroad, and surprise seized on my mind as I beheld a village of some magnitude close at hand. For I had been told that the neighborhood of the lake was uninhabited, except by trout. The road smoked PG 157 in the twilight with children driving home cattle from the fields, and a pair of mounted stride-legged women, hat and cap and all, dashed past me at a hammering trot from the canton, where they had been to church and market. I asked one of the children where I was. At Bouchet St. Nicholas, he told me. Thither, about a mile south of my destination, and on the other side of a respectable summit, had these confused roads and treacherous peasantry conducted me. My shoulder was cut, so that it hurt sharply. My arm ached like toothache from perpetual beating. I gave up the lake and my design to camp and asked for the auberge. I have a goad. PG 158. The auberge of Bouchet St. Nicholas was among the least pretentious I have ever visited, but I saw many more of the like upon my journey. Indeed, it was typical of these French highlands. Imagine a cottage of 2 stories with a bench before the door, the stable and kitchen in a suite so that Modestin and I could hear each other dining. Furniture of the plainest, earthen floors, a single bedchamber for travelers, and that without any convenience but beds. In the kitchen cooking and eating go forward side by side, and the family sleep at night. Anyone who has a fancy to wash must do so in public at the common table. The food is sometimes spare. Hard fish and omelette have been my portion more than once. The wine is of the smallest, the brandy abominable to man, and the visit of a fat sow, grouting under the table and rubbing against your legs, is no impossible accompaniment to dinner. But the people of the inn, in 9 cases out of 10, show themselves friendly and considerate. As soon as you cross the doors, you cease to be a stranger, and although these peasantry are rude and forbidding on the highway, they show a tincture of kind breeding when you share their hearth. At Bouchet, for instance, I uncorked my bottle of Beaujolais and asked the host to join me. He would take but little. I am an amateur of such wine, do you see? He said, and I am capable of leaving you not enough. In these hedgens, the traveler is expected to eat with his own knife. Unless he ask, no other will be PG 159 supplied. With a glass, a wang of bread, and an iron fork, the table is completely laid. My knife was cordially admired by the landlord of Bouchet, and the spring filled him with wonder. I should never have guessed that, he said. I would bet, he added, weighing it in his hand, that this cost you not less than 5 francs. When I told him it had cost me 20, his jaw dropped. He was a mild, handsome, sensible, friendly old man, astonishingly ignorant. His wife, who was not so pleasant in her manners, knew how to read, although I do not suppose she ever did so. She had a share of brains and spoke with a cutting emphasis, like one who ruled the roast. My man knows nothing, she said with an angry nod. He is like the beasts. And the old gentleman signified acquiescence with his head. There was no contempt on her part and no shame on his. The facts were accepted loyally, and no more about the matter. I was tightly cross-examined about my journey, and the lady understood in a moment and sketched out what I should put into my book when I got home. Whether people harvest or not in such or such a place, if there were forests, studies of manners, what, for example, I and the master of the house say to you, the beauties of nature and all that. And she interrogated me with a look. It is just that, said one. You see, she added to her husband, I understood that. They were both much interested by the story of my misadventures. In the morning, said the husband, I will make you something better than your cane. Such a beast as that feels nothing. It is in the proverb dur commet un ain PG 160. You might beat her insensible with a cudgel, and yet you would arrive nowhere. Something better, I little knew what he was offering. The sleeping room was furnished with 2 beds. I had one, and I will own I was a little abashed to find a young man and his wife and child in the act of mounting into the other. This was my first experience of the sort, and if I am always to feel equally silly and extraneous, I pray God it be my last as well. I kept my eyes to myself, and know nothing of the woman except that she had beautiful arms, and seemed no whit embarrassed by my appearance. As a matter of fact, the situation was more trying to me than to the pair. A pair keep each other in countenance. It is the single gentleman who has to blush. But I could not help attributing my sentiments to the husband, and sought to conciliate his tolerance with a cup of brandy from my flask. He told me that he was a cooper of a lay traveling to Saint Etienne in search of work, and that in his spare moments he followed the fatal calling of a maker of matches. Me he readily enough divined to be a brandy merchant. I was up first in the morning Monday, September 23rd, and hastened my toilette guiltily, so as to leave a clear field for Madame, the cooper's wife. I drank a bowl of milk and set off to explore the neighborhood of Bouchet. It was perishing cold, a gray, windy, wintry morning. Misty clouds flew fast and low, the wind piped over the naked platform, and the only speck of color was away behind Mount Mezenc and the eastern hills, where the sky still wore the orange of the dawn. It was 5 in the morning and 4,000 feet above the sea, and I had to bury my hands in my pockets and trot. People were trooping out to the labors of the field by twos and threes, and all turned round to stare upon the stranger. I had seen them coming back last night, I saw them going afield again, and there was the life of Bouchet in a nutshell. PG 161. When I came back to the inn for a bit of breakfast, the landlady was in the kitchen combing out her daughter's hair, and I made her my compliments upon its beauty. "Oh no," said the mother, "it is not so beautiful as it ought to be. Look, it is too fine." Thus does a wise peasantry console itself under adverse physical circumstances, and, by a startling democratic process, the defects of the majority decide the type of beauty. "And where," said I, "is monsieur?" "The master of the house is upstairs," she answered, making you a goad. Blessed be the man who invented goads. Blessed the innkeeper of Bouchet St. Nicholas, who introduced me to their use. This plain wand, with an eighth of an inch of pin, was indeed a scepter when he put it in my hands. Thenceforward Modestin was my slave. A prick, and she passed the most inviting stable door. A prick, and she broke forth into a gallant little trotlet that devoured the miles. It was not a remarkable speed, when all was said, and we took 4 hours to cover 10 miles at the best of it. But what a heavenly change since yesterday. No more wielding of the ugly cudgel, no more flailing with an aching arm, no more broadsword exercise, but a discreet and gentlemanly fence. And what although now and then a drop of blood should appear on Modestin's mouse-colored wedge-like rump? I should have preferred it otherwise, indeed, but yesterday's exploits had purged my heart of all humanity. The perverse little devil, since she would not be taken with kindness, must even go with pricking. It was bleak and bitter cold, and, except a cavalcade of stridelegged ladies and a pair of post-runners, the road was dead solitary all the way to Pradelles. I scarce remember an incident but one. Handsome foal with a bell about his neck came charging up to us upon a stretch PG 162 of common, sniffed the air martially as one about to do great deeds, and suddenly thinking otherwise in his green young heart, put about and galloped off as he had come, the bell tinkling in the wind. For a long while afterwards I saw his noble attitude as he drew up, and heard the note of his bell. And when I struck the highroad, the song of the telegrapher seemed to continue the same music. Pradelles stands on a hillside, high above the Allier, surrounded by rich meadows. They were cutting aftermath on all sides, which gave the neighborhood, this gusty autumn morning, an untimely smell of hay. On the opposite bank of the Allier, the land kept mounting for miles to the horizon, a tanned and sallow autumn landscape, with black blots of firwood and white roads wandering through the hills. Over all this the clouds shed a uniform and purplish shadow, sad and somewhat menacing, exaggerating height and distance, and throwing into still higher relief the twisted ribbons of the highway. It was a cheerless prospect, but one stimulating to a traveler. For I was now upon the limit of Velay, and all that I beheld lay in another county willed Gévaudan, mountainous, uncultivated, and but recently disforested from terror of the wolves. Wolves, alas, like bandits, seem to flee the traveler's advance, and you may trudge through all our comfortable Europe and not meet with an adventure worth the name. But here, if anywhere, a man was on the frontiers of hope. For this was the land of the ever-memorable beast, the Napoleon Bonaparte of wolves. What a career was his! He lived 10 months at free quarters in Gévaudan and Vivarais. He ate women and children and shepherdesses celebrated for their beauty. He pursued armed horsemen. He has been seen at broad noonday chasing a post-chaise and outrider along the King's highroad, and chaise and outrider fleeing before him at the gallop. He was placarded like a political offender, and 10,000 francs PG 163 were offered for his head. And yet, when he was shot and sent to Versailles, behold, a common wolf and even small for that. Though I could reach from pole to pole, sang Alexander Pope, the little corporal shook Europe, and if all wolves had been as this wolf, they would have changed the history of man. 1000. Eli Berthet has made him the hero of a novel, which I have read and do not wish to read again. I hurried over my lunch, and was proof against the landlady's desire that I should visit Our Lady of Predels, who performed many miracles, although she was of wood. And before 3/4 of an hour, I was goading Modestin down the deep descent that leads to Langagny on the Allier. On both sides of the road, in big dusty fields, farmers were preparing for next spring. Every 50 yards, a yoke of great-necked, stolid oxen were patiently hailing at the plow. I saw one of these mild, formidable servants of the glebe, who took a sudden interest in Modestin and me. The furrow down which he was journeying lay at an angle to the road, and his head was solidly fixed to the yoke like those of Caryatides below a ponderous cornice. But he screwed round his big honest eyes and followed us with a ruminating look, until his master bade him turn the plough and proceed to reascend the field. From all these furrowing plowshares, from the feet of oxen, from a laborer here and there who was breaking the dry clods with a hoe, the wind carried away a thin dust like so much smoke. It was a fine, busy, breathing, rustic landscape. And as I continued to descend, the highlands of Gévaudan kept mounting in front of me against the sky. PG 164. I had crossed the Loire the day before. Now I was to cross the Allier, so near are these two confluents in their youth. Just at the bridge of Langagny, as the long-promised rain was beginning to fall, a lassie of some 7 or 8 addressed me in the sacramental phrase, "Du estisec vous venez?" She did it with so high an air that she set me laughing, and this cut her to the quick. She was evidently one who reckoned on respect, and stood looking after me in silent dudgeon, as I crossed the bridge and entered the county of Gévaudan. Upper Gévaudan. PG 165. The way also here was very wearisome. Through dirt and slabbiness, nor was there on all this ground so much as one inn or victualling house wherein to refresh the feebler sort. Pilgrim's Progress. A camp in the dark. PG 167. The next day, Tuesday, September 24th, it was 2 o'clock in the afternoon before I got my journal written up and my knapsack repaired, for I was determined to carry my knapsack in the future and have no more ado with baskets, and half an hour afterwards I set out for Le Chaillard l'Evêque, a place on the borders of the forest of Mercoeur. A man, I was told, should walk there in an hour and a half, and I thought it scarce too ambitious to suppose that a man encumbered with a donkey might cover the same distance in 4 hours. All the way up the long hill from Langagny it rained and hailed alternately. The wind kept freshening steadily, although slowly. Plentiful hurrying clouds, some dragging veils of straight rainshore, others massed and luminous as though promising snow careered out of the north and followed me along my way. I was soon out of the cultivated basin of the Allier and away from the ploughing oxen and such-like sights of the country. More heathery marsh, tracts of rock and pines, woods of birch all jeweled with the autumn yellow, here and there a few naked cottages and bleak fields. These were the characters of the country. Hill and valley followed valley and hill. The little green and stony cattle tracks wandered in and out of one another, split into 3 or 4, died away in marshy hollows, and began again sporadically on hillsides or at the borders of a wood. There was no direct road to Chaillard, and it was no easy affair to make a passage in this uneven country and through this intermittent labyrinth of tracks. It must have been about 4 when I struck Sagneraus, PG 168, and went on my way rejoicing in a sure point of departure. 2 hours afterwards, the dusk rapidly falling, in a lull of the wind, I issued from a firwood where I had long been wandering, and found, not the looked-for village, but another marish bottom among rough-and-tumble hills. For some time past I had heard the ringing of cattle bells ahead, and now, as I came out of the skirts of the wood, I saw near upon a dozen cows, and perhaps as many more black figures, which I conjectured to be children, although the mist had almost unrecognizably exaggerated their forms. These were all silently following each other round and round in a circle, now taking hands, now breaking up with chains and reverences. A dance of children appeals to very innocent and lively thoughts, but at nightfall on the marshes, the thing was eerie and fantastic to behold. Even I, who am well enough read in Herbert Spencer, felt a sort of silence fall for an instant on my mind. The next, I was pricking Modestin forward and guiding her like an unruly ship through the open. In a path, she went doggedly ahead of her own accord, as before a fair wind, but once on the turf or among heather, and the brute became demented. The tendency of lost travelers to go round in a circle was developed in her to the degree of passion, and it took all the steering I had in me to keep even a decently straight course through a single field. While I was thus desperately tacking through the bog, children and cattle began to disperse, until only a pair of girls remained behind. From these I sought direction on my path. The peasantry in general were but little disposed to counsel a wayfarer. One old devil simply retired into his house and barricaded the door on my approach, and I might beat and shout myself hoarse, he turned a deaf ear. Another, having given me a direction which, as I found afterwards, I had misunderstood, complacently watched me going wrong without adding a sign. He did not care a stalk of parsley if I wandered all night upon the PG 169 hills. As for these two girls, they were a pair of impudent sly sluts, with not a thought but mischief. One put out her tongue at me, the other bade me follow the cows, and they both giggled and joggled each other's elbows. The beast of Jevodin ate about 100 children of this district. I began to think of him with sympathy. Leaving the girls, I pushed on through the bog, and got into another wood and upon a well-marked road. It grew darker and darker. Modestin, suddenly beginning to smell mischief, bettered the pace of her own accord, and from that time forward gave me no trouble. It was the first sign of intelligence I had occasion to remark in her. At the same time, the wind freshened into half a gale, and another heavy discharge of rain came flying up out of the north. At the other side of the wood, I sighted some red windows in the dusk. This was the hamlet of Fuzilhick, 3 houses on a hillside, near a wood of birches. Here I found a delightful old man, who came a little way with me in the rain to put me safely on the road for Chalard. He would hear of no reward, but shook his hands above his head almost as if in menace, and refused volubly and shrilly in unmitigated patois. All seemed right at last. My thoughts began to turn upon dinner and a fireside, and my heart was agreeably softened in my bosom. Alas, and I was on the brink of new and greater miseries. Suddenly, at a single swoop, the night fell. I have been abroad in many a black night, but never in a blacker. A glimmer of rocks, a glimmer of the track where it was well beaten, a certain fleecy density, or night within night, for a tree thighs was all that I could discriminate. The sky was simply darkness overhead. Even the flying clouds pursued their way invisibly to human eyesight. I could not distinguish my hand at arm's length from the track, nor my goad, at the same distance, from the meadows or the sky. Soon the road that I was following split, after the fashion of the country, into 3 or 4 in a piece of PG 170 rocky meadow. Since Modestin had shown such a fancy for beaten roads, I tried her instinct in this predicament. But the instinct of an ass is what might be expected from the name. In half a minute she was clambering round and round among some boulders, as lost a donkey as you would wish to see. I should have camped long before had I been properly provided, but as this was to be so short a stage, I had brought no wine, no bread for myself, and little over a pound for my lady friend. Add to this that I and Modestin were both handsomely wetted by the showers. But now, if I could have found some water, I should have camped at once in spite of all. Water, however, being entirely absent, except in the form of rain, I determined to return to Fuzilhick and ask a guide a little farther on my way, a little farther lend thy guiding hand. The thing was easy to decide, hard to accomplish. In this sensible roaring blackness I was sure of nothing but the direction of the wind. To this I set my face. The road had disappeared, and I went across country, now in marshy opens, now baffled by walls unscalable to Modestin, until I came once more in sight of some red windows. This time they were differently disposed. It was not Fuzilhick, but Fuzelhack, a hamlet little distant from the other in space, but worlds away in the spirit of its inhabitants. I tied Modestin to a gate and groped forward, stumbling among rocks, plunging mid-leg in bog, until I gained the entrance of the village. In the first lighted house there was a woman who would not open to me. She could do nothing, she cried to me through the door, being alone and lame, but if I would apply at the next house there was a man who could help me if he had a mind. They came to the next door in force, a man, 2 women and a girl, and brought a pair of lanterns to examine the wayfarer. The man was not a-looking, but had a shifty smile. He leaned against the doorpost, and PG 171 heard me state my case. All I asked was a guide as far as Chalard. C'est quoi Vaesvis, il fait noir, said he. I told him that was just my reason for requiring help. I understand that, said he, looking uncomfortable. Mais qu'est la peine? I was willing to pay, I said. He shook his head. I rose as high as 10 francs, but he continued to shake his head. Name your own price then, said one. Si n'est pas cas, he said at length, and with evident difficulty, but I am not going to cross the dormais genie sorterai pas de la porte. I grew a little warm, and asked him what he proposed that I should do. Where are you going beyond Chalard? He asked by way of answer. That is no affair of yours, I returned, for I was not going to indulge his bestial curiosity. It changes nothing in my present predicament. C'est vrai que, he acknowledged with a laugh, oui c'est vrai, et du venesvis. A better man than I might have felt nettled. Oh, said I am not going to answer any of your questions, so you may spare yourself the trouble of putting them. I am late enough already, I want help. If you will not guide me yourself, at least help me to find someone else who will. Hold on, he cried suddenly. Was it not you who passed in the meadow while it was still day? Yes, yes, said the girl, whom I had not hitherto recognized. It was monsieur. I told him to follow the cow. As for you, mademoiselle, said I, you are a farceuse. And, added the man, what the devil have you done to be still here? What the devil, indeed, but there I was. The PG 172 great thing, said I, is to make an end of it, and once more proposed that he should help me to find a guide. C'est quoi, he said again, c'est quoi le fate noir? Very well, said I, take one of your lanterns. No, he cried, drawing a thought backward, and again entrenching himself behind one of his former phrases. I will not cross the door. I looked at him. I saw unaffected terror struggling on his face with unaffected shame. He was smiling pitifully and wetting his lip with his tongue, like a detected schoolboy. I drew a brief picture of my state and asked him what I was to do. I do not know, he said. I will not cross the door. Here was the beast of Gévaudan, and no mistake. Sir, said I, with my most commanding manners, you are a coward. And with that I turned my back upon the family party, who hastened to retire within their fortifications, and the famous door was closed again, but not till I had overheard the sound of laughter. Filia barbara pater barbarir. Let me say it in the plural, the beasts of Gévaudan. The lanterns had somewhat dazzled me, and I plowed distressfully among stones and rubbish heaps. All the other houses in the village were both dark and silent, and though I knocked at here and there a door, my knocking was unanswered. It was a bad business. I gave up Fuselhack with my curses. The rain had stopped, and the wind, which still kept rising, began to dry my coat and trousers. Very well, thought I, water or no water, I must camp. But the first thing was to return to Modestin. I am pretty sure I was 20 minutes groping for my lady in the dark. And if it had not been for the unkindly services of the bog, into which I once more stumbled, I might have still been groping for her at the dawn. My next business was to gain the shelter of a wood, for the wind was cold as well as PG 173 boisterous. How, in this well-wooded district, I should have been so long in finding one, is another of the insoluble mysteries of this day's adventures, but I will take my oath that I put near an hour to the discovery. At last black trees began to show upon my left, and suddenly crossing the road, made a cave of unmitigated blackness right in front. I call it a cave without exaggeration. To pass below that arch of leaves was like entering a dungeon. I felt about until my hand encountered a stout branch, and to this I tied Modestin, a haggard, drenched, desponding donkey. Then I lowered my pack, laid it along the wall on the margin of the road, and unbuckled the straps. I knew well enough where the lantern was, but where were the candles? I groped and groped among the tumbled articles, and, while I was thus groping, suddenly I touched the spirit lamp. Salvation, this would serve my turn as well. The wind roared unwearyingly among the trees. I could hear the boughs tossing and the leaves churning through half a mile of forest. Yet the scene of my encampment was not only as black as the pit, but admirably sheltered. At the second match the wick caught flame. The light was both livid and shifting, but it cut me off from the universe and doubled the darkness of the surrounding night. I tied Modestin more conveniently for herself, and broke up half the black bread for her supper, reserving the other half against the morning. Then I gathered what I should want within reach, took off my wet boots and gaiters, which I wrapped in my waterproof, arranged my knapsack for a pillow under the flap of my sleeping bag, insinuated my limbs into the interior, and buckled myself in like a bambino. I opened a tin of bologna sausage and broke a cake of chocolate, and that was all I had to eat. It may sound offensive, but I ate them together, bite, by way of bread and meat. All I had to wash down this revolting mixture was neat PG 174 brandy, a revolting beverage in itself. But I was rare and hungry, ate well, and smoked one of the best cigarettes in my experience. Then I put a stone in my straw hat, pulled the flap of my fur cap over my neck and eyes, put my revolver ready to my hand, and snuggled well down among the sheepskins. I questioned at first if I were sleepy, for I felt my heart beating faster than usual, as if with an agreeable excitement to which my mind remained a stranger. But as soon as my eyelids touched, that subtle glue leaped between them, and they would no more come separate. The wind among the trees was my lullaby. Sometimes it sounded for minutes together with a steady, even rush, not rising nor abating. And again it would swell and burst like a great crashing breaker, and the trees would patter me all over with big drops from the rain of the afternoon. Night after night, in my own bedroom in the country, I have given ear to this perturbing concert of the wind among the woods. But whether it was a difference in the trees, or the lie of the ground, or because I was myself outside and in the midst of it, the fact remains that the wind sang to a different tune among these woods of Jevodin. I hearkened, and meanwhile sleep took gradual possession of my body and subdued my thoughts and senses. But still, my last waking effort was to listen and distinguish, and my last conscious state was one of wonder at the foreign clamor in my ears. Twice in the course of the dark hour since when a stone galled me underneath the sack, and again when the poor patient Modestin, growing angry, pawed and stamped upon the road, I was recalled for a brief while to consciousness, and saw a star or two overhead, and the lace-like edge of the foliage against the sky. When I awoke for the third time Wednesday, September 25th, the world was flooded with a blue light, the mother of the dawn. I saw the leaves laboring in the wind and the ribbon of the road, and on turning my head, their PG 175 was modest and tied to a beach, and standing half across the path in an attitude of inimitable patience. I closed my eyes again, and set to thinking over the experience of the night. I was surprised to find how easy and pleasant it had been, even in this tempestuous weather. The stone which annoyed me would not have been there, had I not been forced to camp blindfold in the opaque night, and I had felt no other inconvenience except when my feet encountered the lantern or the second volume of Perat's Pastors of the Desert among the mixed contents of my sleeping bag. Nay, more, I had felt not a touch of cold, and awakened with unusually lightsome and clear sensations. With that I shook myself, got once more into my boots and gaiters, and, breaking up the rest of the bread for Modestin, strolled about to see in what part of the world I had awakened. Ulysses, left on Ithaca, and with a mind unsettled by the goddess, was not more pleasantly astray. I have been after an adventure all my life, a pure dispassionate adventure, such as befell early and heroic voyagers, and thus to be found by morning in a random woodside nook in Jevadanot knowing north from south, as strange to my surroundings as the first man upon the earth and inland castaway was to find a fraction of my daydreams realized. I was on the skirts of a little wood of birch, sprinkled with a few beeches. Behind, it adjoined another wood of fir, and in front, it broke up and went down in open order into a shallow and meadowy dale. All around there were bare hilltops, some near, some far away, as the perspective closed or opened, but none apparently much higher than the rest. The wind huddled the trees. The golden specks of autumn in the birches tossed shiveringly. Overhead the sky was full of strings and shreds of vapor, flying, vanishing, reappearing, and turning about an axis like tumblers, as the wind hounded them through heaven. It was wild weather and famishing cold. I ate some chocolate, swallowed a PG 176 mouthful of brandy, and smoked a cigarette before the cold should have time to disable my fingers. And by the time I had got all this done, and had made my pack and bound it on the pack saddle, the day was tiptoe on the threshold of the east. We had not gone many steps along the lane, before the sun, still invisible to me, sent a glow of gold over some cloud mountains that lay ranged along the eastern sky. The wind had us on the stern and hurried us bitingly forward. I buttoned myself into my coat and walked on in a pleasant frame of mind with all men, when suddenly, at a corner, there was Fuzilhick once more in front of me. Nor only that, but there was the old gentleman who had escorted me so far the night before, running out of his house at sight of me, with hands upraised in horror. "My poor boy," he cried, "what does this mean?" I told him what had happened. He beat his old hands like clappers in a mill, to think how lightly he had let me go. But when he heard of the man of Fuselhack, anger and depression seized upon his mind. This time at least, said he, there shall be no mistake. And he limped along, for he was very rheumatic, for about half a mile, and until I was almost within sight of Chalard, the destination I had hunted for so long. Chalard and Luke. PG 177. Candidly, it seemed little worthy of all this searching. A few broken ends of village with no particular street but a succession of open places heaped with logs and faggots, a couple of tilted crosses, a shrine to Our Lady of All Graces on the summit of a little hill, and all this upon a rattling highland river in the corner of a naked valley. What went ye out for to see? Thought I to myself. But the place had a life of its own. I found a board commemorating the liberalities of Chalard for the past year, hung up, like a banner, in the diminutive and tottering church. In 1877, it appeared, the inhabitants subscribed 48 francs 10 centimes for the work of the propagation of the faith. Some of this, I could not help hoping, would be applied to my native land. Chalard scrapes together halfpence for the darkened souls in Edinburgh, while Balquhidder and Dunrossness bemoan the ignorance of Rome. Thus, to the high entertainment of the angels, do we pelt each other with evangelists, like schoolboys bickering in the snow. The inn was again singularly unpretentious. The whole furniture of a not il todo family was in the kitchen. The beds, the cradle, the clothes, the platter rack, the meal chest, and the photograph of the parish priest. There were 5 children, one of whom was set to its morning prayers at the stairfoot soon after my arrival, and a 6th would ere long be forthcoming. I was kindly received by these good folk. They were much interested in my misadventure. The wood in which I had slept belonged to them. The man of Fuselhack they thought a monster of iniquity, and counseled me warmly to summon him at PG 178 law because I might have died. The good wife was horror-stricken to see me drink over a pint of uncreamed milk. You will do yourself an evil, she said. Permit me to boil it for you. After I had begun the morning on this delightful liquor, she having an infinity of things to arrange, I was permitted, nay requested, to make a bowl of chocolate for myself. My boots and gaiters were hung up to dry, and seeing me trying to write my journal on my knee, the eldest daughter let down a hinged table in the chimney corner for my convenience. Here I wrote, drank my chocolate, and finally ate an omelette before I left. The table was thick with dust, for, as they explained, it was not used except in winter weather. I had a clear look up the vent, through brown agglomerations of soot and blue vapor, to the sky, and whenever a handful of twigs was thrown onto the fire, my legs were scorched by the blaze. The husband had begun life as a muleteer, and when I came to charge Modestin showed himself full of the prudence of his art. You will have to change this package, said he. It ought to be in 2 parts, and then you might have double the weight. I explained that I wanted no more weight, and for no donkey hitherto created would I cut my sleeping bag in 2. It fatigues her, however, said the innkeeper. It fatigues her greatly on the march. Look. Alas, there were her 2 forelegs no better than raw beef on the inside, and blood was running from under her tail. They told me when I started, and I was ready to believe it, that before a few days I should come to love Modestin like a dog. 3 days had passed, we had shared some misadventures, and my heart was still as cold as a potato towards my beast of burden. She was pretty enough to look at, but then she had given proof of dead PG 179 stupidity, redeemed indeed by patience, but aggravated by flashes of sorry and ill-judged lightheartedness. And I own this new discovery seemed another point against her. What the devil was the good of a shees if she could not carry a sleeping bag and a few necessaries? I saw the end of the fable rapidly approaching, when I should have to carry Modestin. Sop was the man to know the world. I assure you I set out with heavy thoughts upon my short day's march. It was not only heavy thoughts about Modestin that weighted me upon the way, it was a leaden business altogether. For first, the wind blew so rudely that I had to hold on the pack with one hand from Chalard to Luke, and second, my road lay through one of the most beggarly countries in the world. It was like the worst of the Scottish Highlands, only worse, cold, naked, and ignoble, scant of wood, scant of heather, scant of life. A road and some fences broke the unvarying waste, and the line of the road was marked by upright pillars to serve in time of snow. Why anyone should desire to visit either Luke or Chalard is more than my much-inventing spirit can suppose. For my part, I travel not to go anywhere, but to go. I travel for travel's sake. The great affair is to move, to feel the needs and hitches of our life more nearly, to come down off this featherbed of civilization and find the globe granite underfoot and strewn with cutting flints. Alas, as we get up in life and are more preoccupied with our affairs, even a holiday is a thing that must be worked for. To hold a pack upon a pack saddle against a gale out of the freezing north is no high industry, but it is one that serves to occupy and compose the mind. And when the present is so exacting, who can annoy himself about the future? I came out at length above the Allier. A more unsightly prospect at this season of the year, it would be hard to fancy. Shelving hills rose round it on all sides. Here PG 180 dabbled with wood and fields, there rising to peaks alternately naked and hairy with pines. The color throughout was black or ashen, and came to a point in the ruins of the castle of Luke, which pricked up impudently from below my feet, carrying on a pinnacle a tall white statue of Our Lady, which, I heard with interest, weighed 50 quintals, and was to be dedicated on the 6th of October. Through this sorry landscape trickled the Allier, and a tributary of nearly equal size, which came down to join it through a broad nude valley in Vivarais. The weather had somewhat lightened, and the clouds massed in squadron, but the fierce wind still hunted them through heaven, and cast great ungainly splashes of shadow and sunlight over the scene. Luke itself was a straggling double file of houses wedged between hill and river. It had no beauty, nor was there any notable feature, save the old castle overhead with its 50 quintals of brand new Madonna. But the inn was clean and large. The kitchen, with its two boxes hung with clean check curtains, with its wide stone chimney, its chimney shelf 4 yards long and garnished with lanterns and religious statuettes, its array of chests and pair of ticking clocks, was the very model of what a kitchen ought to be. A melodrama kitchen, suitable for bandits or noblemen in disguise. Nor was the scene disgraced by the landlady, a handsome, silent, dark old woman, clothed and hooded in black like a nun. Even the public bedroom had a character of its own, with the long deal tables and benches, where 50 might have dined, set out as for a harvest home, and the 3 boxes along the wall. In one of these, lying on straw and covered with a pair of table napkins, did I do penance all night long in goose flesh and chattering teeth, and sigh from time to time as I awakened, for my sheepskin sack and the lee of some great wood. Our Lady of the Snows. PG 181. I behold the house, the brotherhood austere. And what am I that I am here? Matthew Arnold. Father Apollinaris. PG 183. Next morning, Thursday, 26 September, I took the road in a new order. The sack was no longer doubled, but hung at full length across the saddle, a green sausage 6 feet long with a tuft of blue wool hanging out of either end. It was more picturesque, it spared the donkey, and, as I began to see, it would ensure stability, blow high, blow low. But it was not without a pang that I had so decided. For although I had purchased a new cord and made all as fast as I was able, I was yet jealously uneasy lest the flaps should tumble out and scatter my effects along the line of march. My way lay up the bald valley of the river, along the march of Vivarais and Gévaudan. The hills of Gévaudan on the right were a little more naked, if anything, than those of Vivarais upon the left, and the former had a monopoly of a low, dotty underwood that grew thickly in the gorges and died out in solitary burrs upon the shoulders and the summits. Black bricks of firwood were plastered here and there upon both sides, and here and there were cultivated fields. A railway ran beside the river, the only bit of railway in Gévaudan, although there are many proposals afoot and surveys being made, and even, as they tell me, a station standing ready built in Mendy. A year or two hence, and this may be another world. The desert is beleaguered. Now may some Languedocian Wordsworth turn the sonnet into patois. Mountains and vales and floods, heard ye that whistle? At a place called La Bastide, I was directed to leave the river, and follow a road that mounted on the left PG 184 among the hills of Vivarais, the modern Ardèche. For I was now come within a little way of my strange destination, the Trappist monastery of Our Lady of the Snows. The sun came out as I left the shelter of a pine wood, and I beheld suddenly a fine wild landscape to the south. High rocky hills, as blue as sapphire, closed the view, and between these lay ridge upon ridge, heathery, craggy, the sun glittering on veins of rock, the underwood clambering in the hollows, as rude as God made them at the first. There was not a sign of man's hand in all the prospect, and indeed not a trace of his passage, save where generation after generation had walked in twisted footpaths, in and out among the beaches, and up and down upon the channeled slopes. The mists which had hitherto beset me were now broken into clouds and fled swiftly and shone brightly in the sun. I drew a long breath. It was grateful to come, after so long, upon a scene of some attraction for the human heart. I own I like definite form in what my eyes are to rest upon, and if landscapes were sold, like the sheets of characters of my boyhood, one penny plain and tuppence colored, I should go the length of tuppence every day of my life. But if things had grown better to the south, it was still desolate and inclement near at hand. A spidery cross on every hilltop marked the neighborhood of a religious house, and a quarter of a mile beyond, the outlook southward opening out and growing bolder with every step. A white statue of the Virgin at the corner of a young plantation directed the traveler to Our Lady of the Snows. Here then I struck leftward, and pursued my way, driving my secular donkey before me, and creaking in my secular boots and gaiters, towards the asylum of silence. I had not gone very far ere the wind brought to me the clanging of a bell, and somehow, I can scarce tell why, my heart sank within me at the sound. I have rarely PG 185 approached anything with more unaffected terror than the monastery of Our Lady of the Snows. This it is to have had a Protestant education. And suddenly, on turning a corner, fear took hold on me from head to foot, slavish, superstitious fear. And though I did not stop in my advance, yet I went on slowly, like a man who should have passed a bourne unnoticed, and strayed into the country of the dead. For there, upon the narrow new-made road, between the stripling pines, was a medieval friar, fighting with a barrowful of turfs. Every Sunday of my childhood I used to study the hermits of Marco Sadler Enchanting Prince, full of wood and field and medieval landscapes, as large as a county, for the imagination to go travelling in. And here, sure enough, was one of Marco Sadler's heroes. He was robed in white like any spectre, and the hood falling back, in the instancy of his contention with the barrow, disclosed a pate as bald and yellow as a skull. He might have been buried any time these 1,000 years, and all the lively parts of him resolved into earth and broken up with the farmer's harrow. I was troubled besides in my mind as to etiquette. Durst I address a person who was under a vow of silence? Clearly not, but drawing near, I doffed my cap to him with a faraway superstitious reverence. He nodded back and cheerfully addressed me. Was I going to the monastery? Who was I? An Englishman? Ah, an Irishman then. No, I said, a Scotsman. A Scotsman? Ah, he had never seen a Scotsman before. And he looked me all over, his good, honest, brawny countenance shining with interest, as a boy might look upon a lion or an alligator. From him I learned with disgust that I could not be received at Our Lady of the Snows. I might get a meal, perhaps, but that was all. And then, as our talk ran on, and it turned out that I was not a peddler, but a literary man who drew PG 186 landscapes and was going to write a book. He changed his manner of thinking as to my reception, for I fear they respect persons even in a Trappist monastery, and told me I must be sure to ask for the Father Prior and state my case to him in full. On second thoughts, he determined to go down with me himself. He thought he could manage for me better. Might he say that I was a geographer? No, I thought, in the interests of truth, he positively might not. Very well, then with disappointment, an author. It appeared he had been in a seminary with 6 young Irishmen, all priests, long since, who had received newspapers, and kept him informed of the state of ecclesiastical affairs in England. And he asked me eagerly after Dr. Pusey, for whose conversion the good man had continued ever since to pray night and morning. I thought he was very near the truth, he said, and he will reach it yet. There is so much virtue in prayer. He must be a stiff, ungodly Protestant who can take anything but pleasure in this kind and hopeful story. While he was thus near the subject, the good father asked me if I were a Christian, and when he found I was not, or not after his way, he glossed it over with great goodwill. The road which we were following, and which this stalwart father had made with his own 2 hands within the space of a year, came to a corner, and showed us some white buildings a little farther on beyond the wood. At the same time, the bell once more sounded abroad. We were hard upon the monastery. Father Apollinaris, for that was my companion's name, stopped me. I must not speak to you down there, he said. Ask for the brother porter and all will be well. But try to see me as you go out again through the wood, where I may speak to you. I am charmed to have made your acquaintance. PG 187. And then suddenly raising his arms, flapping his fingers, and crying out twice, I must not speak. I must not speak. He ran away in front of me and disappeared into the monastery door. I own this somewhat ghastly eccentricity when a good way to revive my terrors. But where one was so good and simple, why should not all be alike? I took heart of grace and went forward to the gate as fast as Modestin, who seemed to have a disaffection for monasteries, would permit. It was the first door in my acquaintance of her, which she had not shown an indecent haste to enter. I summoned the place in form, though with a quaking heart. Father Michael, the Father Hospitaller, and a pair of brown-robed brothers came to the gate and spoke with me a while. I think my sack was the great attraction. It had already beguiled the heart of poor Apollinaris, who had charged me on my life to show it to the Father Prior. But whether it was my address, or the sack, or the idea speedily published among that part of the brotherhood who attend on strangers that I was not a peddler after all, I found no difficulty as to my reception. Modestin was led away by a layman to the stables, and I and my pack were received into Our Lady of the Snows. The monks, PG 188. Father Michael, a pleasant, fresh-faced, smiling man, perhaps of 35, took me to the pantry and gave me a glass of liqueur to stay me until dinner. We had some talk, or rather I should say, he listened to my prattle indulgently enough, but with an abstracted air, like a spirit with a thing of clay. And truly, when I remember that I descanted principally on my appetite, and that it must have been by that time more than 18 hours since Father Michael had so much as broken bread, I can well understand that he would find an earthly savor in my conversation. But his manner, though superior, was exquisitely gracious, and I find I have a lurking curiosity as to Father Michael's past. The wet administered, I was left alone for a little in the monastery garden. This is no more than the main court, laid out in sandy paths and beds of parti-colored dahlias, and with a fountain and a black statue of the Virgin in the center. The buildings stand around it foursquare, bleak, as yet unseasoned by the years and weather, and with no other features than a belfry and a pair of slated gables. Brothers in white, brothers in brown, passed silently along the sanded alleys, and when I first came out, 3 hooded monks were kneeling on the terrace at their prayers. A naked hill commands the monastery upon one side, and the wood commands it on the other. It lies exposed to wind. The snow falls off and on from October to May, and sometimes lies 6 weeks on end. But if they stood in Eden with a climate like heaven's, the buildings themselves would offer the PG 189 same wintry and cheerless aspect. And for my part, on this wild September day, before I was called to dinner, I felt chilly in and out. When I had eaten well and heartily, Brother Ambrose, a hearty conversable Frenchman for all those who wait on strangers have the liberty to speak, led me to a little room in that part of the building, which is set apart for 2,000 less retreatants. It was clean and whitewashed, and furnished with strict necessaries: a crucifix, a bust of the late Pope, the Imitation in French, a book of religious meditations, and the life of Elizabeth Seton Evangelist, it would appear, of North America and of New England in particular. As far as my experience goes, there is a fair field for some more evangelization in these quarters, but think of Cotton Mather. I should like to give him a reading of this little work in heaven, where I hope he dwells, but perhaps he knows all that already, and much more. And perhaps he and Mrs. Seton are the dearest friends, and gladly unite their voices in the everlasting psalm. Over the table, to conclude the inventory of the room, hung a set of regulations for 2,000 less retreatants, what services they should attend, when they were to tell their beads or meditate, and when they were to rise and go to rest. At the foot was a notable N.B. Le temps libre est employa l'examen de conscience, a la confession, a faire de bonnes resolutions, etc. To make good resolutions, indeed. You might talk as fruitfully of making the hair grow on your head. I had scarce explored my niche when Brother Ambrose returned. An English boarder, it appeared, would like to speak with me. I professed my willingness, and the friar ushered in a fresh, young, little Irishman of 50, a deacon of the church, arrayed in strict canonicals, and wearing on his head what, in default of knowledge, I can only call the ecclesiastical shako. He had lived 7 years in retreat at a convent of nuns in Belgium, and now 5 at Our Lady of the Snows. He never saw PG 190, an English newspaper. He spoke French imperfectly, and had he spoken it like a native, there was not much chance of conversation where he dwelt. With this, he was a man eminently sociable, greedy of news, and simple-minded like a child. If I was pleased to have a guide about the monastery, he was no less delighted to see an English face and hear an English tongue. He showed me his own room, where he passed his time among breviaries, Hebrew Bibles, and the Waverley novels. Thence he led me to the cloisters, into the chapter house, through the vestry, where the brothers' gowns and broad straw hats were hanging up, each with his religious name upon a board names full of legendary suavity and interest, such as Basil, Hilarion, Raphael, or Pacifique. Into the library, where were all the works of Violat and Chateaubriand, and the odes et ballads, if you please, and even Molière, to say nothing of innumerable fathers and a great variety of local and general historians. Thence my good Irishman took me round the workshops, where brothers bake bread, and make cartwheels and take photographs, where one superintends a collection of curiosities, and another a gallery of rabbits. For in a Trappist monastery, each monk has an occupation of his own choice, apart from his religious duties and the general labors of the house. Each must sing in the choir, if he has a voice and ear, and join in the haymaking if he has a hand to stir. But in his private hours, although he must be occupied, he may be occupied on what he likes. Thus I was told that one brother was engaged with literature, while Father Apollinaris busies himself in making roads, and the abbot employs himself in binding books. It is not so long since this abbot was consecrated, by the way, and on that occasion, by a special grace, his mother was permitted to enter the chapel and witness the ceremony of consecration. A proud day for her to have a son a mitred abbot. It makes you glad to think they let her in. In all these journeyings to and fro, many silent fathers PG 191 and brethren fell in our way. Usually they paid no more regard to our passage than if we had been a cloud, but sometimes the good deacon had a permission to ask of them, and it was granted by a peculiar movement of the hands, almost like that of a dog's paws in swimming, or refused by the usual negative signs, and in either case with lowered eyelids and a certain air of contrition, as of a man who was steering very close to evil. The monks, by special grace of their abbot, were still taking 2 meals a day, but it was already time for their grand fast, which begins somewhere in September and lasts till Easter, and during which they eat but once in the 24 hours, and that at 2 in the afternoon, 12 hours after they have begun the toil and vigil of the day. Their meals are scanty, but even of these they eat sparingly, and though each is allowed a small carafe of wine, many refrain from this indulgence. Without doubt, the most of mankind grossly overeat themselves. Our meals serve not only for support, but as a hearty and natural diversion from the labor of life. Yet, though excess may be hurtful, I should have thought this Trappist regimen defective. And I am astonished, as I look back, at the freshness of face and cheerfulness of manner of all whom I beheld. A happier nor a healthier company I should scarce suppose that I have ever seen. As a matter of fact, on this bleak upland, and with the incessant occupation of the monks, life is of an uncertain tenure, and death no infrequent visitor at Our Lady of the Snows. This, at least, was what was told me. But if they die easily, they must live healthily in the meantime, for they seemed all firm of flesh and high in color, and the only morbid sign that I could observe, an unusual brilliancy of eye, was one that served rather to increase the general impression of vivacity and strength. Those with whom I spoke were singularly sweet-tempered, with what I can only call a holy cheerfulness in air and conversation. There is a note, in the direction PG 192 to visitors, telling them not to be offended at the curt speech of those who wait upon them, since it is proper to monks to speak little. The note might have been spared. To a man the hospitallers were all brimming with innocent talk, and in my experience of the monastery, it was easier to begin than to break off a conversation. With the exception of Father Michael, who was a man of the world, they showed themselves full of kind and healthy interest in all sorts of subjects in politics, in voyages, in my sleeping sack, and not without a certain pleasure in the sound of their own voices. As for those who are restricted to silence, I can only wonder how they bear their solemn and cheerless isolation. And yet, apart from any view of mortification, I can see a certain policy, not only in the exclusion of women, but in this vow of silence. I have had some experience of lay phalansteries, of an artistic, not to say a bacchanalian, character, and seen more than one association easily formed, and yet more easily dispersed. With a Cistercian rule, perhaps they might have lasted longer. In the neighborhood of women, it is but a touch and go association that can be formed among defenseless men. The stronger electricity is sure to triumph. The dreams of boyhood, the schemes of youth, are abandoned after an interview of 10 minutes, and the arts and sciences and professional male jollity, deserted at once for 2 sweet eyes and a caressing accent. And next after this, the tongue is the great divider. I am almost ashamed to pursue this worldly criticism of a religious rule, but there is yet another point in which the Trappist order appeals to me as a model of wisdom. By 2 in the morning, the clapper goes upon the bell, and so on, hour by hour, and sometimes quarter by quarter, till 8, the hour of rest. So infinitesimally is the day divided among different occupations. The man who keeps rabbits, for example, hurries from his hutches to the chapel, the chapter room, or the refectory all day long. Every hour he has an office to sing, a duty to per PG 193 form. From 2, when he rises in the dark, till 8, when he returns to receive the comfortable gift of sleep, he is upon his feet and occupied with manifold and changing business. I know many persons, worth several thousands in the year, who are not so fortunate in the disposal of their lives. Into how many houses would not the note of the monastery bell, dividing the day into manageable portions, bring peace of mind and healthful activity of body? We speak of hardships, but the true hardship is to be a dull fool, and permitted to mismanage life in our own dull and foolish manner. From this point of view, we may perhaps better understand the monk's existence. A long novitiate and every proof of constancy of mind and strength of body is required before admission to the order. But I could not find that many were discouraged. In the photographer's studio, which figures so strangely among the outbuildings, my eye was attracted by the portrait of a young fellow in the uniform of a private of foot. This was one of the novices, who came of the age for service, and marched and drilled and mounted guard for the proper time among the garrison of Algiers. Here was a man who had surely seen both sides of life before deciding, yet as soon as he was set free from service, he returned to finish his novitiate. This austere rule entitles a man to heaven as by right. When the Trappist sickens, he quits not his habit. He lies in the bed of death as he has prayed and labored in his frugal and silent existence. And when the Liberator comes, at the very moment, even before they have carried him in his robe to lie his little last in the chapel among continual chantings, joy bells break forth, as if for a marriage, from the slated belfry, and proclaim throughout the neighborhood that another soul has gone to God. At night, under the conduct of my kind Irishman, I took my place in the gallery to hear Compline and Salve Regina, with which the Cistercians bring every day to a conclusion. There were none of those circumstances, PG 194, which strike the Protestant as childish or as tawdry in the public offices of Rome. A stern simplicity, heightened by the romance of the surroundings, spoke directly to the heart. I recall the whitewashed chapel, the hooded figures in the choir, the lights alternately occluded and revealed, the strong manly singing, the silence that ensued, the sight of cowled heads bowed in prayer, and then the clear trenchant beating of the bell breaking in to show that the last office was over and the hour of sleep had come. And when I remember, I am not surprised that I made my escape into the court with somewhat whirling fancies, and stood like a man bewildered in the windy, starry night. But I was weary, and when I had quieted my spirits with Elizabeth Seton's Memoirs a Dull Worked Cold, and the raving of the wind among the pines for my room, was on that side of the monastery, which adjoins the woods disposed me readily to slumber. I was awakened at black midnight, as it seemed, though it was really 2 in the morning, by the first stroke upon the bell. All the brothers were then hurrying to the chapel. The dead in life, at this untimely hour, were already beginning the uncomforted labors of their day. The dead in life there was a chill reflection, and the words of a French song came back into my memory, telling of the best of our mixed existence. Quetias de belles filles. Girofle. Girofle. Quetias de belles filles. El amor les comptura. And I blessed God that I was free to wander, free to hope, and free to love. The Borders. PG 195. But there was another side to my residence at Our Lady of the Snows. At this late season there were not many boarders, and yet I was not alone in the public part of the monastery. This itself is hard by the gate, with a small dining room on the ground floor and a whole corridor of cells similar to mine upstairs. I have stupidly forgotten the board for a regular retraitant, but it was somewhere between 3 and 5 francs a day, and I think most probably the first. Chance visitors like myself might give what they chose as a free will offering, but nothing was demanded. I may mention that when I was going away, Father Michael refused 20 francs as excessive. I explained the reasoning which led me to offer him so much. But even then, from a curious point of honor, he would not accept it with his own hand. I have no right to refuse for the monastery, he explained, but I should prefer if you would give it to one of the brothers. I had dined alone, because I arrived late, But at supper I found two other guests. One was a country parish priest, who had walked over that morning from the seat of his cure near Mendy to enjoy 4 days of solitude and prayer. He was a grenadier in person, with the hale color and circular wrinkles of a peasant. And as he complained much of how he had been impeded by his skirts upon the march, I have a vivid fancy portrait of him, striding along, upright, big-binned, with kilted cassock through the bleak hills of Jevodin. The other was a short, grizzling, thick-set man, from 45 to 50, dressed in tweed with a knitted spencer, and the red PG 196 ribbon of a decoration in his buttonhole. This last was a hard person to classify. He was an old soldier, who had seen service and risen to the rank of commandant, and he retained some of the brisk, decisive manners of the camp. On the other hand, as soon as his resignation was accepted, he had come to Our Lady of the Snows as a boarder, and, after a brief experience of its ways, had decided to remain as a novice. Already the new life was beginning to modify his appearance. Already he had acquired somewhat of the quiet and smiling air of the brethren, and he was as yet neither an officer nor a Trappist, but partook of the character of each. And certainly here was a man in an interesting nick of life. Out of the noise of cannon and trumpets, he was in the act of passing into this still country bordering on the grave, where men sleep nightly in their grave clothes, and like phantoms, communicate by signs. At supper we talked politics. I make it my business, when I am in France, to preach political goodwill and moderation, and to dwell on the example of Poland, much as some alarmists in England dwell on the example of Carthage. The priest and the commandant assured me of their sympathy with all I said, and made a heavy sighing over the bitterness of contemporary feeling. "Why, you cannot say anything to a man with which he does not absolutely agree," said I, "but he flies up at you in a temper." They both declared that such a state of things was anti-Christian. While we were thus agreeing, what should my tongue stumble upon but a word in praise of Gambetta's moderation? The old soldier's countenance was instantly suffused with blood. With the palms of his hands, he beat the table like a naughty child. "Comment, monsieur," he shouted. "Comment, Gambetta moderate. Will you dare to justify these words, PG 197? But the priest had not forgotten the tenor of our talk. And suddenly, in the height of his fury, the old soldier found a warning look directed on his face. The absurdity of his behavior was brought home to him in a flash, and the storm came to an abrupt end without another word. It was only in the morning, over our coffee Friday, September 27th, that this couple found out I was a heretic. I suppose I had misled them by some admiring expressions as to the monastic life around us, and it was only by a point-blank question that the truth came out. I had been tolerantly used both by simple Father Apollinaris and astute Father Michael, and the good Irish deacon, when he heard of my religious weakness, had only patted me upon the shoulder and said, "You must be a Catholic and come to heaven." But I was now among a different sect of Orthodox. These two men were bitter and upright and narrow, like the worst of Scotsmen, and indeed, upon my heart, I fancy they were worse. The priest snorted aloud like a battle horse. "Et vous pretendes mourir dans cette espèce de croyance?" he demanded, and there is no type used by mortal printers large enough to qualify his accent. I humbly indicated that I had no design of changing. But he could not away with such a monstrous attitude. "No, no," he cried, "you must change. You have come here, God has led you here, and you must embrace the opportunity." I made a slip in policy. I appealed to the family affections, though I was speaking to a priest and a soldier, two classes of men circumstantially divorced from the kind and homely ties of life. "Your father and mother?" cried the priest. "Very well, you will convert them in their turn when you go home." I think I see my father's face. I would rather tackle PG 198 the Gicelian lion in his den than embark on such an enterprise against the family theologian. But now the hunt was up. Priest and soldier were in full cry for my conversion, and the work of the propagation of the faith, for which the people of Chalard subscribed 48 francs 10 centimes during 1877, was being gallantly pursued against myself. It was an odd but most effective proselytizing. They never sought to convince me in argument, where I might have attempted some defense, but took it for granted that I was both ashamed and terrified at my position, and urged me solely on the point of time. Now, they said, when God had led me to Our Lady of the Snows, now was the appointed hour. "Do not be withheld by false shame," observed the priest, for my encouragement. for one who feels very similarly to all sects of religion, and who has never been able, even for a moment, to weigh seriously the merit of this or that creed on the eternal side of things, however much he may see to praise or blame upon the secular and temporal side. The situation thus created was both unfair and painful. I committed my second fault in tact and tried to plead that it was all the same thing in the end, and we were all drawing near by different sides to the same kind and undiscriminating friend and father. That, as it seems to lay spirits, would be the only gospel worthy of the name. But different men think differently, and this revolutionary aspiration brought down the priest with all the terrors of the law. He launched into harrowing details of hell. The damned, he said on the authority of a little book which he had read not a week before, and which, to add conviction to conviction, he had fully intended to bring along with him in his pocket were to occupy the same attitude through all eternity in the midst of dismal tortures. And as he thus expatiated, he grew in nobility of aspect with his enthusiasm. PG 199. As a result, the pair concluded that I should seek out the prior, since the abbot was from home, and lay my case immediately before him. C'est mon conseil comme ancien militaire, observed the commandant, et celui de monsieur comme prêtre. Oui, added the cure, sententiously nodding, comme ancien militaire comme prêtre. At this moment, whilst I was somewhat embarrassed how to answer, in came one of the monks, a little brown fellow, as lively as a grig, and with an Italian accent, who threw himself at once into the contention, but in a milder and more persuasive vein, as befitted one of these pleasant brethren. Look at him, he said. The rule was very hard, he would have dearly liked to stay in his own country. Italy, it was well known how beautiful it was, the beautiful Italy. But then there were no Trappists in Italy, and he had a soul to save, and here he was. I am afraid I must be at bottom. What a cheerful Indian critic has dubbed me, a faddling hedonist, for this description of the brothers' motives gave me somewhat of a shock. I should have preferred to think he had chosen the life for its own sake, and not for ulterior purposes, and this shows how profoundly I was out of sympathy with these good Trappists, even when I was doing my best to sympathize. But to the cure the argument seemed decisive. Hear that? He cried. And I have seen a marquis here. A marquis? A marquis repeated the holy word 3 times overran other persons high in society, and generals. And here, at your side, is this gentleman who has been so many years in arms decorated an old warrior. And here he is, ready to dedicate himself to God. I was by this time so thoroughly embarrassed that I pled cold feet and made my escape from the apartment. It was a furious, windy morning, with a sky much cleared, and long and potent intervals of sunshine, and I wandered PG 200 until dinner in the wild country towards the east, sorely staggered and beaten upon by the gale, but rewarded with some striking views. At dinner the work of the propagation of the faith was recommenced, and on this occasion, still more distastefully to me. The priest asked me many questions as to the contemptible faith of my fathers, and received my replies with a kind of ecclesiastical titter. Your sect, he said once, for I think you will admit it would be doing it too much honor to call it a religion. As you please, monsieur, said one, la parole est à vous. At length I grew annoyed beyond endurance, and although he was on his own ground, and, what is more to the purpose, an old man, and so holding a claim upon my toleration, I could not avoid a protest against this uncivil usage. He was sadly discountenanced. I assure you, he said, I have no inclination to laugh in my heart. I have no other feeling but interest in your soul. And there ended my conversion. Honest man, he was no dangerous deceiver, but a country parson, full of zeal and faith. Long may he tread Jevodin with his kilted skirts, a man strong to walk and strong to comfort his parishioners in death. I dare say he would beat bravely through a snowstorm where his duty called him, and it is not always the most faithful believer who makes the cunningest apostle. Upper Jevodin. Continued. PG 201. The bed was made, the room was fit. By punctual eve the stars were lit. The air was still, the water ran. No need there was for maid or man. When we put up, my ass and I, at God's green caravanserai. Old play. Across the Goulet. PG 203. The wind fell during dinner, and the sky remained clear, so it was under better auspices that I loaded Modestin before the monastery gate. My Irish friend accompanied me so far on the way. As we came through the wood, there was Pere Apollinaire hauling his barrow, and he too quitted his labors to go with me for perhaps 100 yards, holding my hand between both of his in front of him. I parted first from one and then from the other with unfeigned regret, but yet with the glee of the traveler who shakes off the dust of one stage before hurrying forth upon another. Then Modestin and I mounted the course of the Allier, which here led us back into Gévaudan towards its sources in the forest of Mercoeur. It was but an inconsiderable burn before we left its guidance. Thence, over a hill, our way lay through a naked plateau, until we reached Chasserades at sundown. The company in the inn kitchen that night were all men employed in survey for one of the projected railways. They were intelligent and conversable, and we decided the future of France over hot wine, until the state of the clock frightened us to rest. There were 4 beds in the little upstairs room, and we slept 6. But I had a bed to myself, and persuaded them to leave the window open. He, bourgeois, il est 5 heures, was the cry that wakened me in the morning Saturday, September 28th. The room was full of a transparent darkness, which dimly showed me the other 3 beds and the 5 different nightcaps on the pillows. But out of the window the dawn was growing ruddy in a long belt over the hilltops, and day was about to flood the plateau. The hour was inspiriting, and there seemed a promise of calm weather, PG 204, which was perfectly fulfilled. I was soon under way with Modestin. The road lay for a while over the plateau, and then descended through a precipitous village into the valley of the Chassezac. This stream ran among green meadows, well hidden from the world by its steep banks. The broom was in flower, and here and there was a hamlet sending up its smoke. At last the path crossed the Chassezac upon a bridge, and, forsaking this deep hollow, set itself to cross the mountain of La Goulette. It wound up through Lestamps by upland fields and woods of beech and birch, and with every corner brought me into an acquaintance with some new interest. Even in the gully of the Chassezac my ear had been struck by a noise like that of a great bass bell ringing at the distance of many miles. But this, as I continued to mount and draw nearer to it, seemed to change in character, and I found at length that it came from some one leading flocks. A field to the note of a rural horn. The narrow street of Lestamps stood full of sheep, from wall to wall, black sheep and white, bleating with one accord like the birds in spring, and each one accompanying himself upon the sheep bell round his neck. It made a pathetic concert, all in treble. A little higher, and I passed a pair of men in a tree with pruning hooks, and one of them was singing the music of a bury. Still further, and when I was already threading the birches, the crowing of cocks came cheerfully up to my ears, and along with that the voice of a flute discoursing a deliberate and plaintive air from one of the upland villages. I pictured to myself some grizzled, apple-cheeked country schoolmaster fluting in his bit of a garden in the clear autumn sunshine. All these beautiful and interesting sounds filled my heart with an unwonted expectation, and it appeared to me that, once past this range which I was mounting, I should descend into the garden of the world. Nor was I deceived, for I was now done with rains and winds and a bleak country. The first part of my journey ended PG 205 here, and this was like an induction of sweet sounds into the other and more beautiful. There are other degrees of feyness, as of punishment, besides the capital, and I was now led by my good spirits into an adventure which I relate in the interest of future donkey drivers. The road zigzagged so widely on the hillside that I chose a short cut by map and compass and struck through the dwarf woods to catch the road again upon a higher level. It was my one serious conflict with Modestin. She would none of my short cut. She turned in my face, she backed, she reared. She, whom I had hitherto imagined to be dumb, actually brayed with a loud hoarse flourish like a cock crowing for the dawn. I plied the goad with one hand, with the other, so steep was the ascent, I had to hold on the pack saddle. Half a dozen times she was nearly over backwards on the top of me. Half a dozen times, from sheer weariness of spirit, I was nearly giving it up and leading her down again to follow the road. But I took the thing as a wager and fought it through. I was surprised, as I went on my way again, by what appeared to be chill raindrops falling on my hand, and more than once looked up in wonder at the cloudless sky. But it was only sweat which came dropping from my brow. Over the summit of the Goulet, there was no marked row-only upright stones posted from space to guide the drovers. The turf underfoot was springy and well-scented. I had no company but a lark or two, and met but one bullock cart between Lestamps and Blamard. In front of me I saw a shallow valley, and beyond that the range of the Loser, sparsely wooded and well enough modeled in the flanks, but straight and dull in outline. There was scarce a sign of culture. Only about Blamard, the white highroad from Villefort to Mendy traversed a range of meadows, set with spiry poplars, and sounding from side to side with the bells of flocks and herds. A Night Among the Pines. PG 206. From Blamard after dinner, although it was already late, I set out to scale a portion of the Loser. An ill-marked stony drover road guided me forward, and I met nearly half a dozen bullock carts descending from the woods, each laden with a whole pine tree for the winter's firing. At the top of the woods, which do not climb very high upon this cold ridge, I struck leftward by a path among the pines, until I hit on a dell of green turf, where a streamlet made a little spout over some stones to serve me for a water tap. In a more sacred or sequestered bower, nor nymph nor faunus haunted. The trees were not old, but they grew thickly round the glade. There was no outlook, except northeastward upon distant hilltops, or straight upward to the sky, and the encampment felt secure and private like a room. By the time I had made my arrangements and fed Modestin, the day was already beginning to decline. I buckled myself to the knees into my sack and made a hearty meal, and as soon as the sun went down, I pulled my cap over my eyes and fell asleep. Night is a dead, monotonous period under a roof, but in the open world it passes lightly, with its stars and dews and perfumes, and the hours are marked by changes in the face of nature. What seems a kind of temporal death to people choked between walls and curtains is only a light and living slumber to the man who sleeps afield. All night long he can hear nature breathing deeply and freely. Even as she takes her rest, she turns and smiles, and there is one stirring hour unknown to those who dwell in houses, when a wakeful influence goes abroad PG 207 over the sleeping hemisphere, and all the outdoor world are on their feet. It is then that the cock first crows, not this time to announce the dawn, but like a cheerful watchman speeding the course of night. Cattle awake on the meadows, sheep break their fast on dewy hillsides and change to a new lair among the ferns, and houseless men, who have lain down with the fowls, open their dim eyes and behold the beauty of the night. At what inaudible summons, at what gentle touch of nature, are all these sleepers thus recalled in the same hour to life? Do the stars rain down an influence, or do we share some thrill of Mother Earth below our resting bodies? Even shepherds and old countryfolk, who are the deepest read in these arcana, have not a guess as to the means or purpose of this nightly resurrection. Towards 2 in the morning they declare the thing takes place, and neither know nor inquire further. And at least it is a pleasant incident. We are disturbed in our slumber, only like the luxurious Montaigne, that we may the better and more sensibly relish it. We have a moment to look up on the stars. And there is a special pleasure for some minds in the reflection that we share the impulse with all outdoor creatures in our neighborhood, that we have escaped out of the Bastille of civilization, and are become, for the time being, a mere kindly animal and a sheep of nature's flock. When that hour came to me among the pines, I wakened thirsty. My tin was standing by me half full of water. I emptied it at a draught, and feeling broad awake after this internal cold aspersion, sat upright to make a cigarette. The stars were clear, colored, and jewel-like, but not frosty. A faint silvery vapor stood for the Milky Way. All around me the black serpent stood upright and stock-still. By the whiteness of the pack saddle, I could see Modestin walking round and round at the length of her tether. I could hear her steadily munching at the sward, but there was not PG 208 another sound, save the indescribable quiet talk of the runnel over the stones. I lay lazily smoking and studying the color of the sky, as we call the void of space, from where it showed a reddish gray behind the pines to where it showed a glossy blue-black between the stars. As if to be more like a peddler, I wear a silver ring. This I could see faintly shining as I raised or lowered the cigarette, and at each whiff the inside of my hand was illuminated and became for a second the highest light in the landscape. A faint wind, more like a moving coolness than a stream of air, passed down the glade from time to time, so that even in my great chamber the air was being renewed all night long. I thought with horror of the inn at chasserades and the congregated nightcaps, with horror of the nocturnal prowesses of clerks and students, of hot theaters and paskies and close rooms. I have not often enjoyed a more serene possession of myself, nor felt more independent of material aids. The outer world, from which we cower into our houses, seemed after all a gentle habitable place. And night after night a man's bed, it seemed, was laid and waiting for him in the fields, where God keeps an open house. I thought I had rediscovered one of those truths which are revealed to savages and hid from political economists. At the least, I had discovered a new pleasure for myself. And yet, even while I was exulting in my solitude, I became aware of a strange lack. I wished a companion to lie near me in the starlight, silent and not moving, but ever within touch. For there is a fellowship more quiet even than solitude, and which rightly understood is solitude made perfect. And to live out of doors with the woman a man loves is of all lives the most complete and free. As I thus lay, between content and longing, a faint noise stole towards me through the pines. I thought at first it was the crowing of cocks or the barking of dogs at some very distant farm, but steadily and gradually PG 209 it took articulate shape in my ears, until I became aware that a passenger was going by upon the highroad in the valley, and singing loudly as he went. There was more of goodwill than grace in his performance, but he trolled with ample lungs, and the sound of his voice took hold upon the hillside and set the air shaking in the leafy glens. I have heard people passing by night in sleeping cities. Some of them sang. One, I remember, played loudly on the bagpipes. I have heard the rattle of a cart or carriage spring up suddenly after hours of stillness, and pass, for some minutes, within the range of my hearing as I lay abed. There is a romance about all who are abroad in the black hours, and with something of a thrill we try to guess their business. But here the romance was double. First, this glad passenger, lit internally with wine, who sent up his voice in music through the night, and then I, on the other hand, buckled into my sack and smoking alone in the pine woods between 4 and 5 thousand feet towards the stars. When I awoke again Sunday, 29th September, many of the stars had disappeared. Only the stronger companions of the night still burned visibly overhead, and away towards the east I saw a faint haze of light upon the horizon, such as had been the Milky Way when I was last awake. Day was at hand. I lit my lantern, and by its glowworm light put on my boots and gaiters. Then I broke up some bread for Modestin, filled my can at the water tap, and lit my spirit lamp to boil myself some chocolate. The blue darkness lay long in the glade where I had so sweetly slumbered. But soon there was a broad streak of orange melting into gold along the mountain tops of Viverise. A solemn glee possessed my mind at this gradual and lovely coming in of day. I heard the runnel with delight. I looked round me for something beautiful and unexpected, but the still black pine trees, the hollow glade, the munching ass, remained unchanged in figure. Nothing had altered but the light, PG 210, and that indeed shed over all a spirit of life and of breathing peace, and moved me to a strange exhilaration. I drank my water chocolate, which was hot if it was not rich, and strolled here and there, and up and down about the glade. While I was thus delaying, a gush of steady wind, as long as a heavy sigh, poured direct out of the quarter of the morning. It was cold and set me sneezing. The trees near at hand tossed their black plumes in its passage, and I could see the thin, distant spires of pine along the edge of the hill rock slightly to and fro against the golden east. 10 minutes later, the sunlight spread at a gallop along the hillside, scattering shadows and sparkles, and the day had come completely. I hastened to prepare my pack and tackle the steep ascent that lay before me, but I had something on my mind. It was only a fancy, yet a fancy will sometimes be importunate. I had been most hospitably received and punctually served in my green caravanserai. The room was airy, the water excellent, and the dawn had called me to a moment. I say nothing of the tapestries or the inimitable ceiling, nor yet of the view which I commanded from the windows, but I felt I was in someone's debt for all this liberal entertainment. And so it pleased me, in a half-laughing way, to leave pieces of money on the turf as I went along, until I had left enough for my night's lodging. I trust they did not fall to some rich and churlish drover. The country of the Camisards. PG 211. We traveled in the print of olden wars. Yet all the land was green. And love we found and peace. Where fire and war had been. They pass and smile, the children of the sword. No more the sword they wield. And oh, how deep the corn. Along the battlefield. W.P. Bannatyne. Across the Loser. PG 213. The track that I had followed in the evening soon died out, and I continued to follow over a bald turf ascend a row of stone pillars, such as had conducted me across the gullet. It was already warm. I tied my jacket on the pack and walked in my knitted waistcoat. Modestin herself was in high spirits, and broke of her own accord, for the first time in my experience, into a jolting trot that sent the oats swashing in the pocket of my coat. The view, back upon the northern Jevoden, extended with every step. Scarce a tree, scarce a house, appeared upon the fields of wild hill that ran north, east, and west, all blue and gold in the haze and sunlight of the morning. A multitude of little birds kept sweeping and twittering about my path. They perched on the stone pillars, they pecked and strutted on the turf, and I saw them circle in volleys in the blue air, and show, from time to time, translucent flickering wings between the sun and me. Almost from the first moment of my march, a faint large noise, like a distant surf, had filled my ears. Sometimes I was tempted to think it the voice of a neighboring waterfall, and sometimes a subjective result of the utter stillness of the hill. But as I continued to advance, the noise increased and became like the hissing of an enormous tea urn, and at the same time breaths of cool air began to reach me from the direction of the summit. At length I understood. It was blowing stiffly from the south upon the other slope of the Loser, and every step that I took I was drawing nearer to the wind. Although it had been long desired, it was quite unexpectedly at last that my eyes rose above the summit. PG 214, a step that seemed no way more decisive than many other steps that had preceded it, and, like stout Cortez when, with eagle eyes, he stared at the Pacific, I took possession, in my own name, of a new quarter of the world. For behold, instead of the gross turf rampart I had been mounting for so long, a view into the hazy air of heaven, and a land of intricate blue hills below my feet. The Loser lies nearly east and west, cutting Jevoden into two unequal parts. Its highest point, this Pic de Finials, on which I was then standing, rises upwards of 5,600 feet above the sea, and in clear weather commands a view over all lower Languedoc to the Mediterranean Sea. I have spoken with people who either pretended or believed that they had seen, from the Pic de Finials, white ships sailing by Montpellier and Sète. Behind was the upland northern country through which my way had lain, peopled by a dull race, without wood, without much grandeur of hill form, and famous in the past for little besides wolves. But in front of me, half veiled in sunny haze, lay a new Jevoden, rich, picturesque, illustrious for stirring events. Speaking largely, I was in the Cevennes at Monastir, and during all my journey. But there is a strict and local sense in which only this confused and shaggy country at my feet has any title to the name, and in this sense the peasantry employ the word. These are the Cevennes with an emphasis. The Cevennes of the Cevennes. In that undecipherable labyrinth of hills, a war of bandits, a war of wild beasts, raged for 2 years between the Grand Monarch with all his troops and marshals on the one hand, and a few thousand Protestant mountaineers upon the other. 180 years ago, the Camisards held a station even on the Loser where I stood. They had an organization, arsenals, a military and religious hierarchy. Their affairs were the discourse of every coffee house in London. England sent fleets in their support. Their leaders prophesied and murdered. PG 215. With colors and drums and the singing of old French psalms, their bands sometimes affronted daylight, marched before walled cities, and dispersed the generals of the king. And sometimes at night, or in masquerade, possessed themselves of strong castles, and avenged treachery upon their allies and cruelty upon their foes. There, 180 years ago, was the chivalrous Roland, Count and Lord Roland, generalissimo of the Protestants in France, grave, silent, imperious, pock-marked ex-dragoon, whom a lady followed in his wanderings out of love. There was Cavalier, a baker's apprentice with a genius for war, elected brigadier of Camisards at 17, to die at 55 the English governor of Jersey. There again was Castanet, a partisan leader in a voluminous peruke, and with a taste for controversial divinity. Strange generals, who moved apart to take counsel with the god of hosts, and fled or offered battle, set sentinels or slept in an unguarded camp, as the spirit whispered to their hearts. And there, to follow these and other leaders, was the rank and file of prophets and disciples, bold, patient, indefatigable, hardy to run upon the mountains, cheering their rough life with psalms, eager to fight, eager to pray, listening devoutly to the oracles of brain-sick children, and mystically putting a grain of wheat among the pewter balls with which they charged their muskets. I had traveled hitherto through a dull district, and in the track of nothing more notable than the chaldeating beast of Jevoden, the Napoleon Bonaparte of wolves. But now I was to go down into the scene of a romantic chapterer, better, a romantic footnoting the history of the world. What was left of all this bygone dust and heroism? I was told that Protestantism still survived in this head seat of Protestant resistance. So much the priest himself had told me in the monastery parlor. But I had yet to learn if it were a bare survival, or a lively and generous tradition. Again, if in the northern PG 216, Cevennes the people are narrow in religious judgments, and more filled with zeal than charity, what was I to look for in this land of persecution and reprisal, in a land where the tyranny of the church produced the Camisard rebellion, and the terror of the Camisards threw the Catholic peasantry into legalized revolt upon the other side, so that Camisard and Florentin skulked for each other's lives among the mountains. Just on the brow of the hill, where I paused to look before me, the series of stone pillars came abruptly to an end, and only a little below, a sort of track appeared and began to go down a breakneck slope, turning like a corkscrew as it went. It led into a valley between falling hills, stubbly with rocks like a reaped field of corn, and floored farther down with green meadows. I followed the track with precipitation, the steepness of the slope, the continual agile turning of the line of the descent, and the old unwearied hope of finding something new in a new country, all conspired to lend me wings. Yet a little lower and a stream began, collecting itself together out of many fountains, and soon making a glad noise among the hills. Sometimes it would cross the track in a bit of waterfall, with a pool, in which Modestin refreshed her feet. The whole descent is like a dream to me, so rapidly was it accomplished. I had scarcely left the summit ere the valley had closed round my path, and the sun beat upon me, walking in a stagnant lowland atmosphere. The track became a road and went up and down in easy undulations. I passed cabin after cabin, but all seemed deserted, and I saw not a human creature, nor heard any sound except that of the stream. I was, however, in a different country from the day before. The stony skeleton of the world was here vigorously displayed to sun and air. The slopes were steep and changeful. Oak trees clung along the hills, well grown, wealthy in leaf, and touched by the autumn with strong and PG 217 luminous colors. Here and there another stream would fall in from the right or the left, down a gorge of snow-white and tumultuary boulders. The river in the bottom for it was rapidly growing a river, collecting on all hands as it trotted on its way here, foamed a while in desperate rapids, and there lay in pools of the most enchanting sea-green shot with watery browns. As far as I have gone, I have never seen a river of so changeful and delicate a hue. Crystal was not more clear, the meadows were not by half so green, and at every pool I saw I felt a thrill of longing to be out of these hot, dusty, and material garments, and bathe my naked body in the mountain air and water. All the time as I went on, I never forgot it was the Sabbath. The stillness was a perpetual reminder, and I heard in spirit the church bells clamoring all over Europe and the psalms of 1,000 churches. At length a human sound struck upon my ear, a cry strangely modulated between pathos and derision, and looking across the valley, I saw a little urchin sitting in a meadow, with his hands about his knees, and dwarfed to almost comical smallness by the distance. But the rogue had picked me out as I went down the road, from oak wood on to oak wood, driving Modestin, and he made me the compliments of the new country in this tremulous high-pitched salutation. And as all noises are lovely and natural at a sufficient distance, this also, coming through so much clean hill air and crossing all the green valley, sounded pleasant to my ear, and seemed a thing rustic, like the oaks or the river. A little after, the stream that I was following fell into the tarn at Pont de Montfort of bloody memory. Pont de Montfort, PG 218. One of the first things I encountered in Pont de Montfort was, if I remember rightly, the Protestant temple, but this was but the type of other novelties. A subtle atmosphere distinguishes a town in England from a town in France or even in Scotland. At Carlisle you can see you are in the one country. At Dumfries, 30 miles away, you are as sure that you are in the other. I should find it difficult to tell in what particulars Pont de Montfort differed from Monastir or Langagny or even Blamard, but the difference existed and spoke eloquently to the eyes. The place with its houses, its lanes, its glaring riverbed, wore an indescribable air of the South. All was Sunday bustle in the streets and in the public houses, as all had been Sabbath peace among the mountains. There must have been near a score of us at dinner by 11 before noon, and after I had eaten and drunken, and sat writing up my journal, I suppose as many more came dropping in one after another, or by twos and threes. In crossing the Loser, I had not only come among new natural features, but moved into the territory of a different race. These people, as they hurriedly dispatched their viands in an intricate swordplay of knives, questioned and answered me with a degree of intelligence which excelled all that I had met, except among the railway folk at Chasserades. They had open telling faces, and were lively both in speech and manner. They not only entered thoroughly into the spirit of my little trip, but more than one declared, if he were rich enough, he would like to set forth on such another. Even physically, there was a pleasant change. I had PG 219 not seen a pretty woman since I left Monastir, and there but one. Now of the three who sat down with me to dinner, one was certainly not Beautifula poor timid thing of 40, quite troubled at this roaring table d'hote, whom I squired and helped to wine, and pledged and tried generally to encourage, with quite a contrary effect. But the other two, both married, were both more handsome than the average of women. And Clarice, what shall I say of Clarice? She waited the table with a heavy placable nonchalance like a performing cow. Her great gray eyes were steeped in amorous languor. Her features, although fleshy, were of an original and accurate design. Her mouth had a curl, her nostrils spoke of dainty pride, her cheek fell into strange and interesting lines. It was a face capable of strong emotion, and, with training, it offered the promise of delicate sentiment. It seemed pitiful to see so good a model left to country admirers and a country way of thought. Beauty should at least have touched society. Then, in a moment, it throws off a weight that lay upon it, it becomes conscious of itself. It puts on an elegance, learns a gait and a carriage of the head, and, in a moment, patet dit. Before I left, I assured Clarice of my hearty admiration. She took it like milk, without embarrassment or wonder, merely looking at me steadily with her great eyes, and I own the result upon myself with some confusion. If Clarice could read English, I should not dare to add that her figure was unworthy of her face. Hers was a case for stays, but that may perhaps grow better as she gets up in years. Pont de Montfort, or Greenhill Bridge, as we might say at home, is a place memorable in the story of the Camisards. It was here that the war broke out, here that those southern Covenanters slew their Archbishop Sharp. The persecution on the one hand, the febrile enthusiasm on the other, are almost equally difficult to understand in these quiet modern days, and with our easy modern beliefs and disbeliefs. The Protestants were 1 PG 220, and all beside their right minds with zeal and sorrow. They were all prophets and prophetesses. Children at the breast would exhort their parents to good works. A child of 15 months at Quissac spoke from its mother's arms, agitated and sobbing, distinctly and with a loud voice. Marshall Villars has seen a town where all the women seemed possessed by the devil, and had trembling fits, and uttered prophecies publicly upon the streets. A prophetess of Vivarais was hanged at Montpellier because blood flowed from her eyes and nose, and she declared that she was weeping tears of blood for the misfortunes of the Protestants. And it was not only women and children. Stalwart, dangerous fellows, used to swing the sickle or to wield the forest axe, were likewise shaken with strange paroxysms, and spoke oracles with sobs and streaming tears. A persecution unsurpassed in violence had lasted near a score of years, and this was the result upon the persecuted. Hanging, burning, breaking on the wheel had been in vain. The dragoons had left their hoof marks over all the countryside. There were men rowing in the galleys, and women pining in the prisons of the church, and not a thought was changed in the heart of any upright Protestant. Now the head and forefront of the persecution after Lamoignon de Baville, Francois de Langlade, du Chayla pronounced Chayla, archpriest of the Cevennes and inspector of missions in the same country, had a house in which he sometimes dwelt in the town of Pont de Montfort. He was a conscientious person, who seems to have been intended by nature for a pirate, and now 55, an age by which a man has learned all the moderation of which he is capable. A missionary in his youth in China, he there suffered martyrdom, was left for dead, and only succored and brought back to life by the charity of a pariah. We must suppose the pariah devoid of second sight, and not purposely malicious in this act. Such an experience, it might be thought, would have cured a man PG 221 of the desire to persecute, but the human spirit is a thing strangely put together, and, having been a Christian martyr, Du Chayla became a Christian persecutor. The work of the propagation of the faith went roundly forward in his hands. His house in Pont de Montfort served him as a prison. There he closed the hands of his prisoners upon live coal, and plucked out the hairs of their beards, to convince them that they were deceived in their opinions. And yet had not he himself tried and proved the inefficacy of these carnal arguments among the Buddhists in China? Not only was life made intolerable in Languedoc, but flight was rigidly forbidden. One Massip, a muleteer and well acquainted with the mountain paths, had already guided several troops of fugitives in safety to Geneva, and on him, with another convoy, consisting mostly of women dressed as men, Du Chayla, in an evil hour for himself, laid his hands. The Sunday following, There was a conventicle of Protestants in the woods of Altefage upon Mount Bauges, where there stood up one Segger spirit Segger, as his companions called Hema Woolcarter, tall, black-faced, and toothless, but a man full of prophecy. He declared in the name of God that the time for submission had gone by, and they must betake themselves to arms for the deliverance of their brethren and the destruction of the priests. The next night, 24th July 1702, a sound disturbed the inspector of missions as he sat in his prison house at Pont de Montfort. The voices of many men upraised in psalmody drew nearer and nearer through the town. It was 10 at night. He had his court about him, priests, soldiers, and servants, to the number of 12 or 15, and now dreading the insolence of a conventicle below his very windows, he ordered forth his soldiers to report. But the psalmsingers were already at his door, 50 strong, led by the inspired Segger and breathing death. To their summons, the archpriest made answer like a stout old PG 222 persecutor, and bade his garrison fire upon the mob. One Camisard, for, according to some, it was in this night's work that they came by the name, fell at this discharge. His comrades burst in the door with hatchets and a beam of wood, overran the lower story of the house, set free the prisoners, and finding one of them in the vine, a sort of scavenger's daughter of the place and period, redoubled in fury against Duchela, and sought by repeated assaults to carry the upper floors. But he, on his side, had given absolution to his men, and they bravely held the staircase. Children of God, cried the prophet, hold your hands. Let us burn the house with the priest and the satellites of Baal. The fire caught readily. Out of an upper window Duchela and his men lowered themselves into the garden by means of knotted sheets. Some escaped across the river under the bullets of the insurgents, but the archpriest himself fell, broke his thigh, and could only crawl into the hedge. What were his reflections as this second martyrdom drew near? A poor, brave, besotted, hateful man, who had done his duty resolutely according to his light both in the Cevennes and China. He found at least one telling word to say in his defense. For when the roof fell in and the upbursting flames discovered his retreat, and they came and dragged him to the public place of the town, raging and calling him damned if I be damned, said he, why should you also damn yourselves? Here was a good reason for the last, but in the course of his inspectorship he had given many stronger which all told in a contrary direction, and these he was now to hear. One by one, Segger first, the Camisards drew near and stabbed him. This, they said, is for my father broken on the wheel. This for my brother in the galleys. That for my mother or my sister imprisoned in your cursed convents. Each gave his blow and his reason, and then all kneeled and sang psalms around the body till the dawn. With the dawn, still singing, they defiled away towards Fru PG 223 Gers, farther up the Tarn, to pursue the work of vengeance, leaving Duchela's prison house in ruins, and his body pierced with 52 wounds upon the public place. 'Tis a wild night's work, with its accompaniment of psalms, and it seems as if a psalm must always have a sound of threatening in that town upon the Tarn. But the story does not end, even so far as concerns Pont de Montfort, with the departure of the Camisards. The career of Segger was brief and bloody. 2 more priests and a whole family at Laidves, from the father to the servants, fell by his hand or by his orders, and yet he was but a day or 2 at large, and restrained all the time by the presence of the soldiery. Taken at length by a famous soldier of fortune, Captain Powell, he appeared unmoved before his judges. Your name, they asked. Pierre Segger. Why are you called Spirit? Because the Spirit of the Lord is with me. Your domicile? Lately in the desert and soon in heaven. Have you no remorse for your crimes? I have committed none. My soul is like a garden full of shelter and of fountains. At Pont de Montfort on the 12th of August, he had his right hand stricken from his body and was burned alive. And his soul was like a garden? So perhaps was the soul of Duchela, the Christian martyr. And perhaps if you could read in my soul, or I could read in yours, our own composure might seem little less surprising. Duchela's house still stands with a new roof, beside one of the bridges of the town, and if you are curious, you may see the terrace garden into which he dropped. In the valley of the Tarn. PG 224. A new road leads from Pont de Montfort to Florec by the valley of the Tarn. A smooth sandy ledge, it runs about halfway between the summit of the cliffs and the river in the bottom of the valley. And I went in and out, as I followed it, from bays of shadow into promontories of afternoon sun. This was a pass like that of Killicranky, a deep turning gully in the hills, with the tarn making a wonderful hoarse uproar far below, and craggy summits standing in the sunshine high above. A thin fringe of ash trees ran about the hilltops, like ivy on a ruin. But on the lower slopes and far up every glen, the Spanish chestnut trees stood each foursquare to heaven under its tented foliage. Some were planted, each on its own terrace no larger than a bed. Some, trusting in their roots, found strength to grow and prosper and be straight and large upon the rapid slopes of the valley. Others, where there was a margin to the river, stood marshaled in a line and mighty like cedars of Lebanon. Yet even where they grew most thickly, they were not to be thought of as a wood, but as a herd of stalwart individuals. And the dome of each tree stood forth separate and large, and as it were a little bill from among the domes of its companions. They gave forth a faint, sweet perfume which pervaded the air of the afternoon. Autumn had put tints of gold and tarnish in the green, and the sun so shone through and kindled the broad foliage that each chestnut was relieved against another, not in shadow, but in light. A humble sketcher here laid down his pencil in despair. I wish I could convey a notion of the growth of these PG 225 noble trees, of how they strike out boughs like the oak, and trail sprays of drooping foliage like the willow, of how they stand on upright fluted columns like the pillars of a church, or like the olive, from the most shattered hole can put out smooth and youthful shoots, and begin a new life upon the ruins of the old. Thus they partake of the nature of many different trees, and even their prickly topknots, seen near at hand against the sky, have a certain palm-like air that impresses the imagination. But their individuality, although compounded of so many elements, is but the richer and the more original. And to look down upon a level filled with these knolls of foliage, or to see a clan of old unconquerable chestnuts cluster like herded elephants upon the spur of a mountain, is to rise to higher thoughts of the powers that are in nature. Between Modestin's laggard humor and the beauty of the scene, we made little progress all that afternoon, and at last finding the sun, although still far from setting, was already beginning to desert the narrow valley of the Tarn, I began to cast about for a place to camp in. This was not easy to find. The terraces were too narrow, and the ground, where it was unterraced, was usually too steep for a man to lie upon. I should have slipped all night and awakened towards morning with my feet or my head in the river. After perhaps a mile, I saw, some 60 feet above the road, a little plateau large enough to hold my sack, and securely parapeted by the trunk of an aged and enormous chestnut. Thither, with infinite trouble, I goaded and kicked the reluctant Modestin, and there I hastened to unload her. There was only room for myself upon the plateau, and I had to go nearly as high again before I found so much as standing room for the ass. It was on a heap of rolling stones, on an artificial terrace, certainly not 5 feet square in all. Here I tied her to a chestnut, and having given her corn and bread and made a pile of PG 226 chestnut leaves, of which I found her greedy, I descended once more to my own encampment. The position was unpleasantly exposed. One or two carts went by upon the road, and as long as daylight lasted I concealed myself, for all the world like a hunted Camisard, behind my fortification of vast chestnut trunk, for I was passionately afraid of discovery and the visit of jocular persons in the night. Moreover, I saw that I must be early awake, for these chestnut gardens had been the scene of industry, no further gone than on the day before. The slope was strewn with lopped branches, and here and there a great package of leaves was propped against a trunk, for even the leaves are serviceable, and the peasants use them in winter by way of fodder for their animals. I picked a meal in fear and trembling, half lying down to hide myself from the road, and I dare say I was as much concerned as if I had been a scout from Joni's band above upon the Loser, or from Salomon's across the Tarn, in the old times of psalm-singing and blood. Or indeed, perhaps more, for the Camisards had a remarkable confidence in God, and a tale comes back into my memory of how the Count of Gévaudan, riding with a party of dragoons and a notary at his saddlebow to enforce the oath of fidelity in all the country hamlets, entered a valley in the woods and found Cavalier and his men at dinner, gaily seated on the grass, and their hats crowned with box-tree garlands, while 15 women washed their linen in the stream. Such was a field festival in 1703. At that date, Antony Watteau would be painting similar subjects. This was a very different camp from that of the night before in the cool and silent pine woods. It was warm and even stifling in the valley. The shrill song of frogs, like the tremolo note of a whistle with a P in it, rang up from the riverside before the sun was down. In the growing dusk, faint rustlings began to run to and fro among the fallen leaves. From time to time, a faint chirping or cheeping noise would fall upon my ear. And from time PG 227 to time, I thought I could see the movement of something swift and indistinct between the chestnuts. A profusion of large ants swarmed upon the ground, bats whisked by, and mosquitoes droned overhead. The long boughs with their bunches of leaves hung against the sky like garlands, and those immediately above and around me had somewhat the air of a trellis which should have been wrecked and half overthrown in a gale of wind. Sleep for a long time fled my eyelids, and just as I was beginning to feel quiet stealing over my limbs and settling densely on my mind, a noise at my head startled me broad awake again, and, I will frankly confess it, brought my heart into my mouth. It was such a noise as a person would make scratching loudly with a fingernail. It came from under the knapsack which served me for a pillow, and it was thrice repeated before I had time to sit up and turn about. Nothing was to be seen, nothing more was to be heard, but a few of these mysterious rustlings far and near, and the ceaseless accompaniment of the river and the frogs. I learned next day that the chestnut gardens are infested by rats. Rustling, chirping, and scraping were probably all due to these, but the puzzle, for the moment, was insoluble, and I had to compose myself for sleep as best I could, in wondering uncertainty about my neighbors. I was wakened in the gray of the morning Monday, 30th September, by the sound of footsteps not far off upon the stones, and, opening my eyes, I beheld a peasant going by among the chestnuts by a footpath that I had not hitherto observed. He turned his head neither to the right nor to the left, and disappeared in a few strides among the foliage. Here was an escape, but it was plainly more than time to be moving. The peasantry were abroad, scarce less terrible to me in my nondescript position than the soldiers of Captain Powell to an undaunted Camisard. I fed Modestin with what haste I could, but as I was returning to my sack, I saw a man and a boy PG 228 come down the hillside in a direction crossing mine. They unintelligibly hailed me, and I replied with inarticulate but cheerful sounds and hurried forward to get into my gaiters. The pair, who seemed to be father and son, came slowly up to the plateau and stood close beside me for some time in silence. The bed was open, and I saw with regret my revolver lying patently disclosed on the blue wool. At last, after they had looked me all over, and the silence had grown laughably embarrassing, the man demanded in what seemed unfriendly tones. "You have slept here?" "Yes," said one, "as you see." "Why?" he asked. "My faith," I answered lightly, "I was tired." He next inquired where I was going and what I had had for dinner, and then, without the least transition, "C'est bien," he added, "come along." And he and his son, without another word, turned oil to the next chestnut tree but one, which they set to pruning. The thing had passed off more simply than I hoped. He was a grave, respectable man, and his unfriendly voice did not imply that he thought he was speaking to a criminal, but merely to an inferior. I was soon on the road, nibbling a cake of chocolate and seriously occupied with a case of conscience. Was I to pay for my night's lodging? I had slept ill, the bed was full of fleas in the shape of ants, there was no water in the room, the very dawn had neglected to call me in the morning. I might have missed a train, had there been any in the neighborhood to catch. Clearly, I was dissatisfied with my entertainment, and I decided I should not pay unless I met a beggar. The valley looked even lovelier by morning, and soon the road descended to the level of the river. Here, in a place where many straight and prosperous chestnuts stood together, making an aisle upon a swarded terrace, IPC 229 made my morning toilette in the water of the tarn. It was marvelously clear, thrillingly cool. The soapsuds disappeared as if by magic in the swift current, and the white boulders gave one a model for cleanliness. To wash in one of God's rivers in the open air seems to me a sort of cheerful solemnity or semi-pagan act of worship. To dabble among dishes in a bedroom may perhaps make clean the body, but the imagination takes no share in such a cleansing. I went on with a light and peaceful heart, and sang psalms to the spiritual ear as I advanced. Suddenly up came an old woman, who point-blank demanded alms. Goods, thought I, here comes the waiter with the bill. And I paid for my night's lodging on the spot. Take it how you please, but this was the first and the last beggar that I met with during all my tour. A step or two farther I was overtaken by an old man in a brown nightcap, clear-eyed, weather-beaten, with a faint, excited smile. A little girl followed him, driving 2 sheep and a goat, but she kept in our wake while the old man walked beside me and talked about the morning and the valley. It was not much past 6, and for healthy people who have slept enough that is an hour of expansion and of open and trustful talk. Connaissez-vous le seigneur? He said at length. I asked him what seigneur he meant, but he only repeated the question with more emphasis and a look in his eyes denoting hope and interest. Ah, said I, pointing upwards, I understand you now. Yes, I know him, he is the best of acquaintances. The old man said he was delighted. Hold, he added, striking his bosom, it makes me happy here. There were a few who knew the Lord in these valleys, he went on to tell me, not many, but a few. Many are called, he quoted, and few chosen. My father, said I, it is not easy to say who know PG 230 the Lord, and it is none of our business. Protestants and Catholics, and even those who worship stones, may know him and be known by him, for he has made all. I did not know I was so good a preacher. The old man assured me he thought as I did, and repeated his expressions of pleasure at meeting me. We are so few, he said. They call us Moravians here, but down in the Department of Guard, where there are also a good number, they are called Derbists, after an English pastor. I began to understand that I was figuring, in questionable taste, as a member of some sect to me unknown. But I was more pleased with the pleasure of my companion than embarrassed by my own equivocal position. Indeed, I can see no dishonesty in not avowing a difference, and especially in these high matters, where we have all a sufficient assurance that, whoever may be in the wrong, we ourselves are not completely in the right. The truth is much talked about, but this old man in a brown nightcap showed himself so simple, sweet, and friendly that I am not unwilling to profess myself his convert. He was, as a matter of fact, a Plymouth Brother. Of what that involves in the way of doctrine, I have no idea, nor the time to inform myself. But I know right well that we are all embarked upon a troublesome world, the children of one Father, striving in many essential points to do and to become the same. And although it was somewhat in a mistake that he shook hands with me so often, and showed himself so ready to receive my words, that was a mistake of the truth-finding sort. For charity begins blindfold, and only through a series of similar misapprehensions rises at length into a settled principle of love and patience, and a firm belief in all our fellow men. If I deceived this good old man, in the like manner I would willingly go on to deceive others. And if ever at length, out of our separate and sad ways, we should all come PG 231 together into one common house, I have a hope, to which I cling dearly, that my mountain Plymouth brother will hasten to shake hands with me again. Thus, talking like Christian and faithful by the way, he and I came down upon a hamlet by the tarn. It was but a humble place called La Verned, with less than a dozen houses and a Protestant chapel on a knoll. Here he dwelt, and here at the inn I ordered my breakfast. The inn was kept by an agreeable young man, a stonebreaker on the road, and his sister, a pretty and engaging girl. The village schoolmaster dropped in to speak with the stranger. And these were all Protestants, a fact which pleased me more than I should have expected. And, what pleased me still more, they seemed all upright and simple people. The Plymouth Brother hung round me with a sort of yearning interest, and returned at least thrice to make sure I was enjoying my meal. His behavior touched me deeply at the time, and even now moves me in recollection. He feared to intrude, but he would not willingly forgo one moment of my society, and he seemed never weary of shaking me by the hand. When all the rest had drifted off to their day's work, I sat for near half an hour with the young mistress of the house, who talked pleasantly over her seam of the chestnut harvest, and the beauties of the tarn and old family affections, broken up when young folk go from home, yet still subsisting. Hers, I am sure, was a sweet nature, with a country plainness and much delicacy underneath, and he who takes her to his heart will doubtless be a fortunate young man. The valley below La Verned pleased me more and more as I went forward. Now the hills approached from either hand, naked and crumbling, and walled in the river between cliffs. And now the valley widened and became green. The road led me past the old castle of Merle on a steep, past a battlemented monastery, long since broken up and turned into a church and PG 232 parsonage, and past a cluster of black roofs, the village of Cockyers, sitting among vineyards and meadows and orchards thick with red apples, and where, along the highway, they were knocking down walnuts from the roadside trees and gathering them in sacks and baskets. The hills, however much the vale might open, were still tall and bare, with cliffy battlements and here and there a pointed summit, and the tarn still rattled through the stones with a mountain noise. I had been led, by bagmen of a picturesque turn of mind, to expect a horrific country after the heart of Byron. but to my Scottish eyes it seemed smiling and plentiful, as the weather still gave an impression of high summer to my Scottish body. Although the chestnuts were already picked out by the autumn, and the poplars, that here began to mingle with them, had turned into pale gold against the approach of winter. There was something in this landscape, smiling although wild, that explained to me the spirit of the southern Covenanters. Those who took to the hills for conscience sake in Scotland had all gloomy and bedeviled thoughts. For once that they received God's comfort, they would be twice engaged with Satan. But the Camisards had only bright and supporting visions. They dealt much more in blood, both given and taken, yet I find no obsession of the evil one in their records. With a light conscience, they pursued their life in these rough times and circumstances. The soul of Segger, let us not forget, was like a garden. They knew they were on God's side with a knowledge that has no parallel among the Scots. For the Scots, although they might be certain of the cause, could never rest confident of the person. We flew, says one old Camisard, when we heard the sound of psalm singing, we flew as if with wings. We felt within us an animating ardor, a transporting desire. The feeling cannot be expressed in words. It is a thing that must have been experienced to be under PG 233 stood. However weary we might be, we thought no more of our weariness, and grew light so soon as the psalms fell upon our ears. The valley of the Tarn and the people whom I met at La Verned not only explained to me this passage, but the 20 years of suffering which those, who were so stiff and so bloody when once they betook themselves to war, endured with the meekness of children and the constancy of saints and peasants. Florec, PG 234. On a branch of the Tarn stands Florec, the seat of a sub-prefecture with an old castle, an alley of plains, many quaint street corners, and a live fountain welling from the hill. It is notable, besides, for handsome women, and as one of the two capitals, Alais being the other, of the country of the Camisards. The landlord of the inn took me, after I had eaten, to an adjoining café, where I, or rather my journey, became the topic of the afternoon. Every one had some suggestion for my guidance, and the subprefectorial map was fetched from the subprefecture itself, and much thumbed among coffee cups and glasses of liqueur. Most of these kind advisers were Protestant, though I observed that Protestant and Catholic intermingled in a very easy manner, and it surprised me to see what a lively memory still subsisted of the religious war. Among the hills of the southwest, by Mauchline, Cumnock, or Carsfairn, in isolated farms or in the manse, serious Presbyterian people still recall the days of the great persecution, and the graves of local martyrs are still piously regarded. But in towns and among the so-called better classes, I fear that these old doings have become an idle tale. If you met a mixed company in the King's Arms at Wigtown, it is not likely that the talk would run on Covenanters. Nay, at Muirkirk of Glenluce, I found the beadle's wife had not so much as heard of Prophet Pedden. But these Sevenals were proud of their ancestors in quite another sense. The war was their chosen topic. Its exploits were their own patent of nobility. And where a man or a race has had but one adventure, and that PG 235 heroic, we must expect and pardon some prolixity of reference. They told me the country was still full of legends hitherto uncollected. I heard from them about cavaliers' descendants, not direct descendants, be it understood, but only cousins or nephews who were still prosperous people in the scene of the boy general's exploits. And one farmer had seen the bones of old combatants dug up into the air of an afternoon in the 19th century, in a field where the ancestors had fought, and the great-grandchildren were peaceably ditching. Later in the day, one of the Protestant pastors was so good as to visit me. A young man, intelligent and polite, with whom I passed an hour or two in talk. Florac, he told me, is part Protestant, part Catholic, and the difference in religion is usually doubled by a difference in politics. You may judge of my surprise, coming as I did from such a babbling purgatorial Poland of a place as Monastir, when I learned that the population lived together on very quiet terms, and there was even an exchange of hospitalities between households thus doubly separated. Black Camisard and White Camisard, militiaman and Mickwellet and dragoon, Protestant prophet and Catholic cadet of the White Cross, they had all been sabbering and shooting, burning, pillaging, and murdering, their hearts hot with indignant passion. And here, after 170 years, Protestant is still Protestant, Catholic still Catholic, in mutual toleration and mild amity of life. But the race of man, like that indomitable nature whence it sprang, has medicating virtues of its own. The years and seasons bring various harvests. The sun returns after the rain, and mankind outlives secular animosities as a single man awakens from the passions of a day. We judge our ancestors from a more divine position, and the dust being a little laid with several centuries, we can see both sides adorned with human virtues and fighting with a show of right. PG 236. I have never thought it easy to be just, and find it daily even harder than I thought. I own I met these Protestants with delight and a sense of coming home. I was accustomed to speak their language, in another and deeper sense of the word than that which distinguishes between French and English, for the true Babel is a divergence upon morals. And hence I could hold more free communication with the Protestants, and judge them more justly than the Catholics. Father Apollinaris may pair off with my Mountain Plymouth brother as two guileless and devout old men. Yet I ask myself if I had as ready a feeling for the virtues of the Trappist, or, had I been a Catholic, if I should have felt so warmly to the dissenter of La Verned. With the first I was on terms of mere forbearance, but with the other, although only on a misunderstanding, and by keeping on selected points, it was still possible to hold converse and exchange some honest thoughts. In this world of imperfection, we gladly welcome even partial intimacies. And if we find but one to whom we can speak out of our heart freely, with whom we can walk in love and simplicity without dissimulation, we have no ground of quarrel with the world or God. In the Valley of the Miment, PG 237. On Tuesday, 1st October, we left Florec late in the afternoon, a tired donkey and tired donkey driver. A little way up the Tarnon, a covered bridge of wood introduced us into the Valley of the Miment. Steep rocky red mountains overhung the stream. Great oaks and chestnuts grew upon the slopes or in stony terraces. Here and there was a red field of millet or a few apple trees studded with red apples, and the road passed hard by two black hamlets, one with an old castle atop to please the heart of the tourist. It was difficult here again to find a spot fit for my encampment. Even under the oaks and chestnuts, the ground had not only a very rapid slope, but was heaped with loose stones, and where there was no timber, the hills descended to the stream in a red precipice tufted with heather. The sun had left the highest peak in front of me, and the valley was full of the lowing sound of herdsmen's horns as they recalled the flocks into the stable, when I spied a bite of meadow some way below the roadway in an angle of the river. Thither I descended, and, tying Modestin provisionally to a tree, proceeded to investigate the neighborhood. A gray, pearly evening shadow filled the glen. Objects at a little distance grew indistinct and melted bafflingly into each other, and the darkness was rising steadily like an exhalation. I approached a great oak which grew in the meadow, hard by the river's brink, when to my disgust the voices of children fell upon my ear, and I beheld a house round the angle on the other bank. I had half a mind to pack and be gone again, but the growing darkness moved me PG 238 to remain. I had only to make no noise until the night was fairly come, and trust to the dawn to call me early in the morning. But it was hard to be annoyed by neighbors in such a great hotel. A hollow underneath the oak was my bed. Before I had fed Modestin and arranged my sack, 3 stars were already brightly shining, and the others were beginning dimly to appear. I slipped down to the river, which looked very black among its rocks, to fill my can, and dined with a good appetite in the dark, for I scrupled to light a lantern while so near a house. The moon, which I had seen a pallid crescent all afternoon, faintly illuminated the summit of the hills, but not a ray fell into the bottom of the glen where I was lying. The oak rose before me like a pillar of darkness, and overhead the heartsome stars were set in the face of the night. No one knows the stars who has not slept, as the French happily put it, a la belle étoile. He may know all their names and distances and magnitudes, and yet be ignorant of what alone concerns mankind, their serene and gladsome influence on the mind. The greater part of poetry is about the stars, and very justly, for they are themselves the most classical of poets. These same faraway worlds, sprinkled like tapers or shaken together like a diamond dust upon the sky, had looked not otherwise to Roland or Cavalier, when, in the words of the latter, they had no other tent but the sky, and no other bed than my mother earth. All night a strong wind blew up the valley, and the acorns fell pattering over me from the oak. Yet on this first night of October, the air was as mild as May, and I slept with the fur thrown back. I was much disturbed by the barking of a dog, an animal that I fear more than any wolf. A dog is vastly braver, and is besides supported by the sense of duty. If you kill a wolf, you meet with encouragement and praise, but if you kill a dog, the sacred rights of property and the domestic affections come clamoring round you PG 239 for redress. At the end of a fagging day, the sharp, cruel note of a dog's bark is in itself a keen annoyance, and to a tramp like myself, he represents the sedentary and respectable world in its most hostile form. There is something of the clergyman or the lawyer about this engaging animal, and yet he were not amenable to stones, the boldest man would shrink from traveling afoot. I respect dogs much in the domestic circle, but on the highway or sleeping afield, I both detest and fear them. I was wakened next morning, Wednesday, October 2nd, by the same dog fur. I knew his bark making a charge down the bank, and then, seeing me sit up, retreating again with great alacrity. The stars were not yet quite extinguished. The heaven was of that enchanting mild gray blue of the early morn. A still clear light began to fall, and the trees on the hillside were outlined sharply against the sky. The wind had veered more to the north, and no longer reached me in the glen. But as I was going on with my preparations, it drove a white cloud very swiftly over the hilltop, and looking up, I was surprised to see the cloud dyed with gold. In these high regions of the air, the sun was already shining as at noon. If only the clouds traveled high enough, we should see the same thing all night long, for it is always daylight in the fields of space. As I began to go up the valley, a draught of wind came down it out of the seat of the sunrise, although the clouds continued to run overhead in an almost contrary direction. A few steps farther, and I saw a whole hillside gilded with the sun, and still a little beyond, between two peaks, a center of dazzling brilliancy appeared floating in the sky, and I was once more face to face with the big bonfire that occupies the kernel of our system. I met but one human being that forenoon, a dark, military-looking wayfarer, who carried a game bag on a baldric, but he made a remark that seems worthy PG 240 of record. For when I asked him if he were Protestant or Catholic, "Oh," said he, "I make no shame of my religion. I am a Catholic." He made no shame of it. The phrase is a piece of natural statistics, for it is the language of one in a minority. I thought with a smile of Bavil and his dragoons, and how you may ride roughshod over a religion for a century, and leave it only the more lively for the friction. Ireland is still Catholic, the Cevennes still Protestant. It is not a basketful of lawpapers, nor the hoofs and pistol butts of a regiment of horse, that can change one tittle of a ploughman's thoughts. Outdoor rustic people have not many ideas, but such as they have are hardy plants, and thrive flourishingly in persecution. One who has grown a long while in the sweat of laborious noons, and under the stars at night, a frequenter of hills and forests, an old honest countryman, has, in the end, a sense of communion with the powers of the universe, and amicable relations towards his God. Like my mountain Plymouth brother, he knows the Lord. His religion does not repose upon a choice of logic. It is the poetry of the man's experience, the philosophy of the history of his life. God, like a great power, like a great shining sun, has appeared to this simple fellow in the course of years, and become the ground and essence of his least reflections. And you may change creeds and dogma by authority, or proclaim a new religion with the sound of trumpets, if you will. But here is a man who has his own thoughts and will stubbornly adhere to them in good and evil. He is a Catholic, a Protestant, or a Plymouth brother, in the same indefeasible sense that a man is not a woman, or a woman not a man. For he could not vary from his faith unless he could eradicate all memory of the past, and, in a strict and not a conventional meaning, change his mind. The heart of the country. PG 241. I was now drawing near to Casagnes, a cluster of black roofs upon the hillside, in this wild valley, among chestnut gardens, and looked upon in the clear air by many rocky peaks. The road along the Mimont is yet new, nor have the mountaineers recovered their surprise when the first cart arrived at Casagnes. But although it lay thus apart from the current of men's business, this hamlet had already made a figure in the history of France. Hard by, in caverns of the mountain, was one of the 5 arsenals of the Camisards, where they laid up clothes and corn and arms against necessity, forged bayonets and sabres, and made themselves gunpowder with willow charcoal and saltpeter boiled in kettles. To the same caves, amid this multifarious industry, the sick and wounded were brought up to heal, and there they were visited by the 2 surgeons, Chabrier and Tavan, and secretly nursed by women of the neighborhood. Of the 5 legions into which the Camisards were divided, it was the oldest and the most obscure that had its magazines by Casagnes. This was the band of Spirit Segur, men who had joined their voices with his in the 68th Psalm as they marched down by night on the archpriest of the Cevennes. Segur, promoted to heaven, was succeeded by Salam and Cauderc, whom Cavalier treats in his memoirs as chaplain general to the whole army of the Camisards. He was a prophet, a great reader of the heart, who admitted people to the sacrament or refused them by attentively viewing every man between the eyes, and had the most of the scriptures off by rote. And this was surely happy, since in PG 242, a surprise in August 1703, he lost his mule, his portfolios, and his Bible. It is only strange that they were not surprised more often and more effectually, for this legion of Cassagnas was truly patriarchal in its theory of war, and camped without sentries, leaving that duty to the angels of the god for whom they fought. This is a token, not only of their faith, but of the trackless country where they harbored. 1000. De Caledon, taking a stroll one fine day, walked without warning into their midst, as he might have walked into a flock of sheep in a plain, and found some asleep and some awake and psalm-singing. A trader had need of no recommendation to insinuate himself among their ranks, beyond his faculty of singing psalms, and even the prophet Solomon took him into a particular friendship. Thus, among their intricate hills, the rustic troop subsisted, and history can attribute few exploits to them but sacraments and ecstasies. People of this tough and simple stock will not, as I have just been saying, prove variable in religion, nor will they get nearer to apostasy than a mere external conformity like that of Naaman in the house of Rimmon, when Louis XVI. In the words of the edict, convinced by the uselessness of a century of persecutions, and rather from necessity than sympathy, granted at last a royal grace of toleration, Cassagnas was still Protestant, and to a man it is so to this day. There is indeed one family that is not Protestant, but neither is it Catholic. It is that of a Catholic cure in revolt who has taken to his bosom a schoolmistress, and his conduct, it is worth noting, is disapproved by the Protestant villagers. It is a bad idea for a man, said one, to go back from his engagements. The villagers whom I saw seemed intelligent after a countrified fashion, and were all plain and dignified in manner. As a Protestant myself, I was well looked upon, and my acquaintance with history gained me further PG 243 respect. For we had something not unlike a religious controversy at table, a gendarme and a merchant with whom I dined being both strangers to the place, and Catholics. The young men of the house stood round and supported me, and the whole discussion was tolerantly conducted, and surprised a man brought up among the infinitesimal and contentious differences of Scotland. The merchant, indeed, grew a little warm, and was far less pleased than some others with my historical acquirements. But the gendarme was mighty easy over it all. It's a bad idea for a man to change, said he, and the remark was generally applauded. That was not the opinion of the priest and soldier at Our Lady of the Snows. But this is a different race, and perhaps the same great-heartedness that upheld them to resist now enables them to differ in a kind spirit. For courage respects courage, but where a faith has been trodden out, we may look for a mean and narrow population. The true work of Bruce and Wallace was the union of the nations, not that they should stand apart a while longer, skirmishing upon their borders, but that, when the time came, they might unite with self-respect. The merchant was much interested in my journey, and thought it dangerous to sleep afield. There are the wolves, said he, and then it is known you are an Englishman. The English have always long purses, and it might very well enter into someone's head to deal you an ill blow some night. I told him I was not much afraid of such accidents, and at any rate judged it unwise to dwell upon alarms, or consider small perils in the arrangement of life. Life itself, I submitted, was a far too risky business as a whole to make each additional particular of danger worth regard. Something, said I, might burst in your inside any day of the week, and there would be an end of you if you were locked in your room with 3 turns of the key. Sependent, said he, coucher de hors, PG 244. God, said I, is everywhere. Sependent coucher de hors, he repeated, and his voice was eloquent of terror. He was the only person, in all my voyage, who saw anything hardy in so simple a proceeding, although many considered it superfluous. Only one, on the other hand, professed much delight in the idea, and that was my Plymouth brother, who cried out, when I told him I sometimes preferred sleeping under the stars to a close and noisy alehouse, now I see that you know the Lord. The merchant asked me for one of my cards as I was leaving, for he said I should be something to talk of in the future, and desired me to make a note of his request and reason, a desire with which I have thus complied. A little after 2, I struck across the Mimint and took a rugged path southward up a hillside covered with loose stones and tufts of heather. At the top, as is the habit of the country, the path disappeared, and I left my shees munching heather and went forward alone to seek a road. I was now on the separation of two vast watersheds. Behind me, all the streams were bound for the Garonne and the Western Ocean. Before me was the basin of the Rhone. Hence, as from the Loser, you can see in clear whether the shining of the Gulf of Lyons, and perhaps from here the soldiers of Salaman may have watched for the topsails of Sir Cloudesley Shovel and the long-promised aid from England. You may take this ridge as lying in the heart of the country of the Camisards. 4 of the 5 legions camped all round it, and almost within view Salaman and Joni to the north, Castanet and Roland to the south. And when Julian had finished his famous work, the devastation of the High Cevennes, which lasted all through October and November, 1703, and during which 460 villages and hamlets were, with fire and pickaxe, utterly subverted, a man standing on this eminence would have looked PG 245 forth upon a silent, smokeless, and dispeopled land. Time and man's activity have now repaired these ruins. Casagnes is once more roofed and sending up domestic smoke, and in the chestnut gardens, in low and leafy corners, many a prosperous farmer returns, when the day's work is done, to his children and bright hearth. And still it was perhaps the wildest view of all my journey. Peak upon peak, chain upon chain of hills ran surging southward, channeled and sculptured by the winter streams, feathered from head to foot with chestnuts, and here and there breaking out into a coronal of cliffs. The sun, which was still far from setting, sent a drift of misty gold across the hilltops, but the valleys were already plunged in a profound and quiet shadow. A very old shepherd, hobbling on a pair of sticks, and wearing a black cap of liberty, as if in honor of his nearness to the grave, directed me to the road for St. Germain de Calbert. There was something solemn in the isolation of this infirm and ancient creature. Where he dwelt, how he got upon this high ridge, or how he proposed to get down again, were more than I could fancy. Not far off upon my right was the famous Plan de Font Mort, where Powell with his Armenian saber slashed down the Camisards of Seguier. This, methought, might be some Rip Van Winkle of the war, who had lost his comrades, fleeing before Powell, and wandered ever since upon the mountains. It might be news to him that Cavalier had surrendered, or Roland had fallen fighting with his back against an olive. And while I was thus working on my fancy, I heard him hailing in broken tones, and saw him waving me to come back with one of his 2 sticks. I had already got some way past him, but, leaving Modestin once more, retraced my steps. Alas, it was a very commonplace affair. The old gentleman had forgot to ask the peddler what he sold, and wished to remedy this neglect. I told him sternly, nothing, PG 246. Nothing, cried he. I repeated nothing and made off. It's odd to think of, but perhaps I thus became as inexplicable to the old man as he had been to me. The road lay under chestnuts, and though I saw a hamlet or 2 below me in the vale, and many lone houses of the chestnut farmers, it was a very solitary march all afternoon, and the evening began early underneath the trees. But I heard the voice of a woman singing some sad, old, endless ballad not far off. It seemed to be about love and a belle Amoureux, her handsome sweetheart, and I wished I could have taken up the strain and answered her, as I went on upon my invisible woodland way, weaving, like Pippa in the poem, my own thoughts with hers. What could I have told her? Little enough, and yet all the heart requires. How the world gives and takes away, and brings sweethearts near only to separate them again into distant and strange lands. But to love is the great amulet which makes the world a garden, and hope, which comes to all, outwears the accidents of life, and reaches with tremulous hand beyond the grave and death. Easy to say, yea, but also, by God's mercy, both easy and grateful to believe. We struck at last into a wide white highroad carpeted with noiseless dust. The night had come, the moon had been shining for a long while upon the opposite mountain, when on turning a corner my donkey and I issued ourselves into her light. I had emptied out my brandy at Florac, for I could bear the stuff no longer, and replaced it with some generous and scented Volnay, and now I drank to the moon's sacred majesty upon the road. It was but a couple of mouthfuls, yet I became thenceforth unconscious of my limbs, and my blood flowed with luxury. Even Modestin was inspired by this purified nocturnal sunshine, and bestirred her little hoofs as to a livelier measure. The road wound and descended swiftly among masses of chestnuts. Hot dust rose from our feet PG 247 and flowed away. Our two shadows mine deformed with the knapsack, hers comically bestridden by the packno lay before us clearly outlined on the road. And now, as we turned a corner, went off into the ghostly distance, and sailed along the mountain like clouds. From time to time, a warm wind rustled down the valley, and set all the chestnuts dangling their bunches of foliage and fruit. The ear was filled with whispering music, and the shadows danced in tune. And next moment the breeze had gone by, and in all the valley nothing moved except our traveling feet. On the opposite slope, the monstrous ribs and gullies of the mountain were faintly designed in the moonshine, and high overhead, in some lone house, there burned one lighted window, one square spark of red in the huge field of sad nocturnal coloring. At a certain point, as I went downward, turning many acute angles, the moon disappeared behind the hill, and I pursued my way in great darkness, until another turning shot me without preparation into St. Germain de Calbert. The place was asleep and silent, and buried in opaque night. Only from a single open door, some lamplight escaped upon the road to show me that I was come among men's habitations. The two last gossips of the evening, still talking by a garden wall, directed me to the inn. The landlady was getting her chicks to bed. The fire was already out and had, not without grumbling, to be rekindled. Half an hour later, and I must have gone supperless to roost. The last day, PG 248. When I awoke Thursday, 2nd October, and hearing a great flourishing of cocks and chuckling of contented hens, betook me to the window of the clean and comfortable room where I had slept the night, I looked forth on a sunshiny morning in a deep vale of chestnut gardens. It was still early, and the cock crows and the slanting lights and the long shadows encouraged me to be out and look round me. St. Germain de Calbert is a great parish 9 leagues round about. At the period of the wars, and immediately before the devastation, it was inhabited by 275 families, of which only 9 were Catholic, and it took the cure 17 September days to go from house to house on horseback for a census. But the place itself, although capital of a canton, is scarce larger than a hamlet. It lies terraced across a steep slope in the midst of mighty chestnuts. The Protestant chapel stands below upon a shoulder. In the midst of the town is the quaint old Catholic church. It was here that poor Du Chaila, the Christian martyr, kept his library and held a court of missionaries. Here he had built his tomb, thinking to lie among a grateful population whom he had redeemed from error. And hither on the morrow of his death they brought the body, pierced with 52 wounds, to be interred. Clad in his priestly robes, he was laid out in state in the church. The cure, taking his text from 2 Samuel, 20th chapter and 12th verse, and Amasa wallowed in his blood in the highway, preached a rousing sermon, and exhorted his brethren to die each at his post, like their unhappy and illustrious superior. In the midst of this eloquence, their PG 249 came a breeze that Spirit Seger was near at hand. And behold, all the assembly took to their horses' heels, some east, some west, and the cure himself as far as Alais. Strange was the position of this little Catholic metropolis, a thimbleful of Rome, in such a wild and contrary neighborhood. On the one hand, the Legion of Salaman overlooked it from Casagnes. On the other, it was cut off from assistance by the Legion of Roland at Mialet. The cure, Louvalenel, although he took a panic at the archpriest's funeral and so hurriedly decamped to Alais, stood well by his isolated pulpit and thence uttered fulminations against the crimes of the Protestants. Salaman besieged the village for an hour and a half but was beaten back. The militiamen on guard before the cure's door could be heard, in the black hours, singing Protestant psalms and holding friendly talk with the insurgents. And in the morning, although not a shot had been fired, there would not be a round of powder in their flasks. Where was it gone? All handed over to the Camisards for a consideration. Untrusty guardians for an isolated priest. That these continual stirs were once busy in St. Germain de Calbert, the imagination with difficulty receives. All is now so quiet, the pulse of human life now beats so low and still in this hamlet of the mountains. Boys followed me a great way off, like a timid sort of lion hunters, and people turned round to have a second look or came out of their houses as I went by. My passage was the first event you would have fancied since the Camisards. There was nothing rude or forward in this observation. It was but a pleased and wondering scrutiny, like that of oxen or the human infant, yet it wearied my spirits and soon drove me from the street. I took refuge on the terraces, which are here greenly carpeted with sward, and tried to imitate with a pencil the inimitable attitudes of the chestnuts as they bear up their canopy of leaves. Ever and again a little wind went by, and the nuts dropped all around me, with a light and dull PG 250 sound, upon the sward. The noise was as of a thin fall of great hailstones, but there went with it a cheerful human sentiment of an approaching harvest and farmers rejoicing in their gains. Looking up, I could see the brown nut peering through the husk, which was already gaping, and between the stems the eye embraced an amphitheater of hill, sunlit and green with leaves. I have not often enjoyed a place more deeply. I moved in an atmosphere of pleasure and felt light and quiet and content. But perhaps it was not the place alone that so disposed my spirit. Perhaps someone was thinking of me in another country, or perhaps some thought of my own had come and gone unnoticed, and yet done me good. For some thoughts, which sure would be the most beautiful, vanish before we can rightly scan their features. As though a god, traveling by our green highways, should but ope the door, give one smiling look into the house, and go again forever. Was it Apollo, or Mercury, or love with folded wings? Who shall say? But we go the lighter about our business and feel peace and pleasure in our hearts. I dined with a pair of Catholics. They agreed in the condemnation of a young man, a Catholic, who had married a Protestant girl and gone over to the religion of his wife. A Protestant born they could understand and respect. Indeed, they seemed to be of the mind of an old Catholic woman, who told me that same day there was no difference between the two sects, save that wrong was more wrong for the Catholic, who had more light and guidance. But this of a man's desertion filled them with contempt. It's a bad idea for a man to change, said one. It may have been accidental, but you see how this phrase pursued me? And for myself, I believe it is the current philosophy in these parts. I have some difficulty in imagining a better. It's not only a great flight of confidence for a man to change his creed and go out of his family for heaven's sake, but the odds errane and the PG 251 hope is that, with all this great transition in the eyes of man, he has not changed himself a hairbreadth to the eyes of God. Honor to those who do so, for the wrench is sore. But it argues something narrow, whether of strength or weakness, whether of the prophet or the fool, in those who can take a sufficient interest in such infinitesimal and human operations, or who can quit a friendship for a doubtful process of the mind. And I think I should not leave my old creed for another, changing only words for other words, but by some brave reading, embrace it in spirit and truth, and find wrong as wrong for me as for the best of other communions. The phylloxera was in the neighborhood, and instead of wine, we drank at dinner a more economical juice of the grape la Parisienne, they call it. It is made by putting the fruit whole into a cask with water. One by one the berries ferment and burst. What is drunk during the day is supplied at night in water. So, with ever another pitcher from the well, and ever another grape exploding and giving out its strength, one cask of Parisienne may last a family till spring. It is, as the reader will anticipate, a feeble beverage, but very pleasant to the taste. What with dinner and coffee, it was long past 3 before I left St. Germain de Calbert. I went down beside the garden of Milet, a great glaring watercourse devoid of water, and through St. Etienne de Valley Francaise, or Val Francesque, as they used to call it, and towards evening began to ascend the hill of St. Pierre. It was a long and steep ascent. Behind me an empty carriage returning to St. Jean Dugard kept hard upon my tracks, and near the summit overtook me. The driver, like the rest of the world, was sure I was a peddler. But unlike others, he was sure of what I had to sell. He had noticed the blue wool which hung out of my pack at either end, and from this he had decided, beyond my power to alter his decision, that I dealt in blue wool collars, such as decorate the neck of the French draft horse. PG 252. I had hurried to the topmost powers of Modestin, for I dearly desired to see the view upon the other side before the day had faded. But it was night when I reached the summit. The moon was riding high and clear, and only a few gray streaks of twilight lingered in the west. A yawning valley, gulfed in blackness, lay like a hole in created nature at my feet, but the outline of the hills was sharp against the sky. There was Mount Aigle, the stronghold of Castanet. And Castanet, not only as an active undertaking leader, deserves some mention among Camisards, for there is a spray of rose among his laurel, and he showed how, even in a public tragedy, love will have its way. In the high tide of war he married, in his mountain citadel, a young and pretty lass called Mariette. There were great rejoicings, and the bridegroom released 25 prisoners in honor of the glad event. 7 months afterwards, Mariette, the princess of the Cevennes, as they called her in derision, fell into the hands of the authorities, where it was like to have gone hard with her. But Castanet was a man of execution, and loved his wife. He fell on Valorog and got a lady there for a hostage, and for the first and last time in that war, there was an exchange of prisoners. Their daughter, pledge of some starry night upon Mount Egil, has left descendants to this day. Modestin and it was our last meal. Todger had a snack upon the top of St. Pier, I on a heap of stones, she standing by me in the moonlight, and decorously eating bread out of my hand. The poor brute would eat more heartily in this manner, for she had a sort of affection for me, which I was soon to betray. It was a long descent upon St. Jean du Gard, and we met no one but a carter, visible afar off by the glint of the moon on his extinguished lantern. Before 10 o'clock we had got in and were at supper, 15 miles and a stiff hill in little beyond 6 hours. Farewell, Modestin. PG 253. On examination, on the morning of October 3rd, Modestin was pronounced unfit for travel. She would need at least 2 days' repose, according to the ostler, but I was now eager to reach Alais for my letters, and, being in a civilized country of stagecoaches, I determined to sell my lady friend and be off by the diligence that afternoon. Our yesterday's march, with the testimony of the driver who had pursued us up the long hill of St. Pier, spread a favorable notion of my donkey's capabilities. Intending purchasers were aware of an unrivaled opportunity. Before 10, I had an offer of 25 francs, and before noon, after a desperate engagement, I sold her, saddle and all, for 5 and 30. The pecuniary gain is not obvious, but I had bought freedom into the bargain. St. Jean du Gard is a large place, and largely Protestant. The mayor, a Protestant, asked me to help him in a small matter which is itself characteristic of the country. The young women of the Cevennes profit by the common religion and the difference of the language to go largely as governesses into England. And here was one, a native of Milet, struggling with English circulars from 2 different agencies in London. I gave what help I could, and volunteered some advice, which struck me as being excellent. One thing more I note. The phylloxera has ravaged the vineyards in this neighborhood, and in the early morning, under some chestnuts by the river, I found a party of men working with a cider press. I could not at first make out what they were after, and asked one fellow to explain. PG 254. Making cider, he said. Oui, c'est comme dans le Nord. There was a ring of sarcasm in his voice. The country was going to the devil. It was not until I was fairly seated by the driver, and rattling through a rocky valley with dwarf olives, that I became aware of my bereavement. I had lost Modestin. Up to that moment I had thought I hated her, but now she was gone. And oh, the difference to me. For 12 days we had been fast companions. We had traveled upwards of 120 miles, crossed several respectable ridges, and jogged along with our 6 legs by many a rocky and many a boggy byroad. After the first day, although sometimes I was hurt and distant in manner, I still kept my patience. And as for her, poor soul, she had come to regard me as a god. She loved to eat out of my hand. She was patient, elegant in form, the color of an ideal mouse, and inimitably small. Her faults were those of her race and sex, her virtues were her own. Farewell, and if forever. Father Adam wept when he sold her to me. After I had sold her in my turn, I was tempted to follow his example, and being alone with a stage driver and 4 or 5 agreeable young men, I did not hesitate to yield to my emotion. PG 257. A mountain town in France. A fragment. Originally intended to serve as the opening chapter of Travels with a Donkey in the Cevennes. Le Monastir is the chief place of a hilly canton in Haute-Loire, the ancient Valais. As the name betokens, the town is of monastic origin, and it still contains a towered bulk of monastery and a church of some architectural pretensions, the seat of an archpriest and several vicars. It stands on the side of a hill above the river Gazelle, about 15 miles from Le Pai, up a steep road where the wolves sometimes pursue the diligence in winter. The road, which is bound for Vivarais, passes through the town from end to end in a single narrow street. There you may see the fountain where women fill their pitchers. There are also some old houses with carved doors and pediments and ornamental work in iron. For Monastir, like Mabel in Ayrshire, was a sort of country capital, where the local aristocracy had their town mansions for the winter. And there is a certain baron still alive, and, I am told, extremely penitent, who found means to ruin himself by high living in this village on the hills. He certainly has claims to be considered the most remarkable spendthrift on record. how he set about it in a place where there are no luxuries for sale, and where the board at the best inn comes to little more than a shilling a day, is a problem for the wise. His son, ruined as the family was, went as far as Paris to sow his wild oats. And so the cases of father and son mark an epoch in the PG 258 history of centralization in France. Not until the latter had got into the train was the work of Richelieu complete. It is a people of lace makers. The women sit in the streets by groups of 5 or 6, and the noise of the bobbins is audible from one group to another. Now and then you will hear one woman clattering off prayers for the edification of the others at their work. They wear gaudy shawls, white caps with a gay ribbon about the head, and sometimes a black felt brigand hat above the cap, and so they give the street color and brightness and a foreign air. A while ago, when England largely supplied herself from this district with the lace called torchan, it was not unusual to earn 5 francs a day, and 5 francs in Monastir is worth £1 in London. Now, from a change in the market, it takes a clever and industrious workwoman to earn from 3 to 4 in the week, or less than an eighth of what she made easily a few years ago. The tide of prosperity came and went, as with our northern pitmen, and left nobody the richer. The women bravely squandered their gains, kept the men in idleness, and gave themselves up, as I was told, to sweethearting and a merry life. From week's end to week's end, it was one continuous gala in Monastir. People spent the day in the wine shops, and the drum or the bagpipes led on the buries up to 10 at night. Now these dancing days are over. Il ni a plus de jeunesse, said Victor the Garcon. I hear of no great advance in what are thought the essentials of morality. But the bury, with its rambling, sweet, interminable music and alert and rustic figures, has fallen into disuse, and is mostly remembered as a custom of the past. Only on the occasion of the fair shall you hear a drum discreetly rattling in a wine shop, or perhaps one of the company singing the measure while the others dance. I am sorry at the change, and marvel once more at the complicated scheme of things upon this earth, and how a turn of fashion in England can silence so much mountain PG 259 merriment in France. The lace makers themselves have not entirely forgiven our countrywomen, and I think they take a special pleasure in the legend of the northern quarter of the town, called El Anglade, because there the English freelances were arrested and driven back by the potency of a little Virgin Mary on the wall. From time to time, a market is held, and the town has a season of revival. Cattle and pigs are stabled in the streets, and pickpockets have been known to come all the way from Lyon for the occasion. Every Sunday, the country folk throng in with daylight to buy apples, to attend Mass, and to visit one of the wine shops, of which there are no fewer than 50 in this little town. Sunday wear for the men is a green tailcoat of some coarse sort of drugget, and usually a complete suit to match. I have never set eyes on such degrading raiment. Here it clings, there bulges, and the human body, with its agreeable and lively lines, is turned into a mockery and laughing-stock. Another piece of Sunday business with the peasants is to take their ailments to the chemist for advice. It is as much a matter for Sunday as church-going. I have seen a woman who had been unable to speak since the Monday before, wheezing, catching her breath, endlessly and painfully coughing, and yet she had waited upwards of 100 hours before coming to seek help, and had the week been twice as long, she would have waited still. There was a canonical day for consultation. Such was the ancestral habit, to which a respectable lady must study to conform. 2 conveyances go daily to Lapai, but they rival each other in polite concessions rather than in speed. Each will wait an hour or 2 hours cheerfully, while an old lady does her marketing, or a gentleman finishes the papers in a cafe. The courier, such is the name of one, should leave Lapai by 2 in the afternoon on the return voyage, and arrive at Monastir in good time for a 6 o'clock dinner. But the driver dares not PG 260 disoblige his customers. He will postpone his departure again and again, hour after hour, and I have known the sun to go down on his delay. These purely personal favors, this consideration of men's fancies, rather than the hands of a mechanical clock, as marking the advance of the abstraction, time, makes a more humorous business of stagecoaching than we are used to see it. As far as the eye can reach, one swelling line of hilltop rises and falls behind another, and if you climb an eminence, it is only to see new and farther ranges behind these. Many little rivers run from all sides in cliffy valleys, and one of them, a few miles from Monastir, bears the great name of Loire. The mean level of the country is a little more than 3,000 feet above the sea, which makes the atmosphere proportionally brisk and wholesome. There is little timber except pines, and the greater part of the country lies in moorland pasture. The country is wild and tumbled rather than commanding, an upland rather than a mountain district, and the most striking as well as the most agreeable scenery lies low beside the rivers. There, indeed, you will find many corners that take the fancy, such as made the English noble choose his grave by a Swiss streamlet, where nature is at her freshest and looks as young as on the seventh morning. Such a place is the course of the Gazelle, where it waters the common of Monastir, and thence downward till it joins the Loire, a place to hear birds singing, a place for lovers to frequent. The name of the river was perhaps suggested by the sound of its passage over the stones, for it is a great warbler, and at night, after I was in bed in Monastir, I could hear it go singing down the valley till I fell asleep. On the whole, this is a Scottish landscape, although not so noble as the best in Scotland, and by an odd coincidence the population is, in its way, as Scottish as the country. They have abrupt, uncouth, Fifeshire manners and accost you, as if you were trespassing, PG 261 with an ousts que vous allez, only translatable into the lowland war ye gone. They keep the Scottish Sabbath. There is no labor done on that day but to drive in and out the various pigs and sheep and cattle that make so pleasant a tinkling in the meadows. The lace makers have disappeared from the street. Not to attend Mass would involve social degradation, and you may find people reading Sunday books, in particular a sort of Catholic monthly visitor on the doings of Our Lady of Lourdes. I remember one Sunday, when I was walking in the country, that I fell on a hamlet and found all the inhabitants, from the patriarch to the baby, gathered in the shadow of a gable at prayer. One strapping lass stood with her back to the wall and did the solo part, the rest chiming in devoutly. Not far off, a lad lay flat on his face asleep among some straw, to represent the worldly element. Again, this people is eager to proselytize, and the postmaster's daughter used to argue with me by the half-hour about my heresy, until she grew quite flushed. I have heard the reverse process going on between a Scotswoman and a French girl, and the arguments in the two cases were identical. Each apostle based her claim on the superior virtue and attainments of her clergy, and clinched the business with a threat of hellfire. Pa bong pretres isai, said the Presbyterian, bong pretres en ecos. And the postmaster's daughter, taking up the same weapon, plied me, so to speak, with the butt of it instead of the bayonet. We are a hopeful race, it seems, and easily persuaded for our good. One cheerful circumstance I note in these guerrilla missions, that each side relies on hell, and Protestant and Catholic alike address themselves to a supposed misgiving in their adversary's heart. And I call it cheerful, for faith is a more supporting quality than imagination. Here, as in Scotland, many peasant families boast a son in holy orders. And here also, the young men have a PG 262 tendency to emigrate. It is certainly not poverty that drives them to the great cities or across the seas, for many peasant families, I was told, have a fortune of at least 40,000 francs. The lads go forth pricked with the spirit of adventure and the desire to rise in life, and leave their homespun elders grumbling and wondering over the event. Once, at a village called Lawson, I met one of these disappointed parents, a drake who had fathered a wild swan and seen it take wing and disappear. The wild swan in question was now an apothecary in Brazil. He had flown by way of Bordeaux and first landed in America, bareheaded and barefoot, and with a single halfpenny in his pocket. And now he was an apothecary. Such a wonderful thing is an adventurous life. I thought he might as well have stayed at home, but you never can tell wherein a man's life consists, nor in what he sets his pleasure. One to drink, another to marry, a third to write scurrilous articles and be repeatedly caned in public, and now this fourth, perhaps, to be an apothecary in Brazil. As for his old father, he could conceive no reason for the lad's behavior. I had always bred for him, he said. He ran away to annoy me. He loved to annoy me. He had no gratitude. But at heart he was swelling with pride over his traveled offspring, and he produced a letter out of his pocket, where, as he said, it was rotting, a mere lump of paper rags, and waved it gloriously in the air. This comes from America, he cried, 6,000 leagues away, and the wine-shop audience looked upon it with a certain thrill. I soon became a popular figure and was known for miles in the country. Aus que vous allez was changed for me into quoi vous rentrez au monastir ce soir, and in the town itself every urchin seemed to know my name, although no living creature could pronounce it. There was one particular group of lace-makers who brought out a chair for me whenever I went by, and detained me from my walk to gossip. They were filled with curiosity about PG 263 England, its language, its religion, the dress of the women, and were never weary of seeing the Queen's head on English postage stamps or seeking for French words in English journals. The language, in particular, filled them with surprise. Do they speak patois in England? I was once asked, and when I told them not, ah, then French, said they. No, no, I said not French. Then, they concluded, they speak patois. You must obviously either speak French or patois. Talk of the force of logiture, it was in all its weakness. I gave up the point, but proceeding to give illustrations of Ray native jargon, I was met with a new mortification. Of all patois, they declared that mine was the most preposterous and the most jocose in sound. At each new word, there was a new explosion of laughter, and some of the younger ones were glad to rise from their chairs and stamp about the street in ecstasy. And I looked on upon their mirth in a faint and slightly disagreeable bewilderment. Bread, which sounds a commonplace, plain-sailing monosyllable in England, was the word that most delighted these good ladies of Monasteer. It seemed to them frolicsome and racy, like a page of Pickwick, and they all got it carefully by heart, as a standby, I presume, for winter evenings. I have tried it since then with every sort of accent and inflection, but I seem to lack the sense of humor. They were of all ages, children at their first web of lace, a stripling girl with a bashful but encouraging play of eyes, solid married women and grandmothers, some on the top of their age and some falling towards decrepitude. One and all were pleasant and natural, ready to laugh and ready with a certain quiet solemnity when that was called for by the subject of our talk. Life, since the fall in wages, had begun to appear to them with a more serious air. The stripling girl would sometimes laugh at me in a Provo PG 264 cative and not unadmiring manner, if I judge aright. And one of the grandmothers, who was my great friend of the party, gave me many a sharp word of judgment on my sketches, my heresy, or even my arguments, and gave them with a wry mouth and a humorous twinkle in her eye that were eminently Scottish. But the rest used me with a certain reverence, as something come from afar and not entirely human. Nothing would put them at their ease but the irresistible gaiety of my native tongue. Between the old lady and myself, I think there was a real attachment. She was never weary of sitting to me for her portrait, in her best cap and brigand hat, and with all her wrinkles tidily composed, and though she never failed to repudiate the result, she would always insist upon another trial. It was as good as a play to see her sitting in judgment over the last. No, no, she would say, that is not it. I am old to be sure, but I am better looking than that. We must try again. When I was about to leave, she bade me goodbye for this life in a somewhat touching manner. We should not meet again, she said. It was a long farewell, and she was sorry. But life is so full of crooks, old lady, that who knows? I have said goodbye to people for greater distances and times, and, please God, I mean to see them yet again. One thing was notable about these women, from the youngest to the oldest, and with hardly an exception. In spite of their piety, they could twang off an oath with Sir Toby Belch in person. There was nothing so high or so low, in heaven or earth or in the human body, but a woman of this neighborhood would whip out the name of it, fair and square, by way of conversational adornment. My landlady, who was pretty and young, dressed like a lady and avoided patois like a weakness, commonly addressed her child in the language of a drunken bully. And of all the swearers that I ever heard, commend me to an old lady in Gondet, a village of the Loire. I was making a sketch, and her curse was not yet ended when I had PG 265 finished it and took my departure. It is true she had a right to be angry, for here was her son, a hulking fellow, visibly the worse for drink before the day was well begun. But it was strange to hear her unwearying flow of oaths and obscenities, endless like a river, and now and then rising to a passionate shrillness in the clear and silent air of the morning. In city slums, the thing might have passed unnoticed, but in a country valley, and from a plain and honest countrywoman, this beastliness of speech surprised the ear. The conductor, as he is called, of roads and bridges was my principal companion. He was generally intelligent, and could have spoken more or less falsetto on any of the trite topics, but it was his specialty to have a generous taste in eating. This was what was most indigenous in the man. It was here he was an artist, and I found in his company what I had long suspected, that enthusiasm and special knowledge are the great social qualities, and what they are about, whether white sauce or Shakespeare's plays, an altogether secondary question. I used to accompany the conductor on his professional rounds, and grew to believe myself an expert in the business. I thought I could make an entry in a stonebreaker's time book, or order manure off the wayside with any living engineer in France. Gondet was one of the places we visited together. and Lawson, where I met the apothecary's father, was another. There, at Lawson, George Sand spent a day while she was gathering materials for the Marquis de Villemer, and I have spoken with an old man, who was then a child running about the inn kitchen, and who still remembers her with a sort of reverence. It appears that he spoke French imperfectly. For this reason, George Sand chose him for companion, and whenever he let slip a broad and picturesque phrase in patois, she would make him repeat it again and again till it was graven in her memory. The word for a frog particularly pleased her fancy, and it would be curious to know if she afterwards PG 266 employed it in her works. The peasants, who knew nothing of letters and had never so much as heard of local color, could not explain her chattering with this backward child, and to them she seemed a very homely lady and far from beautiful. The most famous mankler of the age appealed so little to Valasian swineherds. On my first engineering excursion, which lay up by Cruzials towards Mount Mezenc and the borders of Ardèche, I began an improving acquaintance with the foreman roadmender. He was in great glee at having me with him, passed me off among his subalterns as the supervising engineer, and insisted on what he called the gallantry of paying for my breakfast in a roadside wine shop. On the whole, he was a man of great weather wisdom, some spirits, and a social temper, but I am afraid he was superstitious. When he was 9 years old, he had seen one night a company of bourgeois et dames qui faisant la mange avec des chaises, and concluded that he was in the presence of a witch's Sabbath. I suppose, but venture with timidity on the suggestion, that this may have been a romantic and nocturnal picnic party. Again, coming from Praydel's with his brother, they saw a great empty cart drawn by 6 enormous horses before them on the road. The driver cried aloud and filled the mountains with the cracking of his whip. He never seemed to go faster than a walk, yet it was impossible to overtake him, and at length, at the corner of a hill, the whole equipage disappeared bodily into the night. At the time, people said it was the devil qui s'amusait à faire cas. I suggested there was nothing more likely, as he must have some amusement. The foreman said it was odd, but there was less of that sort of thing than formerly. C'est difficile, he added, à expliquer. When we were well up on the moors, and the conductor was trying some road metal with the gauge. Hark, said the foreman, do you hear nothing? PG 267. We listened, and the wind, which was blowing chilly out of the east, brought a faint, tangled jangling to our ears. It is the flocks of viverries, said he. For every summer, the flocks out of all Ardèche are brought up to pasture on these grassy plateaus. Here and there a little private flock was being tended by a girl, one spinning with a distaff, another seated on a wall and intently making lace. This last, when we addressed her, leaped up in a panic and put out her arms, like a person swimming, to keep us at a distance, and it was some seconds before we could persuade her of the honesty of our intentions. The conductor told me of another herdswoman from whom he had once asked his road while he was yet new to the country, and who fled from him, driving her beasts before her, until he had given up the information in despair. A tale of old lawlessness may yet be read in these uncouth timidities. The winter in these uplands is a dangerous and melancholy time. Houses are snowed up, and wayfarers lost in a flurry within hail of their own fireside. No man ventures abroad without meat and a bottle of wine, which he replenishes at every wine shop, and even thus equipped he takes the road with terror. All day the family sits about the fire in a foul and airless hovel, and equally without work or diversion. The father may carve a rude piece of furniture, but that is all that will be done until the spring sets in again, and along with it the labors of the field. It is not for nothing that you find a clock in the meanest of these mountain habitations. A clock and an almanac, you would fancy, were indispensable in such a life. Edinburgh, PG 269. Picturesque notes. Edinburgh, PG 271. Chapter 1 Introductory. The ancient and famous metropolis of the north sits, overlooking a windy estuary, from the slope and summit of 3 hills. No situation could be more commanding for the head city of a kingdom, none better chosen for noble prospects. From her tall precipice and terraced gardens, she looks far and wide on the sea and broad champaigns. To the east you may catch at sunset the spark of the May lighthouse, where the Firth expands into the German Ocean. And away to the west, over all the Carse of Stirling, you can see the first snows upon Ben Ledi. But Edinburgh pays cruelly for her high seat in one of the vilest climates under heaven. She is liable to be beaten upon by all the winds that blow, to be drenched with rain, to be buried in cold sea fogs out of the east, and powdered with the snow as it comes flying southward from the highland hills. The weather is raw and boisterous in winter, shifty and ungenial in summer, and a downright meteorological purgatory in the spring. The delicate die early, and I, as a survivor among bleak winds and plumping rain, have been sometimes tempted to envy them their fate. For all who love shelter and the blessings of the sun, who hate dark weather and perpetual tilting against squalls, there could scarcely be found a more unhomely and harassing place of residence. Many such aspire angrily after that somewhere else of the imagination, where all troubles are supposed to end. They lean over the great PG 272 bridge, which joins the new town with the old that windiest spot, or high altar. In this northern temple of the windsend, watch the trains smoking out from under them and vanishing into the tunnel on a voyage to brighter skies. Happy the passengers who shake off the dust of Edinburgh and have heard for the last time the cry of the east wind among her chimney tops. And yet the place establishes an interest in people's hearts. Go where they will, they find no city of the same distinction. Go where they will, they take a pride in their old home. Venice, it has been said, differs from all other cities in the sentiment which she inspires. The rest may have admirers. She only, a famous fair one, counts lovers in her train. And indeed, even by her kindest friends, Edinburgh is not considered in a similar sense. These like her for many reasons, not any one of which is satisfactory in itself. They like her whimsically, if you will, and somewhat as a virtuoso dotes upon his cabinet. Her attraction is romantic in the narrowest meaning of the term. Beautiful as she is not so much beautiful as interesting. She is preeminently Gothic, and all the more so since she has set herself off with some Greek airs and erected classic temples on her crags. In a word, and above all, she is a curiosity. The Palace of Holyrood has been left aside in the growth of Edinburgh, and stands grey and silent in a workman's quarter and among breweries and gasworks. It is a house of many memories. Great people of yore, kings and queens, buffoons and grave ambassadors, played their stately farce for centuries in Holyrood. Wars have been plotted, dancing has lasted deep into the night, murder has been done in its chambers. Their Prince Charlie held his phantom levees, and in a very gallant manner represented a fallen dynasty for some hours. Now, all these things of clay are mingled with the dust. The king's crown itself is shown for sixpence to the vulgar, but the stone palace has outlived these changes. For 50 weeks together, it is no more than a show for tourists PG 273 and a museum of old furniture. But on the 51st, behold the palace reawakened and mimicking its past. The Lord Commissioner, a kind of stage sovereign, sits among stage courtiers. A coach and six in clattering escort come and go before the gate. At night, the windows are lighted up, and its near neighbors, the workmen, may dance in their own houses to the palace music. And in this, the palace is typical. There is a spark among the embers. From time to time, the old volcano smokes. Edinburgh has but partly abdicated, and still wears, in parody, her metropolitan trappings. Half a capital and half a country town, the whole city leads a double existence. It has long trances of the one and flashes of the other. Like the king of the Black Isles, it is half alive and half a monumental marble. There are armed men and cannon in the citadel overhead. You may see the troops marshaled on the high parade, and at night after the early winter evenfall, and in the morning before the laggard winter dawn, the wind carries abroad over Edinburgh the sound of drums and bugles. Grave judges sit bewigged in what was once the scene of imperial deliberations. Close by in the High Street, perhaps the trumpets may sound about the stroke of noon, and you see a troop of citizens in tawdry masquerade, tabard above, heather mixture trouser below, and the men themselves trudging in the mud among unsympathetic bystanders. The grooms of a well-appointed circus tread the streets with a better presence. And yet these are the heralds and pursuivants of Scotland, who are about to proclaim a new law of the United Kingdom before 20 boys, and thieves, and hackney coachmen. Meanwhile, every hour the bell of the university rings out over the hum of the streets, and every hour a double tide of students, coming and going, fills the deep archways. And lastly, one night in the springtime, or say one morning rather, at the peep of daylight folk, may hear the voices of many men singing a psalm in unison from a church on one side of the old High Street, and a PG 274 little after, or perhaps a little before, the sound of many men singing a psalm in unison from another church on the opposite side of the way. There will be something in the words about the dew of Hermon, and how goodly it is to see brethren dwelling together in unity. And the late folk will tell themselves that all this singing denotes the conclusion of two yearly ecclesiastical parliaments, parliaments of churches, which are brothers in many admirable virtues, but not specially like brothers in this particular, of a tolerant and peaceful life. Again, meditative people will find a charm in a certain consonancy between the aspect of the city and its odd and stirring history. Few places, if any, offer a more barbaric display of contrast to the eye. In the very midst stands one of the most satisfactory crags in Naturia Bass Rock upon dry land, rooted in a garden, shaken by passing trains, carrying a crown of battlements and turrets, and describing its warlike shadow over the liveliest and brightest thoroughfare of the new town. From their smoky beehives, 10 stories high, the unwashed look down upon the open squares and gardens of the wealthy, and gay people sunning themselves along Prince's Street, with its mile of commercial palaces all beflagged upon some great occasion. See, across a garden valley set with statues, where the washings of the old town flutter in the breeze at its high windows. And then, upon all sides, what a clashing of architecture. In this one valley, where the life of the town goes most busily forward, there may be seen, shown one above and behind another by the accidents of the ground, buildings in almost every style upon the globe. Egyptian and Greek temples, Venetian palaces, and Gothic spires are huddled one over another in a most admired disorder. While above all, the brute mass of the castle and the summit of Arthur's Seat look down upon these imitations with a becoming dignity, as the works of nature may look down upon the monuments of art. But nature is a more indiscriminate patroness than we PG 275 imagine, and in no way frightened of a strong effect. The birds roost as willingly among the Corinthian capitals as in the crannies of the crag. The same atmosphere and daylight clothes the eternal rock and yesterday's imitation portico. And as the soft northern sunshine throws out everything into a glorified distinctness or easterly mists, coming up with the blue evening, fuse all these incongruous features into one, and the lamps begin to glitter. Along the street, and faint lights to burn in the high windows across the valley, the feeling grows upon you that this also is a piece of nature in the most intimate sense. That this profusion of eccentricities, this dream in masonry and living rock, is not a drop scene in a theater, but a city in the world of everyday reality, connected by railway and telegraph wire with all the capitals of Europe, and inhabited by citizens of the familiar type who keep ledgers and attend church, and have sold their immortal portion to a daily paper. By all the canons of romance, the place demands to be half deserted and leaning towards decay. Birds we might admit in profusion, the play of the sun and winds, and a few gypsies encamped in the chief thoroughfare. But these citizens, with their cabs and tramways, their trains and posters, are altogether out of key. Chartered tourists, they make free with historic localities and rear their young among the most picturesque sights with a grand human indifference. To see them thronging by, in their neat clothes and conscious moral rectitude, and with a little air of possession that verges on the absurd, is not the least striking feature of the place. PG 276 and the story of the town is as eccentric as its appearance. For centuries it was a capital thatched with heather, and more than once, in the evil days of English invasion, it has gone up in flame to heaven, a beacon to ships at sea. It was the jousting ground of jealous nobles, not only on Greenside or by the king's stables, where set tournaments were fought to the sound of trumpets and under the authority of the royal presence, but in every alley where there was room to cross swords, and in the main street, where popular tumult under the blue blanket alternated with the brawls of outlandish clansmen and retainers. Down in the palace, John Knox reproved his queen in the accents of modern democracy. In the town, in one of those little shops plastered like so many swallows' nests among the buttresses of the old cathedral, that familiar autocrat, James VI, would gladly share a bottle of wine with George Heriot the goldsmith. Up on the Pentland Hills, that so quietly look down on the castle with the city lying in waves around it, those mad and dismal fanatics, the sweet singers, haggard from long exposure on the moors, sat day and night with tearful psalms to see Edinburgh consumed with fire from heaven, like another Sodom or Gomorrah. There, in the grass market, stiff-necked, covenanting heroes offered up the often unnecessary, but not less honorable, sacrifice of their lives and bade eloquent farewell to sun, moon, and stars and earthly friendships, or died silent to the roll of drums. Down by yon outlet rode Graham of Claverhouse and his 30 dragoons, with the town beating to arms behind their horses, Tilsa, sorry handful, thus riding for their lives, but with a man at the head who was to return in a different temper, make a dash PG 277 that staggered Scotland to the heart, and die happily in the thick of fight. Their Aikenhead was hanged for a piece of boyish incredulity. There, a few years afterwards, David Hume ruined philosophy and faith, an undisturbed and well-reputed citizen, and thither, in yet a few years more, Burns came from the Ploughdale, as to an academy of gilt unbelief and artificial letters. There, when the great exodus was made across the valley, and the new town began to spread abroad its draughty parallelograms, and rear its long frontage on the opposing hill, there was such a flitting, such a change of domicile and dweller, as was never excelled in the history of cities. The cobbler succeeded. The earl, the beggar ensconced himself by the judge's chimney. What had been a palace was used as a pauper refuge, and great mansions were so parceled out among the least and lowest in society that the hearthstone of the old proprietor was thought large enough to be partitioned off into a bedroom by the new. Chapter 2, PG 278. Old Town, the Lands. The old town, it is pretended, is the chief characteristic, and, from a picturesque point of view, the liverwing of Edinburgh. It is one of the most common forms of depreciation to throw cold water on the whole by adroit overcommendation of a part, since everything worth judging, whether it be a man, a work of art, or only a fine city, must be judged upon its merits as a whole. The old town depends for much of its effect on the new quarters that lie around it, on the sufficiency of its situation, and on the hills that back it up. If you were to set it somewhere else by itself, it would look remarkably like Stirling in a bolder and loftier edition. The point is to see this embellished Stirling planted in the midst of a large, active, and fantastic modern city, for there the two react in a picturesque sense, and the one is the making of the other. The old town occupies a sloping ridge or tail of diluvial matter, protected, in some subsidence of the waters, by the castle cliffs which fortify it to the west. On the one side of it and the other, the new towns of the south and of the north occupy their lower, broader, and more gentle hilltops. Thus, the quarter of the castle overtops the whole city and keeps an open view to sea and land. It dominates for miles on every side, and people on the decks of ships or ploughing in quiet country places over in Fife can see the banner on the castle battlements and the smoke of the old town blowing abroad over the subjacent country. A city that is set upon a hill. It was, I suppose, from this distant aspect that she got her nickname of Auld Reekie. Perhaps it was given her PG 279 by people who had never crossed her doors. Day after day, from their various rustic piskas, they had seen the pile of building on the hilltop and the long plume of smoke over the plain. So it appeared to them. So it had appeared to their fathers tilling the same field. And as that was all they knew of the place, it could be all expressed in these two words. Indeed, even on a nearer view, the old town is properly smoked, and though it is well washed with rain all the year round, it has a grim and sooty aspect among its younger suburbs. It grew, under the law that regulates the growth of walled cities in precarious situations, not in extent but in height and density. Public buildings were forced, wherever there was room for them, into the midst of thoroughfares. Thoroughfares were diminished into lanes. Houses sprang up story after story, neighbor mounting upon neighbor's shoulder, as in some black hole of Calcutta, until the population slept 14 or 15 deep in a vertical direction. The tallest of these lands, as they are locally termed, have long since been burnt out. But to this day, it is not uncommon to see 8 or 10 windows at a flight, and the cliff of building which hangs imminent over Waverley Bridge would still put many natural precipices to shame. The cellars are already high above the gazer's head, planted on the steep hillside. As for the garret, all the furniture may be in the pawnshop, but it commands a famous prospect to the Highland Hills. The poor man may roost up there in the centre of Edinburgh, and yet have a peep of the green country from his window. He shall see the quarters of the Weltoto fathoms underneath, with their broad squares and gardens. He shall have nothing overhead but a few spires, the stone topgallants of the city, and perhaps the wind may reach him with a rustic pureness, and bring a smack of the sea, or of flowering lilacs in the spring. It is almost the correct literary sentiment to deplore the revolutionary improvements of Mr. Chambers and his PG 280 following. It is easy to be a conservator of the discomforts of others. Indeed, it is only our good qualities we find it irksome to conserve. Assuredly, in driving streets through the black labyrinth, a few curious old corners have been swept away, and some associations turned out of house and home. But what slices of sunlight, what breaths of clean air have been let in? And what a picturesque world remains untouched. You go under dark arches and down dark stairs and alleys. The way is so narrow that you can lay a hand on either wall, so steep that, in greasy winter weather, the pavement is almost as treacherous as ice. Washing dangles above washing from the windows, the houses bulge outwards upon flimsy brackets. You see a bit of sculpture in a dark corner. At the top of all, a gable and a few crow steps are printed on the sky. Here, you come into a court where the children are at play, and the grown people sit upon their doorsteps, and perhaps a church spire shows itself above the roofs. Here, in the narrowest of the entry, you find a great old mansion still erect, with some insignia of its former statesome scutcheon, some holy or courageous motto on the lintel. The local antiquary points out where famous and well-born people had their lodging, and as you look up, out pops the head of a slatternly woman from the countess's window. The Bedouins camp within Pharaoh's palace walls, and the old warship is given over to the rats. We are already a far way from the days when powdered heads were plentiful in these alleys, with jolly, port wine faces underneath. Even in the chief thoroughfares, Irish washings flutter at the windows, and the pavements are encumbered with loiterers. These loiterers are a true character of the scene. Some shrewd Scotch workmen may have paused on their way to a job, debating church affairs and politics with their tools upon their arm. But the most part are of a different order, skulking jailbirds. Unkempt, barefoot children, big-mouthed, robust women, in a sort of uniform of striped PG 281 flannel petticoat and short tartan shawl. Among these, a few supervising constables, and a dismal sprinkling of mutineers and broken men from higher ranks in society, with some mark of better days upon them, like a brand. In a place no larger than Edinburgh, and where the traffic is mostly centered in 5 or 6 chief streets, the same face comes often under the notice of an idle stroller. In fact, from this point of view, Edinburgh is not so much a small city as the largest of small towns. It is scarce possible to avoid observing your neighbors, and I never yet heard of anyone who tried. It has been my fortune, in this anonymous, accidental way, to watch more than one of these downward travelers for some stages on the road to ruin. One man must have been upwards of 60 before I first observed him, and he made then a decent, personable figure in broadcloth of the best. For 3 years he kept falling grease coming in buttons going from the square-skirted coat, the face puffing and pimpling, the shoulders growing bowed, the hair falling scant and grey upon his head. And the last that ever I saw of him, he was standing at the mouth of an entry with several men in moleskin, 3 parts drunk, and his old black raiment. Daubed with mud, I fancy that I still can hear him laugh. There was something heartbreaking in this gradual declension at so advanced an age. You would have thought a man of 60 out of the reach of these calamities. You would have thought that he was niched by that time into a safe place in life, whence he could pass quietly and honorably into the grave. One of the earliest marks of these degringolades is that the victim begins to disappear from the new town thoroughfares and takes to the high street like a wounded animal to the woods. And such an one is the type of the quarter. It also has fallen socially. A scutcheon over the door somewhat jars in sentiment where there is a washing at every window. The old man, when I saw him last, wore the coat in which he had played the gentleman PG 282 3 years before, and that was just what gave him so preeminent an air of wretchedness. It is true that the overpopulation was at least as dense in the epoch of lords and ladies, and that nowadays some customs which made Edinburgh notorious of yore have been fortunately pretermitted. But an aggregation of comfort is not distasteful like an aggregation of the reverse. Nobody cares how many lords and ladies, and divines and lawyers, may have been crowded into these houses in the past, perhaps, the more the merrier. The glasses clink around the china punch bowl, some one touches the virginals, there are peacock's feathers on the chimney, and the tapers burn clear and pale in the red firelight. That is not an ugly picture in itself, nor will it become ugly upon repetition. All the better if the like were going on in every second room, the land would only look the more inviting. Times are changed. In one house perhaps 20 families herd together, and perhaps not one of them is wholly out of the reach of want. The great hotel is given over to discomfort from the foundation to the chimney tops. Everywhere a pinching, narrow habit, scanty meals, and an air of sluttishness and dirt. In the first room there is a birth, in another a death, in a third a sordid drinking bout, and the detective and the Bible reader cross upon the stairs. High words are audible from dwelling to dwelling, and children have a strange experience from the first. Only a robust soul, you would think, could grow up in such conditions without hurt. And even if God tempers his dispensations to the young, and all the ill does not arise that our apprehensions may forecast, the sight of such a way of living is disquieting to people who are more happily circumstanced. Social inequality is nowhere more ostentatious than at Edinburgh. I have mentioned already how, to the stroller along Prince's Street, the High Street callously exhibits its back garrets. It is true, there is a garden between. And although nothing could be more glaring by way of contrast, some PG 283 times the opposition is more immediate, sometimes the thing lies in a nutshell, and there is not so much as a blade of grass between the rich and poor. To look over the South Bridge and see the Cowgate below full of crying hawkers is to view one rank of society from another in the twinkling of an eye. One night I went along the Cowgate after everyone was abed but the policeman, and stopped by hazard before a tall land. The moon touched upon its chimneys and shone blankly on the upper windows. There was no light anywhere in the great bulk of building. But as I stood there, it seemed to me that I could hear quite a body of quiet sounds from the interior. Doubtless there were many clocks ticking, and people snoring on their backs. And thus, as I fancied, the dense life within made itself faintly audible in my ears, family after family contributing its quota to the general hum, and the whole pile beating in tune to its timepieces, like a great disordered heart. Perhaps it was little more than a fancy altogether, but it was strangely impressive at the time, and gave me an imaginative measure of the disproportion between the quantity of living flesh and the trifling walls that separated and contained it. There was nothing fanciful, at least, but every circumstance of terror and reality, in the fall of the land in the High Street. The building had grown rotten to the core. The entry underneath had suddenly closed up so that the scavenger's barrow could not pass. Cracks and reverberations sounded through the house at night. The inhabitants of the huge old human beehive discussed their peril when they encountered on the stair. Some had even left their dwellings in a panic of fear and returned to them again in a fit of economy or self-respect. When, in the black hours of a Sunday morning, the whole structure ran together with a hideous uproar and tumbled story upon story to the ground. The physical shock was felt far and near, and the moral shock traveled with the morning milkmaid into PG 280 for all the suburbs. The church bells never sounded more dismally over Edinburgh than that grey forenoon. Death had made a brave harvest, and like Samson, by pulling down one roof destroyed many a home. None who saw it can have forgotten the aspect of the gable. Here it was plastered, there papered, according to the rooms. Here the kettle still stood on the hob, high overhead, and there a cheap picture of the Queen was pasted over the chimney. So, by this disaster, you had a glimpse into the life of 30 families, all suddenly cut off from the revolving years. The land had fallen, and with the land how much? Far in the country, people saw a gap in the city ranks, and the sun looked through between the chimneys in an unwanted place. And all over the world, in London, in Canada, in New Zealand, fancy what a multitude of people could exclaim with truth. The house that I was born in fell last night. Chapter 3, PG 285. The Parliament Close. Time has wrought its changes most notably around the precinct of St. Giles's Church. The church itself, if it were not for the spire, would be unrecognizable. The crames are all gone, not a shop is left to shelter in its buttresses, and zealous magistrates and a misguided architect have shorn the design of manhood and left it poor, naked, and pitifully pretentious. As St. Giles's must have had in former days a rich and quaint appearance now forgotten, so the neighborhood was bustling, sunless, and romantic. It was here that the town was most overbuilt. But the overbuilding has been all rooted out, and not only a free fairway left along the high street with an open space on either side of the church, but a great porthole, knocked in the main line of the lands, gives an outlook to the north and the new town. There is a silly story of a subterranean passage between the castle and Holyrood, and a bold Highland piper who volunteered to explore its windings. He made his entrance by the upper end, playing a strathspey. The curious footed it after him down the street, following his descent by the sound of the chanter from below, until all of a sudden, about the level of St. Giles's, the music came abruptly to an end, and the people in the street stood at fault with hands uplifted. Whether he was choked with gases, or perished in a quag, or was removed bodily by the evil one, remains a point of doubt. But the piper has never again been seen or heard of from that day to this. Perhaps he wandered down into the land of Thomas the Rhymer, and some day, when it is least expected, may take a thought PG 286 to revisit the sunlit upper world. That will be a strange moment for the cabmen on the stance beside St. Giles's, when they hear the drone of his pipes rescinding from the bowels of the earth below their horses' feet. But it is not only pipers who have vanished, many a solid bulk of masonry has been likewise spirited into the air. Here, for example, is the shape of a heart let into the causeway. This was the site of the Tolbooth, the heart of Midlothian, a place old in story and namefather to a noble book. The walls are now down in the dust. There is no more squalor carcerous for merry debtors, no more cage for the old, acknowledged prison breaker, but the sun and the wind play freely over the foundations of the jail. Nor is this the only memorial that the pavement keeps of former days. The ancient burying ground of Edinburgh lay behind St. Giles's Church, running downhill to the Cowgate and covering the site of the present Parliament House. It has disappeared as utterly as the prison or the Lucken booths, and for those ignorant of its history, I know only one token that remains. In the Parliament Close, trodden daily underfoot by advocates, two letters and a date mark the resting place of the man who made Scotland over again in his own image, the indefatigable, undissuadable John Knox. He sleeps within call of the church that so often echoed to his preaching. Hard by the reformer, a bandelegged and garlanded Charles II, made of lead, bestrides a ton-bellied charger. The king has his back turned, and as you look, seems to be trotting clumsily away from such a dangerous neighbor. Often, for hours together, these two will be alone in the close, for it lies out of the way of all but legal traffic. On one side the south wall of the church, on the other the arcades of the Parliament House, enclose this irregular bight of causeway and describe their shadows on it in the sun. At either end, from round St. Giles's buttresses, you command a look into the high street with its motley passengers, but the stream goes by East PG 287 and west, and leaves the Parliament close to Charles II and the birds. Once in a while, a patient crowd may be seen loitering there all day, some eating fruit, some reading a newspaper, and to judge by their quiet demeanor, you would think they were waiting for a distribution of soup tickets. The fact is far otherwise. Within in the justiciary court, a man is upon trial for his life, and these are some of the curious for whom the gallery was found too narrow. Towards afternoon, if the prisoner is unpopular, there will be a round of hisses when he is brought forth. Once in a while, too, an advocate in wig and gown, hand upon mouth, full of pregnant nods, sweeps to and fro in the arcade listening to an agent, and at certain regular hours a whole tide of lawyers hurries across the space. The Parliament Close has been the scene of marking incidents in Scottish history. Thus, when the bishops were ejected from the convention in 1688, all 14 of them gathered together with pale faces and stood in a cloud in the Parliament Close. Poor episcopal personages who were done with fair weather for life. Some of the West Country Societarians standing by, who would have rejoiced more than in great sums to be at their hanging, hustled them so rudely that they knocked their heads together. It was not magnanimous behavior to dethroned enemies, but one at least of the Societarians had groaned in the boots, and they had all seen their dear friends upon the scaffold. Again, at the woeful Union, it was here that people crowded to escort their favorite from the last of Scottish parliaments. People flushed with nationality, as Boswell would have said, ready for riotous acts, and fresh from throwing stones at the author of Robinson Crusoe as he looked out of window. One of the pious in the 17th century, going to pass his trials examinations, as we now say for the Scottish bar, beheld the Parliament close open and had a vision of the mouth of hell. This, and small wonder, PG 288 was the means of his conversion. Nor was the vision unsuitable to the locality, for after an hospital, what uglier piece is there in civilization than a court of law? Hither come envy, malice, and all uncharitableness to wrestle it out in public tourney. Crimes, broken fortunes, severed households, the knave and his victim, gravitate to this low building with the arcade. To how many has not St. Giles's bell tolled the first hour after ruin? I think I see them pause to count the strokes and wander on again into the moving high street, stunned and sick at heart. A pair of swing doors gives admittance to a hall with a carved roof, hung with legal portraits, adorned with legal statuary, lighted by windows of painted glass, and warmed by three vast fires. This the salle des pas perdus of the Scottish bar. Here, by a ferocious custom, idle youths must promenade from 10 till 2. From end to end, singly or in pairs or trios, the gowns and wigs go back and forward. Through a hum of talk and footfalls, the piping tones of a macer announce a fresh cause and call upon the names of those concerned. Intelligent men have been walking here daily for 10 or 20 years without a rag of business or a shilling of reward. In process of time, they may perhaps be made the sheriff substitute and fountain of justice at Lerwick or Tobermory. There is nothing required, you would say, but a little patience and a taste for exercise and bad air. To breathe dust and bombazine, to feed the mind on cackling gossip, to hear three parts of a case and drink a glass of sherry, to long with indescribable longings for the hour when a man may slip out of his travesty and devote himself to golf for the rest of the afternoon, and to do this day by day and year after year, may seem so small a thing to the inexperienced. But those who have made the experiment are of a different way of thinking, and count it the most arduous form of idleness. More swing doors open into pigeonholes where judges PG 289 of the first appeal sit singly, and halls of audience where the supreme lords sit by three or four. Here, you may see Scott's place within the bar, where he wrote many a page of Waverley novels to the drone of judicial proceeding. You will hear a good deal of shrewdness, and, as their lordships do not altogether disdain pleasantry, a fair proportion of dry fun. The broadest of broad Scotch is now banished from the bench, but the courts still retain a certain national flavor. We have a solemn, enjoyable way of lingering on a case. We treat law as a fine art and relish and digest a good distinction. There is no hurry. Point after point must be rightly examined and reduced to principle. Judge after judge must utter forth his obiter dicta to delighted brethren. Besides the courts, there are installed under the same roof no less than three libraries, two of no mean order, confused and semi-subterranean, full of stairs and galleries, where you may see the most studious-looking Whigs fishing out novels by lantern light, in the very place where the old Privy Council tortured Covenanters. As the Parliament House is built upon a slope, although it presents only one story to the north, it measures half a dozen at least upon the south, and range after range of vaults extend below the libraries. Few places are more characteristic of this hilly capital. You descend one stone stair after another, and wander, by the flicker of a match, in a labyrinth of stone cellars. Now you pass below the outer hall and hear overhead, brisk but ghostly, the interminable pattering of legal feet. Now you come upon a strong door with a wicket. On the other side are the cells of the police office and the trap stair that gives admittance to the dock in the justiciary court. Many a foot that has gone up there lightly enough has been dead heavy in the descent. Many a man's life has been argued away from him during long hours in the court above. But just now that tragic stage is empty and silent like a church on a weekday, with the bench all PG 290 sheeted up and nothing moving but the sunbeams on the wall. A little farther and you strike upon a room, not empty like the rest, but crowded with productions from bygone criminal cases. A grim lumber, lethal weapons, poisoned organs in a jar, a door with a shot hole through the panel, behind which a man fell dead. I cannot fancy why they should preserve them, unless it were against the judgment day. At length, as you continue to descend, you see a peep of yellow gaslight and hear a jostling, whispering noise ahead. Next moment you turn a corner, and there, in a whitewashed passage, is a machinery belt industriously turning on its wheels. You would think the engine had grown there of its own accord, like a cellar fungus, and would soon spin itself out and fill the vaults from end to end with its mysterious labors. In truth, it is only some gear of the steam ventilator, and you will find the engineers at hand, and may step out of their door into the sunlight. For all this while, you have not been descending towards the earth's center, but only to the bottom of the hill and the foundations of the Parliament House. Low down, to be sure, but still under the open heaven and in a field of grass. The daylight shines garishly on the back windows of the Irish Quarter, on broken shutters, wry gables, old palsied houses on the brink of ruin, a crumbling human pigsty fit for human pigs. There are few signs of life, besides a scanty washing or a face at a window. The dwellers are abroad, but they will return at night and stagger to their pallets. Chapter 4, PG 291. Legends. The character of a place is often most perfectly expressed in its associations. An event strikes root and grows into a legend when it has happened amongst congenial surroundings. Ugly actions, above all in ugly places, have the true romantic quality and become an undying property of their scene. To a man like Scott, the different appearances of nature seemed each to contain its own legend ready-made, which it was his to call forth. In such or such a place, only such or such events ought with propriety to happen, and in this spirit he made the Lady of the Lake for Ben Venue, the Heart of Midlothian for Edinburgh, and the Pirate, so indifferently written but so romantically conceived, for the desolate islands and roaring tideways of the north. The common run of mankind have, from generation to generation, an instinct almost as delicate as that of Scott. but where he created new things, they only forget what is unsuitable among the old. And by survival of the fittest, a body of tradition becomes a work of art. So, in the low dens and high-flying garrets of Edinburgh, people may go back upon dark passages in the town's adventures and chill their marrow with winter's tales about the fire. Tales that are singularly apposite and characteristic, not only of the old life, but of the very constitution of built nature in that part, and singularly well qualified to add horror to horror, when the wind pipes around the tall lands and hoots adown arched passages, and the far-spread wilderness of city lamps keeps quavering and flaring in the gusts. PG 292. Here, it is the tale of Begbie the bank porter, stricken to the heart at a blow and left in his blood within a step or two of the crowded high street. There, people hush their voices over Burke and Hare, over drugs and violated graves, and the resurrection men smothering their victims with their knees. Here again, the fame of Deacon Brodie is kept piously fresh. A great man in his day was the deacon, well seen in good society, crafty with his hands as a cabinet maker, and one who could sing a song with taste. Many a citizen was proud to welcome the deacon to supper, and dismissed him with regret at a timeless hour, who would have been vastly disconcerted had he known how soon, and in what guise, his visitor returned. Many stories are told of this redoubtable Edinburgh burglar, but the one I have in my mind most vividly gives the key of all the rest. A friend of Brodie's, nested some way towards heaven in one of these great lands, had told him of a projected visit to the country, and afterwards, detained by some affairs, put it off and stayed the night in town. The good man had lain some time awake. It was far on in the small hours by the Tron bell, when suddenly there came a creak, a jar, a faint light. Softly he clambered out of bed and up to a false window which looked upon another room, and there, by the glimmer of a thieves' lantern, was his good friend the deacon in a mask. It is characteristic of the town and the town's manners that this little episode should have been quietly tided over, and quite a good time elapsed before a great robbery, an escape, a Bow Street runner, a cockfight, an apprehension in a cupboard in Amsterdam, and a last step into the air off his own greatly improved gallows drop brought the career of Deacon William Brodie to an end. But still, by the mind's eye, he may be seen, a man harassed below a mountain of duplicity, slinking from a magistrate's separum to a thieves' ken, and peering among the closes by the flicker of a dark lamp. PG 293. Or where the deacon is out of favor, perhaps some memory lingers of the great plagues, and of fatal houses still unsafe to enter within the memory of man. For in time of pestilence the discipline had been sharp and sudden, and what we now call stamping out contagion was carried on with deadly rigor. The officials, in their gowns of grey, with a white St. Andrew's cross on back and breast, and white cloth carried before them on a staff, perambulated the city, adding the terror of man's justice to the fear of God's visitation. The dead they buried on the borough muir. The living who had concealed the sickness were drowned, if they were women, in the quarry holes, and if they were men, were hanged and gibbeted at their own doors. And wherever the evil had passed, furniture was destroyed and houses closed. And the most boguish part of the story is about such houses. 2 generations back they still stood dark and empty. People avoided them as they passed by. The boldest schoolboy only shouted through the keyhole and made off. For within, it was supposed, the plague lay ambushed like a basilisk, ready to flow forth and spread blame and pustule through the city. What a terrible next-door neighbor for superstitious citizens. A rat scampering within would send a shudder through the stoutest heart. Here, if you like, was a sanitary parable, addressed by our uncleanly forefathers to their own neglect. And then we have Major Weir, for although even his house is now demolished, old Edinburgh cannot clear herself of his unholy memory. He and his sister lived together in an odor of sour piety. She was a marvelous spinster. He had a rare gift of supplication, and was known among devout admirers by the name of Angelical Thomas. He was a tall, black man, and ordinarily looked down to the ground, a grim countenance and a big nose. His garb was still a cloak and somewhat dark, and he never went without his staff. How it came about that Angelical PG 294 Thomas was burned in company with his staff, and his sister in gentler manner hanged, and whether these two were simply religious maniacs of the more furious order, or had real as well as imaginary sins upon their old-world shoulders, are points happily beyond the reach of our intention. At least, it is suitable enough that out of this superstitious city, some such example should have been put forth, the outcome and fine flower of dark and vehement religion. And at least the facts struck the public fancy and brought forth a remarkable family of myths. It would appear that the major's staff went upon his errands, and even ran before him with a lantern on dark nights. Gigantic females, stentoriously laughing and gaping with tehis of laughter at unseasonable hours of night and morning, haunted the purlieus of his abode. His house fell under such a load of infamy that no one dared to sleep in it, until municipal improvement leveled the structure with the ground. And my father has often been told in the nursery how the devil's coach, drawn by 6 coal-black horses with fiery eyes, would drive at night into the West Bow, and belated people might see the dead major through the glasses. Another legend is that of the 2 maiden sisters. A legend I am afraid it may be, in the most discreditable meaning of the term, or perhaps something worse, mere yesterday's fiction. But it is a story of some vitality, and is worthy of a place in the Edinburgh calendar. This pair inhabited a single room. From the facts, it must have been double-bedded, and it may have been of some dimensions, but when all is said, it was a single room. Here our 2 spinsters fell out on some point of controversial divinity belike, but fell out so bitterly that there was never a word spoken between them, black or white, from that day forward. You would have thought they would separate, but no. Whether from lack of means or the Scottish fear of scandal, they continued to keep house together where they were. A chalk line drawn upon the PG 295 floor separated their 2 domains. It bisected the doorway and the fireplace, so that each could go out and in and do her cooking without violating the territory of the other. So, for years, they coexisted in a hateful silence. Their meals, their ablutions, their friendly visitors, exposed to an unfriendly scrutiny. And at night, in the dark watches, each could hear the breathing of her enemy. Never did 4 walls look down upon an uglier spectacle than these sisters rivaling in unsisterliness. Here is a canvas for Hawthorne to have turned into a cabinet picture, had a puritanic vein, which would have fitted him to treat this puritanic horror. He could have shown them to us in their sicknesses, and at their hideous twin devotions, thumbing a pair of great Bibles, or praying aloud for each other's penitence with marrowy emphasis. Now each, with kilted petticoat, at her own corner of the fire on some tempestuous evening, now sitting each at her window, looking out upon the summer landscape sloping far below them towards the firth, and the field paths where they had wandered hand in hand. Or, as age and infirmity grew upon them and prolonged their toilettes, and their hands began to tremble and their heads to nod involuntarily, growing only the more steeled in enmity with years. Until one fine day, at a word, a look, a visit, or the approach of death, their hearts would melt and the chalk boundary be overstepped forever. Alas! To those who know the ecclesiastical history of the race, most perverse and melancholy in man's annals this will seem only a figure of much that is typical of Scotland and her hyciated capital above the fourth a figure, so grimly realistic that it may pass with strangers for a caricature. We are wonderful patient haters for conscience sake up here in the north. I spoke, in the first of these papers, of the parliaments of the established and free churches, and how they can hear each other singing psalms across the street. There is but a street between them in space, but a shadow between them in PG 296 principle, and yet there they sit, enchanted, and in damnatory accents pray for each other's growth in grace. It would be well if there were no more than 2, but the sects in Scotland form a large family of sisters, and the chalk lines are thickly drawn and run through the midst of many private homes. Edinburgh is a city of churches, as though it were a place of pilgrimage. You will see 4 within a stone-cast at the head of the West Bow. Some are crowded to the doors, some are empty like monuments, and yet you will ever find new ones in the building. Hence that surprising clamor of church bells that suddenly breaks out upon the Sabbath morning, from Trinity and the sea-skirts to Morningside on the borders of the hills. I have heard the chimes of Oxford playing their symphony in a golden autumn morning, and beautiful it was to hear. But in Edinburgh all manner of loud bells join, or rather disjoin, in one swelling, brutal babblement of noise. Now one overtakes another, and now lags behind it. Now 5 or 6 all strike on the pane tympanum at the same punctual instant of time, and make together a dismal chord of discord. And now for a second all seem to have conspired to hold their peace. Indeed, there are not many uproars in this world more dismal than that of the Sabbath bells in Edinburgh, a harsh ecclesiastical tocsin, the outcry of incongruous orthodoxies, calling on every separate conventicler to put up a protest, each in his own synagogue, against right-hand extremes and left-hand defections. And surely there are few worse extremes than this extremity of zeal, and few more deplorable defections than this disloyalty to Christian love. Shakespeare wrote a comedy of Much Ado About Nothing. The Scottish nation made a fantastic tragedy on the same subject. And it is for the success of this remarkable piece that these bells are sounded every Sabbath morning on the hills above the Forth. How many of them might rest silent in the steeple? How many of these ugly churches might be demolished and turned PG 297 once more into useful building material if people who think almost exactly the same thoughts about religion would condescend to worship God under the same roof? But there are the chalk lines. And which is to pocket pride and speak the foremost word. Chapter 5, PG 298. Greyfriars. It was Queen Mary who threw open the gardens of the Grey Friars, a new and semi-rural cemetery in those days, although it has grown in antiquity in its turn and been superseded by half a dozen others. The friars must have had a pleasant time on summer evenings, for their gardens were situated to a wish, with the tall castle and the tallest of the castle crags in front. Even now, it is one of our famous Edinburgh points of view, and strangers are led thither to see, by yet another instance, how strangely the city lies upon her hills. The enclosure is of an irregular shape. The double church of Old and New Greyfriars stands on the level at the top. A few thorns are dotted here and there, and the ground falls by terrace and steep slope towards the north. The open shows many slabs and table tombstones, and all round the margin, the place is girt by an array of aristocratic mausoleums appallingly adorned. Setting aside the tombs of Robiliac, which belong to the heroic order of graveyard art, we Scotch stand, to my fancy, highest among nations in the matter of grimly illustrating death. We seem to love for their own sake the emblems of time and the great change. And even around country churches, you will find a wonderful exhibition of skulls and crossbones and noseless angels and trumpets pealing for the judgment day. Every mason was a pedestrian Holbein. He had a deep consciousness of death and loved to put its terrors pithily before the churchyard loiterer. He was brimful of rough hints upon mortality, and any dead farmer was seized upon to be a text. The classical examples of this art are in Greyfriars. In their PG 299 time, these were doubtless costly monuments, and reckoned of a very elegant proportion by contemporaries. And now, when the elegance is not so apparent, the significance remains. You may perhaps look with a smile on the profusion of Latin mots, some crawling, endwise up the shaft of a pillar, some issuing on a scroll from angels' trumpetsin, the emblematic horrors, the figures rising headless from the grave, and all the traditional ingenuities in which it pleased our fathers to set forth their sorrow for the dead and their sense of earthly mutability. But it is not a hearty sort of mirth. Each ornament may have been executed by the merriest apprentice, whistling as he plied the mallet, but the original meaning of each and the combined effect of so many of them in this quiet enclosure is serious to the point of melancholy. Round a great part of the circuit, houses of a low class present their backs to the churchyard. Only a few inches separate the living from the dead. Here, a window is partly blocked up by the pediment of a tomb. There, where the street falls far below the level of the graves, a chimney has been trained up the back of a monument, and a red pot looks vulgarly over from behind. A damp smell of the graveyard finds its way into houses where workmen sit at meat. Domestic life on a small scale goes forward visibly at the windows. The very solitude and stillness of the enclosure, which lies apart from the town's traffic, serves to accentuate the contrast. As you walk upon the graves, you see children scattering crumbs to feed the sparrows. You hear people singing or washing dishes, or the sound of tears and castigation. The linen on a clothespool flaps against funereal sculpture, or perhaps the cat slips over the lintel and descends on a memorial urn. And as there is nothing else astir, these incongruous sights and noises take hold on the attention and exaggerate the sadness of the place. Greyfriars is continually overrun by cats. I have seen one afternoon, as many as 13 of them seated on the PG 300 grass beside old Milne, the master builder, all sleek and fat, and complacently blinking, as if they had fed upon strange meats. Old Milne was chanting with the saints, as we may hope, and cared little for the company about his grave. But I confess the spectacle had an ugly side for me, and I was glad to step forward and raise my eyes to where the castle and the roofs of the old town, and the spire of the assembly hall, stood deployed against the sky with the colorless precision of engraving. An open outlook is to be desired from a churchyard, and a sight of the sky and some of the world's beauty relieves a mind from morbid thoughts. I shall never forget one visit. It was a gray, dropping day. The grass was strung with raindrops, and the people in the houses kept hanging out their shirts and petticoats and angrily taking them in again, as the weather turned from wet to fair and back again. A gravedigger and a friend of his, a gardener from the country, accompanied me into one after another of the cells and little courtyards in which it gratified the wealthy of old days to enclose their old bones from neighborhood. In one, under a sort of shrine, we found a forlorn human effigy, very realistically executed down to the detail of his ribbed stockings, and holding in his hand a ticket with the date of his demise. He looked most pitiful and ridiculous, shut up by himself in his aristocratic precinct, like a bad old boy or an inferior forgotten deity under a new dispensation. The burdocks grew familiarly about his feet, the rain dripped all round him, and the world maintained the most entire indifference as to who he was or whither he had gone. In another, a vaulted tomb, handsome externally but horrible inside with damp and cobwebs, there were 3 mounds of black earth and an uncovered thighbone. This was the place of interment, it appeared, of a family with whom the gardener had been long in service. He was among old acquaintances. "This'll be Miss Marget's," said he, giving the bone a friendly kick. The Ald, I have always an uncomfortable feeling in a graveyard, at sight of so many PG 301 tombs to perpetuate memories best forgotten, but I never had the impression so strongly as that day. People had been at some expense in both these cases, to provoke a melancholy feeling of derision in the one, and an insulting epithet in the other. The proper inscription for the most part of mankind, I began to think, is the cynical jeer, cras tibi. That, if anything, will stop the mouth of a carper, since it both admits the worst and carries the war triumphantly into the enemy's camp. Greyfriars is a place of many associations. There was one window in a house at the lower end, now demolished, which was pointed out to me by the gravedigger as a spot of legendary interest. Burke, the resurrectionman, infamous for so many murders at 5 shillings a head, used to sit thereat with pipe and nightcap to watch burials going forward on the green. In a tomb higher up, which must then have been but newly finished, John Knox, according to the same informant, had taken refuge in a turmoil of the Reformation. Behind the church is the haunted mausoleum of Sir George Mackenzie, Bloody Mackenzie, Lord Advocate in the Covenanting troubles and author of some pleasing sentiments on toleration. Here, in the last century, an old Harriet's hospital boy once harbored from the pursuit of the police. The hospital is next door to Greyfriars, a courtly building among lawns, where, on Founder's Day, you may see a multitude of children playing kisseth ring and round the mulberry bush. Thus, when the fugitive had managed to conceal himself in the tomb, his old schoolmates had 100 opportunities to bring him food, and there he lay in safety till a ship was found to smuggle him abroad. But his must have been indeed a heart of brass, to lie all day and night alone with the dead persecutor, and other lads were far from emulating him in courage. When a man's soul is certainly in hell, his body will scarce lie quiet in a tomb, however costly. Some time or other the door must open, and the reprobate come forth in the abhorred PG 302 garments of the grave. It was thought a high piece of prowess to knock at the Lord Advocate's mausoleum and challenge him to appear. "Bluedy Mackenzie, come oot if ye door," sang the foolhardy urchins. But Sir George had other affairs on hand, and the author of an essay on toleration continues to sleep peacefully among the many whom he so intolerantly helped to slay. For this in Felix Campus, as it is dubbed in one of its own inscriptions, an inscription, over which Dr. Johnson passed a critical eyes in many ways sacred to the memory of the men whom Mackenzie persecuted. It was here, on the flat tombstones, that the covenant was signed by an enthusiastic people. In the long arm of the churchyard that extends to Lauriston, the prisoners from Bothwell bridged on bread and water, and guarded, life for life, by vigilant marksmen lay 5 months looking for the scaffold or the plantations. And while the good work was going forward in the grass market, idlers in Greyfriars might have heard the throb of the military drums that drowned the voices of the martyrs. Nor is this all, for down in the corner farthest from Sir George, there stands a monument, dedicated, in uncouth covenanting verse, to all who lost their lives in that contention. There is no moorsman shot in a snow shower beside Irongray or Commonal. There is not one of the 200 who were drowned off the Orkneys, nor so much as a poor, overdriven, covenanting slave in the American plantations, but can lay claim to a share in that memorial, and, if such things interest just men among the shades, can boast he has a monument on earth as well as Julius Caesar or the Pharaohs. Where they may all lie, I know not. Far scattered bones, indeed, But if the reader cares to learn how some of them or some part of some of them found their way at length to such honorable sepulture, let him listen to the words of one who was their comrade in life and their apologist when they were dead. Some of the insane controversial matter I omit, as well as PG 303 some digressions, but leave the rest in Patrick Walker's language and orthography. The never to be forgotten Mr. James Renwick told me that he was witness to their public murder at the Galilee, between Leith and Edinburgh, when he saw the hangman hash and hag off all their 5 heads, with Patrick Foreman's right hand. Their bodies were all buried at the gallows foot, their heads with Patrick's hand were brought and put upon 5 pikes on the Pleasance Port. Mr. Renwick told me that it was the first public action that his hand was at, to convene friends and lift their murdered bodies, and carried them to the West Churchyard of Edinburgh, not Greyfriars this time, and buried them there. Then they came about the city and took down these 5 heads in that hand, and day being come, they went quickly up the Pleasance. And when they came to Loristown Yards, upon the south side of the city, they durst not venture, being so light, to go and bury their heads with their bodies, which they designed, it being present death, if any of them had been found. Alexander Tweedy, a friend, being with them, who at that time was gardener in these yards, concluded to bury them in his yard, being in a box wrapped in linen, where they lay 45 years except 3 days, being executed upon the 10th of October 1681, and found the 7th day of October 1726. That piece of ground lay for some years unlabored, and trenching it, the gardener found them, which affrighted him. The box was consumed. Mr. Shaw, the owner of these yards, caused lift them and lay them upon a table in his summer house. Mr. Shaw's mother was so kind as to cut out a linen cloth and cover them. They lay 12 days there, where all had access to see them. Alexander Tweedy, the foresaid gardener, said, when dying, there was a treasure hid in his yard, but neither gold nor silver. Daniel Tweedy, his son, came along with me to that yard, and told me that his father planted a white rose bush above them, and farther down the yard a red rose bush, which were more fruitful than any other bush in the yard. Many come see the heads out of curiosity. Yet I rejoice to see so many concerned grave men and women favoring the dust of our martyrs. There were 6 of us concluded to bury them upon the 19th day of October 1726, and every one of us to acquaint friends of the day and hour, being Wednesday, the day of the week on which most of them were executed, and at 4 of the clock at night, being the hour that most of them went to their resting graves. We caused make a complete coffin for them in black, with 4 yards of fine linen, the way that our martyrs' corps were managed accordingly. We kept the aforesaid day and hour, and doubled the linen and laid the half of it below them, their nether jaws being parted from their heads, but, being young men, their teeth remained. All were witness to the holes in each of their heads, which the hangman broke with his hammer, and according to the bigness of their skulls, we laid the PG 304 jaws to them, and drew the other half of the linen above them, and stuffed the coffin with shavings. Some pressed hard to go thorough the chief parts of the city, as was done at the Revolution. But this we refused, considering that it looked airy and frothy, to make such show of them, and inconsistent with the solid, serious observing of such an affecting, surprising, unheard-of dispensation, but took the ordinary way of other burials from that place, to wit, we went east the back of the wall, and in at Bristow Port, and down the way to the head of the Cowgate, and turned up to the churchyard, where they were interred close to the martyr's tomb, with the greatest multitude of people, old and young, men and women, ministers and others, that ever I saw together. And so there they were at last, in their resting graves. So long as men do their duty, even if it be greatly in a misapprehension, they will be leading pattern lives, and whether or not they come to lie beside a martyr's monument, we may be sure they will find a safe haven somewhere in the providence of God. It is not well to think of death, unless we temper the thought with that of heroes who despised it. Upon what ground is of small account. If it be only the bishop who was burned for his faith in the Antipodes, his memory lightens the heart and makes us walk undisturbed among graves. And so the martyr's monument is a wholesome, heartsome spot in the field of the dead. And as we look upon it, a brave influence comes to us from the land of those who have won their discharge, and, in another phrase of Patrick Walker's, got cleanly off the stage. Chapter 6, PG 305. New Town, Town and Country. It is as much a matter of course to decry the new town as to exalt the old, and the most celebrated authorities have picked out this quarter as the very emblem of what is condemnable in architecture. Much may be said, much indeed has been said, upon the text, But to the unsophisticated, who call anything pleasing if it only pleases them, the new town of Edinburgh seems, in itself, not only gay and airy, but highly picturesque. An old skipper, invincibly ignorant of all theories of the sublime and beautiful, once propounded as his most radiant notion for paradise the new town of Edinburgh, with the wind the matter of a point free. He has now gone to that sphere where all good tars are promised pleasant weather in the song, and perhaps his thoughts fly somewhat higher. But there are bright and temperate days with soft air coming from the inland hills, military music sounding bravely from the hollow of the gardens, the flags all waving on the palaces of Princes Streetwyn. I have seen the town through a sort of glory, and shaken hands in sentiment with the old sailor. And indeed, for a man who has been much tumbled round Orcadian skerries, what scene could be more agreeable to witness? On such a day, the valley wears a surprising air of festival. It seems I do not know how else to put my meaning as if it were a trifle too good to be true. It is what Paris ought to be. It has the scenic quality that would best set off a life of unthinking, open-air diversion. It was meant by nature for the realization of the society of comic operas. And you can imagine, if the climate were but towardly, how all the world and his wife would flock into these gardens in the PG 306 cool of the evening, to hear cheerful music, to sip pleasant drinks, to see the moon rise from behind Arthur's seat and shine upon the spires and monuments and the green treetops in the valley. Alas! And the next morning the rain is splashing on the window, and the passengers flee along Prince's Street before the galloping squalls. It cannot be denied that the original design was faulty and short-sighted, and did not fully profit by the capabilities of the situation. The architect was essentially a town bird, and he laid out the modern city with a view to street scenery, and to street scenery alone. The country did not enter into his plan. He had never lifted his eyes to the hills. If he had so chosen, every street upon the northern slope might have been a noble terrace and commanded an extensive and beautiful view. But the space has been too closely built. Many of the houses front the wrong way, intent, like the man with the muckrake, on what is not worth observation, and standing discourteously back foremost in the ranks. And in a word, it is too often only from attic windows or here and there at a crossing that you can get a look beyond the city upon its diversified surroundings. But perhaps it is all the more surprising to come suddenly on a corner and see a perspective of a mile or more of falling street, and beyond that woods and villas and a blue arm of sea, and the hills upon the farther side. Fergusson, our Edinburgh poet, Burns's model, once saw a butterfly at the town cross, and the sight inspired him with a worthless little ode. This painted countryman, the dandy of the rose garden, looked far abroad in such a humming neighborhood, and you can fancy what moral considerations a youthful poet would supply. But the incident, in a fanciful sort of way, is characteristic of the place. Into no other city does the sight of the country enter so far. If you do not meet a butterfly, you shall certainly catch a glimpse of faraway trees upon your walk, and the place is full of theater tricks in the way of scenery. You peep under an arch, you descend stairs PG 307 that look as if they would land you in a cellar, you turn to the back window of a grimy tenement in a lane, and behold, you are face to face with distant and bright prospects. You turn a corner, and there is the sun going down into the Highland hills. You look down an alley and see ships tacking for the Baltic. For the country people to see Edinburgh on her hilltops is one thing. It is another for the citizen, from the thick of his affairs, to overlook the country. It should be a genial and ameliorating influence in life. It should prompt good thoughts and remind him of nature's unconcern, that he can watch from day to day, as he trots officeward, how the spring green brightens in the wood or the field grows black under a moving plowshare. I have been tempted in this connection to deplore the slender faculties of the human race, with its pennywhistle of a voice, its dull ears, and its narrow range of sight. If you could see as people are to see in heaven, if you had eyes such as you can fancy for a superior race, if you could take clear note of the objects of vision, not only a few yards, but a few miles from where you stand, think how agreeably your sight would be entertained, how pleasantly your thoughts would be diversified as you walked the Edinburgh streets. For you might pause in some business perplexity, in the midst of the city traffic, and perhaps catch the eye of a shepherd as he sat down to breathe upon a heathery shoulder of the Pentlands. Or perhaps some urchin, clambering in a country elm, would put aside the leaves and show you his flushed and rustic visage. Or a fisher racing seawards, with the tiller under his elbow and the sail sounding in the wind, would fling you a salutation from between Anster and the May. To be old is not the same thing as to be picturesque, nor because the old town bears a strange physiognomy, Does it at all follow that the new town shall look commonplace? Indeed, apart from antique houses, it is curious PG 308 how much description would apply commonly to either. The same sudden accidents of ground, a similar dominating site above the plain, and the same superposition of one rank of society over another, are to be observed in both. Thus, the broad and comely approach to Prince's Street from the east, lined with hotels and public offices, makes a leap over the gorge of the Low Calton. If you cast a glance over the parapet, you look direct into that sunless and disreputable confluent of Leith Street, and the same tall houses open upon both thoroughfares. This is only the new town passing overhead above its own cellars, walking, so to speak, over its own children, as is the way of cities and the human race. But at the Dean Bridge, you may behold a spectacle of a more novel order. The river runs at the bottom of a deep valley, among rocks and between gardens. The crest of either bank is occupied by some of the most commodious streets and crescents in the modern city, and a handsome bridge unites the two summits. Over this, every afternoon, private carriages go spinning by, and ladies with card cases pass to and fro about the duties of society. And yet down below, you may still see, with its mills and foaming weir, the little rural village of Dean. Modern improvement has gone overhead on its high-level viaduct, and the extended city has cleanly overleapt and left unaltered what was once the summer retreat of its comfortable citizens. Every town embraces hamlets in its growth. Edinburgh herself has embraced a good few, but it is strange to see one still surviving to see it some hundreds of feet below your path. Is it Torre del Greco that is built above buried Herculaneum? Herculaneum was dead at least, but the sun still shines upon the roofs of Dean. The smoke still rises thriftily from its chimneys. The dusty miller comes to his door, looks at the gurgling water, hearkens to the turning wheel and the birds about the shed, and perhaps whistles an air of his own, to enrich the symphony for all the world, as if Edinburgh were still the old Edinburgh PG 309 on the Castle Hill, and Dean were still the quietest of hamlets, buried a mile or so in the green country. It is not so long ago since magisterial David Hume lent the authority of his example to the exodus from the old town, and took up his new abode in a street which is still so oddly may a jest become perpetuated known as St. David's Street. Nor is the town so large, but a holiday schoolboy may harry a bird's nest within half a mile of his own door. There are places that still smell of the plow in memory's nostrils. Here, one had heard a blackbird on a hawthorn. There, another was taken on summer evenings to eat strawberries and cream, and you have seen a waving wheat field on the site of your present residence. The memories of an Edinburgh boy are but partly memories of the town. I look back with delight on many an escalade of garden walls, many a ramble among lilacs full of piping birds, many an exploration in obscure quarters that were neither town nor country. And I think that both for my companions and myself, there was a special interest, a point of romance, and a sentiment as of foreign travel, when we hit in our excursions on the butt end of some former hamlet, and found a few rustic cottages embedded among streets and squares. The tunnel to the Scotland Street station, the sight of the trains shooting out of its dark maw with the two guards upon the brake, the thought of its length, and the many ponderous edifices and open thoroughfares above, were certainly things of paramount impressiveness to a young mind. It was a subterranean passage, although of a larger bore than we were accustomed to in Ainsworth's novels, and these two words, subterranean passage, were in themselves an irresistible attraction, and seemed to bring us nearer in spirit to the heroes we loved and the black rascals we secretly aspired to imitate. To scale the castle rock from West Prince's Street gardens and lay a triumphal hand against the rampart itself was to taste a high order of romantic PG 310 pleasure. And there are other sights and exploits which crowd back upon my mind under a very strong illumination of remembered pleasure. But the effect of not one of them all will compare with the discoverer's joy, and the sense of old time and his slow changes on the face of this earth, with which I explored such corners as Cannon Mills or Water Lane, or the nugget of cottages at Broughton Market. They were more rural than the open country, and gave a greater impression of antiquity than the oldest land upon the high street. They too, like Ferguson's butterfly, had a quaint air of having wandered far from their own place. They looked abashed and homely, with their gables and their creeping plants, their outside stairs and running null streams. There were corners that smelt like the end of the country garden where I spent my Aprils, and the people stood to gossip at their doors, as they might have done in Collinton or Cramond. In a great measure we may, and shall, eradicate this haunting flavor of the country. The last elm is dead in Elm Row, and the villas and the workmen's quarters spread apace on all the borders of the city. We can cut down the trees, we can bury the grass under dead paving stones, we can drive brisk streets through all our sleepy quarters, and we may forget the stories and the playgrounds of our boyhood. But we have some possessions that not even the infuriate zeal of builders can utterly abolish and destroy. Nothing can abolish the hills, unless it be a cataclysm of nature, which shall subvert Edinburgh Castle itself and lay all her florid structures in the dust. And as long as we have the hills and the firth, we have a famous heritage to leave our children. Our windows, at no expense to us, are mostly artfully stained to represent a landscape. And when the spring comes round, and the hawthorn begins to flower, and the meadows to smell of young grass, even in the thickest of our streets, the country hilltops find out a young man's eyes and set his heart beating for travel and pure air. Chapter 7, PG 311. The Villa Quarters. Mr. Ruskin's denunciation of the new town of Edinburgh includes, as I have heard it repeated, nearly all the stone and lime we have to show. Many, however, find a grand air and something settled and imposing in the better parts. And upon many, as I have said, the confusion of styles induces an agreeable stimulation of the mind. But upon the subject of our recent villa architecture, I am frankly ready to mingle my tears with Mr. Ruskin's, and it is a subject which makes one envious of his large declamatory and controversial eloquence. Day by day, one new villa, one new object of offense is added to another. All around Newington and Morningside, the dismalest structures keep springing up like mushrooms. The pleasant hills are loaded with them, each impudently squatted in its garden, each roofed and carrying chimneys like a house. And yet a glance of an eye discovers their true character. They are not houses, for they were not designed with a view to human habitation, and the internal arrangements are, as they tell me, fantastically unsuited to the needs of man. They are not buildings, for you can scarcely say a thing is built where every measurement is in claimant disproportion with its neighbor. They belong to no style to art, only to a form of business much to be regretted. Why should it be cheaper to erect a structure where the size of the windows bears no rational relation to the size of the front? Is there any profit in a misplaced chimney stalk? Does a hardworking, greedy builder gain more on PG 312, a monstrosity, than on a decent cottage of equal plainness? Frankly, we should say no. Bricks may be omitted, and green timber employed, in the construction of even a very elegant design, and there is no reason why a chimney should be made to vent, because it is so situated as to look comely from without. On the other hand, there is a noble way of being ugly, a high-aspiring fiasco like the fall of Lucifer. There are daring and gaudy buildings that manage to be offensive without being contemptible, and we know that fools rush in where angels fear to tread. But to aim at making a commonplace villa, and to make it insufferably ugly in each particular, to attempt the homeliest achievement and to attain the bottom of derided failure, not to have any theory but profit, and yet, at an equal expense, to outstrip all competitors in the art of conceiving and rendering permanent deformity, and to do this in what is, by nature, one of the most agreeable neighborhoods in Britain, what are we to say but that this also is a distinction, hard to earn although not greatly worshipful? Indifferent buildings give pain to the sensitive, but these things offend the plainest taste. It is a danger which threatens the amenity of the town, and as this eruption keeps spreading on our borders, we have ever the farther to walk among unpleasant sights before we gain the country air. If the population of Edinburgh were a living, autonomous body, it would arise like one man and make night hideous with arson. The builders and their accomplices would be driven to work, like the Jews of yore, with the trowel in one hand and the defensive cutlass in the other. And as soon as one of these Masonic wonders had been consummated, right-minded iconoclasts should fall thereon and make an end of it at once. Possibly these words may meet the eye of a builder or two. It is no use asking them to employ an architect, for that would be to touch them in a delicate quarter, and its PG 313 use would largely depend on what architect they were minded to call in. But let them get any architect in the world to point out any reasonably well-proportioned villa, not his own design, and let them reproduce that model to satiety. Chapter 8, PG 314. The Calton Hill. The east of New Edinburgh is guarded by a craggy hill, of no great elevation, which the town embraces. The old London road runs on one side of it, while the new approach, leaving it on the other hand, completes the circuit. You mount by stairs in a cutting of the rock to find yourself in a field of monuments. Dugald Stewart has the honors of situation and architecture. Burns is memorialized lower down upon a spur. Lord Nelson, as befits a sailor, gives his name to the topgallant of the Calton Hill. This latter erection has been differently, and yet, in both cases, aptly compared to a telescope and a butter churn. Comparisons apart, it ranks among the vilest of men's handiworks. But the chief feature is an unfinished range of columns, the modern ruin as it has been called, an imposing object from far and near, and giving Edinburgh, even from the sea, that false air of a modern Athens which has earned for her so many slighting speeches. It was meant to be a national monument, and its present state is a very suitable monument to certain national characteristics. The old observatory, a quaint brown building on the edge of the steep end, the new observatory, a classical edifice with a dome occupy the central portion of the summit. All these are scattered on a green turf, browsed over by some sheep. The scene suggests reflections on fame and on man's injustice to the dead. You see Dugald Stewart rather more handsomely commemorated than Burns. Immediately below, in the Canongate churchyard, lies Robert P.G. 315 Fergusson, Burns's master in his art, who died insane while yet a stripling. And if Dugald Stewart has been somewhat too boisterously acclaimed, the Edinburgh poet, on the other hand, is most unrighteously forgotten. The votaries of Burns, a crew too common in all ranks in Scotland, and more remarkable for number than discretion, eagerly suppress all mention of the lad who handed to him the poetic impulse, and, up to the time when he grew famous, continued to influence him in his manner and the choice of subjects. Burns himself not only acknowledged his debt in a fragment of autobiography, but erected a tomb over the grave in Canongate churchyard. This was worthy of an artist, but it was done in vain. And although I think I have read nearly all the biographies of Burns, I cannot remember one in which the modesty of nature was not violated, or where Fergusson was not sacrificed to the credit of his followers' originality. There is a kind of gaping admiration that would fain roll Shakespeare and Bacon into one, to have a bigger thing to gape at, and a class of men who cannot edit one author without disparaging all others. They are indeed mistaken if they think to please the great originals, and whoever puts Fergusson right with fame cannot do better than dedicate his labors to the memory of Burns, who will be the best delighted of the dead. Of all places for a view, this Calton Hill is perhaps the best, since you can see the castle, which you lose from the castle, and Arthur's Seat, which you cannot see from Arthur's Seat. It is the place to stroll on one of those days of sunshine and east wind, which are so common in our more than temperate summer. The breeze comes off the sea, with a little of the freshness, and that touch of chill peculiar to the quarter, which is delightful to certain very ruddy organizations and greatly the reverse to the majority of mankind. It brings with it a faint, floating haze, a cunning decolorizer, although not thick enough to obscure outlines near at hand. But the haze PG 316 lies more thickly to windward at the far end of Musselburgh Bay, and over the links of Aberlady and Berwick Law and the hump of the Bass Rock, it assumes the aspect of a bank of thin sea fog. Immediately underneath upon the south, you command the yards of the High School and the towers and courts of the new jail, a large place, castellated to the extent of folly, standing by itself on the edge of a steep cliff, and often joyfully hailed by tourists as the castle. In the one, you may perhaps see female prisoners taking exercise like a string of nuns. In the other, schoolboys running at play and their shadows keeping step with them. From the bottom of the valley, a gigantic chimney rises almost to the level of the eye, a taller and a shapelier edifice than Nelson's monument. Look a little farther, and there is Holyrood Palace, with its Gothic frontal and ruined abbey, and the red sentry pacing smartly to and fro before the door like a mechanical figure in a panorama. By way of an outpost, you can single out the little peak-roofed lodge, over which Rizzio's murderers made their escape, and where Queen Mary herself, according to gossip, bathed in white wine to entertain her loveliness. Behind and overhead lie the Queen's Park, from Mushet's Cairn to Dumbedykes, St. Margaret's Loch, and the long wall of Salisbury Crags, and thence by knoll and rocky bulwark and precipitous slope, the eye rises to the top of Arthur's Seat, a hill for magnitude, a mountain in virtue of its bold design. This upon your left. Upon the right, the roofs and spires of the old town climb one above another to where the citadel prints its broad bulk and jagged crown of bastions on the western sky. Perhaps it is now 1 in the afternoon. And at the same instant of time, a ball rises to the summit of Nelson's flagstaff close at hand. And, far away, a puff of smoke followed by a report bursts from the half-moon battery at the castle. This is the time gun by which people set their watches, as far as the sea-coast PG 317 or in hill farms upon the Pentlands. To complete the view, the eye enfilades Prince's Street, black with traffic, and has a broad look over the valley between the old town and the new. Here, full of railway trains and stepped over by the high North Bridge upon its many columns, and there, green with trees and gardens. On the north, the Calton Hill is neither so abrupt in itself, nor has it so exceptional an outlook, and yet even here it commands a striking prospect. A gully separates it from the new town. This is Greenside, where witches were burned and tournaments held in former days. Down that almost precipitous bank, Bothwell launched his horse, and so first, as they say, attracted the bright eyes of Mary. It is now tessellated with sheets and blankets out to dry, and the sound of people beating carpets is rarely absent. Beyond all this, the suburbs run out to Leith. Leith camps on the seaside with her forest of masts. Leith roads are full of ships at anchor. The sun picks out the white pharos upon Inchkeith Island. The firth extends on either hand from the ferry to the May. The towns of Fifeshire sit, each in its bank of blowing smoke, along the opposite coast, and the hills enclose the view, except to the farthest east, where the haze of the horizon rests upon the open sea. There lies the road to Norway, a dear road for Sir Patrick Spens and his Scots lords, and yonder smoke on the hither side of Largo Law is Aberdur, from whence they sailed to seek a queen for Scotland. O lang, lang, may the ladies sit. Why their fans into their hand? Or ere they see Sir Patrick Spens come sailing to the land. The sight of the sea, even from a city, will bring thoughts of storm and sea disaster. The sailors' wives of Leith and the fisherwomen of Cockensey, not sitting languorously with fans, but crowding to the tail of the harbor with a shawl about their ears, may still look PG 318 vainly for brave Scotsmen who will return no more, or boats that have gone on their last fishing. Since Sir Patrick sailed from Aberdur, what a multitude have gone down in the North Sea. Yonder is Aldhame, where the London smack went ashore and wreckers cut the rings from ladies' fingers, and a few miles round Fife Ness is the fatal Inchcape, now a star of guidance. And the lee shore to the east of the Inchcape is that Forfarshire coast where Mucklebackit sorrowed for his son. These are the main features of the scene roughly sketched. How they are all tilted by the inclination of the ground, how each stands out in delicate relief against the rest, what manifold detail, and play of sun and shadow, animate and accentuate the picture, is a matter for a person on the spot, and turning swiftly on his heels to grasp and bind together. In one comprehensive look, it is the character of such a prospect to be full of change and of things moving. The multiplicity embarrasses the eye, and the mind, among so much, suffers itself to grow absorbed with single points. You remark a tree in a hedgerow, or follow a cart along a country road. You turn to the city, and see children, dwarfed by distance into pygmies, at play about suburban doorsteps. You have a glimpse upon a thoroughfare where people are densely moving. You note ridge after ridge of chimney stacks running downhill one behind another, and church spires rising bravely from the sea of roofs. At one of the innumerable windows, you watch a figure moving. On one of the multitude of roofs, you watch clambering chimney sweeps. The wind takes a run and scatters the smoke. Bells are heard, far and near, faint and loud to tell the hour, or perhaps a bird goes dipping evenly over the housetops like a gull across the waves. And here you are in the meantime, on this pastoral hillside, among nibbling sheep and looked upon by monumental buildings. Return thither on some clear, dark, moonless night, with a ring of frost in the air, and only a star or two set PG 319 sparsely in the vault of heaven, and you will find a sight as stimulating as the hoariest summit of the Alps. The solitude seems perfect. The patient astronomer, flat on his back under the observatory dome and spying heaven's secrets, is your only neighbor. And yet from all round you there come up the dull hum of the city, the tramp of countless people marching out of time, the rattle of carriages, and the continuous jingle of the tramway bells. An hour or so before, the gas was turned on. Lamplighters scoured the city. In every house, from kitchen to attic, the windows kindled and gleamed forth into the dusk. And so now, although the town lies blue and darkling on her hills, innumerable spots of the bright element shine far and near along the pavements and upon the high facades. Moving lights of the railway pass and repass below the stationary lights upon the bridge. Lights burn in the jail. Lights burn high up in the tall lands and on the castle turrets. They burn low down in Greenside or along the park. They run out one beyond the other into the dark country. They walk in a procession down to Leith and shine singly far along Leith Pier. Thus, the plan of the city and her suburbs is mapped out upon the ground of blackness, as when a child pricks a drawing full of pinholes and exposes it before a candle. Not the darkest night of winter can conceal her high station and fanciful design. Every evening in the year she proceeds to illuminate herself in honor of her own beauty. And as if to complete the scheme year, rather as if some prodigal pharaoh were beginning to extend to the adjacent sea and country halfway over to Fife, there is an outpost of light upon Inchkeith, and far to seaward, yet another on the May. And while you are looking across upon the castle hill, the drums and bugles begin to recall the scattered garrison. The air thrills with the sound. The bugles sing aloud, and the last rising flourish mounts and melts into the darkness like a star, a martial swan song, fitly rounding in the labors of the day. Chapter 9, PG 320. Winter and New Year. The Scots dialect is singularly rich in terms of reproach against the winter wind. Snell, blee, knurly, and scouthering are four of these significant vocables. They are all words that carry a shiver with them, and for my part, as I see them aligned before me on the page, I am persuaded that a big wind comes tearing over the firth from Burntisland and the northern hills. I think I can hear it howl in the chimney, and as I set my face northwards, feel its smarting kisses on my cheek. Even in the names of places, there is often a desolate, inhospitable sound, and I remember too from the near neighborhood of Edinburgh, Caldham, and Blowery, that would promise but starving comfort to their inhabitants. The inclemency of heaven, which has thus endowed the language of Scotland with words, has also largely modified the spirit of its poetry. Both poverty and a northern climate teach men the love of the hearth and the sentiment of the family, and the latter, in its own right, inclines a poet to the praise of strong waters. In Scotland, all our singers have a stave or two for blazing fires and stout potations, to get indoors out of the wind, and to swallow something hot to the stomach, are benefits so easily appreciated where they dwelt. And this is not only so in country districts, where the shepherd must wade in the snow all day after his flock, but in Edinburgh itself, and nowhere more apparently stated than in the works of our Edinburgh poet, Ferguson. He was a delicate youth, I take it, and willingly slunk from the robustious winter to an inn fireside. Love PG 321 was absent from his life, or only present, if you prefer, in such a form that even the least serious of Burns's amorettes was ennobling by comparison. And so there is nothing to temper the sentiment of indoor revelry which pervades the poor boy's verses. Although it is characteristic of his native town, and the manners of its youth to the present day, this spirit has perhaps done something to restrict his popularity. He recalls a superparty pleasantry with something akin to tenderness, and sounds the praises of the act of drinking as if it were virtuous, or at least witty, in itself. The kindly jar, the warm atmosphere of tavern parlors, and the revelry of lawyers' clerks do not offer by themselves the materials of rich existence. It was not choice, so much as an external fate, that kept Ferguson in this round of sordid pleasures. A Scot of poetic temperament, and without religious exaltation, drops as if by nature into the public house. The picture may not be pleasing, but what else is a man to do in this dog's weather? To none but those who have themselves suffered the thing in the body can the gloom and depression of our Edinburgh winters be brought home. For some constitutions, there is something almost physically disgusting in the bleak ugliness of easterly weather. The wind wearies, the sickly sky depresses them, and they turn back from their walk to avoid the aspect of the unrefulgent sun going down among perturbed and pallid mists. The days are so short that a man does much of his business, and certainly all his pleasure, by the haggard glare of gas lamps. The roads are as heavy as a fallow. People go by, so drenched and draggle-tailed that I have often wondered how they found the heart to undress. And meantime the wind whistles through the town as if it were an open meadow. And if you lie awake all night, you hear it shrieking and raving overhead with the noise of shipwrecks and of falling houses. In a word, life is so unsightly that there are times when the heart PG 322 turns sick in a man's inside, and the look of a tavern, or the thought of the warm, fire-lit study, is like the touch of land to one who has been long struggling with the seas. As the weather hardens towards frost, the world begins to improve for Edinburgh people. We enjoy superb, subarctic sunsets, with the profile of the city stamped in indigo upon a sky of luminous green. The wind may still be cold, but there is a briskness in the air that stirs good blood. People do not all look equally sour and downcast. They fall into two divisions. One, the knight of the blue face and hollow paunch, whom winter has gotten by the vitals, the other well lined with New Year's fare, conscious of the touch of cold on his periphery but stepping through it by the glow of his internal fires. Such an one I remember, triply cased in grease, whom no extremity of temperature could vanquish. Well, would be his jovial salutation, here's a sneezer? And the look of these warm fellows is tonic, and upholds their drooping fellow townsmen. There is yet another class who do not depend on corporal advantages, but support the winter in virtue of a brave and merry heart. One shivering evening, cold enough for frost but with too high a wind, and a little past sundown, when the lamps were beginning to enlarge their circles in the growing dusk, a brace of barefoot lasses were seen coming eastward in the teeth of the wind. If the one was as much as 9, the other was certainly not more than 7. They were miserably clad, and the pavement was so cold you would have thought no one could lay a naked foot on it unflinching. Yet they came along waltzing, if you please, while the elder sang a tune to give them music. The person who saw this, and whose heart was full of bitterness at the moment, pocketed a reproof which has been of use to him ever since, and which he now hands on, with his good wishes, to the reader. At length, Edinburgh, with her satellite hills and all the sloping country, is sheeted up in white. If it has PG 323 happened in the dark hours, nurses pluck their children out of bed and run with them to some commanding window, whence they may see the change that has been worked upon earth's face. The hills are covered, why snaw, they sing, and winter's new come fairly. And the children, marveling at the silence and the white landscape, find a spell appropriate to the season in the words. The reverberation of the snow increases the pale daylight, and brings all objects nearer the eye. The pentlands are smooth and glittering, with here and there the black ribbon of a dry stone dike, and here and there, if there be wind, a cloud of blowing snow upon a shoulder. The Firth seems a leaden creek that a man might almost jump across between well-powdered Lothian and well-powdered Fife. And the effect is not, as in other cities, a thing of half a day. The streets are soon trodden black, but the country keeps its virgin white, and you have only to lift your eyes and look over miles of country snow. An indescribable cheerfulness breathes about the city, and the well-fed heart sits lightly and beats gaily in the bosom. It is New Year's weather. New Year's Day, the great national festival, is a time of family expansions and of deep carousal. Sometimes, by a sore stroke of fate for this Calvinistic people, the year's anniversary falls upon a Sunday, when the public houses are inexorably closed, when singing and even whistling is banished from our homes and highways, and the oldest toper feels called upon to go to church. Thus pulled about, as if between two loyalties, the Scots have to decide many nice cases of conscience, and ride the marches narrowly between the weekly and the annual observance. A party of convivial musicians, next door to a friend of mine, hung suspended in this manner on the brink of their diversions. From 10 o'clock on Sunday night, my friend heard them tuning their instruments, and as the hour of liberty drew near, each must have had his music open, his bow in readiness across the fiddle, PG 324 his foot already raised to mark the time, and his nerves braced for execution. For hardly had the 12th stroke sounded from the earliest steeple, before they had launched forth into a secular bravura. Currant loaf is now popular eating in all households. For weeks before the great morning, confectioners display stacks of Scots Bunna dense, black substance, inimical to life, and full moons of shortbread adorned with mottos of peel or sugar plum, in honor of the season and the family affections. Frey Auld Reekie, a gooid new year to Yea for the auld folk at hame, are among the most favored of these devices. Can you not see the carrier, after half a day's journey on pinching hill roads, draw up before a cottage in Teviotdale, or perhaps in Manor Glen among the Rowans, and the old people receiving the parcel with moist eyes and a prayer for Jock or Jean in the city? For at this season, on the threshold of another year of calamity and stubborn conflict, men feel a need to draw closer the links that unite them. They reckon the number of their friends, like allies before a war, and the prayers grow longer in the morning as the absent are recommended by name into God's keeping. On the day itself, the shops are all shut as on a Sunday. Only taverns, toy shops, and other holiday magazines keep open doors. Everyone looks for his Hansel. The postmen and the lamplighters have left, at every house in their districts, a copy of vernacular verses, asking and thanking in a breath, and it is characteristic of Scotland that these verses may have sometimes a touch of reality in detail of sentiment and a measure of strength in the handling. All over the town, you may see comforted schoolboys hastening to squander their half-crowns. There are an infinity of visits to be paid. All the world is in the street, except the daintier classes. The sacramental greeting is heard upon all sides. Auld Lang Syne is much in people's mouths, and whiskey and short PG 325 bread are staple articles of consumption. From an early hour, a stranger will be impressed by the number of drunken men, and by afternoon drunkenness has spread to the women. With some classes of society, it is as much a matter of duty to drink hard on New Year's Day as to go to church on Sunday. Some have been saving their wages for perhaps a month to do the season honor. Many carry a whiskey bottle in their pocket, which they will press with embarrassing effusion on a perfect stranger. It is not expedient to risk one's body in a cab, or not, at least, until after a prolonged study of the driver. The streets, which are thronged from end to end, become a place for delicate pilotage. Singly or arm in arm, some speechless, others noisy and quarrelsome, the votaries of the new year go meandering in and out and cannoning one against another. And now and again, one falls and lies as he has fallen. Before night, so many have gone to bed or the police office that the streets seem almost clearer. And as guisards and first-footers are now not much seen except in country places, when once the new year has been rung in and proclaimed at the Tron railings, the festivities begin to find their way indoors, and something like quiet returns upon the town. But think, in these piled lands, of all the senseless snorers, all the broken heads and empty pockets. Of old, Edinburgh University was the scene of heroic snowballing, and one riot obtained the epic honors of military intervention. But the great generation, I am afraid, is at an end, and even during my own college days, the spirit appreciably declined. Skating and sliding, on the other hand, are honored more and more, and curling, being a creature of the national genius, is little likely to be disregarded. The patriotism that leads a man to eat Scots bun will scarcely desert him at the curling pond. Edinburgh, with its long, steep pavements, is the proper home of sliders. Many a happy urchin can slide the whole way to school, and the profession of errand PG boy is transformed into a holiday amusement. As for skating, there is scarce any city so handsomely provided. Duddingston Loch lies under the abrupt southern side of Arthur's Seat. In summer, a shield of blue, with swans sailing from the reeds; in winter, a field of ringing ice. The village church sits above it on a green promontory, and the village smoke rises from among goodly trees. At the church gates is the historical Jugs, a place of penance for the neck of detected sinners, and the historical Loopingen Stain, from which Dutch-built lairds and farmers climbed into the saddle. Here Prince Charlie slept before the Battle of Prestonpans, and here Deacon Brodie, or one of his gang, stole a plough coulter before the burglary in Chesil's Court. On the opposite side of the loch, the ground rises to Craigmillar Castle, a place friendly to Stuart Mariolators. It is worth a climb, even in summer, to look down upon the loch from Arthur's Seat, but it is tenfold more so on a day of skating. The surface is thick with people moving easily and swiftly, and leaning over at 1,000 graceful inclinations. The crowd opens and closes, and keeps moving through itself like water, and the ice rings to half a mile away with the flying steel. As night draws on, the single figures melt into the dusk, until only an obscure stir and coming and going of black clusters is visible upon the loch. A little longer, and the first torch is kindled and begins to flit rapidly across the ice in a ring of yellow reflection, and this is followed by another and another, until the whole field is full of skimming lights. Chapter 10, PG 327. To the Pentland Hills. On three sides of Edinburgh, the country slopes downward from the city, here to the sea, there to the fat farms of Haddington, there to the mineral fields of Linlithgow. On the south alone, it keeps rising until it not only outtops the castle, but looks down on Arthur's Seat. The character of the neighborhood is pretty strongly marked by a scarcity of hedges, by many stone walls of varying height, by a fair amount of timber, some of it well grown, but apt to be of a bushy, northern profile and poor in foliage, by here and there a little river, Esk or Leith or Almond, busily journeying in the bottom of its glen, and from almost every point by a peep of the sea or the hills. There is no lack of variety, and yet most of the elements are common to all parts, and the southern district is alone distinguished by considerable summits and a wide view. From Boroughmuirhead, where the Scottish army encamped before Flodden, the road descends a long hill, at the bottom of which, and just as it is preparing to mount up on the other side, it passes a toll bar and issues at once into the open country. Even as I write these words, They are becoming antiquated in the progress of events, and the chisels are tinkling on a new row of houses. The builders have at length adventured beyond the toll which held them in respect so long, and proceed to career in these fresh pastures like a herd of colts turned loose. As Lord Beaconsfield proposed to hang an architect by way of stimulation, a man, looking on these doomed meads, imagines a similar example to deter the builders. PG 328, for it seems as if it must come to an open fight at last to preserve a corner of green country unbedeviled. And here, appropriately enough, there stood in old days a crow-haunted gibbet, with two bodies hanged in chains. I used to be shown, when a child, a flat stone in the roadway to which the gibbet had been fixed. People of a willing fancy were persuaded, and sought to persuade others that this stone was never dry. And no wonder they would add, for the two men had only stolen fourpence between them. For about 2 miles the road climbs upwards, a long hot walk in summer time. You reach the summit at a place where four ways meet, beside the toll of Fairmill Head. The spot is breezy and agreeable both in name and aspect. The hills are close by across a valley. Kirk Yetton, with its long, upright scars visible as far as Fife, and Allermere the tallest on this side, with wood and tilled field running high up on their borders, and haunches all molded into innumerable glens and shelvings, and variegated with heather and fern. The air comes briskly and sweetly off the hills, pure from the elevation, and rustically scented by the upland plants, and even at the toll, you may hear the curlew calling on its mate. At certain seasons, when the gulls desert their surfy forelands, the birds of sea and mountain hunt and scream together in the same field by Fairmill Head. The winged, wild things intermix their wheelings, the seabirds skim the treetops and fish among the furrows of the plough. These little craft of air are at home in all the world, so long as they cruise in their own element, and like sailors, ask but food and water from the shores they coast. Below, over a stream, the road passes Bow Bridge, now a dairy farm, but once a distillery of whiskey. It chanced, some time in the past century, that the distiller was on terms of good fellowship with the visiting officer of excise. The latter was of an easy, friendly disposition, and a master of convivial arts. Now and again, he had to PG 329 walk out of Edinburgh to measure the distiller's stock. And although it was agreeable to find his business lead him in a friend's direction, it was unfortunate that the friend should be a loser by his visits. Accordingly, when he got about the level of Fairmill Head, the gauger would take his flute, without which he never travelled, from his pocket, fit it together, and set manfully to playing, as if for his own delectation and inspired by the beauty of the scene. His favorite air, it seems, was Over the Hills and Far Away. At the first note, the distiller pricked his ears. A flute at Fairmill Head, and playing Over the Hills and Far Away? This must be his friendly enemy, the gauger. Instantly horses were harnessed, and sundry barrels of whiskey were got upon a cart, driven at a gallop round Hill End, and buried in the mossy glen behind Kirk Yetton. In the same breath, you may be sure, a fat fowl was put to the fire, and the whitest napery prepared for the back parlor. A little after, the gauger, having had his fill of music for the moment, came strolling down with the most innocent air imaginable, and found the good people at Bow Bridge taken entirely unawares by his arrival, but none the less glad to see him. The distiller's liquor and the gauger's flute would combine to speed the moments of digestion, and when both were somewhat mellow, they would wind up the evening with Over the Hills and Far Away, to an accompaniment of knowing glances. And at least there is a smuggling story, with original and half-idyllic features. A little farther, the road to the right passes an upright stone in a field. The country people call it General K's monument. According to them, an officer of that name had perished there in battle at some indistinct period before the beginning of history. The date is reassuring, for I think cautious writers are silent on the general's exploits. But the stone is connected with one of those remarkable tenures of land, which linger on into the modern world from feudalism. Whenever the reigning PG 330 sovereign passes by, a certain landed proprietor is held bound to climb on to the top, trumpet in hand, and sound a flourish according to the measure of his knowledge in that art. Happily for a respectable family, crowned heads have no great business in the Pentland Hills. But the story lends a character of comicality to the stone, and the passerby will sometimes chuckle to himself. The district is dear to the superstitious. Hard by, at the back gate of Comiston, a belated carter beheld a lady in white, with the most beautiful, clear shoes upon her feet, who looked upon him in a very ghastly manner, and then vanished. And just in front is the hunter's tryst, once a roadside inn and not so long ago haunted by the devil in person. Satan led the inhabitants a pitiful existence. He shook the four corners of the building with lamentable outcries, beat at the doors and windows, overthrew crockery in the dead hours of the morning, and danced unholy dances on the roof. Every kind of spiritual disinfectant was put in requisition. Chosen ministers were summoned out of Edinburgh and prayed by the hour. Pious neighbors sat up all night making a noise of psalmody. But Satan minded them no more than the wind about the hilltops. And it was only after years of persecution that he left the hunter's tryst in peace to occupy himself with the remainder of mankind. What with General K and the White Lady and this singular visitation, the neighborhood offers great facilities to the makers of sun myths. And without exactly casting in one's lot with that disenchanting school of writers, one cannot help hearing a good deal of the winter wind in the last story. That nisht, says Burns, in one of his happiest moments. That nisht a child might understand. The deal had business on his hand. And if people sit up all night in lone places on the hills, with Bibles and tremulous psalms, they will be apt to hear PG 330, some of the most fiendish noises in the world. The wind will beat on doors and dance upon roofs for them, and make the hills howl around their cottage with a clamor like the Judgment Day. The road goes down through another valley, and then finally begins to scale the main slope of the Pentlands. A bouquet of old trees stands round a white farmhouse, and from a neighboring dell, you can see smoke rising and leaves ruffling in the breeze. Straight above, the hills climb 1,000 feet into the air. The neighborhood, about the time of lambs, is clamorous with the bleating of flocks, and you will be awakened, in the gray of early summer mornings, by the barking of a dog or the voice of a shepherd shouting to the echoes. This, with the hamlet lying behind unseen, is Swanston. The place in the dell is immediately connected with the city. Long ago, this sheltered field was purchased by the Edinburgh magistrates for the sake of the springs that rise or gather there. After they had built their waterhouse and laid their pipes, it occurred to them that the place was suitable for junketing. Once entertained, with jovial magistrates and public funds, the idea led speedily to accomplishment, and Edinburgh could soon boast of a municipal pleasure house. The dell was turned into a garden, and on the knoll that shelters it from the plain and the sea winds, they built a cottage looking to the hills. They brought crockets and gargoyles from Old St. Giles's, which they were then restoring, and disposed them on the gables and over the door and about the garden. And the quarry which had supplied them with building material, they draped with clematis and carpeted with beds of roses. So much for the pleasure of the eye. For creature comfort, they made a capacious cellar in the hillside and fitted it with bins of the hewn stone. In process of time, the trees grew higher and gave shade to the cottage, and the evergreens sprang up and turned the dell into a thicket. There, purple magistrates relaxed PG 332 themselves from the pursuit of municipal ambition. Cocked hats paraded soberly about the garden, and in and out among the hollies. Authoritative canes drew ciphering upon the path. And at night, from high up on the hills, a shepherd saw lighted windows through the foliage and heard the voice of city dignitaries raised in song. The farm is older. It was first a grange of Whitekirk Abbey, tilled and inhabited by rosy friars. Thence, after the Reformation, it passed into the hands of a true blue Protestant family. During the Covenanting troubles, when a night conventicle was held upon the Pentlands, the farm doors stood hospitably open till the morning. The dresser was laden with cheese and bannocks, milk and brandy, and the worshippers kept lipping down from the hill between two exercises, as couples visit the Separum between two dances of a modern ball. In the 45, some foraging Highlanders from Prince Charlie's army fell upon Swanston in the dawn. The great-grandfather of the late farmer was then a little child. Him they awakened by plucking the blankets from his bed, and he remembered, when he was an old man, their truculent looks and uncouth speech. The churn stood full of cream in the dairy, and with this they made their brose in high delight. It was braw brose, said one of them. At last they made off, laden like camels with their booty, and Swanston Farm has lain out of the way of history from that time forward. I do not know what may be yet in store for it. On dark days, when the mist runs low upon the hill, the house has a gloomy air as if suitable for private tragedy. But in hot July, you can fancy nothing more perfect than the garden, laid out in alleys and arbors and bright, old-fashioned flower plots, and ending in a miniature ravine, all trellis work and moss and tinkling waterfall, and housed from the sun under fathoms of broad foliage. The hamlet behind is one of the least considerable of hamlets, and consists of a few cottages on a green PG 333 beside a burn. Some of them, a strange thing in Scotland, are models of internal neatness. The beds adorned with patchwork, the shelves arrayed with willow pattern plates, the floors and tables bright with scrubbing or pipe clay, and the very kettle polished like silver. It is the sign of a contented old age in country places, where there is little matter for gossip and no street sights. Housework becomes an art, and at evening, when the cottage interior shines and twinkles in the glow of the fire, the housewife folds her hands and contemplates her finished picture. The snow and the wind may do their worst, she has made herself a pleasant corner in the world. The city might be 1,000 miles away, and yet it was close by that Mr. Bow painted the distant view of Edinburgh which has been engraved for this collection, and you have only to look at the cut to see how near it is at hand. But hills and hill people are not easily sophisticated, and if you walk out here on a summer Sunday, it is as like as not the shepherd may set his dogs upon you. But keep an unmoved countenance. They look formidable at the charge, but their hearts are in the right place, and they will only bark and sprawl about you on the grass, unmindful of their master's excitations. Kirk yet informs the northeastern angle of the range. Thence, the Pentlands trend off to south and west. From the summit, you look over a great expanse of champaign sloping to the sea, and behold a large variety of distant hills. There are the hills of Fife, the hills of Peebles, the Lammermoors, and the Ochils, more or less mountainous in outline, more or less blue with distance. Of the Pentlands themselves, you see a field of wild heathery peaks with a pond gleaming in the midst, and to that side the view is as desolate as if you were looking into Galloway or Applecross. To turn to the other is like a piece of travel. Far out in the lowlands Edinburgh shows herself, making a great smoke on clear PG 334 days and spreading her suburbs about her for miles. The castle rises darkly in the midst, and close by, Arthur's Seat makes a bold figure in the landscape. All around, cultivated fields and woods and smoking villages and white country roads diversify the uneven surface of the land. Trains crawl slowly abroad upon the railway lines, little ships are tacking in the firth. The shadow of a mountainous cloud, as large as a parish, travels before the wind itself ruffles the wood and standing corn and sends pulses of varying color across the landscape. So you sit, like Jupiter on Olympus, and look down from afar upon men's life. The city is as silent as a city of the dead. From all its humming thoroughfares, not a voice, not a footfall, reaches you upon the hill. The sea surf, the cries of ploughmen, the streams and the mill wheels, the birds and the wind, keep up an animated concert through the plain. From farm to farm, dogs and crowing cocks contend together in defiance. And yet from this Olympian station, except for the whispering rumor of a train, the world has fallen into a dead silence, and the business of town and country grown voiceless in your ears. A crying hillbird, the bleat of a sheep, a wind singing in the dry grass, seem not so much to interrupt as to accompany the stillness. But to the spiritual ear, the whole scene makes a music at once human and rural, and discourses pleasant reflections on the destiny of man. The spiry habitable city, ships, the divided fields and browsing herds, and the straight highways, tell visibly of man's active and comfortable ways. And you may be never so laggard and never so unimpressionable, but there is something in the view that spirits up your blood and puts you in the vein for cheerful labor. Immediately below is Fairmalhead, a spot of roof and a smoking chimney, where two roads, no thicker than packthread, intersect beside a hanging wood. If you are fanciful, you will be reminded of the gauger in the story. And the thought of this old exciseman, who once lipped PG 391 and fingered on his pipe and uttered clear notes from it in the mountain air, and the words of the song he affected, carry your mind over the hills and far away to distant countries. And you have a vision of Edinburgh not, as you see her, in the midst of a little neighborhood, but as a boss upon the round world with all Europe and the deep sea for her surroundings. For every place is a center to the earth, whence highways radiate or ships set sail for foreign ports. The limit of a parish is not more imaginary than the frontier of an empire. And as a man sitting at home in his cabinet and swiftly writing books, so a city sends abroad an influence and a portrait of herself. There is no Edinburgh emigrant, far or near, from China to Peru, but he or she carries some lively pictures of the mind, some sunset behind the castle cliffs, some snow scene, some maze of city lamps, indelible in the memory and delightful to study in the intervals of toil. For any such, if this book fall in their way, here are a few more home pictures. It would be pleasant if they should recognize a house where they had dwelt or a walk that they had taken. End of Vol. 1.